Tick. Tock. In the underground prison where even a thread of sunlight cannot reach, I lie in the deepest, coldest cell. Time has no shape here. I cannot tell day from night, yesterday from today. Thud. Heavy footsteps echo down the corridor. A dull, familiar rhythm. Military boots. A voice follows. Sharp. Unyielding. It's been a year already. Beyond the iron bars, a firm silhouette stands unmoving. Edmund Bruendal. Once my comrade in the Night Order. At some point, he became one of the Empire's greatest enemies. Now, as a member of the new cabinet, he stands before me. I ask him, "How is it outside? Is the weather nice?" "Of course. Every day shines golden." His voice overflows with confidence. Edmund was always like that. Today, even more so. "Oh, are you married too?" I've been busy with public and private matters. But soon, I think. There's still a trace of his old tone when he speaks to me. Awkward, conscious of the gap between us. A hint of pity. I smile with my eyes. "Congratulations. No need for that." 35. At that age, he toppled the empire. My father, once one of its pillars, was justly executed. His head displayed in the Capitol. I was captured after years on the run. No matter how warped their beliefs, those who die for loyalty earn respect. Losers like me, caught after fleeing endlessly, are buried in filth and disgrace. The only reason I still breathe is Edmund's lingering affection. "Maximilian," he says. "Watch from down here. Watch how we rise." Hope fills his voice. "Oh? Watch?" I thought I was waiting for execution. "Better to keep you alive. Your father had to be erased. But you're just a scratched piece of precious metal. A fitting trophy." Trophy. I roll the word around in my mind. A living trophy of war. It almost sounds impressive. "Thanks. For sparing me." I mean it. Edmund gives a faint smile and turns away, climbing the stairs and leaving me behind. His voice echoes as he goes. "Take care, Max. I'll visit again if I can." Maximilian von Ebenholz. A name I discarded without thought. My life rotted in the shadow of my father's glory. I had only passable swordsmanship. A shallow grasp of mana. And yet, because of that mediocrity, I survived. In the end, among my family, I suppose I'm the winner. Tick. Tock. The iron bars open again. Edmund appears, lines carved deeper into his face. Though this is only our second meeting, much time has clearly passed. Living underground warps one's sense of time. "Oh, Edmund." I raise a hand. "Yes. How long has it been?" The guards never say. He studies me quietly. 3 years. That's a while. "Is it different outside?" It is. He says it plainly, but the confidence is gone. Fatigue seeps into his voice. "Then you must be married now. Maybe even a child." Silence. The urgency in his eyes has dulled, replaced by something heavier. I postpone the wedding. "Too busy." "When were you not busy? Or did you get dumped?" The corner of his mouth twitches. A laugh he forces back. "You haven't changed." At some point, his manner of address shifted. More formal. More distant. "Ah, I see. The revolution succeeded, but the aftermath is ugly, right?" He exhales instead of answering. "It's more complicated than I thought. But maybe this is just part of change." It sounds like he's asking me for advice. Me, a prisoner. "Who are you asking that to?" He nods to himself and turns away. The sword once at his waist is gone. A man once hailed as a future greatest swordsman no longer carries a blade. The world must be changing. Tick. Tock. Footsteps return. Slower. Heavier. "Has it been 10 years?" Edmund mutters as he approaches. The lantern light reveals him, and I nearly gasp. "Edmund, what happened to your hair?" "My hair? Did rats eat it?" "Look at you." Half his black hair is gone. What remains is dusted white. His wrinkles make him look decades older. "Hair doesn't matter." That's what every balding man says. "You really haven't changed." He stares at me, not angry. Almost reverent. "Your face. Your voice. Everything. Must be the lack of sunlight." He drags over a chair and sits. His clothes mark him as a veteran politician. I ask again. "Is it different out there?" Silence. "It'll change." "No. We'll make it change." Resignation clings to his face. Politics must be rough. Your face aged faster than the world. He laughs. Really laughs. Yeah, I suppose it did. They say age softens people. Looks like time beat the night right out of you. Probably rusted away. He sighs. Maximilian. He says my full name for the first time. Is it different in here? I shrug. I train. That's it. Here. You think that's possible? We laugh together. The sound fills the prison. It'll change, I say. The outside world. He stiffens. Because people like you are still there. Better than half-baked nobles like me. His expression wavers. My father used to say that. That you were worth more than most nobles. Duke Sebastian, that old lion. He trails off, then stops himself. It's fine, I say calmly. He's dead. Edmund stands. I'll bring you your freedom next time. He leaves with a limp, cane in hand. Tick. Tock. The ticking wakes me. It's no longer just a sound. It beats inside me. Tick. Tock. A shadow appears. Edmund. He looks ancient now. Worn down by the world. Max. He collapses into a chair. How long? 20 years. You haven't changed, he whispers. Not really. Oh, come on. I must have aged. I touch my face. It feels distant. How is it outside? Silence. Max, sometimes I think, if the Empire had lasted longer. My brow furrows. The Isenheim. Remember them? Yes. They weren't human. His voice breaks. They devour worlds. The truth spills out. The Empire knew. The Republic didn't listen. Mana bombs failed. Humanity lost. I'm sorry. No, I say quietly. That explains the lack of food. He stares at me. This prison was sealed 7 years ago. I thought you were dead. Am I a hallucination? Don't be stupid. He laughs weakly. There's something wrong with you, Max, something impossible. He drops a rusted key. The ceiling rumbles. I'll accept my end now. Edmund. I never hated you. He smiles faintly and disappears. I unlock the cell, climb the stairs, and step into ruin. What the hell? The capital is ash. Signs litter the streets. Mana bomb failed. Isenheim devour dimensions. A presence turns behind me. A formless monster lunges. Tick. Tock. Everything stops. The world rewinds. Buildings rise. Years reverse. Until. Tick. Tock. I am 20 years old again. One summer day, Sebastian Ebenholz, head of the Ebenholz family, asked without looking up from the papers he was signing. Where is Max? The knight standing before him, Edmund, answered at once. He's with the cadets from the military academy. Is he? Yes. So he's loitering again. Sebastian pushed back his chair and drew the curtain aside. Sunlight poured into the office. His jaw tightened, irritation plain on his face. It wasn't that Max had done something wrong today. It was that, to Sebastian, his son never did anything right. Edmund tried anyway. Still, he passed the selection and was admitted into the best knight order. No recommendations. No favors. Sebastian snorted. Then at least he'll be useful as propaganda. Maximilian Ebenholz. Blonde hair, golden eyes, pale skin, delicate features. Long limbs and perfect proportions. He looked like the living illustration of a pure-blood noble, as defined by ethnology. In appearance alone, he was the Empire's ideal citizen. To Sebastian, that was all he was. Inside, he's nothing like an imperial, Sebastian said coldly. Too weak. Edmund lowered his head without a word. If Max had been born into an ordinary noble house, he would have been praised as above average. But the Ebenholz weren't ordinary. The title bulwark of the Empire wasn't given to just anyone. That's enough. Go. Sebastian scribbled his signature across the documents. Yes, Commander. Edmund took the signed paperwork, bowed, and left. Outside the residence, a vehicle waited. He climbed in. Let's go. Yes, Major. The adjutant adjusted the rearview mirror, then glanced back. Oh, right. I heard the young master was accepted into the Sentinel Knight Order. Edmund held up the papers in his hand. This is the approval. In other words, consent. But do you think he'll manage? The Sentinels won't go easy on him just because he's the Ebenholz heir. The adjutant's eyes flicked to Edmund's face, careful. Edmund was more qualified than most to stand among the Sentinels, yet he could never join. Mixed blood. Disqualified by their pure blood policy. So he chose the Imperial military instead. Edmund looked out the window. His father is the Mountain King. Don't worry. Sebastian wasn't merely a tiger. He ruled the mountain. Even the Ebenholz estate, wrapped in harsh mountain ranges, seemed built to match the reputation. Edmund spoke again. Stop by one place first. Yes. Where? The library. As the vehicle rolled forward, Edmund quietly opened a book. Blocked by the wall of bloodlines, he learned to dream a different dream. A revolution. Under the blazing sun, I finished my morning run. Sweat soaked my body. The cadets hurried over and offered me a dry towel. Thanks. You're welcome. One word was enough to light up their faces. 3 boys, 1 girl, all from Empire Point, the pinnacle track of the military academy. The Empire's hand-picked elite. When does your apprenticeship end? I asked. They were assigned to shadow me, a newly inducted Sentinel Knight, for a week. I didn't get to refuse. Teaching was also part of being a full knight. Friday, the buzzcut boy answered. I see. I wiped my face roughly and handed the towel back. He accepted it with both hands like it was an honor. Then, crunch. A sharp pain stabbed near my left collarbone. I pressed my palm against my chest without thinking. Oh, Knight. Are you all right? The buzzcut cadet blurted, checking my face. It's nothing, I said, forcing it out. Just a little queasy. I'll use the bathroom. I walked away before they could follow. Ebenholz Castle was huge. Disgustingly huge. Even from the training grounds to the nearest bathroom took 5 minutes. Clunk. I shut the door, locked it, and tore off my shirt. The mirror reflected my upper body, slick with sweat. On the left side of my chest, close to my heart, something black writhed beneath the skin. Not a stain. Not a mole. It moved like a living shadow, pulsing faintly, squirming as if it had its own breath. Huh. It looked like a parasite. A cancer. Something that should not exist. But I knew exactly what it was. A fragment of the dimensional devourer. The thing that tried to eat my face in the ruined world right before I regressed. A piece of it had followed me back. Stay still. In a twisted way, I cherished it. Because it was proof. Proof that I had returned. I was 20 again. The Empire would fall when I was 33. 13 years from now. Then 20 more years would pass and the world would end. Meaning I had returned 33 years into the past. 33 years. An absurd span of time. And yet, when I tried to remember the prison, the 20 years Edmund spoke of felt like 1, maybe 2. Like time had rotted and collapsed in my hands. Edmund's ruined voice surfaced in my head. You've got some kind of talent you don't even know about. That's the only explanation. I exhaled and pulled my shirt back on. When I stepped out, Enzi the butler was waiting. A man in his 50s, eyes thin as thread, smiling gently with a familiarity that made my stomach tighten. Oh, Enzi. What is it? It's nearly time for your lesson, young master. Though, I suppose you're a knight now. He smiled. The Mana Studies professor is waiting. At 20, despite being accepted into the Sentinel Knight Order, my private schedule was worse than most cadets. My father demanded I shine, not just as a pretty face, but as an Ebenholz. So he hired elite tutors in every field. All of it had been useless. Fine, I said. Bring the cadets with me. Enzi blinked. Are you sure? Of course. I'm not that petty. The cadets hit the jackpot. A top-tier mana class worth $30,000 a session, for free. Yes, understood, Enzi said. I'll inform them. Please go ahead. I walked through the long corridors of the main house. Lavish halls, polished stone, paintings that would be ash 13 years from now. I thought of Edmund's trembling confession. If only the Empire had lasted a little longer, maybe humanity could have lasted a little longer. The Empire was rotten. The Emperor and his parasites, the noble houses that fed them, all garbage. And yet, like a broken clock that's right twice a day, their blind hatred happened to be correct about exactly one race. The Isenheim. They weren't human. I looked down at my body at the place the black thing stirred. Everything felt like a midsummer fever dream. My head's killing me. My hand slid over my collarbone. The only proof I wasn't insane was that thing writhing beneath my skin. What is a mana circuit? The professor, crisp in uniform, projected a human figure into the air. Veins and organs faded, replaced by simplified blue pathways spreading from the head to the tips of the hands and feet. A mana circuit is a biological organ and tool that allows humans to sense mana within the body and handle it quantitatively. Blue particles flowed along the lines. The mana circuit is a pathway that allows mana to move safely and efficiently. By circulating mana and concentrating it in specific regions, humans can enhance strength or interfere with natural phenomena through magic. The main line running through the body was the mana circuit. The smaller branches were auxiliary circuits. The wider the diameter, the greater the amount of mana that can circulate at once, and the faster it moves. The more auxiliary circuits, the more precise the control. In the end, all of it came down to the circuit, its shape, length, rigidity. Knights or wizards, talent begins at birth. In the past, there were theories of designating an imaginary central point called a mana core to concentrate mana, but the side effects were severe and the efficiency poor. Most of those approaches have been abandoned. Now we will cover the modern theories. Formulas exploded across the air. Dense symbols and numbers. Self-enhancement magic for knights. Self-enhancement magic was memorization. If you didn't memorize it, you couldn't use it. I'd been lazy. I knew too few. The professor lectured with passion for 40 minutes, and I, at least, didn't fall asleep. We'll take a short break. After that, I'll explain practical usage. The first period ended. I stood and stretched. The 4 cadets rushed to me and bowed. Thank you. Because of you, we got to attend a truly valuable class. Thank you. Thank you. Crack. My left collarbone twitched again. This time the sensation wasn't pain. It was violent, like something inside me was thrashing, excited. I pressed it down with my palm and forced my face to stay calm. Don't mention it, I said. Just keep working hard. The buzzcut boy raised his hand nervously. Knight, may I use the restroom? You don't need permission for that, I said. Go. Yes. Thank you. All 4 hurried out. I watched their seats for a moment. Nothing special. Just kids. Charming in the way kids are. And yet nausea rolled up inside me like boiling tar. Something burned in my gut, bubbling, urging. Jacob, I murmured, remembering the buzzcut's name. My gaze fell on his chair. A bag hung from it. I reached out, unhooked it, and dumped the contents onto the desk. Thud. 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 Writing tools. A sketchbook. A novel. My eyes snagged on the novel for no reason I could explain. My hand moved on its own. I flipped through it, and on one page, faint mana markings highlighted broken syllables like a clumsy cipher. Soon, Ritu, RN, Pos, IB, Lo, the TTI, me, ETU. This, way, com, mu, NI, CA, Tyan, PS, SI, Blee, to, com, raids, trans, MIT. A childish trick. But beneath the mana layer, something else clung like residue. Cold. Alien. Not mana. I placed my hand on the marked words. A voice poured into my skull. At the same time, the black fragment inside my chest convulsed, as if answering a call. The meaning translated itself without my consent. Hungry. Need a fresh heart to replenish mana. The younger and purer the child, the better. Life force is necessary. You will be selected as a Knight of the Empire, so we will assist you in securing food whenever needed. Lexi will come to you soon. Follow her instructions. KH. I jerked my hand away. A splitting headache slammed into me. Nausea surged so hard I nearly folded. Isenheim. They were here. Hiding inside the Empire. Right in front of me.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Weakling. This was the greatest insult my father Sebastian could think of. Weakness. He despised things that were soft and feeble, and valued things that were solid and strong. I clearly failed to meet such expectations of my father. I was never a solid person. I was someone who would bend rather than break, and I had no desire to overpower or dominate others with my own convictions. That was who I was. Hungry. Need to eat a fresh heart to replenish mana. The younger and purer the child, the better. Their life force is necessary. You will be selected as a Knight of the Empire, so we will assist you in securing food whenever needed. Lexi will soon come to you. Follow her instructions. However, these whispers were by no means human. As Edmund said, could it be that among us humans, a subspecies of demons had mixed in? Was it no longer the time for me to worry about myself? Since when have they been here, and where did they come from? But questions about their very existence would have to be postponed for now. Right now, there is a threat in front of me. Do I have to kill him with my own hands? There seems to be no need for that. After all, according to imperial law, just the fact that a cadet at the military academy has left behind such a seditious cipher is grounds for execution, immediate judgment. Yes, at the very least, I don't need to kill him now. Just in time, the cadets entered. I sat on the desk and scanned them one by one. My gaze stopped at the buzzcut boy. From earlier, the black fragment inside me had reacted only to this guy. You said your name was Jacob, right? Why, yes. I'm Jacob, the buzzcut boy replied, startled. 15 years old, still with baby fat on his face. Everyone except you, get out. What? Get out. They all looked confused but exited. Even the mana science professor, who entered late, was turned away. Only Jacob and I remained in the lecture hall. Jacob. Yes. I picked up the novel book. His pupils shook with anxiety for a moment. You know what I'm about to say, right? I opened the book and recited the ciphers written on the pages. Let's keep communicating like this. Tell your comrades to do the same. I don't think we'll be able to return for the next 5 years. Jacob's eyes widened, and he soon lowered his head. A hollow laugh escaped me. How easy must I have seemed for him to bring something like this here? This place could practically be called the heart of the pure-blood nobles. You're not an imperial citizen, are you? I can no longer claim that only the Isenheim race are demons. From the start, the method of racial classification in the Empire is extremely subjective and unscientific, and the external traits of Isenheim are only minor, not much different from other races. The most definitive way to distinguish a human race is to kill and dissect the corpse. Even that is impossible for the average person. Meaningful racial differences stem from the structure of mana circuits and minute traits of the heart. Each race exhibits unique mana responses and circuit patterns in the process of accepting and circulating mana through the body. This was once the biggest evidence that humans were divided into elves, dwarves, beastin, and the like, and it was the logic the Empire used to consider them inferior races. If you were truly an imperial, you wouldn't be passing around codes like these. The problem lies in these impure ciphers. It's a world where even possessing a subversive book like this can get you tortured for years. If one were to dig into Jacob's background, the fact that he's not a pure imperial would soon be revealed. The Intelligence Bureau will probably investigate your entire background. He tried to manage his expression, but his face had already gone pale. I asked him, "Which side are you on? Are you Isenheim?" There was no answer. Instead, the black fragment inside my body confirmed his identity. It reacts to a kin. Speak. At this rate, you'll be detained and executed. Jacob's lips remained tightly shut. Suddenly, a chilling suspicion brushed through my mind. Is this situation truly real? Could it be that the black fragment inside my body, the bizarre Isenheim language I just heard, and even the regression I experienced, could all of it merely be an illusion? A form of psychotic delusion? I had to find out. Whether this guy was truly one of them, or just a product of my imagination. Do the Isenheim have a hobby of eating children's hearts? The air shifted in an instant. Jacob's shoulders trembled. I noticed the change, but it was still within the realm of an ordinary reaction. Who is this, Lexi, you say is coming to offer you a heart? In a flash, Jacob snapped his head up. At that moment, I was certain. This is reality. Jacob lunged forward in a single step and grabbed me by the collar. His pupils opened grotesquely. A wave like bloody tears flowed from them. How dare you steal our language? I'll rip your heart to shreds and devour it. There was language contained within that roar, and it was clearly interpreted by me. CHCHCHK. Jacob's mouth opened wide. Still in human form, only the corners of his mouth split toward his ears. Tick-tock. A ticking sound echoed from deep within my heart. Time slowed. The creature's movement, lunging at me with its maw, became endlessly sluggish. I don't know the cause. It simply happened this way. There was no time to think. I focused my consciousness. Slowly, I moved my body. It was awkward, like I was submerged underwater, but I kicked him hard in the solar plexus. Using that recoil, I spun my body and snatched the sword by the dusk. I swung the sword upward toward the creature's retreating neck. Tick-tock. The second tick. The slowed world returned to normal. Slice. The blade slashed his neck. His head flew toward the ceiling. Blood spurted from the severed stump, drenching my body. The boy who had been Jacob collapsed powerlessly. Isenheim died like any other. Ha ha. Squirm, squirm. Then, something wriggled near my collarbone. It was the same black fragment. Squirm, squirm. It crawled along the veins of my arm down to my palm. It yanked me violently toward Jacob's corpse. Gulp, gulp, gulp dash. My palm greedily sucked up the blood pouring from Jacob. What the fuck is this thing? Thud. In the meantime, Jacob's head rolled across the floor. I stared into his eyes. Standing on the blood that spread across the floor, I thought. Squirm, squirm. The black virus that lived and moved inside my body. Though it was merely devouring something, this thing was the proof. The proof that what I just did was right. Bang. At that moment, the lecture hall door burst open. "You-ah!" A scream rang out. It was Jacob's friends. The sound of the guard's footsteps came rushing in too. Huh. I took a deep breath. I had killed a 15-year-old Isenheim. The crime for that, in truth, would be completely irrelevant. I am the sole legitimate heir of the Ebenholz family and the son of Supreme Commander of the Empire, Maximilian von Ebenholz. One of the highest-ranking nobles in the Empire, a pureblood of a lineage that has lasted half a millennium. It means killing a minority like him wouldn't be a problem at all for someone of my status. An adult knight, just before joining the Sentinel Knight Order, killed a cadet. The perpetrator was the eldest son of the Ebenholz family. The victim was a cadet with no backing or influence. It could have easily been buried, but a few media outlets, claiming to be the conscience of the Empire, picked up the story. Does this make any sense? So just because he's from the Ebenholz family, he can kill people however he wants. They camped out in front of the main gate of the Empire's Sahiran police station. The chief waved his hand and ordered the officers to block them. They say there's a reason for it, so just go back now. What kind of reason? What kind of reason could be serious enough to justify killing a 15-year-old cadet? You talk too much. TSK. As the chief clicked his tongue, a subordinate approached and whispered quietly. The chief's eyes widened. Is it true? Yes. It seems they're confident about it. Got it. The chief clicked his tongue again as he looked at the reporters. They've scheduled a public autopsy, so come watch then. An autopsy is the only way to determine race. If the deceased cadet was not an imperial citizen, but from a minority race, as the eldest son's statement claimed, then it would be sufficient grounds for immediate execution. Here, sufficient means under imperial law. Public autopsy? They're doing it openly? The reporters exchanged confused looks. An autopsy is, of course, expected. Even for the Ebenholz family, it's a necessary process. But a public autopsy is hard to manipulate. If there were any hidden wrongdoing, it would be exposed. They said it'll be held at the Etten coroner's office at 8 p.m. today, so you'd better hurry. The chief went back into the station. The reporters murmured among themselves for a moment, then rushed into their vehicles. Phrases like, "See you in Etten," echoed here and there. 8 p.m. The autopsy is complete. The coroner placed the deceased's heart onto a tray. Countless people were watching from beyond the transparent glass wall. Analysis result. It was a fully transparent public autopsy. Numerous reporters had gathered, and even the political enemies of the Ebenholz family were present. If the deceased had been a wrongfully killed pure imperial citizen, Maximilian would have been indicted. The deceased, named Jacob Mack, is not an imperial citizen. An uproar broke out. When a heart is analyzed through magical means, racial differences are clear. In particular, the Draman descendants of dwarves, Alina descendants of elves, Jokun descendants of Beastin, and Isenheim and Edlum, these 5 races, show distinct traits. The Empire classifies them not as races, but as demi-humans ein. Jacob Mack is presumed to be Isenheim or Alina. Only imperial citizens can join Empire Point. If someone falsifies their identity, it is punishable by death under imperial law. Therefore, Maximilian Ebenholz made the right judgment. Some reporters quickly left. Others stood dazed, as if they couldn't comprehend. The retainers of the Ebenholz family were relieved. There was no fabrication? On the other hand, the political enemies of the Ebenholz family looked disappointed. No. One of the coroners is our person. Tisk. Maximilian Ebenholz, the eldest son of the Ebenholz family, had killed an Isenheim disguised as an imperial citizen. And the deceased was not just any cadet but a distinguished student at the military academy, confirmed to be a true knight candidate. It was a clear military achievement. He had caught a spy who nearly infiltrated the Empire's center. For someone who became even a cadet to be so careless. Ken, second son of Bertram, unconsciously blamed the deceased. A retainer beside him added slyly like a sycophant. Perhaps he didn't think he'd be caught by Maximilian? Huh. That might be true. Maximilian is notorious among the nobility for being half-witted. His appearance is more imperial than anyone's, earning the envy of many nobles, but that's all he is going for him. He caught a rat by stumbling backward. Exactly. Let's head back. Yes. Some reporters, still clinging to their conscience, clung to the coroner and asked, "Are you certain he wasn't an imperial citizen? If you're that doubtful, take a look yourself." The coroner pointed to the heart on the tray. Mana remains in a deceased body for quite a long time, and the estimated time of death can be calculated based on that amount. In other words, heart swapping and the like are impossible. Huh. The reporter looked at the face of the deceased lying on the steel slab of the autopsy room. He wasn't an imperial citizen, but he was still a boy whose baby fat hadn't even fully disappeared yet. That peaceful appearance was somehow cozy, and therefore, all the more sorrowful. It didn't feel right. Crack. The reporter, Alphonse, clenched his teeth tightly. I sit with my eyes closed. This is not a prison. Rather, the ones behind bars are the cadets. Wow. It was cleverly hidden in this novel too. You're truly remarkable. Instead, I received praise from the detectives. A man with a mustache held out a book page to me. Unfortunately, it looks like the location of the hideout isn't written here. Well, probably one of their own rules. Please release those kids. They're ordinary cadets. I gestured with my chin toward the inside of the bars. The three cadets' faces still looked skeletal. It seemed they still couldn't believe the death of a friend they had been with for years, and were scared too. No, even so, we need to investigate them just in case. Their ideology might be compromised. If they're investigated, what happens to them? Oh, please, speak comfortably, Knightnim. I'm Sergeant George. I immediately changed my manner of speech. What'll happen to those kids? Well, of course, one of their cohort turned out to be a demi-human, so their path is blocked now. As it should be. This is wrong. The Empire's persecution of minority races is clearly wrong. With one exception. Isenheim. They are not a race, but a species, not even considered demi-humans, but a clan from beyond. Therefore, as long as they are not Isenheim, it's fine. And the cadets are not Isenheim. The thing inside my body hasn't reacted, so I'm sure. Let them go. Still dash. I said they're fine. I won't repeat myself. Yes. Hey, open it. Clang. The bars opened. The remaining three cadets walked out with heavy steps. Damn kids. Be more careful choosing your friends. Sergeant George smacked each of their heads with a file folder as they passed by. Go on. Say goodbye to Lord Ebenholz. The cadets gave me brief glances and silently bowed their heads. As they passed by, I asked them, "Were you close to him?" The form of the question had to be that way. I didn't know what else to put into my words. No, one of them answered. A girl. Was her name Hannah? It was a good answer. I signaled to the detective. Write that down in the report. That they weren't close. Yes. Joshua added one more sentence to the report, and I turned away. The autopsy results were out, so I figured it was about time to head back. Just then, Hannah grabbed my sleeve. There could have been a better way. I'm sure of it. Are you out of your damn mind? The sergeant's face twisted like a demon, and the cadets next to her held her back, asking if she was crazy. I stopped the sergeant who was about to hit Hannah. Instead, I looked into her eyes. Into the pupils filled with a sense of justice. I looked at her and thought about the world that had been destroyed. I recalled Edmund, who had waned like a candle. I remembered the bizarre dimensional devourers that had once charged at me. And then I spoke the core of all those memories of that future and present intertwined. This is the method. Ebenholt's main estate. Here are the autopsy results. Sebastian does not usually place his hopes on small things. In truth, he doesn't place them on big things either. It had been quite a long time since he stopped expecting anything at all. However, this time, surprisingly, it wasn't something small. It was strange from the very first report. Max was not the kind of person who killed easily. On the contrary, he was someone who couldn't kill. A weak boy who still hadn't forgotten the dog he had raised when he was 8 years old. And yet, that kind of boy killed a mere 15-year-old cadet. With a single slash, he cut off the cadet's neck. That alone was shocking, but on top of that, the cadet turned out to be from a minority race. An insolent demi-human who had dared to infiltrate the Empire's Empire Point. What a ridiculous situation. Even so, right now, it seemed better to believe it was a coincidence. Expectations only lead to disappointment, and Max had always been a child who brought nothing but disappointment. When is the Sentinel induction ceremony? Next week. Will you be attending? The Sentinel induction ceremony is quite a significant event, even in the Empire. It's the gathering place of the Empire's most talented individuals. No need. However, Maximilian is far from the best. Even if he went, it would only make him fodder for those detestable nobles and bring ridicule. Of course, there had been no backdoor favors involved in Maximilian's admission, but the personnel department surely wouldn't have been able to ignore the name Ebenholtz. I already have plans for that day anyway. For Sebastian, who had always walked the road of success, having a son had now become a blemish. As a man in his 20s from a well-off imperial family, of course, I almost had a fiancé. Quite an active marriage discussion went on between the families. But she was a woman who, in many ways, didn't suit me. In fact, she didn't have the kind of personality that would work well with any man. How was it? Your first kill. Her name was Azelle. Her facial features were sharp like a cat's, and her hair carried the characteristic ash-gray hue of her family. She was the eldest daughter of the Runcelot family, a lineage that rivaled the Ebenholtz. Well, I don't really know. There was a time when I liked her. And she too could have liked me. You can believe it, because it's something Azelle herself said. But the paths we walked were different. But Max, do you really want to marry me? Azelle asked, sounding fed up. I let out a brief laugh. She was like this back then too. I used to always feel anxious, overly alert to her every word, but not anymore. Do you not want to? Of course not. You're not even manly. Your personality is too soft. And that hair, what the hell is that? It's too long. You should trim it short. Azelle was an imperial citizen, but the balance in her heart had already tipped toward the revolution. That meant she was a good person. I asked her in return. How was it my kill? Well, I don't know. At the time, I thought she was a woman whose thoughts I couldn't read. I thought it was a typical push and pull. That's how little experience I had. I do wonder if there was really a need to kill him. But then again, he was a demi-human, so I guess it makes sense. Now, the trembling corners of her mouth and her shaking voice were revealing her true feelings. Azelle, to be honest. I leaned toward her. I whispered the truth. That bastard turned into a monster first and tried to kill me. All Isenheim are monsters. Huh. Azelle's face went dumb. Probably everyone else in the world would make that expression too. Unless they were a totally deranged racist, it'd be hard to agree. I raised my eyebrows. Kidding. Wow. Hey, go see a doctor. I said I'm kidding. I was just pissed that he tricked me, so I killed him. Yeah, you still need to go. You've got anger management issues. The words anger management issues lightly touched my heart. My pulse suddenly spiked, quite roughly. I picked up the knife. It's not about anger management. Rage welled up from the bottom of my chest. Days from a distant future flashed before my eyes like a revolving lantern. The Empire had already fallen, Father was executed and his head hung for months in the center of the capital. You became part of the Revolutionary Corps and formed the parliament, and all the while I kept running like a madman. Then got caught and was imprisoned for decades, though it felt like only a few years, and I watched Edmund grow old in real time, and in the end, I witnessed the world perish. Even if I told you all of that, you wouldn't believe me. Honestly, if it weren't for the virus inside me, I wouldn't have believed it either. So no one understands how I feel. I shouldn't even expect anyone to. Just eat your damn food. I pointed at her plate with a knife. Azel gave a sly smile. Ah, you're so obvious? I say I like macho types, and you act like this right away. Before I smash your mouth in. Azel chuckled lightly and turned her attention to her food. In truth, if we got into a real fight, I'd lose 100 times out of 100. Even so, she never once boasted or showed it. Probably because she understood my inferiority complex. Azel was always, to me, a good friend who could never bring herself to beat me. It was Azel who let me escape when the Empire fell. Probably Azel who kept me alive in the underground prison too. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have gotten a chance to regress. So, today's meal is on me. Am I really that transparent? Then you pay. Thanks for the food. I casually added, pretending indifference, as she sliced up her steak with a knife. This was today's main topic. Let's not get married. I'll tell our families that too. Azel's hand trembled slightly, but she soon looked at me with a serious gaze. Yeah, I think that's the right choice for us. I think that's the right choice for us. Only now did I finally understand the true meaning behind the words you once said. After returning home, I sluggishly threw off my clothes. I tossed aside the cumbersome suits and stood in the bathroom. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. In the end, the essence is strength. Today, thanks to Azel, that became even clearer. I must become stronger, both in body and mind. Edmund once said that if the Empire had survived, humanity would have lasted longer. That was because the Empire never sought to be understood. Because the Empire was made of iron and blood. Even if its insides were rotten and crumbling, the bonds and glue of the Empire were stronger than any external force on this continent. They became weapons meant to crush the outside, while being crushed themselves from within. The Empire was a chimera golem created for that very purpose from the beginning. I was born near the top of the pyramid that formed such an empire. Ebenholz stood at such a height. If I, as an imperial, had to exterminate an entire race, I had a status that made it entirely possible. There is more than enough justification to prevent the end of the world. An ending that only I know. A perfectly noble purpose, like something out of a hero's tale. To achieve that, I must grow stronger. But am I ready? Back in the Empire's final years, I was weak. As the Empire declined, I was afraid. After its collapse, I was always running. Am I ready? I'm asking you, Maximilian. I asked the me in the mirror. Are you ready? If I am ready, then it's time for a change. The next morning, I began running. I ran until I coughed up blood, trying to persuade the virus inside my body. It was a plea for it to be of use to me. This way benefits you too. If I die, you die too. After running about 20 laps. Enzi was standing at the starting point. He smiled brightly and held out a towel to me. What's going on? The head of the house wishes to give you a gift. He says it's rare to see you doing something truly imperial. The family head, Sebastian. Though he's my father, calling him that still feels awkward. He praised me for killing a 15-year-old cadet. What's the gift? He says he'll tell you himself. Apparently, he'll give you whatever you want. Figures. That stiff middle-aged man likes to evaluate everything. He used to judge all my actions however he pleased, crushing me under endlessly high standards. This time, the gift I want is clear. A swordsmanship instructor. But swordsmanship. The Ebenholz are a family famous for swordsmanship. It doesn't seem to suit me. Ebenholz's base was long swordsmanship. I didn't use a long sword. On the contrary, I found that using a light sword in one hand suited me more. In many ways, the Ebenholz family didn't match me. Father's not exactly by the book either, is he? Also, follow up on the 3 remaining cadets. The 3 cadets left after killing Jacob. I only remembered Hannah's name, but I didn't want their futures to be ruined. The Empire fell because it was too cruel. I hope they don't suffer any consequences. And the reason? Enzi's tone sharpened. I had already prepared an answer. Enzi was a loyal imperial after all. Gaps appear when people feel at ease. If you tie them down too tightly, they won't reveal themselves even if they are traitors or demi-humans. My answer must have been reasonably convincing because Enzi smiled. Yes, I'll do as you say. Then, please rest well. Yeah, thanks. Enzi bowed his head and left. Even his butler-like posture and steps were perfectly refined. Phew. I let out a sigh of relief. I got lucky. Jacob Mack. It was a huge relief that the opponent was sloppy. If he had been even slightly stronger, I would have been the one to fall. Let's not forget. The Isenheim are strong. And right now, I am weak. Therefore, I must not let it be known that I understand them, that I can interpret their language. The enemy of humanity is the Isenheim. That alone is what I need to remember. The worst and the lesser evil. The worst would be the destruction of the world, and the lesser evil would be the continuation of the Empire. The Empire was right. The Empire labeled them as mutated demons and thoroughly isolated them. We considered them beings to liberate and protect. Edmund of the distant future regretted not choosing the lesser evil. I decided to trust his regret. I now had great ambition, too. The Sentinel Knight Order is regarded as the best occupation in the Empire. It is a position admired by all the Empire's youth, and merely being admitted is considered an honor for one's family. They are the Emperor's sword and the Empire's shield, and also an institution that symbolizes the ideals and purity of the Empire. Today is the induction ceremony of such an honorable sentinel. I looked at myself standing in front of the mirror. The Sentinel Knight Order uniform, embroidered with golden threads on a deep navy base. It was once an outfit I desperately desired. I used to delude myself that just wearing this would make me noble and even earn recognition from my father. It's just a superficial shell. No, not even a shell, just a piece of cloth. Rather than that damned sentinel, I was thinking more about the special ability that manifested when I killed Jacob. Tick-tock. I clicked my tongue, mimicking the sound of a second hand. But nothing happened. There was no phenomenon of time stopping or slowing down. Twitch. Instead, a familiar sensation came from below my left collarbone, near my heart. It was the black fragment embedded in my body. A faint but distinct wave of mana could be felt. Not just now. Before bed, during exercise, while eating, this thing pulses like a heart. So naturally, this thought occurred. Maybe I could use this thing as a pseudo-mana core. Mana cores were once one of many methodologies for handling mana, but in modern times, they've become nearly obsolete. As fields like minology, human biology, and life sciences advanced, the inefficient core was replaced by a far more elaborate circuit system that became the standard. The essence of modern mana usage is clear. To circulate and amplify mana using the mana circuit that forms within a human body through innate or acquired awakening. Of course, depending on how the circuit is trained and how mana is used, people are classified as knights or wizards, and within those, there are countless schools and factions, but the foundation remains the mana circuit. However, the black virus inside me is a plus alpha. Strictly speaking, it's an unearned source of mana. Hey! With my hand placed over my chest, I spoke softly. Become my mana core. There was no response. Well, of course, it wouldn't talk. Make it work, even if it doesn't want to. If I die, you're done too. If this thing could function similarly to a mana core, generating, storing, and releasing mana, then there's no reason we couldn't get along. Knock knock. With a knock, Enzi's voice flowed in. Young master. It's time to go now. Yeah, got it. I'll be right out. I applied wax to my messy hair. Back in my early 20s, I was terribly bad at grooming, but now I had quite a bit of experience with social life. Nice. After a few strokes, it turned into a cleanly styled updo. The induction ceremony was held in grandeur, as it was every year. The central plaza of the capital was packed so tightly with people there was no room to step, and every window of the surrounding buildings was filled with the faces of citizens. On the stage stood high-ranking imperial officials and renowned nobles, and at the center, where flower petals rained down, the newly inducted members of the Sentinel Knight Order stood in line. Even among them, I was in the most attention-grabbing position. The halo of the Ebenholz family and my imperial appearance pushed me into the center of everyone's gaze. We shall now commence the induction ceremony of the Sentinels. Knight Order Commander Alberich von Stein began the speech announcing the knighting. His voice rang throughout the entire plaza via a mana amplification device. The Empire's glory, the honor of knighthood, loyalty to the Emperor. A repertoire I had heard to the point of exhaustion. I slowly scanned the faces of my fellow inductees standing on the stage with me. This class of Sentinels had 40 knights selected. I already had their faces and names memorized. Each of them would leave their mark on the Empire's history in their own way. At least 30% of them harbor intentions different from the Empire, or will eventually turn their backs on it. You think 30% is too much? It can't be helped. Because this is the Empire's twilight era. As the shield of the Empire, as the sword of His Majesty, do you swear to dedicate your soul for the glory of the Empire? Grand Duke Stein's shout shook the plaza. The Empire shall remember your loyalty and will reward your devotion with glory. For His Majesty the Emperor. At the Knight Commander's lead, we pledged our loyalty. Someone signaled me. I briefly closed and opened my eyes. I stepped forward and raised the sword at my waist high into the air. My fellow inductees followed behind me. 40 swords gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. The cheers of the citizens surged like a wave. A long time ago. That is, before the regression, I had felt an indescribable sense of ecstasy at this very moment. It felt like the entire world existed for me, and I was caught in the delusion that the Empire's future rested on my shoulders. Now, it was just dull. The Knight Commander, who once felt like a towering mountain, the nobles clapping with greasy smiles, my fellow inductees standing next to me, and all the people in this plaza, every one of them would die. I had seen such a future. Now, go down. Show your proud selves to the citizens. At the Knight Commander's instruction, we descended the stage. Numerous nobles and officials swarmed in to offer their congratulations and flattery. I accepted it half-heartedly, trying to slip away. So it is you. Then, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice called to me. A man stood with arms crossed, scrutinizing me. The man who had once been my supervisor long ago. The one who's said to have cut down a fellow cadet. His name was Julian Asker. His deep blonde hair and sharp jawline stood out, and his golden eyes pierced into me more than anyone else's. It was a familiar face. Looking at someone so intimately familiar, I had a strange intuition. Yes, I'm Maximilian. In the not-too-distant future, I would end up killing him. Even before the commotion of the induction ceremony had fully settled, we immediately moved to the Sentinel Knight Order headquarters. The inside of the fortress-like building was laid out like a complex maze, filled with bustling knights and administrative staff. This is your space. My supervisor Julian opened the door to an office at the end of the corridor. The office itself wasn't spacious. Just a few desks and cabinets for document storage. Before the regression, I had been quite disappointed. I was arrogant back then. But now I understand. I was someone who had taken even this position from someone else. Someone more capable than me, who didn't get this opportunity simply because of lower social status and rank. Yes, I placed my luggage on the desk. You can freely hire personal staff within a $500,000 limit. You'll probably need administrative support or someone to assist with information gathering. If you're not sure, request a recommendation list from HR. Julian lightly tossed a file folder onto the desk. And you know what that is, right? He motioned with his chin toward a square box-shaped machine. It looked like a television, but was a far more advanced device. It was the latest desktop model connected to the Empire's communication network, capable of browsing various information, writing reports, accepting missions, internal messaging, and video conferencing. Yes, I do. A computer. I answered as I sat down in the chair. Right. You really are young. Buzz. A vibration came from Julian's wrist. It was his watch. Most likely the latest type of terminal equipped with an artifact. Finish organizing and come down to the first floor. Your first mission has been assigned. A noble murder case, apparently. A murder case. Before the regression, I probably would have responded with, already. I had a ton of unpacking to do back then. In fact, I had been the only rookie ever assigned such a case on the very first day. You've got 10 minutes. Yes. Julian exited first. Now, a brief thought. What is the true duty of a knight? To look cool? Of course not. Maintaining public order in the Empire, suppressing special criminals or rebel forces that ordinary troops can't handle, dealing with monsters, and protecting nobles, those are just a few of the responsibilities. Because of this, knights could earn a lot of money through additional allowances on top of their base salary. Hunting monsters yielded rare materials from their corpses, and bounties placed on criminals were quite lucrative. The more skilled a knight was, the more wealth they could accumulate. In its own way, it was a thoroughly meritocratic system. It was the reason why I, who lacked ability, was quickly pushed aside. I left the office. 2 of my fellow inductees were standing side by side in the hallway. One was Tiana. The other was Leon. The 2 simply gave me a nod. That's the fate of a parachute hire. Back then, I hated those kinds of looks so much I'd go absolutely apeshit, overcompensating like a madman. Now, there's no need for that. I do not know, fuck. I don't even know myself. In a world where this fucked up future is already set in stone, I have no clue how I'm supposed to make it through. The lobby of the Sentinel Night Order. Two people were watching Maximilian walking away down the hallway. Tiana, you look pissed. At Leon's remark, his fellow recruit, Tiana, calmly relaxed her expression. What are you talking about? Most of the new Sentinel cadets were from Empire Point, part of the military academy, but Maximilian was inferior to Tiana in skill, grades, and conduct. Far inferior. I never had any expectations to begin with. However, at this induction ceremony, Maximilian had taken the central, best position among the cadets, and all Tiana could do was glare at him from the side. Knights are like private contractors. Tiana brushed back her red hair and smirked. For knights, individual capability is crucial. It's a job where results are clearly visible. Even commoners, even those from insignificant families, can make a lot of money. Income is purely performance-based. Aren't they supposed to be the sword of the Empire? Tiana quietly snorted. Loyalty is just a romantic notion from the distant past. These days, no knight values such abstract ideas above all else. Because of the limitations of social status. If you're born an imperial citizen, unless you're a noble, you're not even given the chance to rise. And even among nobles, no one can beat the insane bloodline of Ebenholz. Of course, being the sword of the Empire is a given. I'm just saying it wouldn't hurt to live well along the way. But saying such things aloud would obviously be a problem. Tiana's childhood dream was to become the Night Order commander, but now it had changed to becoming a decent millionaire. It was a future entirely achievable if she worked hard for just 10 years as a knight. I arrived at the scene of the incident with Julian. It was a mansion in a wealthy neighborhood of the Empire. The police controlling the scene approached us. You've arrived. A middle-aged detective gave a polite salute. Julian spoke. Please lead the way. Yes, right this way. We followed the officer guiding us into the mansion. It's a bit messy. The scene was a secret chamber in the basement of the mansion. On the walls hung torture devices of unknown origin, and on the floor, dried bloodstains were clearly visible. It was obvious what had happened here. The dead bastard had twisted hobbies. The body was found in this basement. I know the outline of this case. The victim was one of the many noble scum in the Empire who absolutely deserved to die. However, regardless of his crimes, the murder of a noble is considered one of the most heinous crimes under imperial law. And hunting down noble murderers is one of the top priorities for imperial knights. Let's take a look. Before regression, I had failed to catch the culprit. Because I was a worthless vermin. Honestly, I still don't know. Twitch. The virus beneath my left collarbone reacted faintly. A twitch ran between my brows. Is it Isenheim? The scene has been well preserved. Julian looked around and muttered. With gloved hands, he began picking up items around the room. But there's no clue. I searched for evidence too. The Isenheim race operates in tightly compartmentalized cell-like structure, and they are extremely sensitive and adept at concealing their identity. But no matter how perfectly they disguise themselves, they can't erase the unique traces they leave behind. Maximilian, did you find anything? Julian suddenly asked. I turned my gaze to him. These footprints. I pointed to the faint footprint on the floor. Judging by the size, it seems to be that of a child. It appears so in shape. But appearances can't be trusted. They are alien beings. We don't even know if they experience time the same way we do. I see. Julian nodded. Quite the interesting case for your first mission. Do your best, Maximilian. He suddenly removed his gloves and raised his eyebrows at me. You mean on my own? Was he like this before regression too? I could not recall the details clearly. It was too long ago, and at that time, I neither had the ability nor the will to properly handle such an incident. Of course. It's a good opportunity to test the assistant's capability, isn't it? Julian left just like that. He casually climbed the stairs and soon disappeared from sight. What the? Left alone, I looked around the underground prison again. Then, in one corner, I noticed an old sketchbook. It was the one Julian had briefly stared at for a few seconds earlier. I picked it up. Every page was filled with twisted drawings. One particular section caught my attention. A painting of a park. From it, a trace was detected. Found it. The virus inside me reacted violently. The residual energy unique to the Eisenheim race. It was a distress signal sent by one Eisenheim to another. Detective. Yes. Where is the nearest park from here? The creature is hiding there. And the person I remember as Julian is probably. Julian arrived at a secluded park. He moved deep into the forest behind an old fountain and discovered a small shelter made of wood. It was a hideout children had patched together on their own. He carefully peered inside. A small figure was crouched down. A child trembling in fear. So, it's you. Julian's voice was low and gentle. The child lifted his head. He looked no older than 12, maybe 13 at most. A pale face, eyes filled with terror. It's all right. I won't ask you anything. His duty as a knight and his compassion for the child were in conflict. Julian was a knight who defended the empire, but he knew better than anyone how corrupt and rotten the noble society was. There were far too many maggot-like nobles in this world. Come here. He slowly extended his hand. It's all right. The child hesitated for a moment, then finally grasped Julian's hand with his small one. Feeling the fragile touch, Julian clenched his teeth. The child slowly stepped out. Now. It was then. Rustle. A sound of footsteps came from afar. Julian instinctively hid the child behind his back. From the shadow of the woods, a man suddenly appeared. His face, shrouded in darkness, was faintly illuminated by the eerie blue moonlight. Julian spoke his name. Maximilian. Maximilian Albrecht Ebenholz. The man known as Max glanced alternately between Julian and the child, then nodded. Yes, Sir Julian. You may simply call me Max if you prefer. Julian showed no expression, but his mind was racing. Was he being tailed? No, that was impossible. His perimeter vigilance had been perfect. That fledgling knight didn't have the skills to deceive his senses. There was only one conclusion. I underestimated him far too much. Max said nothing. Indifferent and cold. His transparent, ice-like pupils were fixed on the child. Julian felt heat crawl up his spine. But that silence lasted only for a moment. A soft smile spread across Max's lips. The victim was a real piece of shit. Old Essent. His infamy was quite well known around here. You've already looked into it? The police told me. Max approached the child. A worthless human scum who committed unspeakable acts. Even if this incident hadn't happened today, I probably would have wanted to kill him myself someday. Still smiling gently, Max bent down to meet the child's eye level. Was it you who killed him? He asked the child. The child's entire body was covered in dried blood. It wouldn't be hard to identify the real culprit if one analyzed the traces of mana. Tell us the truth. We can help you. Then the child looked up at Max's eyes filled with both innocence and fragility, the kind that stirred a sense of protection. Yes, that person. The child's voice trembled and stopped. You don't need to say any more. Max instead brought his lips close to the child's ear and whispered something softly. But the child gave no response. Only his lips trembled faintly. The next moment Max's hand moved like lightning. Whoosh! The air split. The rising blade traced a straight line across the child's neck. Julian's body stiffened. Unconsciously, his hand went to the hilt at his waist. That instant felt like an eternity. Should he draw his sword to block it? It was already too late. His hesitation made him too slow. The child collapsed without even a final scream, and red blood gushed from the small body. A surge of blood from the frail frame formed a pale stream. Sir Julian. Max returned to that same indifferent expression. Under imperial law, noble's murder is subject to immediate execution, regardless of reason. Even if the noble was a total bastard. Julian's lips twitched slightly. He roughly wiped the child's blood from his cheek. Right. He tried to maintain composure, but a note in his voice trembled. He forcefully suppressed the swirling emotions rising within him. Couldn't we have arrested him and interrogated him? Julian asked instead. Max looked down at the child's corpse and pulled out a cloth. He wiped the blood from his dirted blade. The evidence remains in the corpse anyway. More importantly, Max's response was calm. Who knows if creatures like this might grow up to become monsters no one can handle. Julian smiled gently and thought. This bastard, he's a fucking psycho. Julian preserved the scene of the immediate execution. The beheaded child's corpse was left alone in the park, and the virus inside my body secretly absorbed a small part of him. I didn't know the exact principle, but I felt that my mana core had slightly grown larger. I looked at Julian. His composed face suggested he had intended to let the child go. He was a man who, both then and now, always pondered over what was right. Click. Click. Before I knew it, a few reporters rushed in and took photos of the scene. Julian didn't particularly try to stop them. Good work. The detailed results will come from the forensics team. Loyalty. TL note is the word used when giving a salute in the Korean military to a superior officer, which can be translated as loyalty or allegiance. The police pushed back the reporters and retrieved the body, leaving only Julian and me behind. We seemed to be gauging each other's thoughts, but there was no real way to avoid this. A chilly wind blew on this night. A back alley where the lights of the capital did not reach. We walked side by side along a road where the gas lamps flickered faintly. You did a good job on your first day. Julian broke the awkward silence. Yes, thanks to you. Julian was a pure imperial. Shining blonde hair and sharp golden eyes. Every one of his gestures reeked of nobility, down to the bone. That was why he became my instructor, and, honestly, he was my spiritual mentor. Before his strength, I realized my own weakness. That's why I once harbored petty jealousy. Julian was a man who had everything I did not. How do you feel? For a first mission, it must have been rather bland. I'm fine. It was manageable. Yet Julian was a man too noble for this rotten empire. And the empire had no need for Julian either. One day, I had watched as he was sentenced to death. Having lost everything, he looked at me with a full smile and said, "Max, I would have rather died by your hand." Good work. Julian spoke, breaking my recollection. You'll need to attend the committee tomorrow. Immediate judgments go through post-review, as you know, right? I would likely undergo an internal investigation. It would be a bit annoying, but it would probably end in a day or two. Yes, I don't mind. By the time I arrived at the Night Order headquarters, it was already dawn. I returned to the office and wrote up a report. Using the memories from before my regression, I documented the course of events in a sound and proper format. The final paragraph of the report read as follows. As the circumstances of the suspect murdering a noble were clear, an immediate judgment was carried out on the spot in accordance with imperial law. A knight is a prosecutor, a judge, and an executioner all in one. It means they hold a status that allows them to get away with accidentally killing a few commoners under the pretense of self-defense. Of course, since the empire was a strict bureaucracy, even an immediate judgment required a post-review process. That morning, the day I submitted my report to the higher-ups, I was summoned to appear before the review committee. It was a cold and static space. Across the table sat two high-ranking knights. One was a woman with a sharp impression, and the other was a man with a blunt expression. The report is well written, the woman said as she placed the file on the table with a tap. According to forensics, the victim's blood and mana residue were clearly detected on the body of the child you executed. With evidence like this, there's no need to infer any other circumstances. She closed the file. Then, resting her chin on her hand, she stared at me. It was a probing gaze. However, you've already killed 2 people. You weren't this kind of character at Empire Point. I was a professor back then, didn't we see each other a few times? Yes, I remember. Her name was Audrea von Hardenberg. There's no way I wouldn't know. Though she now sat before me as a high-ranking knight, behind that facade she was a defector of the Empire. Codename, Blue Owl. A noble-born spy who had served as a core executive of the revolutionary forces for decades. To me, she was more dangerous than the Empire itself. Probably, the same went for her. Because one day, I will sever your head. You might be referred to the grand jury. There was a report filed. A report. Yes. You killed a 15-year-old and an 11-year-old, didn't you? Audrea faintly smiled. It's a perfect headline for the press to bite on. Cold-blooded Ebenholt's excessive suppression. Those bastards always claim the pen is mightier than the sword, yet they don't give a fuck about the weight behind the words they write. She pointed a finger at me. Of course, if you want, we can vary it. The grand jury's just a formality dash. No. I rejected it. There's no reason to bury a just act. Please proceed with the formal process. Audria's eyes widened slightly. All right. I'll let you know once the schedule is set. The male knight, who had remained silent until then, smirked. Aren't you curious? Who reported you? In principle, the identity of a whistleblower should be confidential. But in the Empire, such principles are never upheld. It was this guy. He slid a photo and a document across the table toward me. Name, Alphonse von Stoffen. Born into a reputable family, yet willingly descended into the lower ranks alongside the pen. A journalist who exposed the Empire's corruption. I see. Someone you know? I hid my expression. I didn't know him. Even in these grim times, there were still people who pursued what was right. Some of them held a pen, and some held a sword. But their righteousness, in the end, was never truly right. For the justice they believed in led the world to ruin. No, it's a name I'm hearing for the first time. I rose from my seat. Then, just as I was about to leave, a voice drifted over to me. I'm curious. Audria looked at me with her chin resting on her hand as she spoke. Her voice was languid, but hidden within it was a sharp blade. At least, that's how it felt to me. What will Ebenholz do to him? It was a testing remark. Before answering, what came to my mind was my father. Sebastian. The revolutionary forces respected my father. They severed his head and hung it from the central road, but even that was an expression of reverence. It was an act born out of fear, an attempt to forget what terrified them. Sebastian risked his life to uphold his convictions. Conviction was a value that important. Suppressing a man's belief through force is not the Ebenholz way. A petty man who sways in pursuit of his own gain will eventually disappear, buried in disgrace and filth. However, one who has lived his whole life upholding his beliefs, even if an enemy, deserves respect. Audria's gaze wavered slightly. With just a single call to Enzi, Alphonse could be found dead by tomorrow morning. Maybe Alphonse himself was prepared for such an end. And so, those annoying bastards called martyrs are born again. I'm curious. What is the Ebenholz way? To let them find out for themselves. Killing Alphonse would only worsen my image. It would only raise Audria's suspicions. In every way, it was a losing equation. For my sake, I must thoroughly calculate profit and loss. At the very least, I had to be perceived as a rational noble. A few lines scribbled by some reporter won't change anything. The Empire's society isn't so soft that it can be dyed with ink. I looked at Audria. I executed the criminal who murdered a noble on the spot. No matter how much the pen is swung, that fact does not change. I stood up. There was nothing more for me to do here. Well then, I'll be going. As soon as I left the night order, I immediately got in a car. The destination was a nearby autopsy room. Imperial Eton Forensic Institute. A space reeking of disinfectant. I opened the door to one of the autopsy rooms. A small figure covered with a white cloth lay on a steel table. The medical examiner took off his gloves and turned to face me. What were the autopsy results? Yes. As expected, it is a demi-human. Isenheim. I'm not sure. Could be Edlum or a mixed-blood Alina. The subject is too young for a clear distinction to be made. The examiner, with graying hair, removed his mask. Deep fatigue lined his face like wrinkles. It's definitely not of Aryan descent. Based on the unusual mana reaction detected in the body. Aryan is, strictly speaking, not a race. It's a term used by Imperials to refer to themselves in a superior tone. So you're saying it's indeterminate? Yes. Usually, subjects this young haven't fully manifested their racial traits. Still, the structure of the mana circuit is clearly that of a demi-human. At some point, the Empire stopped calling them a race. It was a brand marking them as inferior to humans. A mechanism to socially and academically justify the Empire's discriminatory policies. You've achieved great merit on your first mission. Congratulations, Sir Maximilian. The examiner offered a customary compliment. I lifted my head and looked at him. At the word congratulations, I unknowingly clenched my jaw. The examiner flinched and stepped back. I merely fulfilled the duty assigned to me as a knight. There is no reason for congratulations. Yes. The examiner gave an awkward cough. I turned and left the autopsy room. What's with the kid? So intense. After the night had gone, the examiner was honestly taken aback. Maximilian Ebenholz. A young knight, barely 20 years old. Public opinion mostly labeled him as timid and incompetent, with some going so far as to call him a tainted bloodline that tarnished the Ebenholz name. But after all, blood is blood. He actually resembled Sebastian in his younger days. A blade-like presence, quite far from the rumors. Well, a soft guy wouldn't kill a kid like this. The examiner shifted his gaze to the dead child. The severed neck had been clumsily stitched with thick wire. He stared at the child in silence, then let out a sigh without realizing it. Yes, the child had killed a noble. But the child's body was filled with unspeakable wounds likely inflicted by that very noble. Sometimes, I wonder if this is really the right path. 40 years had passed since he began serving the Empire as a loyal examiner. He had performed his duties with as much transparency as possible, but perhaps he had grown old now. Sympathy and pity welled up from deep within. Rest well. The next life will be kinder to you. He gently closed the child's eyes with his hand. Then he placed the body in the freezer and turned off the light. Starting the next day, I began moving busily. It was for the first time in my life to become independent. In the past, I always felt a suffocating pressure at the main house, but I never thought of leaving it. I believed that if I ran away from that place, I would forever escape my father's eyes. I was a moron. First, I checked my personal account. There was more money than I expected. How is there this much? $18.7 million. That's about 7 to 8 years of salary for an average night. It was probably a legal gift. Most likely an inheritance left by my late mother and a formal deposit from the family to commemorate my coming of age. While my father had no interest in me, he wasn't someone who would ignore the family's dignity. The more money, the better, and now it was even more so. To change the future, I needed much more money. I currently lacked power, and money is a part of power. Even as an Ebenholz, money wasn't infinite. Compared to the other pillars, it was rather limited. The greatest advantage of regression. My greatest weapon is information. So I would leave half of the account for investment purposes and use the remaining half to buy a house. Decision made. I drove straight to a real estate agency. Imperial Brokerage Office R. Welcome. The manager, who had been eating lunch inside the office, hurriedly stood up. I looked around at the maps of the capital that covered the walls. What brings you here? I'm here to purchase a house. I wanted a mansion not far from the Sentinel Night Order headquarters. Among the options were apartments and mansions, but I needed a place of my own where I wouldn't have to share space with anyone. Ah, I see. Von Kleinschmidt Street. That area looks best. I pointed to a part of the map with my finger. Imperial Capital Arcadia 3rd District, Von Kleinschmidt Street, number 13. It had a very good location overlooking the Ypsilon River of the Empire. Because of that, properties rarely came up for sale in the area, but due to recent policy changes in the Empire, there must be someone looking to sell. There are no properties in that area. But he said there weren't any. There was a suspicious stench in the way he said it. No properties? I intentionally spoke less. I glared at the manager and asked again. Could you check again? The manager scanned me once more. Though I was in casual clothes, my fashion was at the forefront of the Empire. Even if he didn't recognize the face of someone named Maximilian, he would recognize the luxury brand Geronimo. HM. There is a property that recently came up for urgent sale. Show it to me. Yes. It's a mansion right in that area, but here's a photo taken recently. The agent trailed off as he pulled out a photo of a mansion. The windows were broken, and part of the wall was damaged. It showed signs of considerable violence. I immediately understood. The owner of this house likely wasn't a pure imperial, and they must have committed a very minor offense. Recently, the Empire's racial policies had been growing increasingly severe. The blade was now even aimed at descendants of foreign origins who had been naturalized and loyal to the Empire for generations. In particular, the Marin, a bloodline of wealthy merchants, became the main targets. The newly emerging power group, the Imperial Guard, especially coveted their assets. As you can see, there's a lot that needs fixing. That's fine. I'll buy it. The agent brushed his hair back, looking flustered. Where's the homeowner? The agent glanced at my face and let out a deep sigh. Technically, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but this mansion is in a bit of a complicated situation. A complicated situation? There's someone who claims they already have seizure rights over the property. As expected. I gave a faint smile. Who is it? That. Someone called Viscount Rodriguez? He's with the Imperial Guard. At that moment, my temple throbbed. It was a name I knew. This is Rodriguez. Nice to meet you, Knight Maximilian. A high-ranking officer of the Imperial Guard I had met once before regression. He was a bastard who had clawed his way up by looting property through all kinds of means. I see. Yes. If you can, I'd suggest avoiding Dash. The agent still hadn't recognized my face. He hadn't even asked for my name. He probably assumed I was some wealthy noble's child because of the expensive clothes. Perhaps you should come back another to Dash. Listen carefully. My name is Maximilian Ebenholz. What? Max Evan. Eh? The manager's eyes, nose, and mouth opened wide like a full moon. In the imperial capital Arcadia, the name Ebenholz was nearly untouchable. At the very least, despicable low-born nobles who covet other people's property wouldn't even dare look. I'm also a new knight of the Sentinel Knight Order. Rodriguez was a filthy scum. Most of the Imperial Guard were. Maggots obsessed with the Emperor who only hastened the Empire's downfall. He had to be cut down while the root was still small. Knights uphold public order in the Empire. But the phrase has seizure rights doesn't make sense no matter how I look at it. I'll have to find out what happened. One of a knight's duties is to maintain public order in the Empire. That bastard is the one disturbing the Empire's order, so let's see if I can turn this into a merit of mine. But you must never reveal my name. This is a kind of undercover. Cockroaches hide when people come near. Yes, Rodriguez was exactly like a cockroach. Viscount Rodriguez was a noble who had recently been drawing considerable attention in the Empire. Originally from a frontier family, he had captured a high-ranking officer of the rebel force, revolutionary forces a few years ago. For that merit, he was selected into the Emperor's Imperial Guard and entered the central political scene, where he began to fully demonstrate his specialty. He tracked the financial flows of foreign-born capitalists, those who were not pure Aaron, within the Empire and uncovered tax evasion and illegal activities. He turned non-issues into issues. The Imperial Guard wanted that, and Rodriguez advanced along the fast track to success. The mansion? Rodriguez asked without really reading the report handed to him by his butler. His office was filled with expensive works of art he had either seized or bought at throwaway prices. Yes, someone has expressed interest in purchasing the mansion on Von Kleinschmidt Street. Who? According to what I heard from the broker, just some noble offspring. It was a mansion in a prime location. Rodriguez had already set things in motion because it caught his eye. The original owner, a Marin merchant, had been falsely accused of funding rebels and was now practically a living corpse. All that remained was to swallow it legally. Any detailed information on the buyer? It seems they didn't ask that far, but judging by the fact that they're looking for a house near the Knight Order, they appear to be a new knight from the provinces. Haven't there been initiation ceremonies at various knight orders recently? Sentinel, Lotus Dash. Ridiculous. Rodriguez snorted. Of course, knight orders still had prestige in the Empire. But that was just outward honor. Before long, actual power would shift to the Imperial Guard. That was the Emperor's intent from the start. If the knight orders were the sword of the Empire, then the Imperial Guard was the one who wielded that sword. That Merlin or Mulane fellow, is he still hanging in there? Yes. He hasn't confessed. The owner of the mansion, the Marin entrepreneur Merlin. His listing of the mansion with the agency was nothing more than a procedural formality forced by Rodriguez's pressure. No one would try to buy this house. The price would naturally collapse. Then it would be passed to a prearranged auction and bought at a bargain. This week's schedule is packed. I'll deal with it next week. Do you plan to go yourself? The butler asked, sounding puzzled. It was rare for the Viscount to personally involve himself in such minor matters. I should. He's a knight, isn't he? No harm in establishing a face-to-face relationship. And if the conflict escalates too much, it could become troublesome. I'll go in person and persuade him reasonably. Yes. Understood. Then please rest well. The butler left. Rodriguez poured a glass full of red wine. His eyes, staring at the swirling liquid, turned crimson. Suddenly, a smile spread across his lips. It seemed this would be quite an enjoyable matter. The meeting was set for next week. There was no need to rush. Rodriguez owed me time, and on that day, I would make sure to collect. Anyway, are all these people my instructors? Today was a day for receiving a gift. In the grand training hall of Ebenholz, 10 swordsmen were lined up. These were the new swordsmanship instructors I had asked Sebastian for. Not all of them. You just need to choose one among them. Enzi smiled brightly. I swept my gaze across their faces. Each one radiated the aura of a powerful fighter. They are carefully selected candidates who pass through an examination process. They've cleared both the document screening and live evaluation. 9 out of the 10 were people I recognized. 7 of the 9 were former knights who had once shown excessive loyalty to the Empire, and the other 2 were faces I had seen far too often in the social section of the newspapers before regression. Enemies of the Empire, Revolutionary Forces officers. Those 2 were dangerous individuals I should avoid getting close to right now. The remaining 7 were the kind of people I had no desire to get close to either. Naturally, my eyes turned to the one person left. A face I was seeing for the first time. My memory wasn't particularly good, but I had an unusually sharp recollection for faces. It had to be that way. I had spent quite a long time on the run, forced to remember and distinguish countless faces. She wore a simple training uniform and stood empty-handed, without even a sword. She seemed far removed from the flashy careers or intimidating presence of the other candidates. Her gender was female, but she wore a robe over her head. Her appearance beneath the hood was unremarkable. In fact, deep wrinkles were etched across her face. What is your name? An old man or a child encountered on the battlefield is dangerous. Similarly, in a gathering of strong people, the one no one knows is often the strongest. Freya. I decided to choose her. The training ground, now empty after all the other candidates had left. I stood facing Instructor Freya. What's the method of instruction? What do you mean, the method? I just teach. Freya immediately cut her words short. A low and calm voice, but somehow drawn out as if annoyed. However, she had been selected by Sebastian and verified by Enzi. There was no need to doubt her skill. First, a test. I'll see how much you know about the sword. She picked up a tree branch from the corner of the training ground. I'll use this branch. You try to cut it with your sword. Yes. I gripped a training longsword, taking stance while aiming at Freya. She looked as if she was standing there without care, but I couldn't sense a single opening. I stepped forward. Thwack. The moment I charged, her branch struck my wrist with perfect precision. The stinging pain nearly made me drop my sword. You're too straightforward. Try to be a bit more cunning. I gripped the sword again. I faked a frontal charge, then added a double fake pretending to dive in from the right, aiming for her lower body. Thwack. The result was the same. This time it was my shoulder. The joint that got hit by the branch burned like it was seared. Again. Yes. This time I charged with my body crouched. I extended my sword at the closest possible distance. Freya swung the branch in a straight line. Fwang! A burst of air erupted as if the air itself exploded. It wasn't just the stopping power of a branch. My body flew like it had been hit by shrapnel. Thud. I fell flat on the ground. Again. Get up. I repeated the process. Tack. Got hit in the side. The dull impact made it hard to breathe. Tack. Got struck on the forehead. My vision spun for a moment. Tack. Got hit in the chest. A mark formed on my collarbone. You okay? I was starting to get heated. I was being toyed with. And yet, Freya was still standing in the same spot. She hadn't moved even a single step. Annoyance surged. Doubt started creeping in. But it wasn't dissatisfaction with Freya. I must not be the kind of trash that blames others anymore. My shortcomings are mine alone. Draw up your mana. You won't be able to deal with the spare-bodied. I clenched my teeth. Mana. Yes, mana. I need mana. I closed my eyes, focused my consciousness inward. I sensed the faint tremors of particles flowing through my veins, controlled the subtle currents, circulated mana throughout my body. And then, suddenly a path opened. A new channel broke open in the circuit. A stream of mana rushed through and touched something inside my body. Its destination was virus. The mana core that had regressed with me. 2 different properties of mana clumped together there. Black and blue intertwined, forming a single color. Tick-tock. It resonated with me. The ticking hand echoed through my soul. At the same time, the world slowed down. I dashed forward immediately. suddenly activated super acceleration. Kicking off the ground, I reached right in front of Freya. Just like I had cut down the Isenheim, I swung my sword at the branch. Slice. The branch was cleanly cut, but her pupils moved. Her eyes tracked my speed. At that moment, I felt a strange thrill. This woman, she's the real deal. Tick-tock. The world returned to normal. The acceleration had been far too brief. Thud. Unable to control the speed, I slammed straight into the wall, and Freya looked at the severed tip of the branch with a surprised expression. Oh my. A sword is a brush. And you're the painter. You're drawing in the air with your sword. I stood face to face with my master in the training ground. Now the real lessons were beginning. After I cut the branch, Freya had become a bit more serious. When you paint a landscape or a still life, how do you draw it? I've never drawn. Do you just imagine it? No, right? Usually, you look at the subject and draw it. Swordsmanship is the same. You look at your opponent and respond accordingly. But if you stop at that point, you're nothing more than a mass-produced artist. Do you know why? That's because you don't have a fixed image in your heart. An image and a conviction are the most important things for a swordsman. In fact, they're the most important things for any human. The image of your sword must be Ebenholt's, right? I've heard there is a secret sword passed down in the family. My father had also used that secret sword. However, the secret sword technique and the secret sword are strictly different. The secret sword is a miracle closer to magic, while the secret sword technique is literally the pure art of the sword. In other words, the method of moving the body and deploying the sword. That's right. From what I can see, you're following the orthodox way of Ebenholt's. That's correct. It couldn't be helped. From the beginning, the only thing I had seen, heard, and learned was Ebenholt's, so the foundation of me as a swordsman was Ebenholtz-style longswordsmanship. It was a method that didn't suit me. I never even thought it was a good fit. Freya must have recognized that about me too. Ebenholtz uses a long sword. Fundamentally, it's a swordsmanship style only possible because your family's bloodline has such sturdy bodies. Ebenholtz truly wields the sword as if painting a picture, but to do that, immense strength and physical ability are required. Yes, I know that it doesn't suit me. Now is the time to let go of Ebenholtz. I was ready to walk my own path. I want to move away from Ebenholt's sword. That's the reason I hired you. Freya furrowed her brow. Moron. What? She looked at me as if I was pathetic. From what I can see, you were born with a body more suited to Ebenholt's sword than any of your ancestors. You're even more suitable than your father. What? Sebastian doesn't use a long sword. Sebastian did not use a long sword. The standard for Ebenholtz-style longswordsmanship is a total length of 1.6 meters. However, he held a flat blade of just about 1 meter. Aside from that, the rest was in line with Ebenholtz, but at the very least, it wasn't the standard. Listen carefully, kid. From what I see, you are the purest form of Ebenholtz. You might even be the last remaining Ebenholtz. The last remaining Ebenholtz. That phrase sent chills down my spine. You can't run away, and you shouldn't. You're Ebenholtz, so where is there for you to run to? Your body proves it, so you just need to walk the path your family laid out. From now on, listen carefully. This is a theory lecture. Freya raised her fingers. The swordsmanship of the Empire is largely divided into 3 major streams. Of course, other kingdoms have their own schools, but the roots lie in these 3 archetypes. Honestly, I wasn't very interested in the origin or history of swordsmanship. The first is the stream called Leo, a strong and straightforward sword style. It mainly uses great swords or long swords wielded with both hands and emphasizes overpowering the opponent. Your family, Ebenholtz, is based on this Leo. Leo, a name taken from the lion. An ancient sword style I had heard of before. The second is a movement called Aquila, fast and sharp like an eagle. It uses light and keen longswords or rapiers and breaks into the opponent's openings with speed and precision. Most light sword styles are based on this Aquila. Freya looked at me steadily. The last is Serpens, flexible and unpredictable like a snake. They often use dual swords or curved blades, even irregular weapons like whip swords, so the details vary depending on who teaches it. Suddenly, there was mana in her gaze. I felt an intuition as if she could see through my bones, muscles, and mana flow. You were born with the strength of a lion. I blinked and asked again. Me? I was slightly taken aback. I'd grown sick of hearing things like weak, talentless, disgrace to Ebenholz, pushover, prideful, low self-esteem, yet her expression was serious. Just look at your body. I hit you with that branch dozens of times, but you don't even have a single bruise. And even after moving at that speed, there's no sign of muscle rupture or mana reflux. By my standards, you shouldn't be standing upright right now. I unconsciously examined my body. Just as she said, there were no marks at all on the wrist, shoulder, or side where I had been struck. Not even muscle soreness or stiffness. Now that you mention it, you're right. Certainly, compared to before regression, I had changed noticeably. But why? Was it simply because I became younger? Or, suddenly, I recalled the thing writhing beneath my heart. The mana core. A fragment of the dimensional devourer that had now become a part of me. Instructor Freya was mistaking the alien mana core for my talent. Starting today, once a week, I will teach you the sword of Ebenholz. She was quite a strange person. Someone not even of the Ebenholz line, trying to teach the sword of Ebenholz to the rightful heir. No, perhaps she was a branch of Ebenholz, considering that Sebastian had deliberately chosen her. Well then, next dash. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. An alarm rang from the bag in the corner of the training ground. It was the timer Freya had set. 3 hours are up. Today's lesson is over. Good work. She dusted off her hands and then leapt up in one motion. Like a cat, she vaulted over the wall and disappeared somewhere. Seriously. Left alone in the training ground, I was speechless. A whiskey bar, dimly lit but stylishly decorated. With a glass of expensive liquor in front of her, Freya sat lost in deep thought. The moments from earlier flickered before her eyes like an afterimage. The young knight who had charged into her. In an instant, he had crossed 5 or 6 paces and dared to break into her territory. That little Ebenholz had hair and eyes so brightly yellow he resembled lightning. His movement was outside the bounds of common sense, as if defying time itself. Freya sat in the creaky chair, silently gazing at her whiskey glass. Super acceleration. Maximilian's sudden burst of speed couldn't be explained in many ways. First of all, it's impossible to reach that kind of velocity using just physical strength. Human muscles and bones cannot withstand such speed. Therefore, precise mana control to act as a buffer is essential. Only by wrapping muscle fibers in mana, protecting the joints, and absorbing the recoil from movement can such a feat be possible. However, Maximilian had taken no such measures. In that case, what was that bizarre speed? Was it part of the secret technique passed down through the Ebenholz family? Or perhaps a congenital unique physique possessed only by that little Ebenholz? Countless hypotheses flashed through her mind, but the conclusion was already determined. He was born with the most refined body in all of Ebenholz. He had just been crushed under his own cowardly personality. She had thought the lineage of Ebenholz had reached its peak with Sebastian, but apparently there was still one more step left. Freya took a sip of whiskey. It tastes good. This is why I like the capital. Either way, it didn't matter. Maximilian was completely different from the general assessment of him being weak. At the very least, he wasn't someone weak. Rather, he possessed an unpredictably dangerous potential, but so what? All she cared about was getting paid. Hey, bartender. Give me another of that 1933 Mexico bottle. She had earned $1 million for just 3 hours of instruction. Sebastian was indeed a generous man. The Night Order headquarters was abuzz with the belatedly spreading news. The new recruit Maximilian had killed a child. Of course, the child was a suspect in the murder of a noble, but the deceased noble had a terribly bad reputation. In fact, he was someone who deserved to die 100 times over. Several media outlets in the Empire latched onto that part of the story. Strange. The Sentinel Night Order's physical training room. The new recruit Leon thought about Max as he wiped down a training wooden sword. He wasn't someone who stood out. That had been the case since their days at the Knight Military Academy, Empire Point. There were distinct factions there, and Max had enough backing to appoint himself a leader if he wanted to. Nevertheless, he didn't belong to any faction. Nor did he create one. At first, Leon had thought something like, he must hate even being associated with idiots. That wasn't it. Max was unexpectedly soft. But that didn't mean he gave off a purely gentle impression either. He didn't try to trample others, but he extremely disliked being disregarded or having his pride wounded. In a way, he was a very ordinary, small-minded man. It may sound strange to say, but he was one of those many nobles who didn't seem noble in this empire. 12 years old. 3 years younger than the last time. Leon's sparring partner, Tiana, mumbled as she swung her sword with a flick. Maybe madness was hiding behind his weakness. You know how people like that lose it once they snap. Leon wiped his sweat and chuckled softly. A peculiar interest lingered on his gentle face. Max did seem a little crazy sometimes. He wasn't quick to anger, but the type who bottled things up inside until one day he exploded and lost it. Still, Max is ahead of us. I'm jealous. Jealous? The media is going nuts right now. At Leon's words, Tiana tossed her towel. There was no need to kill. These days, reporters are sharper than ever. He probably just got over Rieger on his first day. He's probably regretting it now. Maybe. I'm telling you, he is. The two of them left the training ground while drinking water. If we had done it, the higher-ups would have freaked out, right? But because it's Ebenholz, oh loyalty. Loyalty. As they were climbing the hallway stairs, they ran into senior knights. The two quickly saluted. Oh, good work. You two are Tiana and Leon, right? Yes, that's correct. It was Chiron and Julian. Chiron had a snake-like sinister impression, and the handsome Julian beside him, like a model, was Max's direct senior. Julian and Max bore a slight resemblance to each other. Julian gave the two of them a nod. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. The senior knights entered the underground sparring arena, and the two went up to the first floor. Just then, they saw Max standing in front of the elevator. Max. Heard the news. Congrats. Leon approached in an overly cheerful tone. Max only nodded slightly. Yeah. Where you going? Just as the elevator doors opened, Max stepped in and replied. Called to the Deputy Commander's office. Knock knock. I knocked on the door to Deputy Knight Commander Anton's office. Soon, a voice from inside told me to come in. When I opened the door, Anton was sitting in his office chair. He smiled warmly when he saw me. Good to see you, new recruit Maximilian. Loyalty. Come in. I walked over and stood in front of his desk. You resolved quite a major incident in your first week. He tapped a few newspapers laid out on his desk with his finger. The headlines were sharply divided. The rising star of Ebenholz delivers judgment to a heinous criminal. A cold-blooded knight who raised his blade to a child. Excessive force controversy. Was the noble killer really a child? Lack of transparency in the investigation process. There are many who doubt us. Even what we saw with our own eyes, they claim is fabricated. Many media outlets were hostile toward the Knight Order. Before my regression, I also loathed them, but behind that animosity was the Emperor's manipulation. A public opinion campaign to shift the center of power from the Knight Order to the Imperial Guard. The grand jury has also been confirmed. I heard you didn't refuse the review. Yes. The grand jury was scheduled for next month. Anton gave a bitter smile. Maximilian. I know the burden that rests on your shoulders. The name Ebenholz shines too brightly. The weight of your family, the world's expectations, those things crush a person. But there's no need to push yourself too hard. Even if you move just one step a day, you'll reach your destination. I looked at Anton. He was a self-made man. Though he came from a fallen noble family, nearly indistinguishable from a commoner, he had reached this position solely through skill. Yes, I'll engrave that deeply in my heart. Anton Zephyrin was a compassionate man. A clear good man. One who leaned neither toward the Empire nor the Revolution, simply trying to walk the right path. But in an age when the signs of war grow stronger, there is no place for people like Anton. He is certainly someone worthy of respect, but he does not suit the position of Deputy Knight Commander. As a reward, your knight budget will be increased by $50,000 per year. Every knight was given a specific annual activity budget. New recruits were given a base of $300,000, and veteran knights, with accumulated results, could handle up to $2 to $3 million, or even more. Knights use this budget to cover the cost of hiring informants, conducting missions, and other operational expenses. Thank you, Deputy Knight Commander. Is there anything else you want to say? No. I'm fine. Then you may go. Loyalty. I backed out of the Deputy Commander's office, retraced my steps, and took the elevator down to the second floor. At that moment, Max. Someone called my name. I turned to look. There were knights of noble birth. About 5 or 6 of them, all part of Chiron's faction. The very people who had destroyed Anton and taken over the Knight Order before the regression. Max, what did the Deputy Knight Commander say? Tell us. Yeah, did he say anything special? Like, related to Ebenholz or something? They were wary of me. More precisely, they were afraid of a possible alliance between Anton and the Ebenholz family. Anton's only weakness was his origin and background. Max, did that old man Anton say anything weird to you, like Dash? Max, you should tell us what you heard in there, Dash. Hey, Max. You remember we drank together there, right? I can arrange another round, Dash. Max, hey Max, yo Max. The way they kept tossing around my name so freely made me sick to my stomach. Max? I cut them off coldly and asked back. When did I ever give you permission to call me that? Huh. I must become the most loyal person in the Empire. To exterminate an entire alien race, I absolutely must. However, that doesn't mean I want to side with these scumbags rotting the Empire from within. That would only turn the lesser evil I chose back into the worst. My name is Maximilian, and this is not Empire Point where we used to hang around so carelessly. The so-called knights were briefly speechless. Please be mindful of how you address me from now on. Before seniority, we are all knights here. I passed them and headed toward my office. Old memories briefly surfaced. The time I was treated like a pushover, a foolish noble. I should have realized it sooner. Even now, those bastards still called me like I was some mutt they owned, but you are not the same as me. I am not the same as you. I am the son of Sebastian and the firstborn heir of Ebenholz. You and I were different from the moment we were born, and what Freya said was true. I should never have tried to escape from Ebenholz. Because I am Ebenholz itself. And I now stand in a position where I can do what I must do. How does a knight's day begin, and how are missions carried out? I had completed my first mission with my direct superior Julian, but a superior was only just that, a superior. All tasks in the Sentinel Knight Order were systematically managed through the central computer's mission management system. Click. I turned on the office computer. The interface screen appeared. Sentinel Mission Management System. On one side of the screen, countless incidents reported in real time from across the Empire continued to pop up like alerts. Ding, 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 ding. Monster appearances, rebel activity, heinous crimes, unsolved cases, the types varied widely. The incidents were ranked according to their severity and urgency. These numerous missions were assigned to individual knights according to a specific algorithm. The top consideration was expertise. Past mission records, training performance, personal specialties, all such data served as the criteria for assessing this expertise. For example, a knight who had focused on subduing monsters, or one specialized in agent assassination and espionage, would be preferentially recommended related missions. Of course, since they were only recommendations, one could reject them if desired, and not every mission found a perfect match. For general incidents where it was hard to determine specialization, knights could also choose and apply for missions directly from the list. Thus, for new recruits, it was a process of discovering their area of expertise. Click. I clicked on the wanted criminals list among the mission options. The screen was filled with mugshots of criminals with vicious expressions, accompanied by red warning messages. I skimmed through their codenames. Suddenly, one called Braineater caught my eye, a grotesque serial killer who was said to have devoured only the heads of imperial citizens. The attached crime scene photos were horrific. The victims' bodies all had their upper necks so badly damaged they were unrecognizable. The cross-sections were shredded as if torn apart by a wild beast. Hold on. Suddenly, the last image of Jacob flashed through my mind. Hey dash. His jaw stretching past human limits, splitting up to his ears. The sharp teeth squirming inside, charged with mana. Who is this, Lexi, you say is coming to offer you a heart? I had asked Jacob that, and in a rage, he revealed his true form. Was Lexi really that precious to him? But the child I killed in the park was different. Just before I cut the child's throat, I had whispered something. I know who you are. Are you still waiting for Lexi? The child showed no sign of agitation. He only looked at me with a faint smile, never revealing his true identity. He died maintaining the form of a weak child. It was to protect his kind. Lexi. I muttered quietly. Jacob hadn't reacted to me understanding an alien language. It was hearing the name Lexi, a fellow of his kind, that made him lose control. They prioritize keeping the existence of their kind hidden from humans above all else, even to the point of willingly accepting death. But differences in personality and emotion clearly existed between individuals. Jacob, in particular, seemed to treasure a specific individual named Lexi. Perhaps by Eisenheim standards, he was extremely weak. That's why he responded to provocation, revealed his true form, and died at my hands. Brain Eater. I turned my eyes back to the Brain Eater on the screen. Sentinel Night Order Mission Management System. Night Rank, 0-year Maximilian von Ebenholz. Mission Code, C-077. Mission Type, Wanted Criminal Pursuit and Elimination. Do you wish to accept the following mission? Target, Brain Eater, unidentified. Accept mission, decline mission. I clicked accept. I looked up information on the Brain Eater on the computer. Brain Eater. Incident Occurrence Log. 1. March 9th, 1037. 2. July 3rd, 1037. 3. August 5th, 1037. The creature had killed a total of 8 Imperial citizens so far, and the most recent case was 3 days ago. If it was 3 days ago, that's the day I killed that young Eisenheim. Quite the amusing coincidence. For now, let's move. I got up from my seat and left the office. In the first-floor lobby, I ran into Julian, who looked like he had just returned from a mission. His armor was still splattered with wet green blood, and Tiana stood beside him. Julian is a senior knight. He can bring along any knight he wants for his missions. He had been my instructor, but this time he hadn't chosen me. Where are you headed, Max? Julian asked indifferently. I've taken on a separate mission. He tilted his head slightly. May I ask what kind of mission? It's the Brain Eater. At my answer, Julian's eyebrows twitched subtly. He would also be well aware of the Brain Eater. Why bother? There's a reason such old missions stay unsolved. Knights have records of missions taken and failed. Most want to avoid having failure marks. It affects their career. That mission is too difficult for a rookie. I'll be fine. If you need support, speak up at any time. I will. After that short conversation, Julian boarded the elevator. On the other hand, Tiana seemed to have something to say to me. Hey, do you even know what the Brain Eater is? I do. There had been 8 victims over the past 3 years. In the next year, he would devour 4 more. Before the regression, the Brain Eater operated within the Empire for a while, then vanished suddenly and remained a permanent cold case. For 3 years. I know Tiana. She's the daughter of a minor noble family. Before the regression, her family was destroyed in a political struggle, and Tiana herself became a fugitive. I owed her a small debt. The family that crushed hers was Ebenholz. Fine. Whatever. Do as you like. Tiana passed by me. I left the Night Order headquarters. I got in a car and headed to the scene. The location of the Brain Eater's last crime was a secluded back alley in the capital. A narrow alley strewn with trash, the walls of old buildings covered in chaotic, unknown graffiti. Sir Knight, you're here. Yes. The scene itself is like this. The deepest part. Beyond the police cordon set up by the Imperial Police, there were still bloodstains not yet cleaned up. Twitch. As I neared the scene, the black fragment inside my body reacted. It had sensed the scent of its own kind. As expected, doubt turned into certainty. This bastard is also an Eisenheim. I tapped the black thing near my collarbone and spoke. Remember this well. We'll need to track this trail, ugh. Suddenly, the virus moved. It yanked me forward, and my body collapsed onto the ground. Thunk. My face hit the asphalt. Filthy grime and dirt clung to me. But the virus was moving. It slowly absorbed the young energy waves embedded in this blood. Strange sensations seeped into my mind. Sir Knight? Are you all right? The detective asked in confusion. It's nothing. I quickly picked myself up. Thump thump. I felt the virus's heartbeat. This thing wanted to tell me something. All right. Where is it? Go ahead and show me. I was more than willing to listen. After all, we were bound together by fate now. I moved, using the faint energy waves emitted by the virus as my compass. The location was in front of a classic mansion in one of the traditional noble residential areas of the capital. Here, I asked as I looked up at the spacious mansion, 6 stories tall. The virus twitched. According to it, the Brain Eater was inside. But this place. Only nobles can live here. An Eisenheim is a noble of the empire. Is that even possible? It's not impossible. In the end, status and origin are just paper and ink, always subject to fabrication. Still, I couldn't make a reckless move. The Brain Eater had killed 8 people without leaving a single trace of evidence. That's how meticulous he was. And the important question was whether I could actually defeat him. Jacob was young and inexperienced. The child in the park willingly accepted death. It was essentially suicide. If this Brain Eater was the Lexi Jacob spoke of, I would need to be extremely careful. Confirmed. The location was already identified, so there was no need to rush. What I needed now was the strength to definitively kill the Eisenheims. To gain that strength, I needed that person. Freya. She was a far better instructor than I had expected. She might even become my master. No, I hoped she would become my master. I closed my eyes. I steadied my breathing. With each inhale and exhale, the mana within my body pulsed. It was the unique mana breathing method passed down through the Ebenholz family for generations. I had been trained in this way of breathing since I was 3 years old. Now, I don't even consciously think about how it's done. Just as breathing is a natural act, I simply breathe the way I was taught. This is fundamentally different from modern mana breathing methodologies, which draw external mana into the body and circulate it. Ebenholz doesn't care about the outside. It focuses solely on refining internal mana to be purer, cleaner, and denser. It's extremely advantageous in terms of environment. The wealthy, who grew up drinking elixirs or spirit pills like water, and were surrounded by machines like mana training rooms or mana respirators from a young age, have no need to pull mana from outside. They only need to make use of what's already accumulated inside them, a very aristocratic approach. Of course, Ebenholz's rivals criticize it as outdated. It's classic. The person who became my instructor called it classical. There's a mysterious subtlety to Ebenholz's breathing. That's why it can only be fully mastered in childhood, and if you miss that window, you can't learn it. Also, it costs a hell of a lot. I'd say just the medicinal ingredients poured into your body alone probably cost at least 50 million. Cost performance-wise, it's the worst, but cost isn't an issue. While others aim for 100 efficiency with a cost of 100, Ebenholz aims for 130 efficiency with a cost of 5,000. Because they know very well what that difference of 30 means. I wiped away my sweat and opened my eyes. But why do you know so much about the Ebenholz family? Teachers are supposed to know a lot. She shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Now, draw your sword. Mana breathing was merely the warm-up. The instructor extended a long sword to me. The width of the blade was similar to a standard sword, but its total length reached 1.6 meters. It was the long sword of the Ebenholz family. The sword of Ebenholz is, at its core, a noble sword. It seeks not brute force, but a flowing grace. That's why it favors slashing. I gripped the sword. I assumed the standard posture from the Ebenholz manual. Just like the manual. But your body's too stiff. Don't keep your back so rigid. Hold the sword as comfortably as possible. What do you think a noble is? Why are you bringing up nobles now? Because Ebenholz wields the most aristocratic sword of all. You clueless fool. Pay me more money. I let my body relax. My instructor furrowed her brows. No, that looks pitiful. What do you want me to do then? Think about it. Do nobles always stand upright? Like an angry cat? No, right? But do they slump around like beggars? Also no. Suddenly, I thought of my father, Sebastian. He was formal but not rigid, firm but not stubborn. He was relaxed but never lazy, dignified but not arrogant. He was someone in whom contradictory traits existed in perfect balance. If the soul had weight, his would be tempered to an immeasurable heaviness. A man of high refinement. A true noble. Could I become someone like that too? I am his child. Whether I like it or not, I am a seed of Ebenholz, the son of Sebastian. Blood is thicker than water, and genetics cannot be denied. Ebenholz, which I once struggled to escape from, has come back to me. Quietly, I relaxed the grip on the sword in my hand. I maintained just enough strength not to lose hold. I let my shoulders and elbows soften, but kept the weight of the blade concentrated at the tip. Yeah, that's it. Your frame and posture are good, so the form comes alive. And just because it's a long sword doesn't mean you have to grip it with both hands. Only if you can control it perfectly. I lowered my left hand and gripped the long sword with just my right. The heavy weight reverberated through my entire arm. Now swing it. Don't think about anything else, just focus on executing a single perfect slash. I swung the sword with all my strength. Swash! The long sword sliced through the air with a sharp sound. I put my whole body into that single slash. Freya said. Moron. What now? I told you to swing it. Focusing only on the perfect slash. That took way too much effort. Of course it takes effort to make it perfect. TSK. You don't get it. She shook her head. Can't be helped. Keep repeating it. Until you can swing it at least 10,000 times a day. That's the Ebenholt's first movement. How the hell am I supposed to do 10,000 a day? My arms will fall off. If you're using that much force, of course you can't. Keep your mindset clear. Like a real noble, not a fake one. Make one perfect slash through tens of thousands of attempts. What are you staring at? I said do it, damn it. Whoosh. I swung the sword for now. Whoosh. I thrust the long sword into the air. Every time the blade moved forward, I felt like I was being pulled along with it. From before, this long sword of Ebenholt's was fucking uselessly long. Whoosh. I was soon out of breath. Ha ha ha. My heart hurt. Every muscle in my body screamed like it was about to tear apart. Around the 300th swing, I collapsed to my knees. Get up. The instructor grabbed my arm and pulled me to my feet. HM. She touched various parts of my body, then chuckled under her breath. Indeed. You recover quickly. I frowned, but in truth, the fatigue and pain vanished not long after. My body felt light again. It was probably due to the effect of the manicure. Thanks, I guess. Homework. Until you can roughly swing 10,000 times, there's no next lesson. Yes, understood. This person is strange. It feels like she's freeloading blatantly, but it doesn't seem half-assed. Ding-ling-ling-ling. The lesson end alarm rang as usual. Freya asked, Got any plans for today? Yes. I have a real estate appointment. I'm planning to rest for a bit before going. Really? You have a lot of money. I'm envious. Well then. I'll be heading out first. I tried to go outside, but she blocked the training room door. What now? Don't kids these days offer any tokens of appreciation to their teachers? What? She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Show some proper respect for your teacher, damn it. You already get money from my father. Are you a papa's boy? You should have your own sense of standards. I took out my wallet from the inside pocket of my coat. I handed her a few bills. Her face scrunched up. I pulled out 3 more bills. It got a little better, but her expression still had creases. I just gave her everything in the wallet. All right. Good job, rest well now. Her smile lit up. Crazy bitch. The final years of the Empire. A dark and decadent secret chamber. SSSSSS. Expensive incense and unidentified drugs mingled like smoke, drifting thickly through the air. Liquor dripped between entangled naked bodies. Cackling faces gasped for breath as they exchanged filthy jokes. All throughout the space, draped in red velvet, forbidden pleasures burned hotly. Through that sticky and disgusting air, Rodriguez walked out. At the time, he was the owner of the chamber, and he held out a goblet inlaid with amethyst, grinning servilely. The glass held a drug of strange color. Young master of the great Ebenholt's family. Just one glass of this, and all the worries of the world disappear. Young master. That word rings clear, as if it were just last night. This is my past. A single day among the countless meaningless days I wasted before the regression. The me who was a moron. I opened my eyes. I quickly sat up. I had a filthy dream. Back then, Rodriguez was there. No, it wasn't just Rodriguez. Countless bastards from the Imperial Guard, who called themselves the Emperor's dogs, were there too. The corruption and depravity of the ruling class. It was one of the many reasons for the Empire's downfall. I swept my hair back. Refreshing. The dream was unpleasant, but my body felt astonishingly refreshed. A mere 30-minute nap had completely restored my energy. Was this also thanks to the manicure? I got up and dressed in civilian clothes. I threw on whatever clothes I could grab. It was time to find a new residence. Royal District 3, the wealthy von Kleinschmidt Street mansion. There were many people there. 2 members of the Imperial Guard under Rodriguez were sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa. The homeowner, Armin, was nearly wedged between them, and behind them stood 6 or 7 subordinates. "Mr. Armin, you should relax your face a bit." One of the subordinates crossed his legs and spoke. A forced smile twitched across Armin's lips. "Just say what you came to say. You see this, right?" They tapped the Imperial Guard emblem on their chests. These days in the capital, being a member of the Emperor's Imperial Guard was more powerful than social status or origin. At least, that's what they believed. But, my ass. Does this bastard really want to lose his head? To pay the amount you demanded? Shut your mouth. The nominal tax the Imperial Guard had imposed on Armin, essentially what they demanded he cough up, was more than he could cover even if he sold off all his remaining assets at full price. But Rodriguez wasn't even allowing him to sell this mansion. You still don't get it. You think we're here to do some kind of business transaction? Just consider this your life insurance payment, all right. Knock knock. Just then, a knock rang out. Armin flinched. One of the Imperial Guards grinned. "Do well. Open the door." Yes. The youngest approached and opened the door. On the other side stood a man. He wore a neatly pressed uniform, but his overgrown hair and lingering baby fat showed his youth. Step. The man entered and sat down in the drawing room. "Nice to meet you." He only greeted the homeowner. He didn't spare a glance for the Imperial Guards beside him. He didn't even offer his name. "Yes. Nice to meet you. As I mentioned previously, I like this house. Though it's a bit run down in places, that actually suits my taste. It means I can renovate it however I want." Pfft. One of the Imperial Guards chuckled at the young man speaking so freely. The homeowner's face darkened. Watching their reactions, the homeowner cautiously spoke. "Actually, I'm sorry to say this, but I already made a prior agreement to someone else." "Yes, I heard. I'll offer you double what they did." An Imperial Guard interrupted. "Hey, didn't you hear there's a prior agreement?" The man calmly looked at the guard. Then he turned back to Armin and asked, "Who is this person?" That is. Well, it doesn't matter. Then I'll also pay compensation to the person you promised it to." "What, is this brat deaf or something?" Thud. One of the men stomped on the floor with his military boots, his face twisted into a vicious scowl. "You should read the room." "It's not about reading the room. I heard the news too. Isn't this property going up for auction anyway if I don't buy it? That's why I'm offering to pay double. It wouldn't be right for some random guy to snatch up a place with such a good location." "Random guy? Is this son of a bitch for real?" Just as the atmosphere was about to turn violent, the scheduled performance began. Stop. The front door opened, and Rodriguez made a late appearance. At that moment, the subordinates all stood in formation and saluted in unison. It was a sequence meant to intimidate. Rodriguez sat down next to the homeowner and spoke. "I apologize. It seems my men have been disrespectful to the young knight." "Yes, they were indeed rude." Rodriguez let out a small laugh. "Pleased to meet you. I am Rodriguez, a major of the Imperial Guard." The man stared at him silently. He was probably surprised by his rank. Rodriguez, pleased, continued speaking. "As a major of the Imperial Guard, I already negotiated with Mr. Armin, the owner of this house. There are various circumstances involved that I can't fully explain, which is why I came to you directly to ask for your understanding." "Is that true, Mr. Armin?" the man asked Armin. Rodriguez glanced at the homeowner for a moment. "Yes," Armin replied in a barely audible voice. "It's true." Rodriguez bowed his head, suppressing a smile. Instead, he pulled out a cigar from his inner pocket and placed it in his mouth. "I'm sorry for making you come all this way. Would you care for a smoke?" The man looked at the homeowner. His gaze then flowed back to Rodriguez. It was as if he was dissecting his face with his eyes. Not only that, he looked at his shoes, his clothes, even his accessories. "You look like someone who wouldn't even have money to pay gift tax if someone gave it to you for free." Rodriguez's brow twitched for a moment. "You'd better watch your mouth." The man chuckled faintly without replying. It was clearly mockery. Is this bastard really crazy? The subordinates behind Rodriguez reacted first. Rodriguez raised a hand to stop them, and the man pulled out a checkbook. He scribbled a signature and handed it to the homeowner. "I don't care what kind of deal you made. I'm buying this house." Huh. A vein bulged on Rodriguez's temple. A hollow laugh spread across his lips. He struggled to suppress his anger, while the homeowner, Armin, looked down at the young man's check. What's the reason? There's nothing good about getting into a conflict with the Imperial Guard. As Rodriguez posed the question like a threat, the homeowner's eyes slowly widened. He had read a certain name written on the check. Because I liked it. In truth, he hadn't even properly checked out the inside of the house. It just felt like bullshit. What these bastards were doing, it was just fucking bullshit. I don't care what kind of promise you made with the owner. I don't give a fuck. Bastards like Rodriguez ran wild during the Empire's final years. A country like that deserved to fall. Edmund blamed himself for the world's destruction, but it was the Empire itself that had doomed it. The true culprits were scum like these, who rotted the Empire from within. My. Rodriguez, still trying to act composed, put down his cigar. For a young man, how pitiful dash. Maximilian Albrecht von Ebenholz? A voice called out a name, cutting through the room. It was the homeowner. He stared at the check with trembling eyes, while Rodriguez's expression turned cold and stiff. The man, Maximilian, looked into his opponent's eyes again. I'm buying this house. So dash. Tap. Tap. He tapped the table with his fingers a couple of times, as if shooing away a dog. Know your place and get the hell out. Rodriguez's face flushed with anger and humiliation. He clenched his trembling lips tightly. But he didn't go any further. He couldn't say a single word, because he had already heard the name Ebenholz. All the armed men exited, leaving the mansion empty. I looked at the homeowner. You've taken good care of the house. Armin's shoulders flinched. I understood. The person he now had to deal with had changed from Rodriguez to Ebenholz. It was certainly not a better situation. Yes. It's a house I've lived in since my father's time, for quite a long while. It's far too good a place to be filled with filth. I leaned forward and looked into his eyes as I spoke. Take this money and leave the capital tonight. Tap. I placed my finger on the check lying on the table. Staying here any longer won't bring anything good. Somewhere in the south, where the climate is mild, would be best. Marang should be decent. The South had taken relatively less damage from both the winds of revolution and the Empire's tyranny. That's right now. I urged the homeowner. He swallowed dryly, then stood and bowed deeply before heading off to pack. I watched his back for a moment, then quietly picked up my terminal. I dialed a familiar number. The call connected before it had even rung a few times. Yes, sir. Hey, Enzi. Enzi is the finest butler. Also the best adjutant I know. I need a favor. What kind of favor, sir? Enzi's tone turned serious. You know a guy named Rodriguez, right? Yes. An Imperial Guard officer who came up from the east last quarter. Enzi was always well-versed in this kind of information. I had a run-in with him. Turns out he had sunk his claws into the house I was trying to buy. Oh dear. Were you able to complete the purchase safely? Yeah. I bought it. I offered the original owner double the market price. Yes. The master will be pleased. There was a faint trace of amusement in Enzi's voice. Sebastian would not see this as waste. Rather, he would be satisfied, viewing it as a moment of bold initiative. If you want it, take it. No matter who stands in your way, don't be concerned. You still don't understand the weight of your name. In this empire, no one is more entitled than you. What I want, I take. What I want to destroy, I destroy. That is the other side of Ebenholz. But the thing is, I can already tell what those bastards are going to do. Yes, I would expect as much. The homeowner might not be pure imperial, but still, if someone I did business with ends up in trouble, that reflects poorly on me, doesn't it? Of course. Rodriguez. Before the regression, he became an officer in the Imperial Guard. A moron who got executed by the revolutionary forces after trafficking drugs and liquor. Enzi, you know too, right? He's stupid, weak, evil, slow, and more than anything. These days, the Imperial Guard bastards are really overstepping their bounds. Overstepping. I just can't stand that. Letting things slide is fine. That's what I used to delude myself into thinking before the regression. There was even a time I hung around with those Imperial Guard bastards because the knights looked down on me. I should have crushed them. Help me just this once. I won't be asking for this kind of favor again. Enzi, after all, is ultimately my father's man. Since I've chosen to start over, I need people of my own now. Yes. Understood. Good. I ended the call. Enzi is Sebastian's right hand and the first commoner to approach the heart of Ebenholz. He's a monster who fulfills orders by any means necessary. All I have to do is wait. Dark night. An old car was racing frantically along a dim road on the outskirts of the capital. It was Armin and his family fleeing from the capital. They're coming. Rodriguez's masked subordinates stared at them from within the forest. The major gave the order. The most trusted member among them raised his hand. Multiple pairs of eyes gleamed as they tracked the movement of the car. Lowlifes like them can't make fools of us and leave safely. A fishy smile spread across their lips. Erase them without a trace. They were to be erased as if they had never existed in the first place. Get ready. They crouched, preparing to leap. And the moment the vehicle rounded the corner and came into view. Go. They sprang forward. Dust exploded from the ground beneath their forceful strides. In an instant, they surrounded the car, stabbing their swords into the tires and piercing the hood to destroy the engine. Screech! The car came to a shrieking halt. Inside were Armin, his wife, and their 3 terrified children. Kill them all. The children screamed, and Armin desperately pleaded for his children to be spared. The more he begged, the more their faces twisted into mocking sneers. Crunch! Just as they tore open the car door and were about to thrust their blades inside. Why-ish. An arrow sliced through the night. The sharp steel lodged deep into one man's neck. As they turned, figures in pitch-black uniforms quietly emerged. What the? They were already surrounded. It had happened in an instant. They reflexively raised their swords in defense, but the killing intent touched their skin. Their arms and legs trembled involuntarily. From the mana radiating from them, the difference in class was overwhelming. Who are you people? There was no response. Only a single man stepped forward like a ghost from among them. Slender, long eyes. He appeared gentle, but there was something chilling in his demeanor. A cool voice sank like fog. There is a message. The dagger in his hand glinted coldly under the moonlight. Just one sentence. Suddenly, his narrow eyes curved like a crescent moon. Do not overstep your bounds. That was the signal. Numerous blades gleamed coldly. The clash of steel tore through the silence, but only briefly. Soon, screams erupted as flesh and blood were torn apart with wet, squelching sounds. Enzi butchered Rodriguez's subordinates. It was a massacre. Steward. Major Rodriguez himself is not among them. I know. He's a man who never had the guts anyway. Enzi checked on Armin's condition. His 3 children and wife had fainted, but fortunately, none of them had sustained life-threatening injuries. The car is wrecked. Armin could only swallow dryly. Words wouldn't come out. Even thoughts stopped. It felt like the folds of his brain were tangled together. Enzi gave a bright smile. Please don't be too alarmed. This is a small token of gratitude from Knight Maximilian for letting us use your lovely mansion. As he said that, he glanced over the scattered corpses. As you can see, the dim-witted ones don't let go of their attachments so easily. They try to vent their frustration somehow. Thank you. I'll gladly pass it along. A new car will arrive shortly, so please leave in that. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, bloody foam gushed from the ground. One of them had survived by sheer luck. Armin flinched in fear. Don't worry too much. I left him alive on purpose. The message must be delivered, after all. It was both a threat and a warning. The interpretation was simple. Leave the capital and live like you're already dead. It was practically an intelligence test. The smarter one was, the more appropriately they would act to preserve their life. The more foolish they were, the more they would refuse to let go. Well then, I'll be going. Enzi signaled his subordinates. They melted into the darkness of the night. With the next step, Enzi too disappeared without a trace. In the middle of the pile of corpses, Armin sat down blankly in a daze. The next morning, when I arrived at the night order for work, there was a delivery sitting on my office desk. I opened the envelope, and the contents were as follows. To the esteemed Imperial Judiciary. Indictment. 1. Complainant. Name, Giovanni von Rodriguez. 2. Accused. Name, Maximilian von Ebenholz. 3. Purpose of accusation. We accuse the accused, Maximilian von Ebenholz, of charges of murder and incitement of illegal armed activity, and request a thorough investigation and punishment in accordance with the laws and justice of the Empire. 4. Details of accusation. On March 17, Imperial year 1038, the accused mobilized an unidentified armed force and brutally murdered the complainant's loyal subordinates, Jutenville, Cassio Varon, Tennyson, and 7 others, a total of 10 people, on the outskirts of the capital, Arcadia. This is a clear act of murder and a grave crime involving the abuse of private armed force in disregard of the Empire's legal order. Such incitement by the accused not only severely damages the dignity of an imperial knight, but also constitutes a blatant challenge to the authority of the Imperial Guard, who enforce the law in the name of His Majesty the Emperor, and therefore cannot be overlooked. Thus, the complainant strongly urges the imperial judiciary to swiftly and fairly uncover the truth of this incident and to deliver severe punishment befitting the crime. 5. Evidence. Map and photographs of the crime scene, submitted separately. List of victims' identities, submitted separately. Complainant, Giovanni von Rodriguez, signature. Rodriguez had accused me. The charge was that I had murdered his subordinates. Huh. A sneer escaped. Does this country bumpkin really know that little about the world? Before the regression, this kind of moron had become an officer in the Imperial Guard and wielded all sorts of power as a close aide to the Emperor. He was proof of just how rotten the Empire had become at that time. Of course, he must have made his own calculations. Even Ebenholz had political enemies. Immediately, there's Kandel, who competes for the Emperor's trust, and Zetz, the Empire's richest man. Relations with both are strained. Since the Imperial Guard maintains close ties with the Kandel family, if he aligns himself with them and sways public opinion, perhaps he could at least trip up Ebenholz. Such shallow thoughts. It was a delusion only possible for someone so ignorant of the power dynamics in the capital. I crumpled the indictment and threw it into the trash can. Even this much was likely calculated by Enzi. He could have ensured no evidence was left behind, but deliberately kept someone alive so that Rodriguez would fabricate his own justification. Farewell. This indictment would be the bastard's last will and testament, and I had more important matters to attend to than this kind of idiot. Employee interviews. I needed to find my own people. A knight may be the sword of the Empire, but alone he can do nothing. That's why modern knights are supported by many roles, secretaries, intelligence officers, aides, and so on. The secretary handles the knight's administrative tasks. Budget management, writing reports, securing supplies, scheduling, managing all the chores so that the knight can focus solely on his missions. The intelligence officer is an expert in gathering and analyzing all information related to a case and providing it to the knight. They serve as the knight's eyes and ears through crime scene analysis, suspect background checks, record searches, and more. However, what I sought went beyond that. The first piece of a private organization. I had always disliked factions, but now I had to build one. I needed talent. Not just people with exceptional skills, but those who could understand my will and follow it quietly. Such people usually don't come looking for me. I have to go find them. This gave me a great advantage. Because I am a regressor. Let's see. I activated the Knight Order's personal record system. On the outskirts of the capital Arcadia, in the Barry Hall street lined with modest buildings. Tucked into a corner was a small company with a barely visible sign. Veritas Trading. It was unclear what they bought or sold, but within this place resided the future chancellor who would one day single-handedly support the crumbling finances of the empire. I entered the company. Near the front counter sat a skinny man in his early 20s, wearing glasses. His name was Dieter Schmidt. I quietly watched him, buried in a pile of documents at his desk. Sensing a presence, he looked up. "May I help you?" He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and asked indifferently. His face was filled with exhaustion from paperwork and indifference toward the world. "Nice to meet you." Before the regression, Dieter had been a fiscal secretary of the empire. Although a pure imperial citizen, he had no other background or connections and entered the bureaucratic system solely through skill. He had managed the empire's collapsing finances with astonishing efficiency, single-handedly delaying the nation's default by 1 to 2 years. "I'm Maximilian of the Sentinel Knight Order." I came here to recruit such a man as my personal secretary. My organization will inevitably grow in scale, so I need the most capable person. Yes. Nice to meet you, Sir Maximilian. Dieter replied calmly. The revolutionary forces once considered him a rigid ideologue. Even up to the Empire's final collapse, he remained strangely fixated on his own duties. Maximilian Ebenholz. I said my full name while shaking his hand. It felt a little cheap, but this man was so dry and emotionless. Ah, I see. Even so, his response was lukewarm. He seemed completely unmoved by the name Ebenholz. I'm Dieter Schmidt, an employee of this company. It was certain. This man wouldn't take my hand even if I offered it. After all, he was the one who even refused the relentless courting of the new cabinet and allowed himself to be executed of his own volition. Calling it of his own volition sounds a bit odd. In any case, it felt strange to say, become my secretary, on the first meeting. May I ask what this is about? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a belly cautiously appeared from inside the office. I shifted my gaze from Dieter. Are you the president? Yes, that's right, but... I walked up to the president and took out my night ID. Nice to meet you. I'm Maximilian von Ebenholz. What? What? Ebenholz. The president's eyes widened instantly. I glanced briefly at Dieter. He had clearly stated he was part of this company, so the best way to acquire him was already decided. I've come to purchase this company. It's also the favorite method of the Imperial Guards. An acquisition beyond hostile, an outright forced merger. But I'm different from them. At the very least, I won't take it. I'll pay a fair price. Prepare the paperwork. It was convenient, too, since I needed a corporate entity. This is so sudden. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling this compa dash. No. I smiled faintly and extended my hand to the president. Don't be mistaken. This isn't a request. If there's one thing I have in common with those guard bastards, it's that the other party doesn't get the right to refuse. If you try to accommodate every single person, the world will collapse. The interior of the building was made of cold marble and sharp lines, and black uniformed personnel stood throughout the corridors, maintaining perfect posture without a hint of disorder. The soaring, empty hall felt so cold that even the air seemed frozen. This was the headquarters of the Imperial Royal Guard. HM. In the office of Lieutenant General Strassen of the Guard. Without lifting his eyes from the documents, he addressed Major Rodriguez, seated across from him. I heard the report, Rodriguez. You filed a complaint. Yes, sir. This is clearly a challenge to the authority of the Empire and His Majesty the Emperor. Rodriguez raised his voice as if pleading injustice. Strassen lifted an eyebrow. I know. I saw the scene myself. It would have been better if you had given me a heads up before filing it. Russell. He turned a page, still without taking his eyes off the paperwork. It was simply too much to tolerate. Formal Imperial Guard members were sacrificed. Ebenholz has been on a different path from us from the very beginning. We should take this opportunity to crush their arrogance. Well, I do understand. Ebenholz does. Strut around a bit too much. Strassen finally lifted his head. His pupils remained relatively dry, but Rodriguez, encouraged by his words, smiled. Yes, thank you. Then I'll contact Duke Candel and bring this matter into public debate. No, there's no need for that. The Lieutenant General cut Rodriguez off. He rose from his seat and walked toward the window, a faint smile appearing on his face. I'll handle it myself. Aren't you the rising superstar of the Guard? There's no need for you to bother with this kind of noise. The corner of Rodriguez's mouth twitched slightly. The praise of being called a superstar felt pleasing. These tedious conflicts are meant to be handled by people like us. That's why ranks like ours exist. Strassen lightly tapped the golden lion medal on his chest. You should focus on greater matters. Go and take a rest. Thank you, Your Excellency. Loyalty. Rodriguez gave a salute with a moved expression, then exited the office. Thud. The door closed. At that moment, the smile vanished from Strassen's face. Clicking his tongue, he reached for the communicator on his desk. Yes, Duke Candel. This is Lieutenant General Strassen. A voice of quiet deliberation descended as they began to discuss something in secret. Tick, tick. The second hand echoed quietly through the office. The president of Veritas Trading was sweating, glancing nervously at me. Beside him sat two other shareholders, a man and a woman who seemed to be his son and daughter. Their faces were stiff with tension. Now, all you need to do is stamp it. The president looked like he might burst into tears at any moment. They were probably thinking of this as exploitation or outright robbery. They might be half right. The payment is $4 million. It will be transferred immediately upon signing. What? All three of them opened their eyes wide at once. Their expressions were a mix of surprise and disbelief. $4 million? Yes. In cash. They exchanged glances, and the president wiped his forehead with a trembling hand. $4 million is certainly a large sum. Far more than the company's actual value. But this has been our family business, built up over my father's lifetime. I let out a small laugh. This made me think maybe those Imperial Guard bastards were right to just take it. Give them a place to sit and they'll lie down. No, let's not think like that. I mustn't become the same as them. Let go of those fairy tales and just stamp the papers quietly. I'm sure your father would want you to have a comfortable retirement. I looked at the president, then at his son and daughter in turn. Their faces looked no older than 22 or 23. You should also consider your children's future. I'll leave you an additional 1% share. Their stubbornness wouldn't help them, and persuasion was just a waste of my time. In the end, if the future doesn't change and the world ends, we're all going to die together anyway. After groaning for a while as if in pain, the president finally stamped the papers with a trembling hand. Here it is. Good. I received the contract and spoke to the president, whose face was now blank with defeat. Then, please hand over all operational information to Mr. Dieter Schmidt. Everything you knew as the owner. Yes. The president left with his children. Their slow, reluctant backs were a little pitiful, but well. Not bad. I sat in the now empty president's chair. It was shabby, but adequately furnished. Only 40 minutes away by car from the Sentinel Night Order headquarters, so not too far either. The year-ing. An alarm rang from the terminal in my pocket. June. The caller was June Candell. Just seeing the name made me sick. Old memories surged up like vomit. I frowned as I answered the call. Hello. It's been a while, Max. This is June Candell. June Candell was the direct heir of the Candell family. Candell stood as one of the Empire's pillars, rivaling Ebenholz. In simple terms, he was my rival. What is it? I heard something quite interesting. You had a clash with an officer from the Imperial Guard? As expected, Rodriguez had run straight to Candell to wag his tail. It wasn't a clash, more like some fly got annoying on my way. A soft laugh came through the receiver. I understand. However, it may be difficult for us to let this incident slide as if nothing happened. After all, former official Imperial Guard members were killed. There's been some talk even within the Guard. I see. So what, you bastard? This snake-tongued piece of shit always talks in circles with that slimy voice. Not even man enough to speak straight, this damn insect. Max. I heard you're eyeing the white porcelain of Igoros at this auction. White porcelain. White porcelain. You mean pottery? Why porcelain? I searched my memory briefly. Max. Are you listening? Throb. At that moment, the virus inside my body throbbed violently, and my vision suddenly shifted. Like a film rewinding, a scene from the past played vividly before my eyes. This is the white porcelain of Igoros. Starting bid is 3 million credits. Number 131 for million. Number 151, 4.1 million. Number 131 again, 4.5 million. Number 151 calls 5 million. The bidding war between 131 and 151 is fierce. That happened. The white porcelain of Igoros. It was an item rumored to improve virility if you drank water from it. Seems like you're interested after all. I understood June Candell's intention. Once, I had been passionate about collecting such useless artifacts, but now I had little interest. Yes, I am interested. It's a genuine antique that hasn't surfaced in a while. However, you need lines like this if you're going to let the other side feel like they've won. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend the auction this time. I've been quite busy with recent construction and all. I was essentially saying I'd hand over the porcelain, and June Candell gave a satisfied chuckle. Understood. A small gift will be delivered shortly. The deal was wrapped up in an instant. I had traded the porcelain for a small gift, and it was obvious what that gift would be. Then I'll be off. June Candel hung up. His voice is still irritating as hell. Porcelain or Rodriguez, none of that mattered right now. I was focused on the strange phenomenon that had just occurred. Even for a regressor, it's difficult to remember every little detail from decades ago. And yet, the memory of that old auction resurfaced just now as vividly as if it had happened yesterday. The cause was probably, was it you? I placed my hand on my collarbone. No doubt, this virus fragment had revived my memory. If so, let me recall more detailed memories. I closed my eyes. Inside my mind, in the dust-covered drawers of memory, things I had seen in passing at some point. Especially, I focused on recalling future knowledge that might be profitable. The southern mine, I heard it hasn't been doing well lately. Not even decent iron ore, let alone mana stones. Past memories unfolded before my eyes like a panorama. A decadent yet glamorous noble salon. A space filled with thick cigar smoke and the scent of expensive perfume. Starting a mana stone business in times like this is just stupidity. You'd be far better off investing in real estate in the capital. Indeed, our family also sold off most of our southern mine shares. It's like pouring water into a bottomless jar. It was a time when I mingled with noble circles, discussing business. A period when I was drifting on the outskirts of the Night Order, wasting my life. They'll probably go through full closure procedures in a few years. There's nothing left in that barren land now. TSK. Some people fall backward and still break their nose, while those damn Republic bastards just dig and mana stones pour outright. These nobles once declared that the South, once the cradle of mana stones, was finished. Because of that, I had sold off a mine I had bought in advance. But one day, out of nowhere, an article exploded into the news. The headline of that paper came back to me vividly. Unidentified mana wave detected in the Lomelton Mountain Range, Beston County, Hermes Province, Southern Region. Academic circles suggest possibility of discovering a large-scale mana stone vein. Found it. I opened my eyes. Hermes, Beston, Lomelton Mountain Range area. The mana stone mining industry involves massive upfront costs and high risk of failure, but when it hits, the profits are enormous. A classic case of high risk, high return. Anyway, the mining expenses would all be covered by Ebenholz. I quickly left the president's office and approached Dieter in the corner of the office. Mr. Dieter, did you hear? I've acquired this company. Yes. You're not one of those people who only serve the former president, are you, Dash? No. I'm an employee of this company. Good. As expected, Dieter was a hard man to read. From now on, you'll be given full authority over this company. At the same time, you'll also need to serve as my personal secretary. I almost thought Dieter's face brightened slightly. Maybe he's the kind who enjoys overwork. Here's your first assignment. We're going to purchase all the land around Beston County, Hermes, in the south. Quietly, without letting rumors spread. Dieter looked up at me and nodded. Yes, I'll get it done. Then he buried himself again in a mountain of paperwork. This man didn't even have a computer. That meant he was handling everything by hand. I'll get you a computer. Do you know how to use one? At that, he looked up again and replied. I'll learn. He pushed his rimless glasses up the bridge of his nose. All right. Good work. The more I looked at him, the more it became clear he was far stranger than the rumors suggested. The kind of eccentric who couldn't be judged by conventional standards, but perhaps that made him all the more trustworthy. Dieter Schmidt. You are my first secretary. Meanwhile, Rodriguez had just received good news. He stepped into the back garden of the Imperial Guard headquarters, brimming with confidence. There, Lieutenant General Strassen was waiting. Loyalty. Rodriguez saluted first. Strassen, dressed in civilian clothes, smiled. Have you heard? Yes, sir. I heard you came to a good agreement with Duke Kendall. Yes, we reached an agreement. Strassen nodded. Rodriguez's cheeks flushed red. That's a relief. I believe this incident will serve as another turning point for the Imperial Guard. We'll eliminate those archaic nobles who cling to power under the guise of tradition, and our guard will dash. We've decided to discard you. Take the lead in. Rodriguez's long-winded words were cut short, and his face froze. He tilted his head slightly, as if he'd misheard. Strassen let out a deep sigh. Rodriguez. I suppose you're too much of a bumpkin from the east to understand how things work. The lieutenant general stepped closer and tugged at Rodriguez's tie as he whispered. Ebenholz is a name you don't mess with, not even if it's just a newborn puppy bearing it. In an instant, men in uniform emerged from the shadows. They grabbed Rodriguez by both arms roughly. Why, Your Excellency? What is this dash? Sure, handle it quietly. My Excellency. Lord Strassen. What is this? What are you doing? My Excellency. Rodriguez screamed as he was dragged away. At some point, his mouth was gagged, and Strassen clicked his tongue and muttered, "Idiot." No matter how reckless he may be, Maximilian is the only son of Sebastian. He's a noble of such rank that a country bumpkin like Rodriguez shouldn't have even dared to look up at him. This is why bumpkins don't know their place. Strassen pulled a silver dental floss from his inner pocket and began to clean between his teeth. Escarque, escarque, escarque. Like scraping out food scraps, someone's neck was cut. The last day at the main residence. Enzi delivered the Candel family's small gift. It was a beanbag. When the zipper was opened, Rodriguez's face was inside. Yeah, confirmed. Yes. June Candel had recently acquired the porcelain at a relatively low price at the auction, and Rodriguez had been decapitated. Meaning his life was traded for a single piece of pottery. He was a pathetic man to begin with, but high-ranking nobles of the Empire evaluate human worth with far colder judgment. Enzi, did father say anything? I haven't reported it, but dash. Enzi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. I'm sure he knows. He'd probably be proud. But, young master, if this is for my father's sake, there's no need to go this far. Enzi seemed concerned about my sudden change. Before the regression, around this time, I had simply been going around exploring fine dining spots. No, I did this because I wanted to. It has nothing to do with father. I looked quietly at Rodriguez's closed eyes. A man who didn't know his place tried to stand as my equal. I handed the beanbag back to Enzi. Burn it. What about the moving preparations? All complete. Everything from the wooden sword I cherished since childhood, handmade by my mother, to the worn books, everything had been packed. My favorite sofa and bed had already been moved to the new mansion. Enzi had likely handled even the details I didn't mention. Enzi, before we leave, can I look through the Ebenholz armory? I was looking for a sword. I had to hunt down and crush the Brain Eater, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized that standing alone without the family support was reckless. I must use everything that's been given to me. Because there's an enemy we have no choice but to defeat. Of course. The entire armory belongs to you, young master. This way. Enzi opened the door. His gestures as he guided me were, as always, gentle. To be honest, I was more devastated when Enzi died than when my father's head was hung in the streets. I was a truly unfilial son. The arsenal of Ebenholz was like a small museum. The walls were lined with luxurious armors and swords used by previous heads of the family, arranged in chronological order, and there were many magical artifacts that could be called treasures. Among this countless array of arms, none belonged to me. I still lacked the skill and qualifications. I strolled slowly, looking around. Enzi was not by my side. Only direct bloodlines of Ebenholz were allowed to enter this place. Hey, do you happen to know anything? I spoke to the virus. Wriggle. There was an actual response. A subtle but distinct pulse. You understand well. Should I give it a name? Feeling the pull of the fragment, I walked deeper into the arsenal. Thump. My heart suddenly jolted. The reaction from the virus was intensely strong. Where? What is it? In a dusty corner of a weapons rack. A worn-out longsword lay scattered on the floor. It looked like some kind of antique. This? The blade was tightly wrapped in worn bandages, but judging by its 1.6-meter length, it was indeed an Ebenholz long sword. However, the blade was slightly thinner than a typical long sword, and it was closer to the form of a single-edged blade. I picked up the sword. The sensation in my hand felt oddly familiar. Don't know what it is, but I fastened the long sword to my waist. It clung to my back like a magnet. Normally, carrying around this kind of longsword would be a hassle, but at least that didn't seem to be a concern. I was about to leave just like that when I suddenly spotted a stack of elixirs beyond a glass case in one corner. Elixirs so rare that calling them precious would be an understatement were aging there. These were the things I used to drink like water as a child. Such elixirs have a particularly strong effect during growth periods. Whether the user has great talent or not, highly purified mana accumulates permanently in the immature bodies of infants. However, their effect is very minimal on adults. A fully developed body has lower compatibility with mana, so the purer the mana, the harder it is to retain, and thus it leaks out of the body. The Ebenholz breathing method was already designed to digest the purity accumulated in the body, and these elixirs were likely preparations for my son or daughter, descendants in the future. A son. A daughter. Could I ever have such a future? Now, I can't even imagine it. Thump. Suddenly, the virus twitched. That reaction sparked a thought. No way. Normally, elixirs show explosive effects only during the growth period before the age of 11. But what if that limitation didn't apply only to humans and could also be applied to the virus inside me? Are you still in your growth period? The virus gave no answer, but I opened the glass case. Grasping the mouth of an elixir, I popped the lid. Thump. Feeling the virus's pulse, I poured it into my mouth. Thump. After swallowing it all in one big gulp, I looked at my collarbone. The virus absorbed the elixir. The exact spot where it lurked flushed blue. I let out a hollow laugh. All right, let's try to live together. Remember this. If I die, you die too. The newly moved-in house was perfectly organized. The exterior, which Rodriguez had smashed, was fully repaired, and the interior was decorated in minimalist style to suit my tastes. Furniture was kept to a minimum, and the walls and floors were all in monotone marble texture. Outside, a state-of-the-art security system had been installed. Especially the backyard outdoor training ground was fortified to the level of a fortress with all kinds of magic circles. I stood at the center of the training ground, preparing to swing 10,000 times. So now I just show up to work here? Before I noticed, Freya had appeared. I flinched. How did she get in? Didn't you say you wouldn't report until I finished all 10,000 swings? Still, as an instructor, I should stop a student from doing something stupid. Don't tell me she's here to extort me again. I gripped the long sword wrapped in bandages with one hand. Oh, a new weapon. I'm jealous. Go ahead. Yes. Whoosh. I swung my arm. A simple horizontal slash. As I extended the sword, once. Then drew a diagonal line twice. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. I kept swinging dozens of times like that. Sweat poured down like rain. My chest felt like it was going to burst, but I didn't stop. I repeated the slashes through the pain of creaking joints. I only counted up to 573. Now, stop. I let the sword droop wordlessly. But I didn't let go. I know myself well. The moment I let go, I won't want to pick it up again. I'm that lazy of a bastard. Now try connecting the slashes. Connecting them? What the hell is she talking about now? I brushed back my sweat-soaked hair and furrowed my brow. Yes, like water flowing. The end of the first slash becomes the beginning of the second, and the second becomes the start of the third. Like one long breath. Freya picked up a twig and demonstrated. Whoosh whip whoosh. 3 strokes drawn as if painting a picture, flowing in one breath. This is called the flow of Ebenholz. Flow. I chewed on her words and resumed my stance. Whoosh. I unleashed a horizontal slash. At the moment when the sword's center of gravity reached its peak, I didn't release power. Instead, I used the centrifugal force to connect it into a second slash. Slosh. The blade crossed and tore through the air. At the end, I struck upward. 3 slashes were drawn into space, and then my wrist naturally twisted into the 4th strike. The sword flowed into the next stroke. The strength and stamina I used was less than 30% of before. I blinked blankly. That's it. My master looked at me and chuckled. It's not strength. It's not speed either. What's important is flow. The flow of strength, mana, and body. Connecting all of them as one. I nodded. Each slash was not an independent motion. They were part of a great wave, an unending current. Ebenholz was a noble sword that carried the flow forward. Try again. Yes. The moment I understood, the sword became shockingly light. There was no longer a need to swing the sword with strength. The rotation of the waist, the movement of the feet, even breathing, everything became a basic form for the flow. The sword moved like my own limbs, an extension of my will. Freya smiled, seemingly satisfied. Do you know what the real advantage of Ebenholt's swordsmanship is? You don't need to move much. The sword is very long. She was right. A long sword that reaches 1.6 meters has an overwhelming reach on its own. The moment some clumsy fool tries to rush into your range, their head will already be flying. All you have to do is elegantly swing your sword from your position. Just approaching you will be impossible. Freya stepped one pace closer to me and asked, "In that sense, Maximilian, what is a noble?" I let out a faint laugh between heavy breaths. We do not permit the lowly to approach. Right. Ebenholtz was the first to build their fence. There are many secret techniques made to be passed down only to the bloodline. They're as haughty as they are elegant and discreet. She picked up the twig again and spun it lightly up and down as she continued. For quite a long time, the lineage of the Iron Men continued within Ebenholtz. I thought your father, Sebastian, was the finished product. Freya looked at me with a curious gaze. Anyway, now do you understand why I called Ebenholtz a noble sword? Yes, I do understand, but it seems I still have much to learn. She nodded. Good. Become the real thing, Maximilian. At that moment, I unleashed a series of flowing strikes at Freya. She darted between the gaps of my sword strikes and slipped in instantly. KH! Her hand blade struck my solar plexus. My breath was knocked out. Get up. It was a strength of a different level, but I smiled as I got to my feet. Back in the day, this kind of training was damn boring. The reason was simple. Because I couldn't do it. Again. The better you are, the more fun it becomes. The worse you are, the less fun it is. Yes. Come at me. Now, I was enjoying it enough. Last night, I fell asleep amidst muscle pain that felt like my whole body was being torn apart. When I opened my eyes this morning, I felt completely refreshed. This too must be thanks to the manicure. As soon as I got up, I grabbed my car keys and left the house. While driving myself to the Night Order headquarters, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Should I hire a chauffeur? Just then, a call came in from Dieter on my personal device. It had only been a few days since I bought him a computer and a device, but it seemed he had already learned how to use them. Sir Knight, this is Dieter Schmidt. Yeah, I'm calling to report on the land acquisition in the southern district of Hermes. Go ahead. We've divided the area into 5 sectors and have started purchasing under different shell company names. To avoid raising suspicion from the mayor, we've intentionally varied the timing and price of the purchases. We've completed contracts for sectors 1 and 3, and we plan to proceed sequentially with the remaining areas so that our group, Veritas, ultimately secures full ownership. The total estimated acquisition cost is approximately $2.2 million. I listened quietly as I drove. Some of Dieter's sentences skipped in my mind. I didn't fully understand them. Thump. Suddenly, the virus pulsed and rewound Dieter's voice. We've started purchasing under different shell company names. To avoid suspicion from the mayor, we intentionally varied the timing and prices of the acquisitions. Currently, we've completed contracts for sectors 1 and 3. There's no need to go over things like that again. In any case, the virus clearly restores my memory. I can no longer forget anything I've seen or heard once. Proceed. Yes. Understood. It was at that moment. A loud alert suddenly blared from the device. It was an emergency alarm from the Sentinel Night Order. Eastern Jinan Autonomous Region large-scale protest outbreak. Local security forces may have difficulty controlling the situation, so any knights without assigned missions are to move to the site immediately and report the situation. The first official dispatch order had been issued. I searched my memory. The Jinan Autonomous Region was the powder keg of the Empire. Around this time of year, protests and disturbances like this always occurred. This is Knight Maximilian. I will deploy to Jinan. I responded through the terminal and turned the steering wheel. There are also autonomous regions within the Empire. Among them, Jinan is renowned as a vacation spot, a place where every imperial noble is expected to own at least one villa. But for that very reason, it also suffers most directly from the Empire's corruption. I arrived at St. Bridge in Jinan, the only bridge connecting the autonomous region and the Empire, spanning the deep river. What a mess. I looked at it from a distance, from inside the car. Repeal the unjust laws oppressing the autonomous region. Repeal the unjust laws. Noisy shouts. Protesters filled both sides of the bridge. Around this time of year, protests were frequent in Jinan. That's because, prior to being annexed by the empire, Jinan had been a democracy, a nation without a class system. Independence advocates who threaten public order get out. A clash between the independence faction advocating for Jinan's active self-governance and the imperial faction who want complete integration into the empire. If this conflict escalates to the extreme, it will lead to the historical movement known as the Spring of Jinan. Their desperate struggle, knowing they can never truly overcome the empire. Too many people will die, too many values will be destroyed. Fucking imperialists sucking on the empire's asshole. Bunch of flower-headed morons. Maybe when their heads get cracked open during protests, they'll finally come to their senses. I silently observed them. I had no particular reason to intervene. In such large-scale events, even I am nothing more than a baby whale among killer whales. For now, I merely scout, looking for those Eisenheim bastards hiding here and inciting unrest. They must be hiding, no doubt. I'll find them and kill them. Got it. I conveyed my hostility to the virus inside my body. You're no longer one of them, you're part of me now. Then it happened. Qua. Shit. An explosion suddenly erupted. Screams tore through the air as a storm of debris surged. Wreckage and embers scattered all across the bridge. Only then did I step out of the car. I walked toward the now chaotic bridge. Kaiwea. Waia. People screamed and ran in all directions, and I moved against the tide. Aia. AGH. I moved my hand to the sword at my waist, just in case. Kuka. Suddenly, I spotted someone at the far right end of the bridge, their ankle twisted. A young man. He had collapsed against the railing, and below him was the river. TRTRTRTRTRK. The heavily damaged bridge was on the verge of collapsing. Yet the man looked not to his own safety, but toward something else. No. Where his gaze landed, 3 children. Around 4 or 5 years old, crying. Dangling precariously from the shattered edge of the bridge, they looked like they might fall at any moment. No. The man reached out toward the children. I thought it was a useless gesture, but then something strange stirred beside him. Bright yellow and pure white. Particles that seemed like entangled sparks. My eyes widened. I suddenly remembered something Old Man Edmund once said before the regression. In the beginning, we held out somewhat thanks to the Yakan race. They had the power to resist the dimensional devourers. Yakan race. Some among them are born with special powers. Abilities known as special abilities or supernatural powers. Qua. In an instant, a second explosion erupted. A massive steel pillar of the bridge bent and collapsed toward the man. I released my sword. Swish. The bandages scattered like flower petals, and the long sword shot up. Swa. Flow. Dozens of curved lines painted the air. Graceful. Even I was surprised by the fluid elegance, and the pillar entangled in that flow was neatly sliced into small pieces. 30 minutes earlier. Repeal the unjust laws disrupting self-governance. Yen Novak, who had joined today's scheduled protest, was from the lower class of Jinan. His family had farmed, shined shoes, and made pottery in Jinan for generations, dating back to when it was an independent nation. Repeal. The eldest of 2 sons and 3 daughters, Yen grew up in the slums on the outskirts of Jinan. But he had never felt miserable about being poor. That was thanks to the harmony in his home. Repeal the unjust laws disrupting self-governance. When he was young, everyone was struggling, so it was actually easier to endure with a smile. Because they were together, they could spend those days laughing. But as he got older, he gradually came to realize the reality. Hey, you beggar son of a bitch. Stop acting up. What the hell are you gonna do? Do you even have $100? This stinking bastard. From the day he entered an imperial school, Yen began to receive incomprehensible hatred. He didn't know why being in poverty, his social status, had to become a target for contempt. He had to endure without knowing. Should scum like that even be accepted here? I don't know. My mom keeps complaining about it though. Even though he suffered all sorts of bullying and humiliation, Yen didn't give up. He never stopped trying. He worked 3 jobs a day while devoting himself to his studies. However, I'm telling you that beggar bastard stole it. That stinking bastard. Because of a certain incident, he was unjustly expelled. That became the reason Yen threw himself into social activism. He could endure all the unfairness directed at himself, But if things were left unchanged forever, his younger siblings and countless other children would end up going through the same thing. Jinan's problems weren't just today's issue. They weren't only his issue either. These were problems that had festered for far too long. Those in power colluded with the empire as bourgeois, manipulating the legal system. They exploited the public under the guise of the autonomous regions policies. They built walls of class and wealth. And yet, they wanted to be called nobles. Abolish the unjust laws that exploit the workers. Now just 16 years old, Yan had become an activist. Society had made him this way. Even so, Yan still held tightly to his hopes and beliefs. He read books that were thrown away like trash with reverence, and scraped together magical academic journals lying on the ground to study. His dream was to become a wizard. You little bastard, who do you think you are? Guarantee the autonomy. There are many things that can't be accomplished through activism alone. Since unrefined shouting is meaningless, and because he himself had to become a better person, he still dreams of becoming a wizard. Go home and study, you little shit. The more angrily adults shouted back at him, the louder Yen cried out in return. At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted. The screams and shouts of many people echoed in the air. Yen was caught in the shockwave and flung away. When he opened his eyes through the pain, his body had been slammed into the bridge's railing. When he tried to move, severe chest pain struck. It felt like his ribs were broken, making it hard even to breathe. Coughing up blood, he tried to raise himself. He heard crying from somewhere. Yen quickly turned his head. 3 unknown children were clinging to a railing that looked like it could snap at any moment. Yan's eyes widened. Creak. The railing was collapsing. The 3 children would fall. They would drown in the river. No. The children's faces, swept by the ashen wind, overlapped with those of his siblings. Yen reached out his hand. This can't happen. It mustn't happen. Children, at the very least, the children must not be sacrificed to a world like this. No. Yen called upon his mana. Though the magic he had learned over the shoulder had never succeeded even once before, this time he had to make it work. As he reached out toward the children. At that moment, a second explosion erupted. A far louder blast shook everything around. One of the bridge's pillars snapped and came crashing down toward Yen. The steel pillar surged toward him. Time felt as if it had slowed, and his life flashed before his eyes. Yen swallowed his despair. His eyes naturally closed. However, no matter how long he waited, his body didn't burst. His breath didn't stop. Yen opened his eyes in a daze. Who? There stood a knight holding a long sword. Blonde hair and golden eyes. A sentinel uniform. The most elite knight order in the Empire, and at the same time, the most feared by the Independence faction. Is this really the time to be sitting still? The knight looked down at him and asked. His voice was as cold as if it could freeze eardrums. Yen belatedly turned his gaze toward the children. Hush! A heavy gust of wind swept past the railing. Crack! The railing the children were clinging to completely snapped. There were no screams. They had already fainted. No. He reached out toward the falling children. The veins in his arms bulged. Mana surged visibly. ZZZZT. A strange spark flared in the air near the children. Bright yellow. Or white. Or perhaps a complete absence of color. Mysterious mana particles wrapped around the children, and in the very next moment, Yen found 3 children cradled against his chest. Yen blinked in a daze. The sensation of the 3 children in his arms was unmistakable. Then, a moment later, a pain like his skull was being crushed surged through him. Spatial talent, I see. The knight murmured suddenly. His accent was the epitome of noble diction. You're Yakin. Yan's heart sank. His bloodline had indeed descended from the Yakin race, but that alone was enough reason for discrimination. However, you should hide it. Until you become strong enough. But the knight's words were strange. Yen couldn't comprehend them at all, and could only stare at him blankly. Your name? He couldn't answer. His lips wouldn't move. The overwhelming presence of the knight bound his whole body. Don't make me ask twice. Yen barely managed to force out a single syllable. His short name, for once, worked to his advantage. Yen. The knight gave a slight nod and turned away. He started walking somewhere. Yen stared blankly at his back. Why ying? The wailing siren snapped him out of it. FSSSH. Police stormed in with smoke grenades. Yen, are you okay? Before he knew it, a comrade had rushed over to him. Yen immediately handed over the unconscious children. Take care of these kids. What dash? Where'd they come from? Who are they? I don't know either. Just take them. Damn it, what about you? I'll manage somehow. Go. The bridge was destroyed anyway. There was no escaping. Shit. You better come back. Just go already. His comrade ran off with the children, and Yen let out a sigh of relief as he watched them. A faint smile even crept onto his lips. But only for a moment. The police charged toward Yen. Somewhere in Jinan. In a place so choked with smoke it was impossible to distinguish anything, I stood there. I brushed the dust off my night uniform and walked quietly. Thump. At some point, my heart began to beat. That meant an Isenheim was nearby. Thump. Leaving the bridge, I headed into Jinan's chaotic city streets. Thump. Police beating anyone indiscriminately, ignoring friend or foe, and civilians screaming. Thump. Passing through the chaos, I looked into the gap of a dark alley where nothing could be seen. Thump. I stepped into that place. Standing at the entrance, I looked inside. Phew. Glad everyone's safe. If we wait, backup will dash. At the dead end, there were 5 people. Their voices fell silent. All of them turned to look at me simultaneously. Their expressions stiffened, seemingly recognizing the sentinel uniform. Next time, I should wear plain clothes. It provokes unnecessary caution. Don't come any closer. They raised their swords. One of them even drew a revolver. But there's no need to kill them all. The blonde man with blue eyes standing at the very back, he looked similar to an imperial citizen, but my radar was reacting to him. We'll hold him off. Sage, go first. Sage. The name rang faintly in my memory. A high-ranking member of the Jinan Independence faction, part of the revolutionary forces. So you were one of them too. Pui peep. Suddenly, a group on hoverboards emerged from atop the wall. Revolutionaries wearing masks. Sage attempted to escape by jumping onto one of their hoverboards. If he flies off, I won't be able to catch him. So, before he flies, I gripped my sword. Tick-tock. The resonance of the soul. Time briefly slowed. I rushed in through the motionless humans and swung my blade. The curved longsword cut down the hoverboards first. Boards falling like fragments and Isenheim, Sage. I stopped right in front of the falling bastard. Silently, I looked into his eyes. In his trembling pupils, I quietly whispered, "It's you." The bastard clenched his teeth and began to gather mana. A self-destruct suicide belt was fastened at his waist. However, before it could activate, my sword had already been unleashed. Why are you firing? AR, grab him, fuck. Why are you firing? Sirens, screams, and shouts loudly mixed together, echoing through the streets of Jinan. Fuck, who the hell set off the bomb? The Independence faction leaders had fled as far from the bridge as possible. They had led the protest, but the bomb itself was unexpected. It wasn't in the plan. It just suddenly fucking exploded from somewhere. Don't know which asshole it was, but dash. That's how desperate they must have been. It was Sage who spoke. As a leader of the Independence faction who also had ties with the revolutionary forces, he had always been under watch from the leadership. Some within the faction had warned, receiving help from the revolutionary forces taints our pure intentions, and Sage despised those higher-ups, calling them cowards. Sage, don't tell me you. They had reached an alley by then. Here. Sage lifted his wristwatch. A cutting-edge device with an embedded mana crystal. He had already called for support. Here? It's a dead end. If we wait, support will dash. Thud. Suddenly, chilling footsteps echoed. Everyone's gaze turned that way. Thud thud. Blonde hair and golden eyes. A sentinel uniform embroidered with gold lines on a navy base. An imperial knight, name unknown. He scanned them while holding a sword in one hand. Don't come any closer. They all drew their weapons at once. We'll hold him off. Sage, go first. Sage was a leader. The rest were just fellow comrades. If there were those who must not be caught and those who could be, then the former was Sage, and the latter us. Thank you. Sorry, everyone. At Sage's words, The other comrades smiled. It's okay. We were ready for an ending like this. You're not getting past. They stood firmly in the way. Boom. Just in time, a hoverboard from the revolutionary forces appeared, and as Sage grabbed it without delay. Sway awash. Something surged forth. It couldn't even be registered with the naked eye. Suddenly, a blast of wind tore through between everyone like a shockwave, sweeping through the alley and shattering the hoverboard. Everything collapsed. The space was filled with silence. Wrapped in unease, they looked around. In the blink of an eye, the knight who had passed through them was now holding Sage's face in his grasp. Sage. You fucking dash. The revolver fired. Bang, 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 bang. The magazine was emptied, but it couldn't penetrate the long sword and fell. SRRK. The knight's cloak fluttered faintly. He just stood there silently. Yet even that exerted immense pressure. Gulp. The remaining members of the Independence faction swallowed. A suffocating tension wrapped their whole bodies. Hey, over here. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the sky. A slightly more special rabbit mask and a much more special hoverboard. Whether it was a he or a she, the revolutionary member pulled out a ping-pong ball-sized orb from above. Whoosh! As they threw it to the ground, a wire shot out. Pop! The ball emitted a flash and smoke, and the wire pulled the 4 remaining members of the Independence faction into the sky. Kaya! Jayawa! The members screamed bizarrely as they clung to the hoverboard. The rabbit mask quickly changed direction. As they flew away, they looked down at the ground. The knight was calmly watching this way, then withdrew his sword. Fortunately, it seemed he intended to let them go. Sage. I know. I caught a glimpse from afar. He was definitely a sentinel. A monster. A uniform with a gold eagle emblem on a navy blue background. From the perspective of the revolutionary forces, those were the scariest ones. Unlike the Imperial Guard, who overwhelmed with numbers, each one of those was a priceless asset. And that knight had unique hair and eye color. Clearly a noble, anyone could tell. If you see bastards like that, just run. Don't act brave. Most of the time, it's hard to beat them, and if you win, it's even worse. More importantly, why the hell did someone use a bomb? That wasn't part of our plan. The rabbit mask clicked their tongue. I knew it. Fuck. These fuckers can't ever stick together as one. It's one of two things. Either it was the act of a radical faction hoping the Genin independence activists would fully join the revolutionary forces, or it was a setup by Genin imperialists who wanted to use this opportunity to wipe out the independence faction altogether. Whichever it is. Anyway, it's all fucked up. If you want to live, hold on tight. The hoverboard roared through the air. Loyalty. As expected of you, Sir Knight. By the afternoon, once the chaos had somewhat subsided, the police handed over a key leader to a sentinel knight. The knight asked, "This one. Is it him?" "Yes. That's right. Sage Gen." His face, every feature, matched the wanted poster's sketch exactly. He's an independence faction high rank, with ties to the revolutionary dash. A vermin. Yes, that's correct. The knight nodded and passed by them without another word. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. The police saluted as the knight departed. Only after he had completely disappeared did they brush back their hair and sigh. What the hell is this mess? Because of these dumbass bastards. Immediately after the bridge terror incident, the entire Genin Police Bureau mobilized. Using intercepted communications and tips, they tracked down the suspected location of Independence faction members. Ready. In the dark, 9 officers waited with explosives attached to the entrance of a certain stationery store. Go in. Bang. The door exploded, and the police stormed in immediately. Inside, the Independence faction members were huddled together like rats. The suppression team raised their batons. You rat bastards, still wet behind the ears, arrest them all. Kayaga. They literally beat down the Independence faction. Many of them had baby-faced looks, but it didn't matter. The Independence faction, to them, were no different from dogs or cows. Crash, crash. At that moment, one boy tripped over a bookshelf. Maybe 13 or 14 years old at most. His face covered in blood, the boy trembled as he cried. Well, well. Investigator Zendo approached the boy. That's gotta hurt. Infamous as a specialist in this field, he grinned and kicked the back of the child's head. We arrested around 200 people from a total of 14 locations. These guys were the most intense. So it seems. Investigator Zendo nodded as he listened to the subordinate's report. In front of him, 8 people were hanging like pigs. Their faces were bagged, and their arms and legs cuffed. Their names, in order, are Bell, N, Kellyo, Sato, Yen. Zendo scanned through the names and stopped in front of Yen. How many times is this now for this little punk? He smacked him on the head. Yen's body shook in pain. Hey, you psychos. Do you even know who was there when you carried out that terror attack? Zendo strolled casually as he spoke. Maximilian was there. Maximilian. Ebenholz, you know him or not? As no answer came, Zendo's face twisted in irritation. You know him or not? The pigs trembled hard. Hoarse voices returned with answers like, we do dash. Right. That man's worth more than 10 million of you fuckers combined, and he got caught up in a terror attack. So, Zendo tapped his palm with his baton as he spoke. Confess if you know what's good for you. If not, you're probably not leaving here alive. The Genin investigators interrogated the Independence faction, placing wet towels over their faces, hanging their bodies like roast pigs, threatening their families. In practice, it was torture. It's fine even if you're not directly tied to this bombing. You all know someone who shines a little, right? You know, guys like this. Zendo shoved several photos at one man. Faces of Independence faction leaders. We don't want to do this either. But it's for public safety. If you guys go around blowing up bridges and shit, hey, even people who like you will turn on you. The man remained silent, just panting and trembling all over. Zendo tapped him on the head with a photo. Aren't you pissed? These assholes are living it up in hiding, calling themselves leaders. And it's just you guys getting caught and suffering like this. Huh? You're not angry? They just threw you out there as meat shields. Zendo grabbed the man by the hair and lifted his head. The blood-covered face panted raggedly in front of Zendo. You guys. You must not understand the situation. You're not leaving until you confess. Zendo's expression darkened menacingly. Whoever did it, make something up and confess. Yen endured the investigators' torture. He was strung up from the ceiling and beaten in the stomach with a baton. His face was dunked into filthy toilet water until he lost consciousness, and when they threatened to harm his younger siblings, his gut twisted, but still, he held on. You must hide it. Until you become strong enough. Because of the words spoken by the unknown knight who had saved him. The bourgeois of Genin and the Empire fear most the talent that rises from the bottom. If he revealed his abilities, he would undoubtedly be killed. Wow, this kid's a real tough one. Someone muttered with a half-laugh. With a bag over his face, Yen could see nothing. Let's take a look at this kid's face. The bag was removed. The sudden light blinded him. Yen gasped and lowered his head. You dumb bastard. Don't you know? In places like this, the one who holds out till the end is the one who gets screwed. The man crouched on one knee. Yen lifted one eye to look at him. It was Zendo. A man like a devil to the Independence faction. He picked up a sheet of paper and thrust it in front of Yen's face. The mastermind behind the terror attack is Yen Novak. A handwritten statement from his comrades, confessing Yen as the perpetrator. You're taking the fall for everything. Every single one of them betrayed only you. Know why? Suddenly, Yen's mind went blank. Because you're the poorest. Because you're the youngest. Because you're the most helpless. A surge of hot emotion rose up. He gritted his teeth at the betrayal. Anger reached his bones. His entire body trembled, exhaling rough breaths. It felt like his veins were writhing, and yellow particles flickered at his fingertips. You must hide it. The knight's voice echoed through his entire body. The cold reverberation calmed the rage boiling in his gut. Yen shut down his mana circuit. HRK and GHHH. He suppressed himself with sobs. He hit himself. Zendo sneered. Stupid little bastard. Hey, lock him up. If he offs himself, that'd be a loss for us, so feed him something. As Zendo walked away, the investigators shouted after him. Yes, understood. 36 hours after the terror incident. Chief. Yes, we got the confession. Zendo wore a slick smile as he spoke on a large telephone with the chief. Yes. You should also send an official letter to that knight fellow. That we've caught the culprit. In less than 2 days, they had identified the suspect and extracted a confession. It had been tough, but it was rewarding. Yes, Chief. Thank you, sir. Loyalty. Clack. Zendo set down the receiver and chuckled dryly as he stared at the pitch-black phone. Wow, tech these days is nice. Feels like I've become a wizard or something. Crystal orbs are communication tools permitted only to wizards and knights, because they require mana to operate. But this telephone needed no mana, just fingers, ears, and a mouth. Really nice. Tap. He knocked on it, then called out to the subordinates standing behind him. Let's go get some drinks. Gotta treat the guys who busted their asses for 2 days. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Applause echoed. Noble laughter and the clicking of camera shutters mixed in. I was standing on a platform, receiving a medal. For capturing one of the suspected revolutionary youth leaders involved in the bombing, the Imperial military was awarding me a medal directly. 3rd-class Gold Lion Medal. The Empire's medal system is pretty strict, so getting 3rd class at my age is considered quite impressive. Sir Maximilian, this way please. Click. The reporters photographed me shaking hands with a lieutenant general from the military. Your father would be very proud of you. I smiled at Lieutenant General Walter's words. In the past, I used to dislike nobles who brought up my father. Rather than dislike, I found them laughable. But now I need to know how to conduct myself. I'm still just a small whale, and the Ebenholz family is not part of the royal bloodline. Thank you. So, was Empire Point just a bit of a rebellious phase? Yes. I was contemplating what I ought to do, though honestly, I still don't quite know. This time, too, I caught him more by coincidence than anything. But I must never appear to be a dangerous blade to anyone. It's better that I still come off as a somewhat naive, somewhat useful 20-something to them. As expected. The saying like father like son fits perfectly. Thank you. I'll make sure to relay your kind words to my father, Lieutenant General. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. We laughed facing each other. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. How long do I have to keep laughing? Fuck. Ugh, my mouth hurts. As soon as the medal ceremony ended, I returned to the office. I took off my coat and sat in my chair. Today's newspaper was placed on the desk. Suspect group in Jinan Bridge terror incident apprehended. The investigative authorities announced that they had swiftly captured the terrorist group, and they had sent me a personal letter as the knight on the scene who apprehended one of the suspects. To the esteemed Sir Maximilian. First, on behalf of the Jinan Police Bureau, we express our heartfelt gratitude. If you had not been present at the scene, countless lives would have been lost. The individuals who planned the bombing are 7 fervent independence activists, including Yen Novak, Jason Cole, and Tom Lane. Yen, my brows furrowed at the name. Investigations wrapped up in a flash always raise suspicions, but the name Yen makes it all the more so. That young man who desperately saved the child was not someone capable of committing a terrorist act. No, even if by some chance Yen is the real culprit, and even if the investigators who caught him are honest and upright men, the value of Yen, a member of the Yakan race, is far greater than that of a dozen, or even hundreds, of police officers combined. At least, that is the value judgment of Maximilian. TSK. Another annoying matter has come up. I put back on the uniform jacket I had taken off for a moment and stepped outside. The infamous reputation of the Jinan Central Police Department is well known throughout all of Jinan. Not only because of the aggressive tactics employed by its officers, but also due to its close ties with the Imperial Guard Intelligence Bureau. They are also known for not bowing their heads easily, yet today, for some reason, even the chief himself has come out to receive someone with respect. Sir Maximilian. It is truly an honor to have you visit us in person. Maximilian von Ebenholz. A knight of the Sentinel and heir to one of the most prestigious noble families considered one of the 3 pillars of the empire, had come to visit. However, what brings you to such a humble place as this? Maximilian was seated in a chair, while the chief and the other officers all remained standing, bowing their heads to him. Maximilian spoke. I received a letter stating that the culprits behind the recent terror incident have been apprehended. The chief gave a faint smile. Yes. Our investigators captured them. Are you certain? Maximilian looked at the chief. The intent within his gaze was ambiguous. Huh. The chief tilted his head slightly. Maximilian calmly repeated himself. I mean, are you certain that those suspects are the actual perpetrators? Yes. That's right. The chief responded rather brightly. The investigators also cleared their throats and tried to hide their smiles. No doubt, they were expecting some form of praise. In that case, we're certain. One of the investigators raised his hand high and stepped forward. We've obtained their confessions. A confident-looking investigator, Zendo. Maximilian looked at him. A man with a neck as stiff as bamboo. Maximilian asked. The evidence. The confessions. Confessions obtained from the Independence faction members who participated in the protest. Confessions? Yes. We obtained confessions. Confessions, confessions, confessions. Zendo repeated the same word. Maximilian's gaze, fixed on him, quietly tilted. Nevertheless, Zendo's neck did not bend. It seems you're under a misconception. Suddenly, the knight's voice turned cold. When I say evidence, I do not mean records beaten out of people. I'm talking about concrete physical evidence. Sir Maximilian. The chief laughed heartily. Well, that is, these Independence faction people are so secretive. When and where did they install the bombs? How did they acquire the materials? And how was the act of installation detected? Maximilian cut off the chief's excuses and continued speaking. I'm talking about precise evidence that remains uncontaminated under any circumstance. The chief shut his mouth. The space was soon submerged in silence. Countless investigators stood almost in formation around the seated Maximilian, who sat with his legs crossed. Yet not a single one of them stepped forward. They merely remained silent, glancing around for cues. From their perspective, they could not understand why Maximilian was acting this way here. Surely, he had no connection with the Independence faction. Maximilian looked at the chief. His gaze demanded a name. I'm Elrin. Chief Elrin. As he called Elrin's name, he raised one eyebrow. I was there at that place. Only then did the investigators finally understand the true nature of this cold fury. No one else. Right now, Maximilian is furious about being caught up in the incident itself. He has come here not as a knight, but as a nobleman. I was. If he fails to uncover the true culprit who nearly harmed him, it becomes a matter of pride. Moreover, the pride of an imperial noble is something the people of the autonomous region can't even begin to imagine. Sweat formed on the hands Elrin had clasped behind his back. His fingers kept slipping against each other. I want the complete truth. Not some fabricated tale. In contrast, Maximilian remained calm. As if handling an entirely professional matter, he seized control of the place and the moment without showing a hint of emotion. Therefore, I will personally interrogate those you claim to be the culprits and reveal whether perjury is involved. Maximilian looked around the room and asked again. Do you understand? Yes. We understand what you mean. The chief bowed his waist to a 90-degree angle. The investigators simply stood still. No, it doesn't seem like you understand at all. At their display, Maximilian coldly waved his hand. He gestured to the investigators standing behind. I clearly ordered you to bring out the suspects. Maximilian never raised his voice. In fact, from the moment he arrived until now, his tone had remained steady. Not a single part of it stood out, nor was there even a hint of emotion. He merely stared into the chief's eyes. Now, he delivered only a very small warning. Immediately, one by one, the suspects knelt on the floor of the central police station. Each of their faces was so mangled that they were hardly recognizable, and one of those identified as a main perpetrator, Yen Novak, was half unconscious. Autonomous Ordinance, Article 5, Clause 3. All investigative agencies within the autonomous region must conduct investigations in accordance with the due process principles guaranteed by the Imperial Constitution and this autonomous ordinance. While reciting the ordinance, Maximilian read through the sloppily written reports drafted by the police. In the course of such investigations, excessively coercive methods shall not be employed. He swept his gaze over the police officers. Meaningless words. With this, does Jinan truly need autonomy? I'm sorry. The chief bowed his head. He had already apologized countless times. There's no need to be sorry. I never expected anything in the first place. Maximilian's voice was sharp, like a blade piercing the eardrum. Likely due to the aristocratic accent and deep tone. The reports are full of fabrications. There isn't a single proper eyewitness account. And of course, there's no physical evidence. With this level of incompetence, no wonder the job is so poorly done. The investigators bit their lips, their pride clearly wounded. Release these lowlifes. Maximilian glanced at the members of the Independence faction. If this is all you manage to extract even with torture, then it seems they don't know anything useful. Sir. At that moment, Zendo stepped forward. The autonomous region has independent investigative authority, so we have the right to conduct our own investigations. If this can even be called an investigation. At those words, Zendo's expression hardened. He exhaled with a heat-laced sigh. Maximilian nodded as if he understood. You're still not coming to your senses. He reached into his inner pocket. A terminal gleamed outside his uniform. Sir Maximilian. At that moment, the chief's face turned pale and he dropped to his knees. Maximilian, the name Ebenholz, his connections reached the very pinnacle of the empire. With just a word, a local chief like him could lose his position in an instant. My deepest apologies. Truly. You fuck, you damn. The chief glared at Zendo, cursing him silently with his eyes. If Maximilian hadn't been present, he would have unleashed a storm of profanities. All of you on your knees. We apologize. We apologize. At the chief's outburst, all the investigators dropped to their knees. No, they slammed their heads to the floor. Maximilian glanced over their bowed heads. He pointed indifferently at the false suspects. Release them. Why yes. What are you waiting for? Release them now. The investigators quickly helped the suspects to their feet. The 7 wrongly detained individuals staggered as they exited the police station. Maximilian watched Yen Novak's back as he left, then nodded. The immediate objective had been achieved, but the work was not yet done. From now on, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. He rose, stuffing the torture-filled reports into the trash bin. Find the real culprit. They were incompetent fools who could do nothing but threaten the powerless, but he had no intention of crushing them completely. After all, they were mere civil servants in the field. I'll say it again. I want the truth. It was certain that the Isenheim race was involved in this case. Somewhere out there were Sage's comrades, the one I cut down that day. Spring and Jinan. The incident where tens of thousands died must have been incited and provoked by them. If you bring me the true ringleaders who planned this terror attack, I will find them and kill them. I will thoroughly cut off the roots, twist their necks, and leave not a trace of consequence behind. Then perhaps I might revise my evaluation. Yes! Loyalty! The chief shouted loudly, saluting. We understand completely. Loyalty! The investigators followed the chief's salute. With a small nod, Maximilian left the police bureau with the characteristic stride of a noble. The chief and the investigators held the angle of their hands in salute until the moment he disappeared. Yen, who had been released from the station, wandered aimlessly along Jinan's main boulevard. His mind was hazy. He didn't know where he was, nor where he was headed. He simply staggered forward. Squeak. At that moment, a car stopped in front of Yen. The window rolled down, and a low voice flowed out. Are you Mr. Yen Novak? At the same time, the car door opened. Yen frantically waved his hands. And no, I can't. I didn't do anything. It's all right. I'm not the police. Only then did Yen see the face of the person calling him. A man with a stern expression and rimless glasses. Judging from his attire, he was definitely not a police officer. Please get in. Yen swallowed hard. He hesitated, but eventually got into the passenger seat. The man's presence wasn't particularly threatening. Who are you? He asked cautiously. There's no need for you to know, but if I must explain, I'm a company employee. Also a clerk. I do many things. The man adjusted his rimless glasses and handed Yen an envelope. This is. See for yourself. Yen opened the envelope. Inside were several documents, laminated papers, and even a bundle of cash. Wah. This is dash. A bundle of $100 bills. A total of 100 bills. $10,000, an amount he had neither seen nor touched in his entire life. Your sponsorship fund and new identity. A letter of recommendation is included as well. You'll be able to receive whatever education you wish, wherever you choose. Sponsorship? F for me. Yes. Someone said you have potential, Mr. Yen. W who? Suddenly, a certain person came to Yan's mind. You must hide it until you become strong enough. That day, the Sentinel Knight, the blonde man who had saved him during the bombing incident. Why me? I only carry out what I'm told. I don't convey meanings beyond that. You must discover the purpose yourself, Mr. Yen. Vroom. The man started driving somewhere. Before long, they arrived at a familiar alley, and at some point, the car came to a stop. Yen flinched. It was right in front of his house. The man asked, "How is the driving?" "It's only my second day learning." Yes. Very, very smooth." "Then please get out." "Yes. Thank you." Yen stepped out of the car. As he turned to head home, he spun around and asked the driver once more. May I ask your name?" The man adjusted his rimless glasses and answered, "Dieter. Dieter Schmidt." A very bureaucratic and dispassionate expression, and a voice to match that impression. "One last thing, there's a message from the chairman." Ahem. After clearing his throat, he spoke in a low voice. "If you devote yourself in your position, you will meet again someday. Okay." Yen nodded blankly. "Then I'll take my leave. Don't miss your opportunity." Dieter drove off to somewhere. Yen Evoke watched his departing figure for quite a while as he disappeared through the winding slums. Yen Novak trudged back home. Appa. Hyung. As soon as he entered, his younger siblings clung to him. Small, delicate little ones. Their eyes were swollen as if they had been crying all along. "Appa, what happened to your face?" What happened, Hyung?" Yen. Behind the worried children, their father appeared. With a complicated expression, he first scolded the siblings. "Go to your rooms, all of you." At his stern voice, the siblings scurried into the small room. Their father let out a sigh upon seeing Yan's rough appearance. "Are you all right?" Yen silently nodded. "That's a relief." "Yes. Get some rest." His father had always told him not to get involved in politics or protests. But today, he said nothing. Yen climbed the stairs to his room on the second floor. He lay down on the wooden plank-like bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, that night came to mind. The scene he had witnessed, how that man had made the beast-like investigators kneel and unable to utter even the slightest voice, was filled with dignity. That was true strength and true authority. If you continue to strive from your position, you will meet again someday. With his expression hardening, Yen sat up. He picked up the envelope and shook out its contents. $10,000, a letter of recommendation, and an ID card. Staring intently at them, he walked briskly down the stairs. The broken stairs looked like they might collapse at any moment. His father sat under the dim light in the living room with a sorrowful face. He was probably blaming himself. "Father." Yen sat across from him. He placed half the bundle of bills he had received from the knight on the table. "Yen, where did you dash?" No detailed explanation was needed. Nor should there be. Biting his lip firmly, Yen merely conveyed his determination to his father. "I'm leaving Jinan." Catching the wrong person causes bigger problems than simply having someone unjustly accused. Because it gives the real perpetrator the opportunity to remain hidden and active. Isenheim will be lurking deep within the revolutionary forces and the independence faction, and I hope that the investigators in Jinan, including Zendo, are competent. That way, I can at least lessen my burden a little. I received a new investigation report from Zendo at the Jinan Central Police Station. The investigation showed much better progress than before. Not bad. I had Dieter look into Zendo's background and origins. He had his own reasons to hate the independence faction. If someone exhibits that level of madness and aggression without any backstory, then they were just born wrong from the start. Zendo's parents had been slaughtered by the independence faction in the past. Zendo. It's not a name from my pre-regression memories. Which means he wasn't someone who stood out particularly. He probably rolled around as an investigator in Jinan and died at the hands of the revolutionary forces. However, spending time only searching for verified people is a waste. Tap. 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 I snapped my fingers as I thought. Is he worth giving a chance? Beyond that, is he worth supporting? I'll find out if I try. Ebenholz has money. I'll raise him first, and if he still doesn't perform, I can throw him away without remorse. I need subordinates like Zendo who are consumed by grudges. Above all, if that place isn't straightened out, the Spring of Jinan will erupt. A highly disadvantageous event for the Empire. I called Dieter. Dieter. Yes, sir. Tell Zendo I read the investigation report. Also provide him with equipment like wiretapping devices and mana residue trackers. After all, the Jinan Central Police Station is still just a police station in an autonomous region. Their facilities, equipment, and finances are so poor that they only got telephone service about a year ago. Understood. What about Yen? A new identity has been confirmed in the southwestern part of the Empire. Yen has moved south. Dieter handled everything flawlessly. Also, as you instructed, the land purchase has been completed, and they claim to have found meaningful data through mana stone exploration, but there's a problem. A problem? The local influential figures in the area are not easy to deal with. There are already protests opposing mining under the pretext of environmental preservation. Pfft. I chuckled softly. I had already expected this. The South was a region where the local powers held immense sway. Dieter. Ironically, that's why it managed to avoid much of the Empire's corruption, but they had built up their own kind of corruption. Now, Ebenholz is behind you. If everything could be solved with money, then I could give them money. But if anything, those bastards would cling even harder if they were given money. That means you can wipe them all out. I don't have time to be distracted by those people. Money must be earned quickly and consumed just as quickly. Yes. Understood. Good. If there's anything unclear or bothering you. I paused to consider Dieter's role model. Who did I want Dieter to emulate? In what direction did I want him to grow? Only one person came to mind. Ask Enzi. He's my family's butler. I'll send you his contact. Before the regression, Dieter had been a competent treasury secretary of the Empire and ultimately was executed as a crazy hardliner who refused the new cabinet's offer. Yes. At the very least, by my side, he would live a better life. Southern Empire, Hermes. In a secret chamber there, 5 influential families had gathered. It was to deal with an uninvited guest who had suddenly intruded since last week. Apparently, some company quietly purchased land near the Lomelton mountain range. Since ancient times, the power of the imperial family had not fully reached the southern region. It was because of the massive Vitar mountain range that cut across the empire. They even began surveying for veins right away. Didn't even bother to greet us. Very typical of those central bastards. Only recently had tunnels been dug to improve transportation, but for most of the empire's 1,000-year history, the South had remained cut off from the central government. That's absolutely unacceptable. We cannot allow the beautiful nature of Hermes to be defiled. Of course not. Environmental protection is the duty of all of us. Thus, there were many areas in the South where bureaucrats and local powers had colluded to establish their own authority. In particular, Hermes had long been notorious for extorting massive development funds under various pretexts whenever an outside company tried to enter. We've already prepared a protest group of concerned citizens. Once they see our sincerity, they'll back off on their own. That's how protests work. It's part of the negotiation. If the company shows sincerity, they receive it and retreat. Of course, if a mana stone vein is discovered there, they would need to show even greater sincerity to match its value. Cease the mana stone mining that is desecrating the sacred landscape of the Lomelton mountain range. Withdraw! Withdraw! Hundreds of protesters shouted slogans at the entrance of Mount Lomelton. They blocked the path of the miners. They smashed the equipment and machines the workers were trying to set up. Get out, you central bastards. How dare you? You're trying to destroy nature that has lasted for thousands of years. You bastards. If you're going, go over my dead body. At the feet of those shouting passionately, thud. Clatter. A few small cans flew in. The protesters flinched and stared at them. They were smoke grenades. FSS. The cans spun as they released gray mist. As the protesters panicked, assailants appeared. Without a word, they charged in and swung iron pipes. Thwack, thwack, crack. A dull impact rang out as iron broke bones and flesh. The protest site turned into a battlefield in an instant, and screams of pain filled the area. Ayag, Kayag. One protester fled in a hurry and called someone. Ring, 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 ring. The secret chamber where the local powers were in discussion. There, a terminal rang. Sorry about that. One of the 5 influential people of Hermes ended the call. They were about to resume the discussion when, bang, with a roar, the door burst open. The entrance disintegrated and shrapnel scattered. Beyond the blasted doorway stood armed Imperial police. Who the hell are you people? Under Imperial Criminal Law Articles 237 and 314, we hereby place Marcus Steiner, Jean Youssef, and 4 others under emergency arrest for bribery, abuse of authority, and inciting illegal assembly. The police subdued them while citing imperial law. The handcuffed local power brokers screamed as if in a fit. You sons of bitches dash. Do you know who I am? How dare you? This is the South. The South is part of the Empire. The same laws apply. You pig bastards, did someone pay you off? The Southern nobles won't stand for this. They were taken away in an instant. Mayor Jensen of Hermes received the news without delay. Having built close ties with the local powers, he got into his car in a fury. Those goddamn bastards. I don't know what gave them the balls to pull something like this, but I'm gonna see their faces at Lurk. Screech. The driver slammed on the brakes. A man stood right in front of the car. Who the hell is that? It was a man wearing rimless glasses. He quietly approached and knocked on the backseat window. Knock knock. Jensen rolled down the window. Nice to meet you, Mayor. I'm Dieter Schmidt from Veritas Trading. What? Veritas? Those guys mining mana stones in Lomelton? This you're doing? You dumb bastard. Don't know how the world works. You messed with the wrong people. You think City Hall's going to approve NET-? There have been reports of bribery involving you and several other local powers. Reports? Huh, you central bastards don't know how things work around here. In the South, that kind of practice is dash. You should read the details yourself. Dieter handed over 2 folders containing the reports. Meanwhile, suspicious individuals appeared around City Hall. Men in plain clothes loitering around without doing anything obvious. There are 2 reports. One is yours. The other one. I'm sure you already know. Huh. Mayor Jensen was about to rip up the documents, but stopped and instinctively checked the official seal. A silver tiger. A silver tiger. He'd seen it somewhere before, specifically in textbooks. It was the emblem of Ebenholz. Everyone seems to have accepted things a bit too openly, citing custom as an excuse. At Dieter's words, his mouth suddenly went dry. He felt the blood drain from his head. Normally, central nobles didn't bother causing a fuss in the South, but Ebenholz was not an ordinary noble house. It was not a typical family. Would you like to make a call? Dieter held out a communicator. Jensen's body trembled. Or, would you prefer to go back now and become our friend? Jensen's lips parted. With trembling hands, he swept his hair back. But time was not on his side. The mayor deliberated fiercely, staring intently at Dieter, whose expression remained unchanged. How do I become your friend? He asked. Dieter gave a light nod. If you go inside, it will all be over soon. I'd like you to handle the cleanup afterward. Jensen got out of the car without a word. With his secretary, he returned to Hermes City Hall. As Dieter silently watched his retreating figure, a small word of praise was offered. Well done. It was Enzi who had personally coached him. Dieter bowed his head. Thanks to you. This is my first time on site. It's all right. For a first time, it was perfect. From Enzi's perspective, Dieter had a genius-level talent for tracking financial flows. His ability to exclude emotion from work made him ideal as a field operative. Young Master Maximilian has a good eye for people. Enzi smiled softly. Mr. Dieter Schmidt, do you know why a family becomes strong? Why a family becomes strong? Dieter tilted his head as if he didn't know. Because people are passed down. I imagine Sir Maximilian is currently building his own people, his own organization. Independence from the main house is the first step in breaking away from one's father. Ebenholz and Sebastian know everything but turn a blind eye. It's only natural. The current head of Ebenholz is Sebastian, but in the end, Maximilian will have everything. However, Sir Maximilian is also an Ebenholz. That means he has the right to inherit the human network the family has built over generations. You can gradually take that over one by one. Enzi looked at Dieter. Dieter looked at Enzi. Yes, thank you. And the one most important thing in that process. Enzi's eyes curved into a thin arc. More warning than smile. Never betray the young master. This isn't for him, it's for you, Mr. Dieter. Keep eyeing. Keithying. At the foothills of Lomelton, where the terrain is rugged and human presence is rare, beasts and monsters frequently appeared. A Magitech drill was boring through the solid bedrock of that place. Kaduduk. Ancient trees, hundreds of years old, were snapped like paper. The slope crumbled and dust rose into the air. Quadaduk. Ah, so this is where you were. Jensen, the mayor of Hermes, approached with a bright smile at the mining site in full operation within the mountain range. Just a few days ago, he had been hostile, but he had turned around in an instant. Indeed, he was a politician well-versed in practical affairs. Secretary Dieter. How is the work progressing? Jensen asked as he put on his safety helmet. It is going smoothly. Haha, that's good to hear. There have been disturbing rumors lately that the southern mines have completely dried up, so we were quite worried. Hopefully a Bai-G jackpot hits. In fact, Dieter had his doubts. Maximilian's first order of business had been land acquisition, followed by exploration and mining. As far as Dieter knew, mana stone exploration was an extremely risky gamble with low odds. Even if a faint mana presence was detected on the surface, it did not necessarily lead to a large-scale mana stone vein. However, Maximilian had been half convinced, and Dieter, as an employee, followed his orders. Excuse me, Secretary. Just then, a field expert approached, wiping sweat. At this depth, we should dig for about 2 more weeks. If nothing comes out by then, it's safe to assume there's nothing there. Yes. Oh, come on. There will be something. It'll come up. Ha ha. Jensen laughed, and Dieter quietly watched the site. At the very least, a vein had to be found within 3 months. That was the deadline, factoring in the initial capital, the sunk costs so far, and the future operational expenses. Sebastian received a report from the butler Enzi. It was about Maximilian's first business venture. His big new venture was just mining? TSK. He clicked his tongue and threw the documents away. He's making all this fuss just to dig up a mine? There had been several petitions raised from the Southern Empire. Of course, as soon as it was revealed that the party involved was Ebenholz, they had all backed off. Enzi spoke cautiously. It seems the young master has his own vision. Vision, my ass. He probably picked up some random, half-assed rumor. He's always been easily swayed. His ears are thinner than paper. Sebastian was both a scholar and a warrior. He had doubled the Ebenholz family's assets compared to the previous generation, and he himself was recognized as one of the most powerful swordsmen in the empire. Accordingly, his standards for others, especially for successors, were extremely high. If, by any chance, a good result comes out dash. Enzi, do you know why people who dig the earth get treated like morons? Sebastian continued with a tone of disdain. Because they can't give up. Once they start digging, they have to tear up every inch of the land they bought to feel satisfied. They poke around here and there, wasting time and money, and deceive themselves into thinking they haven't failed until they put down the shovel. They're no better than moles. Enzi gave a bitter smile. The young master is changing little by little. It's already too late. Sebastian cut coldly as he looked out the window. 20 years of watching is more than enough. Shouldn't have taken this job. Right now, I am conducting an undercover investigation as a Knight of Sentinel. The location is the noble district of the Empire's capital. Specifically, a very expensive wealthy area called Cario's Mansion. A place strongly suspected, no, confirmed to be the residence of a brain-eater. I am observing the place from inside a car. No doubt about it, there's an Eisenheim called a brain-eater lurking in there. I got out of the car for now. I stood some distance from the front entrance of Cario's mansion. Who are you? A security guard immediately stopped me. Well, I was dressed in plain clothes right now. I came to see the house. House? The guard looked at me with suspicious eyes. Please present your identification. Sir Maximilian. Just as the guard's tone turned stern, an overly smooth voice called my name. What brings you here? It was June Kendall. The man who had yielded that white porcelain to me last time. Loyalty. The guard saluted him and bowed to me, apologizing for the rudeness. Well, I was technically an acquaintance of June's. Still, who the hell named someone June? How irritating. I'm looking into properties. Another house? Seems like you've taken an interest in real estate. June Kendall brushed back his long hair. That horse-headed hairstyle of his really rubbed me the wrong way. I heard you recently purchased one too. Yes. The rising land prices in the capital are a given, aren't they? It's a good investment. Haha, so what pretext are you using this time to buy another one? But there won't be any listings in Carios. And that low-level trick you used before won't work again. At June Candel's mocking tone, I smiled. It'd be my loss if I got angry at this snake-tongued bastard. If there are no listings dash. That's right. You became a Sentinel Knight recently. I should have congratulated you, my apologies. I've been busy with tower matters. For reference, this guy's a wizard. Well, there's no need for congratulations. But still, with the news going around, we both hear enough, don't we? Right. Then come in. There may not be anyone selling in Carios, but since you're here, I'll give you a tour. For your information, it took me quite a while to acquire this mansion myself. You fucking bastard. Let me say something for once. First off, this Carios mansion includes spatial expansion magic. June began guiding me through the mansion. Inside was a spacious park. The park is more than 3 times wider than it appears. It's perfect for reflective thinking under the sun. Though I'm not sure what kinds of thoughts someone like you would have while holding a sword. For a high-ranking wizard like me, it's very important. As this moron's words drifted into the background, I was strolling when... Thump. Suddenly, my heart pounded. Thump. It was a signal from the virus. Thump. I quickly turned my gaze somewhere. Thump. A woman was elegantly descending the central staircase. Skin white as snow. Jet black hair flowing down to her waist. Deep blue eyes of unknowable depth. A necklace shimmering over her collarbone, a ring glinting on her finger. She stood about 173 centimeters tall, with slender wrists and ankles. The golden ratio of the human form. All that information flooded into me. June Candel suddenly stopped walking too. In that instant, the two exchanged glances. June knew this woman. And she knew June. Well, look at these two. The woman, tactfully, passed us without saying a word, but I asked June. Do you know her? I've seen her in passing. She's beautiful. For a moment, June's brow twitched. This bastard really can't keep a straight face. No wonder his little brother always runs circles around him. Thought you were here for house hunting. Come to sightsee instead? June asked with a thorn in his tone. That high-class pretense of his had cracked just now because of that woman. I nodded, suppressing my laughter. I've recently developed a bit of a hobby, you see. Hobby? Yes. Suddenly, this all became fun. I felt lighter. There were some articles recently. I casually folded my hands behind my back. These days, I'm particularly good at sniffing out people who pretend to be imperial citizens. That woman is Isenheim. In a place where only pure imperial nobles are allowed to reside, and Isenheim is staying. Does June know that? So, I just thought, maybe, this mansion, too, might have some of those types lurking around. Just a thought. What? If that's the case, well, I guess listings will naturally open up, won't they? June was silent for a moment. He scanned my face up and down, then twisted one corner of his mouth. Surely not. This is Carios. You never know. Unless we conduct a full investigation someday. You want to conduct a full investigation on nobles? Are you insane? Suddenly, he was getting all worked up. I gave a bitter smile and ran a hand through my hair. I'm just saying. What are you dash? Well, I've seen enough of the place now. I tilted my head slightly, stealing one more glance at the woman's retreating figure in the distance. Well then, I'll be going now. Step. I turned away from June. He glared intensely at my back as I walked off. Thanks to that, I learned a new fact I hadn't known before the regression. June Candel, unexpectedly, was a romantic. I returned to the office. I turned on the computer and began checking the list of Carios mansion residents. Name, Pexi von Arzen. Birth, November 1st, Imperial Year 1012, Capital Arcadia. Status, eldest daughter of the Arzen family. Affiliation, Sentio Magic Tower, 5th tier wizard. The culprit has been identified. By chance, I also found a weakness in my rival. Why had the Brain Eater suddenly stopped killing? The answer was simple. She had gotten the opportunity to operate from a higher place. I've identified her, but no matter how I thought about it, I wasn't enough on my own. Knights aren't field agents, and I don't have multiple bodies. Dieter was capable enough to match Enzi on administrative matters, but he lacked combat ability. People. I need people. investigators, or informants. People who can handle things on the ground. Someone to lead the shadowy front lines from the dark. I rubbed my chin. My beard had already grown rough without me noticing. Wait. Suddenly, my eyes landed on the computer's prisoner list. Knights are allowed to form their own private organizations. The imperial law contains a gray area that grants knights a certain degree of discretion, and using imprisoned criminals as informants through limited pardons is fully possible. I leaned forward. I scanned the prisoner list displayed on the computer screen. Click. Scroll. I moved the mouse wheel, searching through the names. If there was even one familiar name to me, and there was. Found her. Imperial Prison Number 13. The Empire's 13th prison located in the western region. You've arrived. Loyalty. As I stepped into the parking lot there, the prison warden and guards came out to greet me. I gave a slight nod. Lately, I've realized something. When dealing with subordinates, acting with authority is far more convenient. It's not that they suddenly think they're equals if I act soft, but they start pestering me with annoying questions. I heard roughly from the knight's secretary. You're considering a limited pardon. Please guide me. Yes, sir. The warden guided me into the prison. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Heavy security gates opened one by one, and I walked forward with the warden. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Layer upon layer of gates. We passed the yard and ordinary living quarters and arrived at a separately constructed building. This is the solitary ward. Prisoners with slightly worse crimes, or those who've caused trouble, are held here. In small, beehive-shaped cells, one person was locked in each. On the iron doors were listed their inmate numbers, crimes, and names. I walked down the corridor, scanning them with my eyes. Step. Step. I stopped at one point. A woman behind the bars with sharp eyes. Unkempt black hair partially covering her face and, through it, a piercing gaze. She was the one I was looking for. I pointed with my finger to the row that included her solitary cell. I'll interview them. This entire row. If I singled out only one person, it could raise unnecessary suspicion. Yes, understood. Number 771, 3910, 391. However, the warden's behavior was strange. He skipped over the number I was actually targeting. I asked the warden, "Why are you leaving out 330? Well, inmate 330 has committed extremely serious crimes. She shows no sign of remorse and is also involved in several other unresolved cases. She even has a remaining trial. For your safety, Sir Knight, it would be better to exclude that one." The prison warden suddenly began offering strange excuses. I replied dispassionately, "I make the decisions. Something smells rotten. Somehow, I get the sense that both this prison and this inmate are tangled up with some high-ranking imperial figure. But, Sir Knight, silence. So what? Unless that high-ranking imperial figure is the Emperor himself, they're not above me. I have no intention of politely tiptoeing around whatever filth these people are hiding. So, don't talk back." "Yes, understood." The warden bowed his head and quietly bit his lip. "Including 330. Get them all ready." Thud, thud. With heavy sounds, the iron bars of the solitary cells began opening one by one. The warden's office of the Empire's 13th prison. Warden Gunter received a call from someone there. Yes, Knight Maximilian has arrived. Gripping the terminal device with both hands, he respectfully reported the events of the day. It seems he intends to use the limited pardon system. He is currently meeting with the inmates, including number 330. His cautious voice continued for a while, but the response from the other side was short and concise. "It can't be helped." A deeply subdued tone. The warden unconsciously hunched his shoulders. The person on the other end was not some distant blade from Ebenholz, it was a dagger lying right in front of him. "Prepare for execution tomorrow morning. A formal execution order will be issued from the Empire's Western Court." Understood. Click. The call ended. The warden let out a deep sigh and sank into his chair. I sat in a metal chair in the prison visiting room. Tick, tick. I stared unnecessarily at the analog clock hanging on the grayish-white wall. Tick, tick. That sound. The movement of the second hand. Everything that marks time has, at some point, started to get on my nerves. Knock, knock. The door opened with a knock. A guard bowed his head and spoke. "Inmate number 7301. Gene makeup will be brought in. The inmate entered in turn. The first was a thin-framed young man. I looked over his file. Gene makeup. 27 years old. Death row inmate. Operated a small dessert shop on the outskirts of the capital, poisoned 8 travelers and stole their belongings. Do you have anything like candy? The food here tastes so awful. I stared at the man who asked that for a moment, then waved my hand. Next. Inmate number 172. Gaius will be brought in. The second was a burly man, with a thick mustache and a body covered in scars. I flipped through the pages of the document. Inmate information. Gaius Penn. 42 years old. Death row inmate. Operated the mercenary group, Iron Fist. After suffering financial difficulties, repeatedly attacked freight trucks and killed over 10 people. I'm curious why someone like me is being summoned, Sir Knight. He tried to gauge me with a downward voice. I didn't like how clever he was pretending to be. Next. Inmate number 370, Eustick will be brought in. Next. Inmate number 997, Kane will be brought in. Next. After a few more meaningless interviews like that, finally. Inmate number 330. Schatzheisen. That number was called. Number 330 clanked as she sat before me, bound in restraints. Nice to meet you. I was genuinely glad, but she said nothing. She only stared at me with resolute eyes. Your name is Schatz. That's unusual. It was certainly a unique name. There probably weren't many with the same name. Of course, even if it wasn't unique, I would never have forgotten it. Case file. Schatzheisen. 22 years old. Death row inmate. Killed 7 employees of Mason Industry due to mana overload. Before the regression, she was a core figure in the Revolutionary Forces, famous enough to be featured in newspaper specials. You killed 7 people. I turned the cover of the case file. Details of the incident, Schatz's background, and the contents were all recorded. I looked at her. Still, no words. Just from her expression, you could tell she was incredibly stubborn. She was naturally a reticent person too. Have you felt any remorse during your 3 years of imprisonment? I flipped through the pages of the case file and let out a faint chuckle. It seemed I would have to bring up the main point first. Unlike the other lowlifes, you've received a higher level of education. That was probably thanks to the efforts of your father, who, despite being born a commoner, became a researcher at a major company. For a moment, Schatz's brow twitched. Your father recognized your talent early and supported you. But do not speak further. It appeared her sore spot was her father. I found it absurd, but at least she had finally opened her mouth. Your father died. Official cause of death, overwork. Schatz clenched her teeth. Her lips stopped at the shape of foo. It seemed she barely held back from swearing. You couldn't believe it and began your own investigation. The file included a photo of Schatz protesting alone in front of a company. The conclusion is this. Tap. I placed my finger on the final paragraph of the case file. Mana overload. 7 civilians killed. What do you want? She hadn't spoken in quite some time. Her voice was harsh and hoarse. I leaned deep into the backrest of the chair. I'm looking for an investigator. A knight's work is quite complex, and I need someone whose eyes and ears are sharp, even in the dark. Of all people, me, who killed 7? I have a good eye for people. Schatz let out a hollow laugh, as if it was ridiculous, but this kind of information was precisely my strongest weapon. Then let me ask. Do you even know what kind of mess my case is tied to? That's something we can talk about gradually. The corners of Schatz's mouth curled. A cold sneer. You'll regret this later. Someone like you can't handle it. Someone like you. How amusing. I smiled as I looked at her. No, it's exactly the opposite. I pulled out a document and slid it across the table. A limited pardon form. I am that someone who can't be handled. It was a document even knights were reluctant to use, so rare it was almost never invoked. At the top, the name of the knight responsible for the pardon was written. Maximilian Albrecht von Ebenholz. Her pupils trembled. As I said before, Ebenholz is a name that appears even in imperial textbooks. Meaning, any moderately educated commoner could not possibly be unaware of it. This is your chance. One that may never come again. I held out a pen to her. If I sign, what happens? Schatz's demeanor changed slightly. It would be a limited pardon. You'll be allowed out of the prison. If I'm pardoned, then what happens after that? You'll be wearing a leash. Every action you take will be under my control. I didn't take my eyes off her. And what I get in return is an indefinite postponement of your execution. And, in addition, I included the condition she desired most. A chance to achieve what you want. Mason Industry. A major company headquartered in the western part of the empire, leading in Magi tech development. At one point, they staked their future on a national imperial project, the development of a mana engine that would artificially implant mana into the human body. Schatz's father was a core researcher on that project. However, during the project, her father realized that the design of the mana engine was flawed. He requested that the company restart the project, but of course, the company refused to abandon it. Instead, for more certain success, they pushed forward with human experimentation. The subjects were homeless people or demi-humans. One day, after discovering this, her father suddenly died. The cause was listed as overwork. Schatz questioned her father's sudden death. She tracked Mason Industry on her own, uncovered numerous pieces of evidence, and submitted them to the press, but all of it was thoroughly buried, crushed under Mason Industries' power. Worse, they came to her. They pressed a blade to her neck, demanding she hand over the original her father supposedly hid somewhere. Schatz didn't know what her father had hidden, but she found their deceit, their filth, tainting her father's name right in front of her, so repulsive that she fought back against those trying to take her life. That's how she killed 7 people. By the time she came to her senses, she had already been arrested, and the entire process, from interrogation to trial to sentencing, was completed in just 1 month. The sentence, death. Number 330. Schatz's eyes snapped open. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. Come out. Clink. The door to her solitary cell opened, and the morning sunlight poured in. Schatz silently followed the guard. Death row inmates are not informed of their upcoming schedule. That's the rule. But Schatz had signed the limited pardon form. Therefore, the relevant procedure was supposed to be carried out. And yet, the path was strange. The corridor they were heading down was unfamiliar. Just now, clearly, just moments ago, they should have turned right at the fork. That was where the exit was. But this path was a different one. A path they shouldn't be taking. The dreaded left turn she had imagined every morning as part of her daily routine. The one that led to the execution chamber. This isn't the right path. This isn't the right path. Schatz suddenly came to a halt. The guard tried to force her to move. What is dash? No way. A sense of dread flashed through her mind. They struck first. Mason's reach was faster than the knight from Ebenholz. Her face turned pale. Just as she was about to yell at the guards gripping her arms. Shoo. The guard on her left quietly gestured for her to keep silent. He even gave a faint smile, as if to reassure her. The guard on the right did the same. Just follow us. You understand, right? Schatz calmed herself for now, and the guards indeed passed by the execution chamber. They exited the prison casually and reached a vacant lot in the back. There, a black vehicle was waiting. Get in. He's waiting. The guard opened the rear door. Schatz blankly climbed in and sat down. The man was seated beside her. Blonde hair and golden eyes, the symbol of the empire. His sharply carved features carried an oppressive aura. Maximilian of Ebenholz. What happened? Your execution was ordered this morning. Maximilian gave a faint chuckle and held up the execution order. But I submitted the limited pardon form at dawn. The engine started and Maximilian tore up the order. Schatz blankly stared at the pieces of paper being shredded to bits. An official court order to execute her, torn to pieces by the hands of just one man. In terms of timing, I beat them. The Western court can't win against the Sentinel. Then, I saved you. That's all you need to know. Maximilian quietly closed his eyes. It felt like speaking further would be a mistake. Instead, Schatz turned to look outside the window. The scenery of the prison had already faded far into the distance, and soon, a new landscape appeared. Without a word, she buried her eyes and nose into the window. She gazed at the unfamiliar view passing by in a blur. And so, after several hours had passed, a car is following us. Schatz spoke in a low voice. Maximilian gave a slight nod. You've got good instincts. No need to worry about it. Meanwhile, the vehicle reached the outskirts of the Imperial Center. Screech. It came to a stop in an open lot. Get out. Shots quietly stepped out. The car that had been trailing them also stopped nearby. Its door opened, and someone got out. Shots' eyes widened. It was the two guards who had released her, along with the deputy warden. We meet again, number 330. The deputy warden approached with a bitter smile. Shots flinched and asked back, "What is this?" "It's simple. We decided to grab hold of a new rope. Can't stay under that rotten bastard in that rotten prison forever, can we? Wealth is just wealth. Power is just power. But honor united with tradition, an unbroken lineage stretching back half a millennium, is history itself, a thing people always look up to, and it naturally draws others in." The deputy warden's faction had approached Ebenholz from the moment Maximilian set foot in the prison. They reported every bit of corruption by Warden Gunther and the rest of the prison in detail. "First, your belongings from when you were incarcerated." The deputy warden handed Shots a bag. "This is a terminal you can use to communicate with the knight." Taking it, Shots blankly looked at Maximilian. "Until further instructions are given, focus on training your body over there." He pointed toward a lodging in the distance. A solitary building stood on an empty plot of land. "Your top priority right now is to become stronger." "Yes." Shots was about to enter, but then paused. "Sir Knight." To Maximilian, who was silently watching her, she asked the lingering question. "Why me of all people?" Maximilian seemed lost in thought for a moment, then a faint smile formed on his lips. He exhaled his words like a sigh. "No need for questions. Let's forget about the future for now." The future. The future. Brilliant yet grim. A future where all of humanity, freed from the shackles of the Empire, was wiped out by the damned otherworldly species. "You were the one who killed my father in that future." "That's right. You were the one who killed the great Sebastian." It means stop wasting time on trivial doubts and focus only on the present. There was no reason not to take someone like you. A certain old underground warehouse in the Jinan Autonomous Region. Investigator Zendo came down here alone at someone's summons. A silence hung heavy in the space. Zendo's heart pounded with weight. It felt like he had placed his own neck on the guillotine. The other party was a figure of unfathomable power. If displeased, he could cut Zendo off at any moment. "You've arrived." From the deep shadows of the warehouse, a person appeared. Zendo turned his gaze toward the figure. A man with an expressionless face stood there. "Yes. For what reason have you called me?" "There is something I must deliver to you." "Go ahead and open it." The man pointed to a pile of boxes stacked on one side of the warehouse. Zendo hesitated as he approached and lifted the lid. What is this?" It was filled with cutting-edge investigative equipment that even the investigators of the autonomous region had never laid eyes on. The latest mana tracker, miniature wiretaps, long-distance listening devices. There was even a state-of-the-art mana rifle. "These are items sponsored by the Knight. Pardon. Use them as you see fit to aid your investigation." As Zendo stood in confusion, Dieter handed him a check. "This is also for operational expenses. We will not question how it is spent, but use it properly. Corruption always finds a way to be exposed." Zendo looked at the check. There were many zeros written on it. The signature of Ebenholz was clearly there as well. His head went blank, unable to comprehend what was happening. The Knight's words are written on the back. "Now then, I'll take my leave. Goodbye." As he watched the retreating figure, Dieter, Zendo flipped the check over. A sentence written in elegant cursive was inscribed there. "Remember this. If you rush for results and vent your anger on anyone you can grab, you won't even reach the toes of the revolutionary forces. You and I may share the same goal." Zendo's eyes widened. He quickly turned to look toward the exit, but Dieter had already vanished without a trace. A knight's duties are many and varied, but among them, the most important task is dealing with special criminals. Ordinary criminals can be handled adequately by the police. Even those who can clumsily wield mana can be turned into a beehive thanks to the advancement of firearms. But knights deal with those beyond that level. Those who have received professional training in mana, or have, through some incident, surpassed human limits. Because of that, a knight must be more adept in mana than anyone else, and analyzing evidence from mana-related incidents also falls under a knight's responsibilities. I pressed my temples while staring at the mountain of paperwork on the desk. My head throbbed, but I picked up a sheet anyway. Case number 1038077, C0-23. Request for mana residue analysis, noble murder case on the outskirts of the capital. A photo was enclosed in the case file. It was taken by reproducing the residue of mana. Residue. After mana is used, there is always a trace left behind, and a special solution used in investigations activates that trace to be visible to the naked eye. This phenomenon is called activated residue and becomes a key piece of evidence in tracking mana criminals. This is because the nature, properties, traits, and patterns of mana vary from person to person. This world is full of all kinds of people, not just the Eisenheim race. There are those who abuse mana however they want after learning it, crime syndicates, and bottom dwellers who wield mana as a weapon to survive. One of a knight's primary duties is to capture such people, so analyzing activated residue is a core curriculum in the Knight Order. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's one of the most important curriculums. This is driving me crazy. I was a failure in that field. I never had the talent to begin with, but the complex and chaotic nature of activated residue was especially overwhelming. The technique of gathering mana fragments, more scattered than blood splatter, to reconstruct the scene. For someone lacking patience and full of inferiority, such analysis and memorization are nothing but a source of intense disgust. Phew. I had to break free from that past. I fixed my gaze on the crime scene photo. How did I analyze residue again? It had been a required subject since my student days, so I had done it a few times long ago, but I couldn't even get a basic grasp of it now. Thump. At that moment, the virus inside me reacted. My vision was suddenly tinted blue. At the same time, the distorted residue beside the fatal wound in the photo began to move. As if time were rewinding, the shape of mana revived over the photo. Its flow and pattern unfolded three-dimensionally. The scene reconstructed itself on my retina. Hand. The suspect had condensed mana in their palm and discharged it all at once. The lump of mana exploded the moment it touched the victim's body, leaving behind an irregular scatter. The nature of the mana was emission. Furthermore, the density was extremely high. In other words, the suspect was a skilled practitioner who had trained in mana for a long time and used it through their hands. Moreover, the way the mana was manifested felt strangely familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere before. A group of people who train themselves and live in self-imposed abstinence. Monks. I began writing the report on the computer. Case number 1038077, C0-23, Analysis Report. Analyst, Maximilian Ebenholz. The suspect uses a method of concentrating mana in the palm and discharging it. The nature of the mana is emission type, and based on the controllability and density, the suspect is presumed to be highly skilled. It is recommended to investigate monasteries in proximity to the crime scene. You're good at this. I praised the virus. I didn't know what it was, but at the very least, it seemed to have deep insight into mana. There was still a lot of paperwork left. Case number 1038179, C0-19, Serial Killing of Mercenaries in the Back Alley of District 23. The virus reassembled the activated residue with ease and projected it onto my retina, and I analyzed the scene based on that information. Case number 1038179, C0-19, Analysis Report. Analyst, Maximilian Ebenholz. The suspect projects mana in precise forms. Tick. Case number 1038352, C1-25, Analysis Report. Analyst, Maximilian Ebenholz. The suspect. Tick. Case number 1038995, C1-59, Analysis Report. Case number 1038995, C1-93, Analysis Report. Case number 1038995, C1-99, Analysis Report. Tick. I looked at the clock. I had started work at 8 a.m., and it was now noon. In 4 hours, I had processed a week's worth of paperwork. Knock knock. Someone knocked on my office door. Come in. The door opened and Julian walked in. What brings you here, Sir Julian? Julian glanced around my office once. You don't decorate. He seemed surprised. Well, before the regression, I had gone completely wild with my office. I once decorated it in northern snowfield style, then got tired of it and changed it to a southern resort theme. How's the Brain Eater case coming along? Yes, I've identified the suspect. Impressive. Julian didn't show much reaction. It felt like he either thought I was bluffing or he genuinely accepted it. I could never read him. Julian spoke. There's a place to deploy to. Change into plain clothes and follow me. Yes. We met in the parking lot in plain clothes. Coincidentally, our outfit colors were similar. Julian wore a black leather jacket and I wore a black coat. We both covered our noticeably blonde hair with hats. We're taking the car. Yes. There were separate deployment vehicles for nights. If desired, one could even ride a horse, but in this day and age, that stood out too much. By habit, I got into the passenger seat. At the natural movement, Julian, who had been heading for the driver's seat, paused. Then he stared directly at me. I blinked and belatedly realized my mistake. I moved to the driver's seat. It shows in small moments like this. Julian got into the passenger seat. To District 43. Yes. I smirked bitterly and stepped on the accelerator. Vroom. The engine output of the Night Order's exclusive vehicle was excellent. Is it just the two of us? Yes. A Knight is an elite force, each one equivalent to at least a company. 2 Knights are the equivalent of hundreds of military or police personnel. We arrived at the slum in District 43, on the outskirts of the central imperial capital. Get out. Yes. We got out of the car and walked along the roadside. It didn't take long before the stench hit us. Filth clung to every corner of the pavement like living things, and forms indistinguishable as human or corpse were strewn about. There's a drug cartel based in this area. Your specialty, it seems, Sir Knight. It just ended up that way. Julian's voice was calm as always. He always maintained a consistent tone, but underneath it was a deep weariness. Mister. Just a coin. Just a coin, please. I'm hungry. Voices begging on the street echoed around us. There were children. There were elderly. All faces, either drained of life from hunger or glazed over from drugs. This is what District 43 was always like. It bordered the underground city and was known as the worst slum in the Empire. I sometimes think this when I come here. Julian suddenly spoke. What exactly went wrong with these people and when? He looked ahead. His gaze was not swayed by the vagrants. To have ended up living like this. I understood why Julian had brought me here. He wanted to show me something. Perhaps the reality of people detached from the world of nobility. Any one of them could have been one of us. And any one of us could have been one of them. Julian was a man of firm conviction. A resolute person. I would never be able to persuade him, but even so, I would respect that part of him. Julian stopped near an abandoned building. Maximilian, what do you think? I answered him. I don't think anything at all. Julian silently asked for the meaning behind my words. I don't have the time to concern myself with the bottom. No world can ever truly eliminate hunger or evil. Counting those people one by one is no different than trying to count grains of sand while walking along the beach. My awareness as a noble. Such things had already been shattered before the regression. I was not a chosen man, and Ebenholz was not a noble family in the truest sense. We have a purpose. We must keep moving toward it. Now, I had found a purpose. It was the ambition to survive and the cause to not fall to ruin. If we spend time worrying about the insignificant, the world will collapse, Sir Julian. A faint smile spread on Julian's lips. Perhaps he liked my answer. But probably not. I had spoken something completely contrary to his beliefs. Yet Julian never judged others recklessly. He never tried to force others to change. He simply accepted things as they were. I see. That could be true. Julian gestured somewhere with his eyes. Get ready, Maximilian. Yes, Sir Julian. I called out to Julian. He turned to look at me with one hand resting on his hip. You may call me Max, if you prefer. Julian was a true noble. Born into one of the upper noble families and having walked only the elite path. Even so, he looked down from above and agonized endlessly. He built beliefs different from the life he had lived, and at the most critical moments, he threw himself into what he believed was right. That unwavering righteousness of his was the reason I had been able to break free from the Empire's indoctrination. And so, the world had ended. Max. Julian spoke my name as he drew his weapon. A broadsword whose blade had been thinned from having cut through so much. Draw your sword now. I nodded and unsheathed my sword. Julian pointed to a part of the wall far from the entrance of the building. A knight is stronger than most tanks. There was no need to enter through the door like a normal person. Go. Yes. At Julian's command, I swung my longsword. Esterarke. As I cleaved through the building's wall entirely, I thought this. Could I, someday, cut down Julian? Russell dash. After tearing down the wall, Julian moved. The cartel's forces were spread out, but he maneuvered like the wind. There was no mercy in his hands. 10 minutes was enough to deal with the dozens of organization members from the first to the third floor. I strapped the long sword back to my waist. There was nothing for me to do. When I trudged up to the third floor, Julian was sitting on some kind of box. He was wiping the blood off his sword with a handkerchief. Good work. In the meantime, the police arrived. Loyalty. We will begin the search. After saluting, they turned the building inside out. There is a suspicious passage here. Another space underground was revealed. I went down there too. A secret room reeking of a vile stench, where people kidnapped by the cartel were being held. Thump. The virus reacted faintly. Could one of them be an Eisenheim? I tilted my head, but they were not Eisenheim. The cause was the sofa placed in the middle of the secret room. I took a closer look at the sofa. Max, what are you doing? Julian, who had come down before I noticed, asked. I think I found something. I pointed to the sofa. Julian sliced it open, but inside there was only cotton and dust. What exactly did you find? Perhaps. I placed my hand on the leather of the sofa and sent mana through it. The outer leather melted away like liquid and condensed into strange crystals. It was quite a large amount. Julian's eyes widened slightly. It's a drug. The purity is very high. Yes. I picked up one of the crystals. At that moment, the virus reacted. Information about the mana compound surged into my mind. In numerical terms, purity over 97%. The structure was a double helix. Extremely addictive. It seems my virus also has the talent of analyzing mana. They rearranged the structure of the substance with mana to hide it. What kind of bastard dash? Julian uncharacteristically trailed off. That's how groundbreaking the technique must have been. The culprits were obviously them. The ones who would do anything to throw the Empire into chaos, the otherworldly species Eisenheim. Max. Julian suddenly turned to me. Well done. It was praise from a superior. It didn't sound bad. I swallowed a smile and gave a slight bow. Just then, the police appeared. They widened their eyes at the drugs found inside the sofa. May we confiscate this? No. I dismissed them. We will be doing the confiscation. Yes. Julian stared at me quietly. We knights shouldn't trust the police too much either. This was enough for at least tens of thousands of doses. Even stealing just 1/10 of it could change someone's life, and the police station was full of rats. Julian chuckled faintly. He seemed to agree, but as if to test me, he asked, Then who do you trust? The answer was already decided. Only oneself. Julian nodded. That meant it was the right answer. Schatz regulated her mana while repeating deep breaths inside the room of the residence. It was meditation to organize the flow that had been suppressed for years by restraints, and it was training to carry out Maximilian's words, become stronger. Knock knock. With a sudden knock, a man entered. Nice to meet you. I'm Dieter Schmidt. Dieter glanced around the interior. Mattress, small refrigerator, bedding, personal belongings. Other than that, there was nothing. This is just a temporary residence, so I'm afraid it's lacking in many aspects. Please bear with it for a while. We don't have sufficient funds yet. Schatz tilted her head. Ebenholt's lacking in funds? Those words didn't seem to go together at all. I understand. So treatment depends on one's capability. Schatz understood it that way. Yes. Would you please step outside for a moment? Dieter guided Schatz outside. The two stood side by side in the open space behind the building. Please show me your mana. Dieter requested a demonstration from Schatz while holding a notepad. Accurately identifying and noting down the abilities of personnel was an important task. Yes. Schatz gathered mana at her fingertips. Blue sparks crackled and flared intensely. Past. As she extended her arm and fired, an electromagnetic pulse soared 10 meters and struck the ground. Electromagnetic type? That's excellent. You've been born with a very rare mana property. Thank you. Yes. She was naturally quiet. Dieter was also the type to only speak when necessary. The two silently surveyed the surroundings of the open space for a moment. There's nothing around. To Schatz's comment, Dieter replied, yes, it's still undeveloped land, but we are in the process of purchasing it step by step. Planning to build a city here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Knight Maximilian. Schatz immediately straightened her posture. I stopped by on my way. Dieter, what do you think? Can this place become a city? It looks fine. You can speak honestly. It's not far from the center, but the lack of transportation makes it virtually isolated. Additionally, monster appearances are frequent, so the conditions aren't ideal. That was the reason such a large area remained undeveloped. Monsters were the greatest obstacle to construction. If monsters attacked at night, everything would be demolished. Deploying additional personnel for defense would greatly increase the cost. Ebenholz can make it happen. More than anything, we lack the funds to build a city. What about the mine? The results will probably come out within next week. Have faith and wait. Maximilian turned to Schatz. Are you still thinking about Mason? Schatz gave a brief answer. Yes. There's no need to be obsessed. If you wait, the opportunity will come eventually. The founder of Mason is not a pure imperial. Though he's disguised that way, he will inevitably be exposed as a mixed blood. Just that fact alone would bring ruin to Mason Industries. That kind of era is coming for us. And this is your first mission. Maximilian handed her a document containing someone's profile. Find this person. Yes. Understood. Aren't you curious who it is? What kind of person is it? Only then did Schatz express curiosity, and Maximilian gave a short answer. A Revolutionary Forces member. Summer hadn't even begun yet, but my peers had already formed factions. Tiana and Leon aligned themselves with Senior Knight Jerome's group. Follow Jerome upward and you reach Adria, then further up to Anton. In other words, they belonged to Deputy Knight Commander Anton's faction. Anton was highly respected. That's why the Revolutionary Forces clung to him. As I've said before, the high-ranking Knight Adria was a spy for the Revolutionary Forces. Sir Knight. This came from Empire Point. A staff member handed me a letter. He was a guard from the Western prison. One deputy warden who played a key role in saving Schatz and 2 guards were all now employed as my Knight administration staff. I took the letter. It was high-quality parchment stamped with the Empire Point seal. To Knight Maximilian von Ebenholz of the Sentinel Knight Order. For the benefit of our Academy's outstanding cadets, we respectfully request your visitation and evaluation to share your noble experience and knowledge. Empire Point often sends such requests to Sentinel Knights. It's a kind of masterclass. Looks like I'll have to go. If there's an Eisenheim at Empire Point, that would be the worst-case scenario. That place is the shortest path to rising to the core of the Empire. Besides, there must have been a better way. I'm sure. The first Eisenheim I killed, Jacob. I'm also curious what that bastard's peers are up to. BZZZZT. My terminal rang. This is Schatz. I've located the target. Already? No. That's expected. Her abilities are as good as anticipated. I left the office. Sitting for so long analyzing mana residue had left me restless. Max. Million. As I was about to take the elevator, some knights called my name. They were noble-born knights, Rionel, Zion, and their de facto leader, Chiron. Knight Chiron would like to see you. Rionel pointed to Chiron standing behind them. Chiron gave me a smile. Maximilian. We finally meet face to face like this. Yes. Good to see you, sir. I bowed my head to him. Fleeting memories from before the regression flashed by. Chiron. A noble from the capital, he aimed to bring down Deputy Knight Commander Anton. However, Chiron lacked a foundation. Though Anton was a fallen noble, his unique charisma attracted knights. Chiron, by contrast, came from a nouveau riche family that had only recently succeeded. The reason Chiron had been able to pull off a coup in the previous timeline was due to his cooperation with the Imperial Guard. Lately, there's been a lot of talk about you in social circles. The Imperial Guard is power. The Knight Order is honor. Both wield tremendous authority, but the way they operate and their natures are completely different. The Imperial Guard will carry out ethnic cleansing. The Knight Order will wage war. Both are perhaps necessary evils for me. The 3rd-class Golden Lion Medal. Did I receive that at 22? Chiron smiled as he glanced at the medal on my chest. Shall we have a brief talk? Certainly. Chiron gestured to his subordinate knights. They backed off with practiced tact. Let's talk on the way down. You must be busy too. Yes. We got on the elevator together. As the doors closed, Chiron spoke in a low voice. Maximilian, the world is changing. It'll change even more drastically from now on. Probably far beyond what you can imagine. The central government is already in turmoil. He had a face like a snake and a voice that matched that face. But I always worry. Will our sentinels be able to handle that massive wave? Chiron had made similar proposals before the regression. Back then, I hadn't even fully understood what he meant. Are you referring to Deputy Knight Commander Anton? Now, I had enough knowledge to cut straight to the point. Sharp, aren't you? Yes. The next Knight Commander election isn't far off. At this rate, Anton is the leading candidate. Yes, I'm aware. Many people seem to like Deputy Commander Anton. Do you as well? Ding. The elevator stopped. As I walked toward the parking lot, I thought, Deputy Commander Anton Zephyrin. He's a good man. But only a good man. Of course not. Then what don't you like about him? Chiron asked again. I raised my head and looked him in the eye. He seems to place too much faith in the innate goodness of mankind. Anton is a man who values the outdated romanticism known as chivalry. That's why, when I killed a young Isenheim, he expressed concern. I will continue killing Isenheim without end, and Anton will be an obstacle to me. He doesn't understand the duties of a knight, nor the reason for our existence. As I continued speaking, Chiron's face began to twitch. He was trying not to laugh. He only wants to see the good in this world. From a broken empire, ruin will bloom. The empire must function as the lesser evil, and the cleansing of races must go forward. At that point, he's no different from a blind man with open eyes. An old man trying to plant a single flower in a hellish world. That is Anton. Ha ha. Chiron laughed heartily. He clapped his hands and placed one on my shoulder. Well said. Truly well said. Huh. I've been bested by a new recruit. No, not even that, Maximilian. It's hard to call you a new recruit. You're the heir of Ebenholz, after all. Chiron's expression quickly turned serious again. Maximilian. The imperial family will likely continue investigating Anton. They'll come to you and to your father, asking many things. I doubt my words will carry much weight. Don't be so modest. Chiron paused for a moment, then twisted one corner of his mouth upward. I hope you'll be just as honest there, and whatever else is said, just keep quiet about it. It meant he would blatantly fabricate and implicate him. Chiron raised his eyebrows with a peculiar expression. A so-called noble who used to sell straw mats becoming the knight commander of Sentinel. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm sure your father thinks so too. I nodded. I didn't like how he kept bringing up Sebastian, but tact was necessary. Yes. Speaking honestly is easy enough. Huh. Chiron let out a low chuckle. Good then. Let's meet again later. Go ahead. You seem busy. Yes. With that, Chiron left, and I got into my car. As I stepped on the accelerator, I let out a sigh. So many people overstepped their place. Mentioning Sebastian so lightly meant they were looking down on me, but for now I had to endure it. I was still nothing more than Sebastian's young pup. Being perceived that way was actually beneficial for the moment. Sir Knight, do you think Max is any help? In the Sentinel Knight Order's parking lot, Nobleborn Knight Rionel asked with clear displeasure. Max has already fallen out of Sebastian's favor. Now there's even a rumor that he's planning to adopt Edmund. You saw it yourself, didn't you? That stiff neck of his. At that, Chiron frowned. Watch your words. Stiff neck. Pardon. And since when would Sebastian adopt a half-blood? He's the most pure-blooded noble of all. My apologies. Rionel and the other knights quickly bowed. Chiron clicked his tongue. Don't treat him carelessly. Maximilian is someone you can have a proper conversation with. Is that so? Yes. How long are you going to hold that grudge? You're the ones who were in the wrong from the beginning. Maximilian was absolutely right. No matter how well you knew him personally, you shouldn't be calling him Max in an official setting. Do not call me Max. Those words Maximilian once said had left a bad impression among the senior knights. He's an Ebenholz. He's not on the same level as you. He's a noble of an entirely different class, with a legacy you could never match. Even if he had been their junior as a cadet, they were never in the same league from the start. And yet, these idiots tried to treat him lightly just because they remembered their time together at Empire Point. I'm saying don't stir up trouble unnecessarily. Yes, we apologize. The knights bowed again. Oh my. Is there a meeting happening in the parking lot? Everyone flinched and turned. Chiron glared at her. Audrea von Hardenberg, one of the central figures in Anton's faction, and the knight Chiron despised the most. You all look rather undignified. Knights gathering in a group like that. It was just a discussion about lunch options. Chiron swallowed a curse and forced a smile. Audrea smiled faintly too. I see. Well, you people do like to make everything sound grand. Take care. Audrea got into her night vehicle. Chiron watched her, then signaled to the others. Let's go. Yes, sir. Chiron had confirmed that Maximilian of Ebenholz shared his views. That was enough for now. After all, there's no way someone raised that nobly would take a liking to low-born scum like Anton. Revolutionary forces. I contemplated how they should be treated. Before that, I thought about where their origin came from. The imperial family had tolerated the revolutionary forces for a long time. A balloon that keeps inflating endlessly will burst eventually. Likewise, a society without any discontented groups cannot exist, and only when it can handle them properly can the system be maintained stably. Yes, it had to be at a level that could be handled. It had to be a state capable of handling them. However, when the evils of the Empire exceeded the critical point, the Empire completely lost its ability to control the revolutionary forces. Isenheim exploited that gap and inflated the revolutionary forces exponentially. If the Empire had remained endlessly sharp, had reigned as an eternal watcher, the revolution would not have happened. Therefore, my enemy was Isenheim and, at the same time, the interior of the Empire. While I was thinking, I arrived at my destination. The Empire's 17th district, the industrial city of Denstein. The heart of the Empire's mana engineering technology. I recalled the name of one revolutionary member from my memories and ordered Schatz to track him. You've arrived. As I got out of the car, Schatz appeared like a shadow. Officials will arrive soon. I'll go in first. When I give the signal, follow me then. Yes. Alfred Paper Mill. The location was an ordinary paper mill. At least on the surface. I concealed my face as much as possible. A deeply pulled-down baker boy cap and a wool coat. Inside the factory, the mechanical noise and heat were thick. The employees were busily moving about, immersed in their labor. I walked among them and most didn't pay any attention to me. Who are you? Just as I was about to reach the president's office, a man who looked to be in his mid-30s blocked my way. He had an ordinary appearance. A kind face. But at that moment, a memory from the past vividly resurfaced. These maggot-like bastards should have their heads cut off and displayed in the square. Before I am a regressor, I am a human being. I can't help but recall the ones I had personal resentment toward first. Why are we letting this worm live? A man who held especially radical and extreme beliefs, even among the revolutionary forces. The memory of the day he slapped my face behind bars and poured out his hatred still burned clear. TCH. You're worse than a pig or a dog. This man is a member of the revolutionary forces. An enthusiastic member who has already committed dozens of large and small acts of terrorism and killed civilians. But he is not Isenheim. There is no need to feel regret. Thump. The virus inside me reacted. Thump. Somewhere in this place, Isenheim was here. You're Mr. Daniel, correct? Yes. Would you be able to speak for a moment? I showed him the Sentinel ID. His eyes trembled. Don't react. It could cause a commotion, so first, the employees. I gestured toward the workshop. Daniel rang a bell to signal the workers to leave for the day. Everyone. That's all for today. Please go home. Daniel Mateo. He inherited his father's paper mill, received a quality education as a member of the middle class, has long been a devoted member of the revolutionary forces, and is a pure-blood imperial citizen. However, beside him was Isenheim. President's office. Daniel sat across the desk from the uninvited guest. What brings a knight to such a humble place? The knight removed his cap. Blonde hair was revealed. As a liaison of the revolutionary forces, Daniel recognized his identity at that moment. Maximilian of Ebenholz. Once deemed weak during his time at Empire Point, but because of that very inferiority complex and sense of inadequacy, he joined the Sentinel and had been walking a path of extreme behavior ever since, an aristocrat. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Trickle. Daniel poured coffee into a cup, trying to hide his tension. The knight didn't even glance at it. He simply stared directly at Daniel. A suffocating silence. His body was drenched in sweat. Even trying to remain calm, his fingertips and toes moved involuntarily. Was it because he was of Ebenholz, no matter how young or incompetent? The pressure exuding from him as a noble was unavoidable. You've been running this factory for quite some time, haven't you? He finally spoke. Yes, that's right. He turned his gaze toward one wall of the office. Daniel unconsciously followed his line of sight. We've received intelligence. Excuse me. There was a report that seditious activities were being carried out here, that kind of intelligence. What do you think about that, Mr. Daniel? The knight asked while looking at him. His tone was ordinary, and his movements were calm. That's not true. Since my father's generation, we've been making paper for generations. Daniel's words stopped. He suddenly followed the knight's pupils. The direction of his gaze was strange. He wasn't looking at Daniel. It was fixed on the wall. Slide. Maximilian quietly stood up. Then he slowly walked over to that spot. Tap. Tap. He tapped on the wall with his fingers. A dull and solid sound echoed. The contrast was clear. Something had definitely been prepared. Sir Knight? Well made. He drew the long sword from his back. Swah. The long blade split the wall. Concrete tore apart like sheets of paper, revealing the space behind it. A long corridor. Daniel's heart dropped with a thud. Maximilian slowly entered. Before long, he reached a completely different space. A small classroom-like place with desks and chairs. The knight let out a light sigh and swept his eyes around the interior. Daniel could not say a single word. He merely watched his back in a daze. The bookshelves were full of books without covers. He pulled one out and slowly read its contents. Democracy. Republic. Maximilian laughed faintly. They were clearly banned books. Eugenics does not exist? The knight tossed the book aside carelessly. Then he stretched his hand and stroked the bookshelf. More precisely, it seemed he was sensing something beyond the bookshelf. Daniel, breathing roughly, placed his hand on his back pocket. Thump. Thump. Just as his heart was pounding as if it would burst out. Swah. The knight's sword slashed through. The bookshelf was sliced, revealing a hidden door handle. At that moment, Daniel drew a pistol and suddenly fired. Bang! The bullet grazed Maximilian's cheek, but bounced off with a thunk as if it had struck steel. A shield of mana. A magical technique known as mana protection. A knight is like a tank. When mana is prepared, ordinary bullets cannot pierce the barrier that envelopes their skin. Clack. Maximilian flung the door handle wide open. Here you are. His lips twisted. Inside, decorated like a bedroom, two women were crouching and holding their breath. Thump. His heart pounded. It meant Isenheim was here. Maximilian gripped his sword again. They must be killed. They're bastards who must be killed. That thought came to him, but he stopped. He had to endure. They were not targets for certain immediate execution, and besides, there was public opinion. And the media was a problem. Ebenholz was not invincible. If the heir turned out to be a murder maniac, it would tarnish the family's name and give political enemies a weakness to exploit. Even the imperial family would have grounds to intervene. As of now, the only one who knew that Isenheim are monsters was himself. Let today's results be enough. Maximilian sheathed his sword at his waist. Instead, he signaled to shots and the officials waiting outside. They entered quickly, subdued Daniel, and began searching for evidence. We found it. A ciphered document. There are explosives here too. Indeed, the officials, who were former prison guards, were highly skilled at searching interiors. Maximilian raided a small revolutionary cell. The seditious books were all seized as evidence, and 3 subversives were taken to the night order. Julian looked into the interrogation room through the glass window at the 2 people inside. The interrogator was Knight Audria. The subject was Daniel, the revolutionary member. Oh, Julian. There you are. At that moment, Chiron entered. What's going on here? A rookie already caught revolutionaries. He chuckled and placed a hand on Julian's shoulder. Seems like Maximilian is developing fast under your mentorship. At this rate, he'll earn the second-class medal soon. Chiron was Julian's peer. That had been the case since their days at Empire Point. Julian wasn't obsessed with performance, while Chiron had a fanatical ambition, which made them strangely compatible. How's the situation? Daniel. That man confessed to being a liaison for the revolutionary forces. But the other two, apparently not. And? Illegal immigrants from a foreign country. Pfft. Chiron sneered. If he's a liaison, he might live if he talks. The Empire doesn't simply cut off heads just because someone belongs to the revolutionary forces. The Imperial Guard might, but the Night Order does not. Of course, since the most serious crime in the Empire is treason, revolutionary members go through a special tribunal. It's a trial where the Knight directly takes on the role of prosecutor. It's funny, really. Even among the revolutionary bastards, noble-style hierarchy applies. Julian listened to Chiron's words with one ear and let them out the other. The higher-ups of revolutionary forces beg to be killed, but they never actually get executed. There's too much information to extract. Even the ones who try to kill themselves, they keep them alive no matter what. Unless they're major figures, revolutionary officers are rarely executed. The sentence may be death, but there's fierce behind-the-scenes negotiation and persuasion involved. Julian nodded. If he's a liaison, a deal will likely be made. The knight in charge would be Maximilian, right? Since Max was the one who caught him. Tisk. Chiron suddenly turned to Julian with a stern look. Julian. No matter how junior he is, don't call someone by their name so casually in an official setting. Got it. Creak. Right then, the door opened and Maximilian entered. Chiron brightened at the sight. Knight Maximilian. Congratulations. Max gave a small nod. Thank you. You must have got some intelligence ahead of time? Yes. That's right. Good. That's great, but be careful. Chiron gestured with his eyes toward Audrea inside the interrogation room. Don't let her steal your results. She's a scary woman. Maximilian calmly looked toward Audrea inside the interrogation room. Chiron suppressed a chuckle. Anyway, that guy's the liaison, huh? Have you prepared a trial strategy? No. No? Well, I guess it's your first time. It's gonna be a lot different from the mock trials we did back at Empire Point. You'll probably need some hell dash. No, that's not it. Maximilian shook his head with a faint smile. What I want is dash. Julian scratched his eyebrow, as if sensing what was coming next. Capital punishment for all. His voice sank. The weight in the words tightened the air. Chiron asked again, quietly. Capital punishment for all? Yes. He answered calmly, like saying hello to a neighbor. All three, I'll kill them. Tick tick. The clock in the interrogation room ticked. I gazed at it quietly. Tick tick. I closed my eyes in silence. I try speaking to the thing inside my body. Thump thump. There is no reply, but the virus is still pulsing. Thump. Tick. The unit of the pulse is 1 second. The two rhythms overlap precisely. Clack. The door opened. At last, Audrea came out of the interrogation room. She looked at me and smiled brightly. Another case closed, Knight Maximilian. Audrea is a core member of the revolutionary forces. While I was drafting a general statement report, she had probably gone ahead to act first, but she wouldn't have pulled anything too reckless. In the heart of the Sentinel Night Order, even someone like her would have to tread carefully. To them, Audrea is hundreds of times more valuable than a contact like Daniel. Thank you. I tried stirring things up, but his mouth is tightly shut. Audrea has some sort of degree in socio-dissident crime psychology or something like that. Probably got it just to make contact with the revolutionary forces herself in situations like this. Yes. Let me try. All right. Get whatever you can out of him. Audrea left the room, and I entered as if switching places with her. On the other side of the cold metal table, Daniel sat in handcuffs. First of all, quite a lot of evidence was found at your place. Everything from coded messages that required decryption to high-powered explosives. Daniel said nothing. Tap. Tap. I tapped the table with my fingers and looked at him. From my own past experience as a detainee, the most frightening weapon was always silence. Sweat formed on Daniel's temples. His lips were dry and cracked. I calmly adjusted my clothes. And then I opened my mouth. Those two people who were there with you, they must be revolutionary members too. A woman in her early to mid-30s and another in her mid to late teens. Eisenheim, who had hidden by Daniel's side. No. Daniel suddenly reacted sharply. I looked at him for a moment. The fierce tremble in his eyes was truly surprising. They're not members of the revolutionary forces. His tone was irritating. I alone dash. Who said you could speak informally? Let's at least keep things courteous. Daniel took a moment to catch his breath. Then, in a subdued voice, he continued. They're not members of the revolutionary forces. They're immigrants who don't even speak the Empire's language properly. They had overstayed their residency and were supposed to be deported, so I used them. I observed Daniel's expression. That face as he spoke of the two women. That saintly mindset trying to take all the blame upon himself. That's strange. Come to think of it, his behavior was odd from the beginning. When I was about to open the hidden door, he lost his mind and fired a pistol. And even though he wasn't Eisenheim, he was possessed by a degree of revolutionary fervor far too intense for an ordinary citizen of the Empire. Because of you, now all the workers at the factory will fall under suspicion. Some of them might even be getting tortured right now. Workers who had done nothing wrong, who simply toiled day after day to earn money and feed their families. The Empire's police had arrested all of them. Because of Daniel, who had built a secret room in the factory inherited from his father. And yet you're only concerned about those two? He built the factory as a front to avoid suspicion, but instead of worrying about the workers, he's heartbroken over two Eisenheim women. Daniel's expression froze over. I let out a hollow laugh. What a fucking emotion this is. You preach about liberation and revolution, some grand cause, but the only thing that really shakes you are just two people. It wasn't revolution. It was love. It wasn't a cause. It was an entirely personal matter. No matter how misguided a belief may be, those who dedicate their lives to loyalty are given respect. But someone who is swayed by mere personal feelings becomes nothing more than a loser covered in shame and filth. Only now do I understand why the revolutionary forces looked at me the way they did before the regression. They respected Sebastian, and they were disgusted by me. Unbelievable. I stood up from my seat and looked down at Daniel. Daniel clenched his fists tightly with his head bowed. It's useless for you to deny being a member of the revolutionary forces. The moment I identify someone as a revolutionary, they become one. Daniel raised his gaze. His eyes were filled with a mix of resignation and anger. In that case, I won't speak another word. Pfft. I let out a small laugh. Slowly, I stepped closer and leaned over the table. Don't be mistaken. I whispered in a low voice. The information you have was never needed in the first place. In the Empire, there exists a special judicial institution called the Night Court. In truth, it's closer to a procedure than an organization. When the assigned knight submits collected evidence records and a written opinion on the case to a judge, the judge renders a verdict and sentencing based on that documentation. All complicated and time-consuming processes like legal counsel or jury verdicts are entirely omitted. The subjects are mainly those who hold dissatisfaction toward the Empire or pose a threat, anti-establishment individuals. Investigative authority, prosecutorial power, and influence over sentencing. This is one of the reasons why knights are called the Sword of the Empire. I wrote a case opinion on Daniel and the other two Eisenheim. The charges were conspiracy to overthrow the Empire, illegal stay, membership and activity in the revolutionary forces, and illegal manufacturing and possession of explosives. The sentence recommendation: death penalty. I scribbled it out with a logic of my own. I got up from my chair. Just behind me was a window. The office for new knights was quite small. But with this case, the budget would likely be increased, and the space would soon expand. As a knight, performance is important. And to fully inherit Ebenholz, Sebastian's support is essential. I placed my hand near my collarbone and thought about this quietly pulsing virus. The dimensional devourer summoned by Eisenheim. A fragment of that thing seeped into me and regressed along with me. Though I'm forcibly carrying it with me, I don't know what this thing's purpose is. It's hard to even gauge if it's truly a sentient being. One thing is certain, this thing consumes Eisenheims. And it helps me to vaguely understand the mana of the world. Its existence itself seems to be composed of mana, but perhaps it's some kind of cosmic substance that I can't yet comprehend. The conclusion is simple. I need to learn more about mana and uncover more. Districts 40 through 44 of the Empire are slums, because they're part of the underground city area. However, right next to the underground city lies an autonomous region, as if the two areas were back-to-back. Cessfall. Originally, it was a normal 39th district of the Empire, but due to a concentration of uniquely creative mana engineering companies, prestigious universities, and magic towers, it developed explosively. And in exchange for the massive taxes paid to the royal family, it was granted a high level of autonomy. I found a shabby mana shop in one of its alleyways. Mana Shop, Lorenzo Carrione. In this way, the Empire's integrated identity network, accessible from the Sentinel Knight Order, is very convenient. No matter where someone is in the Empire, if you remember their name, you can find them. The exterior is ordinary. In fact, the wood is so rotted it looks like it'll fall apart. It's enough to make one hesitate to enter, but the shop owner is far from ordinary. A figure of very high authority in mana. I opened the wooden door, its edges frayed. I quietly looked around the interior. At the counter stood a bespectacled staff member, and on the shelves were not only simple raw ingredients and herbs, but also magi-tech items made by combining machines and mana stones. One particular item caught my eye. It was a machine like a water wheel. In front of it stood a boy resembling a puppy. "Did you make this?" Yes." The boy called out, smiled cheerfully as he stepped forward. His features were quite sharp. The staff member beside him gave a worried glance in this direction. "It's a mana stone water wheel." Mana stone water wheel. Yes. If you place it somewhere with a high mana density. The boy released mana. The water wheel, touched by that stream, began to turn with a rumble. "It draws mana like a water wheel." My eyebrow twitched. "Like this, it keeps gathering mana from the air." As the boy infused mana, the water wheel rotated, and in the container placed beneath, particles the size of sand grains began to condense. Circulation and refinement of mana. The process and flow formed before my eyes. The principle of it became visible to me. Is this also due to the virus? It produces mana stones. The boy placed the dust-like mana stone on his fingertip. The mana stone quickly evaporated. You know, right? Artificial mana disappears. But if you put it somewhere with lots of natural mana, the mana stone won't vanish. Human mana and natural mana are different. Human mana cannot be turned into stones or crystals, but natural mana, gathering underground, in caves or inside glaciers, becomes mana stones. In other words, this mana stone water wheel is a natural mana stone generator. I looked at the boy. "What's your name?" "Armin." Armin answered with a face full of anticipation. His cheeks puffed up like steamed buns, and his eyes sparkled like stars. The concept is good, but there was something I had to point out. The joint part of the water wheel that draws in mana. There was a defect there. At least, according to the virus. I lightly infused mana into that spot. Boom. The entire water wheel exploded. And no, Armin's face looked like his world had collapsed. Why would you do that?" The boy bent over, almost crying. I looked down at him as he picked up the shattered remains. This water wheel is only meaningful when used in places with a high mana density, but in such places, mana ruptures happen frequently. The boy quickly looked up at me. "Mana wears down materials. If you place this water wheel in a place thick enough with mana to create natural mana stones, it won't last even a day. In other words, it's not practical." And more importantly, there was a more critical issue, but I didn't say any more. I worked so hard on it. Armin's lips trembled as if he was about to burst into tears. At some point, the boy's face turned red. He suddenly stood up and held out his palm to me. "Please compensate me." "Compensate? You destroyed an item that's for sale." "Armin. You rascal." Just then, someone rushed out, calling Armin's name. Lorenzo Carrione. With a thick beard and sideburns, he walked out leaning on a cane. "How dare you speak so rudely to a customer?" He scolded the boy in my place, looking like a rather strict mana merchant. That was his appearance, at least. But in truth, he is a genius professor who once vanished from the world. A mage scholar with a deep story behind him, he harbors a strong dislike for nobles. That's why my criticism of the boy was partly intentional. If I hadn't done that, he wouldn't have shown his face to me. "You're the owner, I presume." I gestured toward Lorenzo. Yes. Apologies. This Brad is my apprentice, but he's got no manners. Hey, bow your head. Lorenzo tapped the boy's crown with his cane. But the boy didn't lower his head. You're not going to bow your head. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes, but even so, he didn't bow. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Enough. His unyielding attitude pleased me. Regardless of status or age, that was far better than the rotten nobles who bow until their foreheads touch the ground. More than anything, the boy had outstanding talent, so this much was tolerable. Owner. I'm looking for items like these. I handed an order list to Lorenzo. Rare mana books by leading scholars, flasks and syringes for mana analysis, high-grade mana stones to feed the virus, and so on. There are quite a few items we don't have here. It may be difficult for us to acquire them. Difficult to acquire. I smiled faintly and turned back to Armin. I pointed at his flushed red face and the wreckage of the water wheel he had made. A machine that artificially produces mana stones could be in violation of the Imperial Mana Stone Regulation Act. Lorenzo bit his lip subtly, and Armin's face turned to one of sudden fear. I wonder what they would say if they saw it. Just like this, I would not hesitate to use any means necessary. It meant I had no intention of wasting time trying to appease anyone's feelings. We don't have them right now, but I think I can procure them. It'll come to about $100,000. Lorenzo's tone shifted in an instant. That's good to hear. Thank you. I didn't scold him. On the contrary, I expressed gratitude and pulled out my wallet. But will 100,000 be enough? I signed a check and handed it to him. Lorenzo's eyes widened at the amount. It's 200,000. I don't haggle. To someone worth receiving the money, to a talent who won't waste it, I pay more than the full price. If you happen to need more during the process of obtaining the items, don't hesitate to let me know. This is the Ebenholz way of doing business. While the owner Lorenzo went down to the basement to place an order, I looked back at Armin. The boy's round eyes were still glaring at me. But he said nothing. He showed his dissatisfaction on his face, but didn't open his mouth. I spoke to him. That was something that shouldn't have been sold in the first place. Even before the issue of legality, it was a defective product by itself. I conveyed only the facts without any emotion, and tears welled up in Armin's eyes. It was not sadness, but resentment. I looked at the broken pieces of the water wheel. Just now, I could see the principle of mana that Armin had created. A power I never had before the regression, probably a talent the virus gave me. You don't even know anything. Try drilling a mana circuit into the framework of the water wheel. What nonsense. Armin's words stopped halfway. His face suddenly went blank as if he had fallen into thought. Drill a circuit inside the water wheel to embed mana and fix it in place with a mana stone. It's similar in principle to embedding rebar in concrete. It's hard to explain in detail, but somehow it just feels that way. It felt like forcibly receiving knowledge that wasn't mine. Armin seemed to grasp the principle immediately. If I embed a mana circuit inside the water wheel, then because of the property of mana spreading through materials, it'll naturally coat the outside as well. That way, it won't wear down easily even in atmospheric mana. Its durability will become much stronger. At some point, he looked up at me with a face that was now sparkling, but then he suddenly looked sullen again. Is this kid already bipolar at this age? But it's illegal anyway, right? I shook my head. I said there's a possibility that it could be illegal. The law is all about how you phrase things. If the claim that this water wheel absorbs natural mana and produces natural mana stones is accepted, it will be legal. But if the claim that it artificially transforms natural mana to synthesize mana stones is accepted, then it will be illegal. In truth, what matters more than the justification of the argument itself is who makes the argument and how. What if the one making the claim is Ebenholz? Then the mana water wheel might be recorded in history as a decent invention. But why is it bad to make synthetic mana stones? Even if they're a little less efficient than natural ones, you can make way more of them and use them, right? Because mana stones are the product of vested interests. Vested interests? The manufacture of synthetic mana stones is treated as a felony greater than drug crimes in the Empire. The ownership of mana stone mines is monopolized by noble families. Therefore, they define the very technology of synthetic mana stones as a blasphemous act that defies the providence of nature and suppress it thoroughly. For now, it still costs much more to make synthetic mana stones than to mine natural ones. That's just for now. But if the technology improves, things will get better. And if mana stones get cheaper, everyone will benefit, right? There can never be a world where everyone benefits. The world will collapse before that ever happens. Armin blinked. He was a kid with a cute buzz-cut haircut. You said you're the owner's apprentice? No. I'm just Armin. Boss just works me to the bone. That can't be true. He's a picky person. If he didn't genuinely like the boy, he wouldn't keep him around. Lorenzo must have already recognized Armin's talent. What about school? I don't go. I tried once, but there was nothing to learn. Family? None. Armin's appearance deviated subtly from that of a pure-blood imperial. Most likely, he was a subspecies. But lineage can be sufficiently forged. Since he's still young, if we start the work now, it's possible. Armin. Just then, the owner came up from the basement. Go back down. No. Yes. Armin quickly went down to the basement. Lorenzo greeted me again with a gentle expression. If you come by next week, the item you ordered should be ready. I nodded. I'll send someone then. Yes. Wouldn't it be better to send that boy to school? I gestured toward the basement Armin had gone down to. Lorenzo gave a wry smile. That child doesn't need to go to school. Well, theory can be taught directly by Mr. Giorgio, I suppose. Lorenzo, no. Giorgio's expression stiffened. Giorgio Chirico. Once hailed as a genius scholar, why would someone like him renounce the world and hide away in such a shabby place? His story was quite well known before the regression. It was one of the examples used to reveal the corruption of the empire's nobility. Giorgio had presented a groundbreaking theory that formed the foundation of the empire's mana engineering technology, but it was stolen entirely by one of his noble disciples. He fought a grueling legal battle, but naturally lost. Because Giorgio was a commoner. The induced mana field formation theory. I heard that the theory that led to the invention of modern mana coils was your achievement. Now, of course, the Listman family holds an exclusive patent on it. Talent is a curse. Especially when that talent is granted to a commoner. If you ever need my help, just let me know. Then Lorenzo gave a bitter smile. He touched his damaged knee and spoke in a low voice. May I speak honestly? I nodded. That probably won't happen, noble sir. It wasn't so much stubbornness as it was that he had simply become someone who could no longer trust nobles. Then allow me to speak honestly as well. I took a Sentinel business card out of my wallet and placed it on the table. You're always free to change your mind. I pressed down my newsboy cap again as I spoke. Mr. Giorgio, you know the reason you lost, don't you? In a twisted world, being right is not the essence. Giorgio insisted on his righteousness, but precisely because of that, he lost. You didn't lose because you were wrong, but because you lacked power. Ebenholtz still possesses the power to correct that distortion, even if belatedly. Well then, goodbye. I turned around and left the shop. The lights were off at the mana shop, Lorenzo Carrion. Lorenzo sat in an old chair, lost in deep thought. The candle on the table flickered, casting a red glow on the wrinkles of his face. The numerous tools hanging on the wall wavered in the shadows. Then, in that moment, jingle. The locked shop door opened. A man stepped into the darkness. It was an old friend of Lorenzo's. He leaned on the counter and looked at him. Lorenzo asked, "What is it again?" "This man is looking for you." Lorenzo's face stiffened. Carl, the eldest son of the Listman family. Once Lorenzo's most promising disciple, now the traitor who stole his theory and fled. That bastard must be in his 40s by now. Me? After all this time? Yes. Seems he's hit a wall with his recent progress. Lorenzo clenched his teeth. It won't take long. You know how powerful this man is these days. Thanks for the warning. Going to run again? The old friend looked around the inside. This shop's well put together. You might as well join our cause. Shoo. Lorenzo brought his finger to his lips. Don't say such things to me and leave. I don't want to report you. Right. Thanks. Take care of yourself. The friend left with a bitter smile. Jingle. In the shadow-filled interior, Lorenzo fell into deep contemplation. Once, he had devoted his entire life to scholarship. But what had he achieved? What remained? Nothing but stolen honor and a permanently crippled body. Boss. Look at this. Acute commotion rose up. Armin was coming up from the basement, excited. In his hands was a new water wheel. I rebuilt the frame like that knight said, and it's way sturdier now. The mana efficiency got even better too. Lorenzo looked into the child's shining eyes and asked weakly, "Must you make that?" Huh? Armin looked confused, as if he didn't understand what he meant. Come on, boss, you always say this, don't you? That if you make just one really good item, you can live well for the rest of your life. Of course, since this one might be legally problematic, I'll keep it hidden for now. Lorenzo gave a bitter smile. Armin, excited again, went back down to his workshop. Even if it was an item that couldn't be sold, even if it was something that could never be revealed to the world, he was just a pure kid who rejoiced in the act of invention itself. He reminded Lorenzo exactly of his younger self. But if this man has found me, and if I must run away once again in the end, then I can't take that boy with me. Lorenzo suddenly looked toward the old mirror in the corner of the shop. The face of an old, worn-out man who had wasted far too many years remained reflected there. Armin, you must never become like me. Lorenzo slowly picked up the knight's business card that lay on the table. The weekend arrived. Even knights get weekends off. Taking advantage of the break, I came for a little sightseeing at the Magic Tower. The Imperial Sensio Magic Tower. As the name Sensio suggests, it is a place where the Empire's top-level wizards are trained and where magic is researched. I walked through the tower's courtyard. The tower is connected to the Imperial Central University, so it practically shares the same campus. In fact, you can often see university students sitting on the lawn reading books or chatting. For someone like me who had come through the military academy, filled with strict rules and training, it was an enviable sight. Of course, knights can attend university too. Same goes for me. Some of my fellow cadets are probably already coming here to take advanced courses on active mana traces. Eh? Max? Then someone called my name. It was a familiar face. Azel. What are you doing here, Max? She thought it through and reached her own conclusion. I was speechless. What do you mean, You came to take the advanced course on active traces too, right? You used to struggle so much with that. Nope. Then, I just came to see the Magic Tower. I was curious. Don't tell me, you came to see me? Are you crazy? Azel narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I raised my middle finger. Before I beat the hell out of you. Pfft. I'll snap that finger. Since I'm here, show me around the tower. Show you around. Fine, just follow me. We entered the Magic Tower. The first-floor lobby was arranged like a giant library. To enter, we had to pass through an identity verification gate. Beep. Azel tagged a card-like object. Okay, come in. This is the Tower Hall, usually called the main lobby. It looks like a library, but you can talk in here. Everyone's really good at staying focused, so... I looked at Azel as she explained the tower. Her gestures and voice were so familiar. When was it? 8 years old? 9? She was like that little girl who had excitedly shown me the garden she had grown herself. That person passing by over there is a professor. He's recently retired and now holds an honorary position. That's Professor Deslane. Azel pointed to an elderly man with white hair. And then, thump. Suddenly, my heart raced. I turned and looked somewhere else without showing it on my face. One person caught my eye. Pexi von Arzen. The Isenheim woman I had seen at the Carrios mansion, strongly suspected to be June Candel's lover, and someone I was certain was a brain-eater. She walked down the hall, capturing the gazes of the first-floor mages with her perfectly beautiful presence. Oh, Wizardnim? Azel waved at her. Pexi smiled brightly and waved back at Azel. What kind of expression am I making as I look back and forth between those two? What kind of expression should I make? The answer is simple. As if nothing is happening, as if nothing happened at all. I should just smile. Name, Pexi von Arzen. Birth, November 1st, Imperial Year 1012, Capital Arcadia. Status, eldest daughter of the Arzen family. Affiliation, Sensio Magic Tower, 5th tier wizard. Pexi von Arzen. She ranks fairly high in the 9-tier wizard system. Considering there are only 7 active 8th tier wizards, 0 9th tier wizards at present, and only 3 throughout history, she is essentially an elite who, if she continues her career, will at least reach the 7th tier. Like this, the Isenheim race generally handles mana well. After all, their method of communication inherently involves mixing their own waveforms and mana. Azel. The report is... Pexi tilted her head while looking at me, who was beside Azel. Azel introduced me. This is Maximilian, a knight affiliated with the Sentinel Knight Order. Pexi looked back and forth between us and then smiled brightly. Nice to meet you. I'm Pexi, 5th tier. You probably don't know this kind of greeting, Sir Knight. I do. Wizards always attach their tier when introducing themselves. It's our own kind of hierarchy awareness. It's a bit embarrassing. The voice of a noble. Even her speech is flawless. I asked casually. By the way, haven't we met somewhere before? I'm not sure. Without changing her expression, she pretended not to know. Well then, I'll pretend too. I must be mistaken. What brings you to the Sentinel, Sir Knight? There's a case I've been assigned to lately. So, I was wondering if there's a wizard who might assist with cooperation. That's what it was. Azel lightly tapped my shoulder. Pexi chuckled and asked again. I see. What case is it? It was the question I'd been waiting for. I'm tracking the Brain Eater. I continued, observing Pexi's change in expression. You've heard of the Brain Eater, right? One of the victims was a wizard. Yes. I know. It was a horrific incident. As expected, calm. She only showed reactions that were natural and matter-of-fact. Azel beside me also grew serious. Brain Eater. Max. I think I can connect you to a wizard related to tracking. I just met one last week, actually. Really? In truth, I don't need it. Pexi looked at her wristwatch and then raised her eyebrows. Azel, send the report up once it's compiled. I have something to do. And Sir Knight, I hope you catch them for sure. Yes. I gave a polite nod. Pexi left in a hurry to somewhere. Watching her back, I deliberately muttered. She's beautiful. Just loud enough for Pexi to hear. Azel let out a short laugh. You do have an eye. She's quite well known. Really? Are you close with her? I got to know her after entering the Magic Tower, so it's been about 3 months. Why? Are you interested? I nodded right away. Yeah. Could you introduce me? There was a strange glint in Azel's eyes for a moment, but she soon gave a sly grin and tapped my shoulder. This guy. You've finally grown up. The engagement between us had been completely nullified. Azel's family hadn't liked me from the start, and Sebastian never cared about my private life anyway. Yeah. I want to talk to her a bit about the Brain Eater, too. So you're going to use the case as a pretext? Well, something like that. Azel smugly patted her own chest. All right. Just leave it to me and wait. Her smiling face was bright. After returning home from the Magic Tower, it was time for Freya's swordsmanship lesson. Somehow, I had ended up walking the path of Ebenholz again, but I no longer had any complaints. Improving my individual combat ability was essential. Within a few years, I would become the top assassination target for both the revolutionary forces and the Isenheim race. Repeating the Ebenholz breathing method, I drew up the pure crystals I had deposited in my body since childhood. I spread mana throughout my entire body, tempering my bones, muscles, and blood vessels. Thump. Even the virus resonated with me. Thump. Breathing is harder than I thought. The mana particles claw at my internal organs. It's quite painful. KRG. Through the pain that felt like my heart and lungs were burning, I opened my eyes. At some point, Freya was standing right in front of me. The rhythm of your breathing is good. The mana circulating between your inhalation and exhalation is also refined very cleanly. You've learned mana breathing very well. Thank you. Now stand up. Any more and your organs might tear. I raised my body. Staggering, I looked at Freya. To be honest, this woman was still full of mysteries. Was there someone like her before the regression? I wasn't sure. It was probably a fake name, of course, but I didn't recall anyone even similar. Now, let me see it. Your sword. Yes. Time for homework inspection. I drew my long sword and swung it through the air. The sword flowed out like a stream of black water, graceful. I didn't use any force. I simply cut naturally. The sound of the long sword slicing through the wind, a clear resonance as if cutting through space. Through it, Freya's dagger flew at me like lightning. Whoosh! What the dash? What are you doing? I jumped back in shock. The dagger grazed my cheek and embedded itself into the tree behind me. I told you not to move. Freya replied coldly. What? It's disgraceful. The sword of Ebenholz is a graceful sword. It is a sword that resembles the moonlight of a silent night. You must not move so frivolously, nor should you swing so extravagantly. I swept my hair back. I was a little angry. Freya kept comparing the sword of Ebonholtz to nobility. But tell me, what's so good about a sword being graceful? We don't swing a sword for others to admire dash. Because only then can you reach the pinnacle. The pinnacle? Freya stretched out her arm. The dagger stuck in the tree returned to her grasp. I'm not asking you for shallow flair just to look good. Flair is nothing more than vanity. In contrast, grace comes from within. What does that have to do with the pinnacle? Think about the magic circles of wizards. Do they draw them carelessly? Of course not. They complete their spells by putting all their strength into every single stroke. If even a little is off, the magic collapses. At her sudden comparison to wizards, I realized something. The pinnacle of Ebonholtz is more than just swordsmanship. It is a perfect formation of swordsmanship, completed through the trajectory of the sword. That is the secret sword of Ebonholtz. To achieve that, you must build perfect habits from the very beginning. Freya swung her sword. From her clean trajectory, rays of light scattered. My eyes widened. When holding a sword, always maintain a composed and orderly posture. Also, make sure no sound is made when you swing. That's your second task. To cut without making a sound. A task more difficult than swinging 10,000 times. Try it. Yes. I swung the sword for now. Bung. It made a sound. Of course it did. Bung. The more I became conscious of the noise, the duller and noisier the sword became. Use not only your arms, but your whole body. Eliminate unnecessary waste of strength. Freya's calm advice. I closed my eyes. Instead, focus on the subtle movements that begin from your toes. Just shifting your center of gravity will naturally move your body. The sole that steps on the ground, the ankle that pushes off the earth, the hips that rotate. Through all of it is formed the line of the sword technique. Move your entire body like a sword. The arms are merely the endpoint reached by the strength of the swordsman. The sword is not wielded as a separate part of the body. You must sense the sword being projected through the flow of your entire body. Then, the loud air-splitting sound gradually subsided. I firmly suppressed all other distracting thoughts. Nobles do not show emotion. They do not display. They only maintain composure. They are merely refined. A refined sword. I trained all through the night until I collapsed from exhaustion, lying flat on the ground. The rustling leaves felt like a bed. A full moon hung in the sky. Suddenly, blocking half of that light, Freya looked down at me. I looked up at her. When elegance reaches its pinnacle. Her words spread faintly, echoing in my ears as if I were submerged in water. A sword that resembles moonlight. The blade gleamed. Like the silent moonlight, dozens of strands of silver radiance bloomed in the air overlapping. It was serene. It was brilliant. Yet never luxurious. A silent sword dance. It becomes the most free kind of sword. Without a doubt, truly elegant. At the very least, this woman does not lie. I gently closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, with my stiff body, I went to work and sat in the knight's office when I received a document. At the same time, I realized that I had quite a few obstacles in my way. Damn. In a knight's court, the sentencing opinion of the knight is essentially a recommendation, but even so, the one who presides over the court is still the judge. Even in a crumbling empire, there were still those who tried to uphold their conscience. Notice of deferred judgment. Case: conspiracy for insurrection and affiliation with the revolutionary forces at the paper mill. Defendants: Daniel Matteo and 2 others, Fatima Muller, Maria Schultz. Court Division, Criminal Division Number 3. Judge: Klaus von Limperk. Order: the judgment on this case is to be deferred, and the case is to be returned to the assigned knight for further investigation. Reasons: the charges against defendant Daniel Matteo are clearly substantiated even with the submitted evidence alone. However, the charges of conspiracy and organizational affiliation against defendants Fatima Muller and Maria Schultz are significantly insufficient to prove their crimes beyond a reasonable doubt with the current evidence submitted. In particular, the prosecution's claim labeling certain defendants as members of the revolutionary forces appears to be based entirely on the subjective judgment and interpretation of the investigating knight, without any objective material evidence. Therefore, unless the level of involvement of the two defendants with the organization is clearly and specifically proven, the court cannot sentence the two to death. Accordingly, the court defers the sentencing and requests a thorough and complete reinvestigation and submission of additional evidence by the night. The judge assigned to the case had rejected my death sentence recommendation. I set the notice down. I ran a hand roughly through my hair. I had no choice now. I picked up the terminal and called shots. Shots. Second mission. Yes. I've been waiting. Klaus von Limburg. Is he part of the revolutionary forces? I don't know yet. At the very least, if he rejected it even after seeing the name Ebenholz, he's someone who won't bend his beliefs, even if it costs him his position. Judge Klaus Limburg. Run a background check. Thus, for efficient negotiation, the first thing to do is identify what the opponent values more than themselves. Focus on family relationships, especially centered on children. I have to grab and shake those kinds of things. The Imperial Central Court. Judge Klaus was walking down the courthouse hallway. As always, he wore a neat official uniform, his shoe heels stepping on the marble floor. Thud. Thud. He was an ordinary person. At least, that's how he saw himself. Born into a small noble family of the empire, he walked the predetermined path and became a judge. There were no dramatic twists nor special glories in his life. He never desired such things either. He simply fulfilled his duties quietly within the boundaries of law and principle. A hardliner, or what some might call a stubborn type. Klaus opened the door to his office as usual. And then he stopped in place. There was a strange man over there, wearing a knight's official uniform, staring out the window. Who are you? There was a trace of wariness in Klaus's voice. The man slowly turned his head. Greetings, Judge Klaus. He introduced himself with a faint smile. I am Knight Maximilian of the Sentinel. Maximilian. He was the knight in charge of the case whose death sentence Klaus had rejected. I came because I wanted to have a detailed conversation with you, Judge. His voice was gentle, but it carried a weight that would not allow refusal. Have a seat. Klaus gestured toward the reception sofa. Yes. It would have been better if you had made an appointment first. Haha. My apologies. Maximilian sat down. He first took out a document and placed it on the table. I came here because I believe there may have been a misunderstanding regarding this case, and I wanted to explain it in detail. Misunderstanding? Yes. All three of them are indeed members of the revolutionary forces. There may be insufficient physical evidence, but circumstantially, it can be reasonably concluded. Klaus's brow furrowed. As a judge, he had already issued the order for reconsideration. Judge. Daniel provided a secret space where explosives and forbidden books were gathered, and he desperately defended them during interrogation. Would he have done that if they weren't part of the revolutionary forces? I saw that claim as an unreasonable assumption. Maximilian tilted his head. Unreasonable assumption. Those two immigrants can't even read or write imperial. To sentence them to death so abruptly dash. The claim that they can't read or write came from the revolutionary force members. That's something easily faked. That too is merely your claim. I'm saying the evidence is insufficient dash. Judge. Maximilian cut off the judge's words. He leaned in and let out a deep breath. What I want to talk about is the duty of a knight. The duty of a knight? Yes. As the sword of the empire, to eliminate the impure elements that harm the empire. To serve only the glory of the empire. Maximilian gave a bitter smile as he spoke about knighthood. Your son probably knows that well. At that moment, Klaus's expression stiffened. Your son is a cadet at Empire Point. He has excellent grades. If he continues for just 2 more years, he might be able to join our Sentinel Knight Order. The smile on Maximilian's lips suddenly froze cold. But, Judge, have you ever thought about who is beside your son? How he associates with them? And Maximilian continued speaking. His tone gradually dropped to a lower register. What kind of misconduct he sometimes commits. Maximilian's pupils opened wide. The golden eyes of Ebenholz. Klaus instinctively avoided the gaze. Are you threatening me right now? No. I'm simply informing you. Maximilian leaned back against the sofa. Judge Klaus, you are a pure imperial citizen. An Aaron who has lived in the empire for a long time. Your son is the same. And so, I think this way. He spoke with a hint of laughter. Even if your son owns a few forbidden books or often attends some odd gatherings, it's just curiosity. He must have nothing to do with the revolutionary forces. Of course. Since his father is a judge of the empire, such intellectual curiosity is more than understandable. Klaus looked at Maximilian. His own reflection was visible in those golden irises. However, such subspecies. Thud. Maximilian pressed down on the documents with his finger. Are fundamentally untrustworthy. The claim that they don't know the imperial language, or Daniel's claim that all the evidence belongs solely to him, none of it is easy to believe. You should have taken those aspects into account. Klaus's lips remained shut. Many words welled up inside him, but the sudden image of his son's face seemed to press them all down. What I see as clear in this case is that all three are members of the revolutionary forces. All just to earn a little credit? Klaus eventually voiced his stance. From your position, 3 members of the revolutionary forces are better than just one, aren't they? He knew of the high noble family called Ebenholz. He knew of Sebastian. Sebastian was not someone who obsessed over performance like Maximilian did. I already told you. But Maximilian sighed in frustration. This isn't about performance or anything like that, it's about a knight's duty. He rose from his seat. Just as your beliefs are important, so too is the honor of a knight. As he straightened his uniform, he placed a single photo down. Lucas, Klaus's son. Various photos showed his activities in and around Empire Point. I heard you had your son preciously in your later years. I do hope he joins us one day as my successor. Maximilian offered a slight bow of his head. Well then, I'll take my leave. With that, he left, but Klaus remained seated in silence. The knight's words echoed in his mind. My son and my duty. The two scales tipped endlessly within his heart. A silent anguish grew deeper. Backlight flowing through the window shone against the judge's back. I thought about the illusion called the law. At some point, the laws of the empire had bent. They were not equal to all, and they operated selectively for some. The revolutionary forces exploited precisely that corruption, and now I too had no choice but to wield the law as a weapon like any other noble. However, in that process, the foundation of the empire could not be allowed to collapse. While keeping the rotting nobles in check, only the cancer cells that had invaded humanity must be cut out. I was aiming at 2 enemies with a single sword. It was a contradiction. No, perhaps the entire world itself was a mass of contradictions. How far can we go to survive? What kinds of acts can we commit? Under the paramount goal of survival, all other values become meaningless. I picked up a document handed to me by an administrative officer. It was a notice from the Imperial Central Court. Imperial Central Court. Notice of change in assigned judge for case. Previous presiding judge, Klaus von Limperk. New presiding judge, Karl Grossman. Reason for change, resignation due to personal circumstances of the presiding judge. It was a letter informing me that the judge had been replaced. Klaus had not merely given up on this case, he had resigned from the profession of judge altogether. It was likely for the sake of his son. Klaus had been someone who wouldn't bend to anyone. That's why, eventually, the Imperial Guards probably would have broken his neck. In the previous timeline, he might have died without me ever knowing, without me even knowing his name. Compared to that future, bowing his head to me might be the better outcome. This is right. I thought about what was right for me. A bitter, sandy taste spread at the tip of my tongue. From now on, I would have to kill countless people. Because it was impossible to carve out only the Isenheim precisely. The biggest problem was the revolutionary forces. Are the revolutionary forces the enemy? As of now, yes. But in the end, they are also part of us. Our true and ultimate enemy is the Isenheim alone. Even so, we stand on different paths. A parallel line that can never meet. The core of their great cause is natural human rights, the belief that all minority races, including the Isenheim, are equal. There is no way to tear just the Isenheim away from them. That is what makes it a great cause. A single value that must be protected above all else, no matter the cost, and upheld by countless beliefs that cannot be compromised under any circumstance. I cannot persuade them. I took out the second letter. It was a court ruling, and they cannot persuade me either. In accordance with Imperial Law Article 112, the defendants Daniel Matteo and 2 others are sentenced to death. The newly appointed judge had no objections to my sentence. A death sentence was handed down to the 3 Revolutionary Force members, including Daniel, and they became part of my record. Behind the Sentinel Night Order compound, there was a wide mountain. Its elevation wasn't particularly high, but the mana concentration was dense, and so it had long been considered a decent training ground. High Knight Adria had reached the summit of that place. Near the balancing rock, a man was sitting. "So you are here." Deputy Knight Commander Anton. He appeared to be admiring the view. Adria steadied her breath and stood beside him. "It's a noteworthy occasion." "Occasion?" Anton asked back with his hands clasped behind his back. "A new knight captured members of the revolutionary forces. 3 of them at that." At Adria's words, Anton gave a small smile. Adria raised her brows in turn. "I didn't think he'd be someone easily dealt with. He's the heir to Ebenholz. He was never going to be ordinary from the start." "Ordinary, ordinary, ordinary." Adria muttered the word softly, then twisted her lips into a slight smirk. "May I speak further?" Anton turned to face her. By then, her expression had already hardened into something cold. "It's far more than just not ordinary." Whoosh, a cold wind blew. Their garments fluttered alongside the falling leaves. He beheaded a 16-year-old cadet at Empire Point for not being a pure imperial citizen and summarily executed an 11-year-old noble killer. That child was a victim before he was a perpetrator. Maximilian had killed a child who had been abused by an old noble, a child who at least deserved a trial. And now, 1 Revolutionary Force member and perhaps 2 innocent immigrants have been sentenced to death, even going so far as to push a judge into resignation. Anton looked out again into the distance. Below his gaze, the Empire's capital spread out like a painting. Arcadia, where countless citizens of the Empire lived. Before that, he dealt with a member of the Imperial Guard who had clashed with him. A soldier once revered as sacred within the Guards vanished without a trace overnight. Rodriguez. Adria had seen him once. A stiff-necked member of the Imperial Guard. He had a decent chance of success within the Guard, but Maximilian had cut him down without hesitation. Simply because the man had laid claim to the house Maximilian was planning to buy. That is the kind of knight Maximilian is. Once evaluated as timid at Empire Point, he had, at some point, broken loose from his leash. "What do you think of him, Deputy Knight Commander?" Adria asked Anton. A faint, indifferent smile suddenly appeared on Anton's face. He answered in a low voice. "Truly, he is a man who resembles the Empire." A man who resembles the Empire. Adria repeated his words in her mind. It was so accurate that a faint smile unknowingly slipped from her lips. Indeed, Maximilian Albrecht von Ebenholz. The man who had become a high-alert figure not only within the Knight Order, but also in politics, and even among the revolutionary forces, the assessment Anton just gave was precisely correct. Truly, a pure imperialist. Were. Deep within the Lomelton mountain range. A mana drill was roaring as it burrowed into the mountain range. Dieter wiped the sweat dripping beneath his safety helmet and watched over the drilling site. In his hand was the ledger of the company Veritas. This month was the deadline. The initial capital investment Maximilian had provided was nearly depleted. The scale of expenditure, including land purchases, equipment rentals, and labor employment, was far too large compared to the allowance he had saved up. If there were no visible results by the end of this week, the company would go bankrupt. As Dieter swallowed dryly and the mayor of Hermes beside him glanced around nervously. Mana liquid. From a distance, near the tunnel face, came the urgent shout of the site's supervisor. Mana liquid has been discovered. Mana liquid. A fluid infused with highly concentrated mana surging up from deep underground. The clearest evidence of the existence of a mana stone vein. Dieter ran toward the site. It was already in chaos. Workers rushed in with cheers, and in the center, the mana liquid gushed like a fountain. "Everyone, step back. Step back. Everyone, step back." Jensen, the mayor, shouted Dieter's words through a loudspeaker. The two of them blankly stared at the scene. From the cracks in the drilling hole, the mana liquid surged up and solidified. It was a mana stone. "Mana stone, it's a mana stone, sir." "Sir." Jensen cheered and hugged Dieter. "Huh." Dieter let out a sigh of relief without realizing it. A mysterious scene where the earth spat out mana stones as if it were breathing. A strange ecstasy wrapped around his body. His legs almost gave out and he nearly collapsed. So this is why people dig the ground. With trembling hands, he picked up his terminal. Confirmed. That's fortunate. The money source had been secured. The Lomelton area would serve as a cornucopia for quite some time, and the first investment destination of this massive mana stone mine was decided to be Hermes Province. Dieter. Southern Hermes is going to be one of my bases. I sometimes had this question. Why were high-ranking nobles and tycoons always so greedy? Why were they always stingy even with those on their side? Why did they treat them in a way that invited betrayal? There was only one conclusion. It was because most of them were morons. Tainted by a rotten ideology that others should serve them simply because they were born into noble families. I have no intention of making excuses for myself. I was one of those nobles too. Anyway, they saved money they could have spent on others to accumulate wealth, but I had no need to do that. I would spend it as quickly as I earned it. After all, when the world ends, it all becomes scraps of paper anyway. I'll entrust you with related investments as well, so we can both profit. Yes. I'll report the details. All right. If I ever overstep, just tell me anytime. Understood. If he's satisfied, if he focuses on his duties, Jensen could probably serve as the mayor of Hermes until the day he died. I ended the call. I was in the back seat of the car. We were on the way to analyze the murder scene that occurred just last night, and thanks to the driver, my administrative officer, I was comfortable. Congratulations. The officer seemed to be in a good mood too. He still lacked a bit of decorum. He shouldn't even show that he was listening. Training starts this weekend? Yes. That's right. Starting this weekend, the staff, including Schatz, would go to the main Ebenholz castle to receive vocational training. I decided to leave that matter to Enzi. Tick. I looked at the wristwatch on the officer's wrist holding the steering wheel. Tick. Time was flowing quickly. That utterly natural fact was a pressure to me. Don't wear a wristwatch from now on. You have a terminal. Yes, understood. In the meantime, we arrived at the crime scene. I got out of the car. A site marked off with yellow warning tape. The police were standing in a line. Greetings, Sir Maximilian. It's an honor to meet you. Where's the scene? I returned the greeting with a glance and got straight to the point. This way. The police guided me. The crime scene was a wizard's workshop. In the middle, thick with the smell of reagents, lay a corpse with its entire body burst open. It's been less than a full day since the incident. The victim is Jeremy Kashuin, a fourth-tier wizard with no official affiliation. I glanced around the scene. The mana residue was vivid. So much so that a wizard could practically smell it. It was clearly a murder by magic. By any chance, would you be able to analyze it? The traces are a bit scattered. Indeed, they were. Honestly, it wasn't the level of residue a Year Zero night could interpret. That meant it was highly difficult. Let's see. I placed my hand near the collarbone. I injected mana mixed with my will into the virus. Analyze the incident based on the remaining traces in this scene. Immediately, my retinas were dyed blue. The scattered traces of mana spread across the entire space, lit up like fluorescence. SSSSSS. The particles floated into the air. A phenomenon that manifested regardless of my will. I nearly took a step back, but calmed myself with a deep breath. Soon, the traces of mana flowed down over my eyelids. They surged and swirled like spray, then formed distinct shapes to reconstruct the situation. A residual image of the incident, reformed through active mana traces. I quietly shifted my gaze. In the bluish world, the outlines of the perpetrator and victim appeared. Unfortunately, the faces weren't visible, but the silhouettes were clear. When a sorcerer uses magic, mana floods explosively, and inevitably, it clings to all surrounding objects. In other words, the shadow of the perpetrator becomes visible. The suspect's body is between 178 and 184 centimeters, footprint size between 280 millimeters and 300 millimeters. I relayed the information extracted from the traces. A wizard capable of using explosive-type magic. And I paused there, omitting the rest for now. Sorry? What exactly did you do? A bewildered officer asked blankly. I just told you. 178 to 184 centimeters, footprint size 280 to 300 millimeters. I visually captured the mana traces and retraced the information contained within them. Is that even possible? It was data obtained through my virus. In terms of accuracy, it was certain. Does it sound like bullshit? No. No. That was admiration. Wow. I can't believe that's even possible. I took a step forward. I bent my knees to look closely at the body. Thump. A faint heartbeat. Slight, but undeniable. The victim was Eisenheim. Let's start with an autopsy. Tell them to pay special attention to the heart. Yes, sir. Also, I had just seen something fairly decisive in the residue. From last night to the day of the incident. Investigate whether any Imperial Guard personnel passed through this area. Magic releases mana, and mana adheres to objects, remaining for up to 2 days or as little as a few minutes. People like us, in other words, knights, wear extremely expensive uniforms. So mana doesn't stick to them. But the Imperial Guard is different. Especially that silver eagle badge they wear on their chests, mana sticks to it easily. An Imperial Guard member. If you find anything, don't contact anyone else. Come to me first. There's something I want to say. I'm also curious who the brazen bastard was who committed murder in uniform. It's not exactly praiseworthy, but still, like catching a murdering rapist while stumbling backward. Here's my card. I handed the officer my business card. Yes. Understood. I'll be sure to remember. That's all then. Loyalty. I left the scene and got back into the car. The driver promptly informed me of the next item on the schedule. Next, we'll head to Empire Point. Today's just a simple visit. Right. I'll give the cadets a bit of encouragement. I leaned back into the seat. Being a knight is a grueling job. After stopping by Empire Point, I'd have to return to the office and work late into the night again. Yes. Departing now. All right. This administrative officer had transferred from being a prison guard at West Prison to my driver. I didn't know how he felt at the moment, but he'd probably be very satisfied come payday. I closed my eyes for a moment. Sir, we've arrived. I must have dozed off. He drives well. Anyway, outside the window was Empire Point. The Empire's top military academy for knights. A cradle for knights where only errands of the Empire could enroll. Max. As soon as I stepped out of the car, Leon, who had arrived ahead of me, waved his hand. Tiana was standing beside him. I gave them a brief nod in greeting. Phew. I took a deep breath. I grabbed a handful of the red dirt covering Empire Point's drill field. It's been a while. What are you talking about? It's only been 2 years since we were all rolling around here. Tiana cut in, but for me, it had been over a dozen years. Max. I thought you wouldn't come to something like this since you find it annoying. Leon asked. Today was one of those trivial events where senior cadets who had joined Sentinel gave advice and assisted in training the junior cadets. Just as the saying goes, if you ask about the Empire's future, look up to Empire Point. I was someone who had to illuminate that future, so this was worth attending. You never know. Know what? There might be another subspecies hiding here. The two of them gave a brief laugh. I looked up at the central building. Empire Point's curriculum is broadly divided into 3 stages. The middle course, 3 to 4 years, high course, 2 to 3 years, and elite course, 2 years. Not many cadets endured the full 7 to 9 years of this rigorous program, including cases of repeating years. Only those in the top 30% of final academy grades were qualified to be formally knighted. The top 10% could enter knight orders based in the Empire's capital, and Sentinel took only the top 3%. Those who didn't make the 30% cutoff usually enlisted as Imperial Guard members or military officers, or endlessly repeated knight candidacy. Knights, this way please. A staff member from Empire Point guided us. The elite course cadets are currently out in the field. Wow. Must be tough. Field training in this weather. Tiana chuckled. Haha. Yes. It just so happens the high course cadets have just finished their training, so let's go see them. We headed down to the opposite drill field. Hundreds of high course cadets stood in formation, drenched in sweat, facing us. Judging by their tense expressions, they must have been notified in advance. I was like that too back then. I used to think Sentinel Knights were incredibly amazing. I scanned them. No response from the virus. Well, this was the heart of the Empire. That meant it was extremely difficult for anyone who wasn't errant to even set foot here. Infiltrating would require an impeccably forged background. From the perspective of the Eisenheim race, Jacob had been an extremely valuable asset. Fortunately, he hadn't been that smart. And I'm nice to meet you all. I'm Tiana from Sentinel. You're probably near the end of the high course now, and things will only get tougher from here, but that's normal. As long as you don't give up, you'll be fine. I'm Leon. All I want to say is, sorry, all I can tell you is to do your best. But I'll be here all day, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Tiana and Leon offered various words of encouragement. All right, next. Sir Maximilian Ebenholz. Leon pulled me forward. The cadets looked at me. To them, the name Maximilian would be less familiar than the name of the house, Ebenholz. Put effort into your conduct and mindset. You are the Empire's future, and many eyes are watching you. I didn't have much to say. As I turned around quickly, the instructor shouted to the cadets. Everyone, a round of applause. Just as the short break ended and their training was about to resume, one male cadet caught my eye. It was a face I had seen in a photo. I slowly approached him. Wait. I called out to someone. All the cadets around him came to a halt. Yes. He looked at me, startled, as our eyes met. It's you. Lucas. The boy's shoulders flinched. Lucas von Limperk. Why yes. Yes, that's me. All eyes on the training ground turned toward us. Tiana, Leon, the instructors in charge of the high course, and even high-ranking officials from Empire Point who had appeared without notice were all watching. What business do you have with me? Lucas von Limperk, son of Judge Klaus von Limperk. He stood straight, facing me with what seemed like fear. I know your father well. Lucas's academic record, which I had looked into beforehand, was excellent. Nearly straight A's across all areas. His grades were competitive even among the elite, but precisely because of that, he was someone likely to face pushback. Even among nobles, if your family's influence is lacking, you cannot enter Sentinel. He's a man worthy of respect. Thank you. I had received help from Judge Klaus, and I intended to return the favor accordingly. Continue to strive forward as you are now. Tap. I raised my hand and placed it on his shoulder. Lucas's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, and the other cadets also looked extremely surprised. The heir of the Ebenholz family had called you out personally and acknowledged you. This was clearly a deliberate political move. If you don't lose your dedication, I'll be seeing you in a high places 2 years from now. Why yes. I'll do my absolute best. I needed a faction now too, and someone like Lucas wasn't a bad choice. But in return, I leaned in and whispered quietly into his ear. Cut out those weird book club meetings that give your father grief. Your career now has wings thanks to his sacrifice. Lucas's expression stiffened for a moment. As I pulled away from his ear, I smiled again and said, It means you should work even harder. Sir Maximilian. At that moment, the cadet commander of Empire Point approached. Rank, Brigadier General. Name, Dane Rascal. A typical middle-aged man from the north, with a thick black beard. May I have a moment of your time? He requested a private conversation in a distinctly serious tone. Yes, of course. Good. This way. As always, his voice and demeanor were that of a heavy, deliberate soldier. I followed behind him as he walked ahead. I could feel the gazes of countless cadets on my back. Whether Judge Klaus wanted it or not, his son Lucas now had me as his backing. Cadet Commander Dane's office. Knight Maximilian. Did you know Cadet Lucas? Dane asked me. As the one in charge of the cadet corps at Empire Point, it was natural that he was already acquainted with me. Yes, I have a bit of a connection with Lucas's father. I set down the teacup and picked up the cadet register he handed me. For reference, Leon and Tiana were currently helping with the cadets' training. His grades are definitely good. To Lucas Limperk. Age 17, born in November. Swordsmanship ability, A+. Physical ability, A. Mana aptitude, A. Mental ability, B+. Mission execution ability, A. Overall evaluation, B+. Right on the elite cutoff. His grades are solid, but the instructor evaluations are borderline. Then he's surely a now. He gave a bitter smile as if understanding the meaning behind my words. But that's not the reason I called you here. Just a year ago, I was a cadet myself, but now he was addressing me as an equal. He was someone with a clear grasp of the situation. It meant he had been worn down by it all. The climate of the North had already rusted under the corruption of the Empire. Do you remember Jacob Mack? Yes, the subspecies I handled. And his classmate, Hannah. I silently flipped through the register. Her name appeared quickly. 3 Hannah Uzar. Age 18. Born in January. Swordsmanship ability, A+. Physical ability, A+. Mana aptitude, A+. Mental ability, A+. Mission execution ability, A+. Overall evaluation, A+. Covered in A+. Comparable to Tiana back in the day. For a commoner to become an elite knight, this level of skill is required. Yet before the regression, someone with this kind of talent never made it into the Sentinel. I hadn't even heard her name until this life. Amazing. With this level of competitiveness among elites. Indeed. But what else is there? The cadet commander took out a leather notebook from a drawer. This was found among Jacob's belongings. A diary. Take a look. I picked up the diary. The first few pages contained mundane content. Things like trying harder, plans for the future, and so on. Then from a certain page on. It was the last night of vacation. While everyone was excited, I saw Hannah sneaking out of the dorm alone. I carefully followed her. Honestly, I was planning to sneak up and scare her. Hannah headed to an old pier by the river, quite a distance from the school. There, a figure in a black robe was waiting for her. I watched them while hiding. I couldn't see the person's face, but the item they exchanged didn't look ordinary. Words like, to avoid surveillance, before dawn comes, and comrades floated faintly in the wind. There were many other lines pointing out Hannah's suspicious behavior. The Eisenheim race uses any means necessary, and they're also meticulous. This diary was probably a trap Jacob devised to eventually get Hannah expelled. Selling out an ally to build up his own record, secure safety, and advance deeper into the system. Perhaps, this is the reason why Hannah disappeared before the regression. Dane looked at me silently. I closed the diary. Why are you giving this to me only now? I debated it. But in the end, I decided to leave it up to you. Hannah has already earned the disdain of Ebenholtz, and Jacob's case was your case to begin with. He was trying to read my expression. Back when I was a cadet, I thought Dane was someone far above me. But in just a single year, we were now equals. No, I had surpassed him. That was the weight of the Ebenholtz name. Who says so? That Hannah has earned Ebenholtz disdain. For the cadets, rumors are truth. Meaning they just babble as they please. If you wish, you can expel Hannah from Empire Point. Jacob's diary could have been more than enough to destroy the commoner Hannah, but Dane deliberately limited it to expulsion from Empire Point. Dane wanted to save Hannah too. I asked him. Your voice sounds very worn out. Are you thinking of retiring? Wouldn't be the worst thing. Dane was old and tired. The wrinkles carved by worldly burdens had deepened. There are too many people aiming for my seat. The position of cadet commander, who oversees all of Empire Point's cadets, was highly coveted. Bribes flooded in endlessly. If Dane were to retire from here, and someone who prioritized money over skill or lineage took over, it would be more than simple corruption. It would mean a breach in security. It would mean falling into the hands of the Eisenheim and the revolutionary forces. That must not happen. As one famous saying goes, the future of the Empire lies right here. Then, I looked at Dane. From him, I realized the reason the Empire had rotted. The corrupt clung to survival with desperate tenacity, gripping onto each other in a chain, while upright people like him had worn down to nothing, faded with time. The bad had driven out the good. I picked up Jacob's diary. Phillips, an instructor at Empire Point, was in his mid-30s and loyal to the Empire. He was born a commoner, but became an imperial knight through relentless effort, and was once inspired by his former superior Dane to become an instructor at Empire Point with the goal of discovering other commoners like himself. Jacob had been one of the cadets Phillips kept an eye on. But he was a subspecies. Since he wasn't of the Aryan race of the Empire, he met a deserved death at Maximilian's hands. However, after Jacob's death, while cleaning his room, Phillips discovered the infamous diary hidden beneath a floor tile. He agonized over it as he read. Was Hannah really someone like that? No, that couldn't be. But whether it was the Imperial Guard or the Knights, if they saw this diary, they would tear into Hannah with burning eyes. They would never pass up such a juicy performance record. Then should he destroy it? If he did, would Hannah be able to survive? Hannah was too talented to lose. Even putting aside the sense of kinship as fellow commoners, Phillips had a daughter around Hannah's age. The dilemma dragged on, but in the end, Phillips ran away. He passed the heavy burden on to his superior, Dane. By now, he was probably with Ebenholt's Maximilian. This was the field training ground of Empire Point. Phillips watched Hannah rolling in mana-soaked mud. Since the day Jacob died, she had thrown herself into training like mad. All her grades had soared to top level. She was the subject of envy from noble cadets for being just a commoner, but most only sneered. There wasn't even the usual level of resistance. It was because of the widespread rumor that she'd been marked by Ebenholtz. Training over. With the instructor shout, the 9-hour physical training ended. Next came the cadet interview time. Phillips called Hannah to his tent first. He quietly looked at Hannah. She was covered in thick mud, but sat upright without a trace of exhaustion. What are you staring at like that? It's okay. I know. Even so, I'll still do my best. You're answering everything before I even ask. Hannah gave a faint smile. She was mature beyond her years. Feeling a bit better now? I won't lie. I still think about that day. The day Jacob died. Originally, Jacob should have been a cadet in the elite division. No, that's not right. Jacob should never have been here in the first place. Hannah. He was not our friend. Yes, I know. But I can't help thinking there might have been a better way. Then stop thinking that. Hannah bowed her head. She bit her lips in silence. Phillips asked her. Cadet Hannah Uzar. You once said you dreamed of becoming a knight. Yes. What's the reason? I wanted to become the sword of the Empire. I don't think being a commoner should be a reason to not become the Empire sword. Once, that had been Phillips's reason too. Yeah, that's right. I understand. I'm a commoner too. The corner of Hannah's lips twitched. A slight smile slipped out. However, Phillips's heart only grew darker. Things were different now than when he had become a knight. Even from what he could feel firsthand, the disparity in status and racial divisions had intensified significantly. But even if you can't become a knight, the world doesn't end. I know. It's just losing one dream. Despite that, Hannah remained composed. Right now, my dream is only to become a knight, but one day I'll find another dream. A way to help the Empire in a different way. Her words stopped. There was a presence outside the field tent. Who's there? Phillips called out. The tent flap lifted, and Cadet Commander Dane entered. He glanced between Hannah and Phillips and gave a subtle signal. Could you excuse us for a moment? Of course. Cadet Hannah, you may leave. Yes. Loyalty. She saluted so sharply that her fingers quivered, then quickly stepped out. Dane took a seat across from Phillips. Phillips. Yes, Brigadier General. I handed the diary over to Maximilian. Phillips's heart sank in an instant. What happened? Are you curious? Yes. Dane pulled a cigarette from his inner pocket. Phillips quickly lit it for him. When I gave him the diary, Maximilian. He exhaled smoke slowly and smiled faintly. His gaze hung in the air as if rewinding time to that moment. Cadet Commander, I believe this is a matter of trust. A matter of trust. Maximilian, once a cadet of Empire Point, began his response that way. Trust? Yes. In a world this chaotic, who should we trust, and how do we trust them? Maximilian looked out the office window on the far side. There is a clear line between those who can be trusted and those who can't. And those who can't be trusted should never be trusted to any extent. We must not be fooled by selectively believing only parts of them. His voice was calm. Yet the words were as cold and sharp as a blade. Jacob Mack was a subspecies. A filthy creature who dared to infiltrate Empire Point, deserving to be slaughtered. A diary written by such a creature holds no credibility whatsoever. Dane suddenly tried to superimpose Knight Maximilian with Cadet Maximilian. But he couldn't. They didn't align at all. He no longer resembled the cadet from those days. It's nothing more than a cunning ploy to stir internal division. Maximilian gave a slight smile as he waved the diary lightly. Meanwhile, Cadet Hannah's lineage has been clearly verified by our Ebenholtz family. She was born and raised in the Empire's central region, and she is indeed of the Aryan race. Even as he said this, he did not show a shred of disrespect toward Dane. He remained perfectly courteous. Sat upright, never crossed his legs. Therefore, with this level of talent, She fully deserves a place in the Sentinel. At that moment, Dane let out a hollow chuckle. Even a commoner, as long as they were an Imperial citizen, would be treated fairly if talented. But a subspecies would be executed without hesitation. Maximilian was authoritarian because he was an Ebenholz and highly aristocratic. But not all nobles are aristocratic. Being aristocratic means possessing the qualities of nobility. So then, Instructor Phillips's face went blank. The diary, what happened to it? All of a sudden, he asked to borrow my lighter. I thought he'd picked up smoking. But then dash. Whoosh! Maximilian flicked the lighter and, without hesitation, set the diary on fire. He burned it. He burned the evidence that could have been added to his record. And then he said this. Cadet Commander Dane. This is how I choose to trust people. Facing such a Maximilian, Dane felt a distinct pang of emotion. It was a feeling similar to the fervor that had once burned within him during his youth, the fire that hadn't cooled even amidst the blizzards of the north. Something he had lost somewhere along the way in this desolate capital. Then, Cadet Hannah. If she maintains her current grades, she'll become a knight without issue. If she does even better, she might be able to enter the Sentinel. After all, Ebenholz has acknowledged her. Huh. Phillips let out a hollow laugh without realizing it. Ha ha ha. It soon turned into a burst of laughter filled with relief. Phillips laughed for a while before hastily regaining his composure. My apologies. It's fine. But was that all? Did the cadet commander say anything else to you? Well, I'm still not sure whether I did something to earn Ebenholz's resentment or his favor. Maximilian had given Dane one last piece of advice. He told me to make sure I serve my full term before retiring. Now that's truly a relief. What's a relief? Now I'm stuck suffering for another 5 years. Haha. For a moment, Dane recalled Maximilian. Even if he was the heir of the Ebenholz family, he was still just a 21-year-old rookie knight. And yet, the presence he exuded reminded Dane of someone he once met, Sebastian. The man who had come down from the north, overflowing with confidence, and in a single instant forced Dane to his knees, made him feel, for the first time, what it meant to face an insurmountable wall. A monster of the central region and the masterpiece of Ebenholz. Indeed, a tiger can only give birth to a tiger cub. Until now, that young brat simply hadn't realized that he was a beast. The night had darkened. I was handling work in a vacant office at Empire Point. There were quite a few documents that needed my approval. Although I had delegated full authority over company affairs to Dieter, any official duty as a knight still required my review. Grand jury notice. Objection to non-indictment decision. Investigation report records. All sorts of cases come to a knight. Many of them are cases where the trial is already over or the police investigation has concluded. That's because each knight of the Empire serves as an independent institution that checks prosecutors, judges, and police alike. Having taken care of almost everything, I swept my hair back and stood up from my seat. Just then, visitors walked in. Max, are you sleeping here tonight too? It was Leon. No. I'll be heading out soon. Tiana appeared next to him. At this hour? Just sleep here. Here, take this. She handed over a bag containing some food. How long has it been? Isn't it about time for a late-night snack? Inside the bag were instant frozen soup and noodles. Just add hot water and mix. It was a delicacy from our cadet days. I accepted it. The two of them sat on the sofa. Wow. Look at all those documents. Leon admired the pile on my desk. Tiana gave a small laugh. Sir Max causes so much trouble. Usually, a single case comes with dozens of pages of paperwork. She was absolutely right. I ate the hot noodles with wooden chopsticks. It was delicious. A taste I had missed. This brings back memories. Just a year ago, this place felt like our home. At Leon's comment, Tiana let out a soft laugh. I used to be number one all the time back then. I used to dislike how boastful Tiana was. It was because of a petty inferiority complex. But now, I could acknowledge it. Tiana was truly born with talent. Before the regression, she hadn't fully blossomed, but she was probably on Edmund's level, if not greater. But what about now? Leon asked teasingly. Phew. That's what I'm saying. Once I actually became a knight, the tension kinda wore off. No matter how hard I try, maybe it's just that I've hit a limit. As she said that, Tiana looked at me. I shrugged. If you're capable enough, there's no such thing as a limit. That might be true for you. I simply smiled off her sincere sarcasm. Tiana was okay. Leon too. Even if they disliked or disapproved of me, I was glad to see them. Thanks to people who still called me Max, I could briefly immerse myself in old memories. This kind of indulgence. Oh, there come the Elite Division kids. Leon pointed out the window. I stood next to him. At the sight of cadets covered in clumps of mud, Tiana let out a soft laugh. Oh, looks like they rolled in mana mud. That must have been brutal. Mana-infused mud. It can naturally form in certain regions, but the military develops it as a trap. Intentionally created mana mud is deadlier than most bombs or booby traps. If you step in the wrong spot, your whole body gets sucked in and you suffocate. Among the returning elite cadets, I spotted someone. Hannah Uzar. Her small lips were mumbling, going, ouch, ouch. As she furiously clawed the mud from her blonde hair, she looked like she was hand-washing laundry. Oh right. Max, I've been hearing your name a lot lately in connection to mana residue. Tiana's sudden comment made me tilt my head. You've been hearing my name a lot? Yeah. The police are impressed with how accurate your analyses are. Are you studying something on the side? No. It's just that my eyes have opened recently. So they were closed before. I chuckled quietly. Turing. Just then, a call came through the terminal. Sir Maximilian, this is Detective Azent. I was in charge of the Jeremy Kashuan murder case. Go ahead. Yes, well, as you mentioned, there was an Imperial Guard vehicle that passed through the scene during the time of the incident. It was a guardsman named Lorenz Tillman. What should we do? Tell him to come to my office tomorrow morning. A guardsman from the Imperial Guard, who used to be a wizard, had killed an unaffiliated wizard, and the victim just so happened to be an Eisenheim. I was extremely curious about the details. But you see, the Imperial Guards are, how should I put it, rather rigid? You know what I mean, right? Yes. You can use my name. Yes, thank you. Loyalty. Click. I ended the call. I spoke to the two fellow cadets staring at me with bright, curious eyes. I'm heading out now. Good work. He's really going. It was a brief but welcome moment. Still, there wasn't much time to enjoy it. Thanks. I'll eat this on the way. Grabbing the instant noodles, I headed straight outside. Within the Imperial Guard, many factions lurk. Currently, the largest faction is that of the High Noble June Candel and Imperial Guard Commander Gobel, but aside from them, smaller groups are scattered all over. Conflicts frequently occur, especially because the Guard has a high ratio of commoners and soldiers, leading to friction with those from noble backgrounds or Empire Point graduates. A summon has come from Sir Maximilian. Amidst all that, a recent small stir had occurred. Major Rodriguez, once considered quite promising, had his throat slit. The cause? Rodriguez had accused Maximilian of Ebenholz. A foolish move. For someone of commoner background, it would have been unthinkable, but rural nobles occasionally had a baffling lack of awareness. Just comply with it for now. Imperial Guard Major, Kaihan. He was of commoner origin. Though rejected by Empire Point, he had entered the Imperial Guard and gathered others without connections or background to form a small faction. It wasn't driven by a grand ambition to seize power within the Guard. It was simply a way to band together so that none of them would end up dying a pointless and unjust death. Yes. I'm sorry, sir. Lorenz Tillman bowed his head. Once a wizard affiliated with the Magic Tower, he had been dishonorably discharged after taking the blame for his professor's crimes, and he was the culprit in this recent wizard murder case. No, I understand. It wasn't something you could control. Thank you. Then I'll be going. As always, Lorenz saluted and got into the vehicle. Major Han let out a sigh as he watched him leave. Maximilian, as he was now, wasn't someone they could handle. Ever since the Rodriguez incident, the Imperial Guard members had either feared or avoided Maximilian. If Lorenz managed to survive, that would be a relief. Most nobles like Maximilian detested the Imperial Guard. It might even be close to hatred. Jensen. Prepare the car. Sir? Why all of a sudden dash? He's someone who's followed me this far. I've got to at least try. Major Han made up his mind not to send his subordinate off to die so meaninglessly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sentinel Night Interrogation Room. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the clock was irritating. The quieter the space, the louder it felt. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Is there even a need to have a clock in an interrogation room? I stood on the chair, intending to take the clock down. Knock, knock. I quickly stepped down and sat back in my seat. The door opened, and a young Imperial Guardsman entered. Loyalty. Lieutenant Lorenz Tillman reporting. I gestured to the seat across from me. Have a seat. Yes. Name, Lorenz. Surname, Tillman. Commoner. Height, 181 centimeters. Foot size, 290 millimeters. Formerly a wizard from the Magic Tower. Every characteristic I had observed from the mana residue perfectly matched this man. Sir Knight, may I ask why you summoned me? He asked for the reason he was called in, but the tension written all over his face had already given it away. You already know, don't you? I slid over the Jeremy Kashuan murder case file. Lorenz's expression faltered. He stayed silent. He seemed to be working his brain furiously. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to wait around for his excuses. I'll say this up front. I hate lies. I already knew everything. Let's not waste each other's time. Understanding what I meant, Lorenz clenched his teeth. The muscles in his jaw twitched. Soon, as if making up his mind, he let out a sigh-like statement. Yes, I killed him. The reason? I borrowed money. My brows furrowed. Killing someone because you don't want to repay a debt. It's a story far too familiar and filthy, a classic among the Imperial Guard. Why did you borrow the money? It was for my mother's hospital bills. Did you kill him because you didn't want to repay it? Lorenz stopped again. I fixed my gaze on him intently. I'm warning you. Don't waste time thinking while I'm being lenient. This constant delay in conversation was getting irritating. I apologize. Jeremy Kashuan was my senior back when I belonged to the Novice Magic Tower. I borrowed the money then dash. How much was it? $300,000. Quite a lot. Anyway, I borrowed it from him at the tower and steadily paid it back, but the interest was too high. Even my guard salary wasn't enough. When I tried to plead with him, he started demanding internal information from the Imperial Guard in exchange. I closely observed Lorenz as he spoke. At first, he asked for lists of low-ranking guard members, but then it escalated into demands for more classified information. Is this man lying? It doesn't seem so. More than anything, if it's in Isenheim, that's a very plausible demand. It wasn't that I trusted the guard, it was that I distrusted the Isenheim. When I offered to pay the interest in cash, he began threatening me. Said he would report the information straight to the guard. He even demanded I always come see him in full guard uniform, to show that you were in his grasp and to hold something over you. Yes. And that night, Jeremy Kashuan threatened me again, said I must bring classified guard documents. He even dragged my mother into it. I couldn't hold back my anger. Thanks to that, he killed an Isenheim. All right, Mr. Lorenz. I've received your confession. Now put it in writing. I won't put you in handcuffs. I handed him a statement form. Understood. Scratch, scratch. As he began writing his confession in his own hand, I asked him, Mr. Lorenz, whose backing do you have inside the Imperial Guard? Backing? I wouldn't say I have any. I'm just an ordinary member. Even as an Ebenholz, I had no way of knowing the deep internal power dynamics and factional tensions within the Imperial Guard. If there was a weakness to being an Ebenholz, that was it. Sebastian was a man who acted like a noble to his bones, and he dismissed the guard entirely, not to mention the deeper, baser power games beneath them, which he cared for even less. I looked at Lorenz. I needed people. Not just in the Night Order. Even in the Imperial Guard, that problematic group, I needed people of my own. Knock, knock. Just then, the administrative officer knocked. He came in and whispered softly. A man claiming to be Mr. Lorenz's superior has arrived. Major Kaihan. Kaihan. I let the name roll over in my mind before nodding. Lorenz looked at me with a worried expression. Your superior has come. Major Kaihan. It was a name I knew. In fact, it was more than that. Before the regression, I had once fought alongside him on the battlefield. He was a good soldier. He fulfilled his duties, never showed interest in unnecessary massacres or looting, and remained one of the rare few in the Imperial Guard who focused purely on his role as a soldier, not the perks that came with it. No, this is entirely a personal crime with no relation to Major Han. A far more emotional response than before. It seems Major Han commands significant trust, matching his character. Snap. I snapped my fingers. The administrative officer brought over the autopsy report in response to the signal. First, let me ask you, what punishment do you expect for this murder? Lorenz would likely stand formal trial. With no connections to rely on, unless someone stepped in to help, a guilty verdict was all but certain. I will offer my head. But please, just understand this much, that Major Han truly had nothing to do with it. Your head. I frowned and leaned back in my chair, letting out a hollow laugh. Is my image that terrifying within the Imperial Guard? Well, I suppose that would be because of Rodriguez. Tap tap. I drummed my fingers on the desk where Lorenz had bowed deeply. Raise your head. He lifted his face. I looked deeply into his eyes. Listen carefully. Major Rodriguez was a sewer rat who came from the countryside. He threatened citizens of the Empire, falsified crimes, and tried to seize their property. He wasn't even worthy of being called a noble. Lorenz, you know that well, don't you? You've likely experienced the same kind of injustice. It's a hardship common to those of commoner background. Unless you fawn and flatter with all your might, and even then, if luck isn't on your side, you could become a victim at any time. I handed him the autopsy report. To get to the point, the deceased was an Isenheim. Not the victim, the deceased. The report said suspected to be a subspecies, but I intentionally identified them as Isenheim, the worst among all the subspecies. I even plan to write a book about them someday. I meant it. One day, I would clearly distinguish them from every other race. Mr. Lorenz, you were blackmailed and exploited for information by the deceased over a long period. Of course, if that fact comes to light, it will bring harm to you too. After all, it's the same as selling internal secrets of the Imperial Guard. Not only being torn apart, but he might actually have to give up his neck. That's the kind of group the Imperial Guard is. However, this was where it mattered. I can bury all of it. Not just for you, but for your superior as well, without any consequences. Lorenz's expression shook. A trembling breath slipped through his teeth. From the moment he stepped into this interrogation room, he had been dragged along by me. Now, for the first time, he asked a question of his own volition. What do you want? Exactly what I had hoped to hear. I almost laughed. It's simple. I need information and forces from inside the Imperial Guard, but not to sell it off for personal gain like that subspecies did. Thud. I pressed down on the photograph of the dead Isenheim's face. For the peace of the Empire. My objective always leads back to that. At the very least, it must appear so, and it will. Will you become my people? Major Kaihan entered the interrogation room. He looked back and forth between Lorenz and me with a hardened expression. Major. Lorenz conveyed to the Major the words I had just said. And I, as a knight, came to a definitive conclusion. Lieutenant Lorenz has in fact long been a victim who was blackmailed by Jeremy Kashuan. Jeremy Kashuan was a subspecies Isenheim who sought internal information from the Imperial Guard, so this murder is sufficiently excusable. Major Han and Lieutenant Lorenz exchanged glances. In their eyes was a mixture of subtle confusion and wariness. That is my conclusion. Then, what is it that you wish from us, Sir Knight? Major Kaihan asked. A faction. A faction within the Imperial Guard, more precisely, one I could implant within the military. It is very weak and insignificant now, but precisely because of that, they can be trusted. The other factions, already massive in size, would stab me in the back for their own gain even if I sponsored them with tens of millions of dollars. Therefore, those who are not yet tainted are far more trustworthy. Especially, Kaihan was an exceptionally impressive figure even in my hazy past. He gave a bitter smile. We do not yet have a firm enough footing to support you, Sir Knight. It doesn't matter. From now on, we'll build it up. With support from Ebenholz, even a mere commoner can be granted a star. After all, my father, Sebastian, is the supreme commander of the Empire. Though I wonder if he'll even help me. Yes. Speak freely, Sir Knight. Major Han accepted my proposal. I immediately changed my tone. Major Han. Then from now on, there is a mindset you must possess. Will you continue to live trampled like a weed in this rotten organization as a mere commoner, or ambition? Climb to a higher place and seize power. If you've chosen to stand with Ebenholz, you must abandon the thought of remaining just a soldier. A half-hearted stomp won't satisfy my standards. I glanced at the clock in the interrogation room. Tick tick. Major Han. Do you know the difference between a commoner and a noble? Tick tick. That incessant ticking still grated on my nerves. It is that their births are different. I shook my head. No. What differs is not birth, but time. Time to build up lineage, wealth, and the power of people over long years. Before the regression, watching the empire's decline and the corrupted nobles, I had come to a realization. But the abilities of individuals are not like that. Rather, there was a thought I came to understand while living as a fugitive and a vagrant. Rather, one rotten noble can be more harmful than thousands or tens of thousands of commoners. If it's truly for the empire, then trash nobles are unnecessary. A noble who is not respected has only themselves to blame for their corrupt conduct. Han and Lorenz both stopped breathing at once. Their pupils trembled violently. To them, were my words a shock or a contradiction? I don't care whether someone is a commoner or a noble. If they have ability, if they can contribute to the empire, that's all that matters. I would elevate those who were no more than nameless weeds of the Imperial Guard to a higher place. At the very least, to a level where they could stand against the Imperial Guard's secret police organization, the Executive Division. What do you two think? Major Han was already a vetted asset, and Lorenz Tillman was a very promising wizard. They were enough to be my first step. Major Han kept his mouth shut tightly. Lorenz did too, but only briefly. Soon after, both exhaled with a heated breath and answered with action. They stood up with such force their chairs nearly broke, and saluted me. I nodded with a small smile. Then, return as if nothing happened. With serious expressions, they left the interrogation room. Night office. A peaceful afternoon. Sir Knight. I think there was an error with the deposit. 2 administrative officers from the Western prison visited me with bewildered expressions to request a meeting. It was because they could not believe the amount deposited in their salary accounts. What's the issue? The base salary you mentioned is quite different from what was deposited, so we were wondering if there might have been a mistake. The base salary is $6,000. Even if I wanted to give more, my nightly budget was $600,000 a year, and the monthly salary I could offer to administrative officers was limited within that. But the bonus paid from my personal account is separate. Then, this is all our monthly salary. Yes, you can think of it as effectively $15,000 a month. Considering that their salary as prison officers had been at most $3,000 to $4,000, this was more than 4 times that amount. The administrative officers stared at each other with dazed expressions. I gestured to them. Now get going and do your work. Why, yes. Understood. We will serve with utmost loyalty. Both of them left the office unable to hide their joy. Just like that, money, imperial dollars, is the most certain and convenient form of compensation. People throw away their lives for it and pledge endless loyalty for it. Therefore, I need money. The greatest invention of humanity shall be poured out for the preservation of humanity. Past. Schatz was endlessly honing her mana in the well-polished training ground. Through sincere effort, she had now mastered her attribute, electromagnetic mana. When she detonated mana beneath her feet, her body would shoot up like a bullet, and when she discharged electricity, it was powerful enough to melt steel. Agent Schatz. At that moment, someone called out to Schatz. Zendo and his investigators who had come up from Jinan. By Maximilian's order, they were new comrades who had joined Schatz. Zendo spoke. We've caught the tail of the revolutionary forces. They would now be tasked with monitoring the interior of Jinan alongside Schatz and identifying the subspecies who sought to agitate the area. This is the location we uncovered through wiretapping, where the Jinan Independence faction and the revolutionary forces were to make contact. Schatz looked at the box full of evidence. There's a massive amount of records. Yes. We reviewed all several tens of thousands of minutes worth. Zendo's face twisted as he spoke. He clenched his fists tightly as if in disgust. Schatz shook her head. For now, suppress your personal feelings. They do nothing to help the mission. It was the very first thing she had learned at Ebenholt's main estate. When carrying out a mission, even one that is a deeply personal revenge rooted in one's own resentment, we must coolly suppress ourselves. Dieter moved swiftly. He began construction of a refinery to process the mana stones mined from the Lomelton mountain range and temporarily borrowed funds from Hermes province to cover expenses. He also maintained the highest wages in the industry for the workers during the mining process and spared no expense on safety gear and welfare facilities. For this backwoods place Lomelton to change so quickly, it's truly amazing. Haha. Mayor Jensen came to visit, full of flattery. Thanks to the economic effects of the mine development, not just job creation but also new roads being paved and shops and restaurants opening, his popularity in Hermes had soared. However, sir, by any chance, did Sir Maximilian have anything else to say? There will probably be those who complain or try to incite unrest, claiming that the mana stones from this land are being monopolized by nobles or the bourgeoisie. Dieter's expression suddenly turned cold. Those who say such things are our enemies. He looked Mayor Jensen straight in the eye as he spoke. Those were the words of the night. Ah, yes. Of course. Of course. But must we really provide that mask or whatever it is to all the workers? I heard the cost is quite high. The mask, a piece of safety equipment that filters fine mana dust generated during mana stone mining. He said not to spare any expense for the safety of imperial citizens. As expected, the night truly is a noble ha 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 ha. Ding, ding, ding. 8 p.m. The bell announcing the shift change rang. Their working hours never exceeded 10 hours a day. Families stood at the entrance to greet the workers pouring out from the mine tunnels. The weary miners warmly embraced their children, wives, or husbands who approached them with bright smiles. It's a truly beautiful sight, isn't it? At Jensen's pleased remark, Dieter responded matter-of-factly. Among them, there are likely subspecies. Pardon. Sir Maximilian harbors a deep hatred for the Isenheim among the subspecies. So, regarding that matter Dieter spoke in a low voice. Please pay attention. It means to closely analyze the origins of the workers. Ah, yes. Of course. I'll keep that in mind without fail. Jensen also took on a serious expression and jotted the note in his notebook. Thud. Thud. Major Kaihan commuted to the Imperial Guard as usual. Thud. Thud. Marching down the hallway in military boots, he sat on a chair in front of someone's office, clutching a fruit basket he brought as a gift while glancing at the nameplate. Imperial Guard Command Headquarters, Deputy Chief of Staff Office, Jens Joachim. He waited 5 minutes. Then 10 minutes. Then 30 minutes. He had made an appointment in advance, but the wait dragged on endlessly. This was the position of Kai Han, a commoner. Major Han. After about an hour, the Deputy Chief of Staff's secretary finally called him. Yes. He'll see you now. Major Han straightened his uniform and entered. Loyalty. After saluting, he sat across from Deputy Chief of Staff Jens. The work of Major Han, who had seized a new connection, began here. Jens was nearing retirement, but was well respected, and many of his juniors held general-level positions involved in personnel decisions. What is it? He asked while picking his teeth with dental floss, as if he had eaten meat. He didn't even treat Han as a subordinate, despite the fact that Han had once served under him. Major Han understood the reason. Until now, he hadn't been able to give Jens the kind of offerings he liked. Brigadier General Jens, I heard you'll be retiring from active duty soon. Still 6 months left. Are you here to tease me? Jens frowned and ran his hand over what little hair remained on his head. No. I've come to give you a gift. A gift? Han lifted the fruit basket he had brought in advance. As soon as Jens saw it, he scoffed. Take it away. I don't care for that kind of dash. Please take a look. I said take it away. He tried to push it away irritably, but the basket wouldn't budge. He pressed it again and again with his palm. The weight was unusual. Jens looked at Han with a puzzled expression. It's fruit. At Han's words, Jens finally picked up a piece of fruit. In that moment, his expression changed. It's very yellow. I only selected the best. They looked like ordinary apples on the outside, but the insides were filled entirely with gold. The work of a skilled alchemist, they were more valuable than their market price. What? How did you get something like this? It's only out of respect for you, Deputy Chief of Staff. I've been saving little by little until now. Jens suddenly turned serious. He crossed his arms and exhaled solemnly before asking. So, what is it you want to say? Oh, it's nothing, Major. I just heard that a position recently opened up for the commander of From Company, under the direct control of the Imperial Magic Division. It's truly nothing major, but I happen to know a soldier I believe is highly suited for the role. His name is Lorenz Tillman. Jens's face hardened. Han tensed for a moment as well. Did he phrase it wrong? He was nervous. This was his first time pulling strings. After an awkward silence, Jens suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at this guy. Ha ha. Han laughed along with him. Don't worry. Who doesn't know how much you care for your subordinates? In fact, I'd been thinking that person would be perfect for the role too. Rotsrin Tulso. He's from the Magic Tower, isn't he? Yes, Lorenz Tillman. That's right. As expected of you, Deputy Chief of Staff Jens Dash. Ha 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 ha. That aside, I really wonder how you've grown so much. I heard land prices in the capital have been going up lately. Did you ride that wave? Oh, well, Dash. No need to say. It must be your secret, so you should keep it. Of course. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Major Han forced a smile as he looked at Brigadier General Jens. He looked at him, a noble. He looked at him, endlessly fondling the golden apple with his wrinkled hands, laughing until sweat beaded on his bald head. Suddenly, that man's voice echoed faintly in his ears. If it's truly for the Empire, then trash nobles are unnecessary. A noble who is not respected has only themselves to blame for their corrupt conduct. Brigadier General Jens was already 60 years old. But age is not experience. It is not maturity. Nor is it wisdom. The moral capital this 60-year-old noble had built up was worth less than the grime under the fingernail of someone just past 20. Well then, I'll take my leave. Yes. I was disappointed because you have not shown your face lately, but it was good to see you. Come visit anytime. Yes. Loyalty. Major Han saluted without a hint of expression and quietly exited the Deputy Chief of Staff's office. Really? Ha ha. Even with the door closed, laughter leaked out from inside. Hearing that laughter, Major Han sank into cold silence. I swing the sword. No, the expression swing doesn't quite fit. I draw a trajectory in the air. Like a painter brushing a canvas, I draw a line with all my nerves concentrated at the tip of this long sword. Sisuak. The noise remains. The tearing of air by the blade is inevitable. However, Freya had instructed me to make no sound, and indeed, her sword had been unmistakably silent. Fui. The wind brushes the tip of my cheek. The rustling of fallen leaves. Dirt and dust spreading beneath my feet. I draw with the sword as I think. I must become like the wind. Just as a stream flows, I must let the sword flow. I must clear and purify my inner self. I deployed the flow of Ebenholz. The first horizontal slash, followed by a pulling slash. Shi-yak. Rather than cutting the movement with force, I connect the sword and my body to continue into the next. I link the flow of the sword in succession. Sakfweik. Like the flowing nature, the sword must not tear through the wind. It must advance while embracing the wind. A solitary sword dance. There is no opponent, no teacher, only the act of refining myself. In the midst of it, I suddenly thought of myself. I looked at my own face reflected momentarily on the blade. Before regression, I was powerless. Now, I was anxious. Where can I really go? How far can I reach? The cries of destruction from a faraway world and the whispers of a writhing monster inside me. Countless doubts bloom and vanish along the sword's trajectory. I suddenly stopped training. I reflected the sword in the moon of the night sky. The surface of the blade, wrapped in bandages, reflected a clear light. My sword was still different from Freya's. Her sword had shone without sound or form. Freya, not of Ebenholz, understood the sword of Ebenholz more deeply than Ebenholz himself. What is her true identity, and why is she teaching me? Yuri working hard. At that moment, a familiar voice drifted in. I quickly turned toward it. A smile naturally formed. Edmund Bruendal. The man who grew up with me like a brother in our childhood, but ultimately joined the revolutionary forces. Perhaps the person who brought me back to this place. The red-haired man took off his hat and smiled. Long time no see, Max. Your business trip's over? It is. Though I'll have to leave again soon. Edmund had returned to his youthful appearance, and I still didn't resent him. I walked up to him and looked at his still thick head of hair. Edmund, take care of your hair. My hair? He tilted his head. Yeah, you never know when it might suddenly fall out. Better manage it well even now. He let out a small laugh, as if he thought I was joking. If anything, it's too thick. That's the problem. You'll regret it later. Enough of that. With that, he pulled out a scroll. The seal of the imperial family was clearly stamped on it. Read it. I opened the scroll. It was an imperial decree ordering me, a knight, to prepare, having detected signs of treason in a certain noble house. A decapitation operation will be carried out. Among the knights, I recommended you. Edmund Bruendal, Lieutenant Colonel and Adjutant to Supreme Commander of the Empire, Sebastian, had recommended me for this mission even before the regression. Because this was, in itself, a massive achievement. Thanks. No need to thank me. Edmund gave a short laugh, but soon his expression turned serious. However, lately, discussions about race have been intensifying within the Imperial Palace. His Majesty the Emperor is personally leading it. The Emperor, the master of this vast nation. Even by the standards of imperial history, a rare case of true legitimacy, an eldest legitimate son and eldest legitimate grandson. I didn't know much about him in detail, but he was undoubtedly someone of boundless ambition. His actions proved it. He was determined to dominate the entire continent, harboring the delusion that he was a god. A dangerous figure to that extent. Not even Ebenholz dared to oppose him. Max, what do you think? Edmund asked. Well, in my opinion, between races. The Emperor hated the subraces. Because he considered it his calling, he allowed no dissenting opinions. There's a hierarchy. For now, all I could do was subtly twist the Emperor's will. Hierarchy? The errands of the Empire are the most superior. There's no doubt about that. Beneath the errands are the subjects of the Western Kingdom and the Republic Union. They're somewhat tainted, but their blood is still relatively close to that of the errands. Tainted. Edmund repeated my words with a slight smile. The Sled tribes of the East are inferior. Same goes for the Meren who follow the religion of Mer and the Edlum believers. They're all bastards who deserve to be slaughtered. Edmund deliberately used a harsher term. I felt a pang of sorrow at his effort. He continued. The bigger problem is the subraces. Draman, Alina, Yekin, and Dash. Isenheim. I emphasize the Isenheim. But I believe there's definitely a hierarchy even among the subraces. The Draman are worth using. Most of them are good with their hands. The Alina and Yekin are the same. They can be used as dogs or pigs for the errands. They could potentially be domesticated. Edmund hesitated. But Edmund, you once said, the lesser evil is better than the worst. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Compared to the outcome where an entire race is annihilated, becoming livestock of the Empire would be hundreds of times better. But the Isenheim are beyond recycling. Edmund pursed his lips. His expression was one of deliberate neutrality. Wastes. Creatures that don't deserve pity, ones who must not live on this continent. Sheesh. He gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Let's hope there's no Isenheim mixed into my blood. Edmund's biggest weakness was in a mere document. In the personnel file of this solid man, there was a single line that read, Mother, Sally Bruendal, born in the Western Republic of Prozen. Edmund, you are an Aaron. I had already reached that conclusion. Max, don't go saying that carelessly. The Agenthes are listening. Agenthes. A special position said to be the closest of the Emperor's inner circle. But no one in the world knew their true nature. In fact, before the regression, the revolutionary forces had concluded that the Agenthes were fabricated intelligence. Agenthes taking down Ebenholz? There's a higher chance I'm the Agenthes. PFT. That's true. Edmund chuckled lightly. I'm off. Your gift from the trip. I left it with your butler. Edmund was about to leave. I watched his back. His thick hair and the sword tied at his waist. His broad shoulders and upright back. The bald, hunched old Edmund who had once leaned on a cane instead of a sword no longer existed. Edmund. He turned to me. For the first time in a long while, a very long while, I asked him, How's the outside? Edmund raised his eyebrows slightly and gave a short reply. Still hell. He seemed to interpret outside as the battlefield. Against monsters or against humans. So stay inside, Max, if you can help it. It was ironic to hear him talk about inside. It was thanks to you that I came out to this outside in the first place. Edmund. The Empire will definitely change. Edmund nodded and turned away. Of course it will. He waved his hand behind him and walked off. Left alone, I opened the decree again. Reading the contents written in the handwriting of the imperial family, I let out a sigh. The target of the decapitation operation was a house called Kalis. They were a legitimate power faction in the West, now suspected of treason by the imperial family. To be exact, several of their cadet branches and the main line were all designated for elimination. However, it was a small rebellion caused by one of the cadet members of the Kalis family, that is, the younger brother of the head, who clung to the imperial family. It was an operation I had participated in before the regression, so the memories remained vivid. Looking at it closely, there were indeed grounds for suspicion. The emperor coveted an ancient treasure passed down through the Kalis family, but the family head had politely refused to hand it over. That alone marked the beginning of treason. In this era, anything could become treason, and anyone could become a traitor. It can't be helped now. Sebastian had said this about Kalis. The youngest son in that family looked like he could be useful, too. Praise of that level from Sebastian was extremely rare. In truth, it was praise so filled with envy that it had echoed in my ears for quite a while. But why did you even go there? At the same time, my father scorned me for not achieving a single merit in that place. At any rate, the operation had already commenced. Using the excuse of a business trip, I boarded a transport aircraft on the night's exclusive runway. Loyalty. I took a seat while receiving a salute from a nameless pilot. Qua qua. The transport aircraft, bathed in sunlight, soared through the skies and landed at a location along the western coast of the empire, where the main stronghold of the House of Kalis could be seen faintly. By then, night had already grown deep. Sir Knight, you have no additional personnel? The pilot asked me. A knight is the sword of the empire and the final overseer. It meant that being alone was not a problem, especially in an operation like this decapitation strike. It's sufficient. Yes, sir. The pilot reboarded the transport and departed. Likely, he didn't even know what kind of operation was taking place here. I sat on a rock hidden among dark overgrowth. In the distance, the main stronghold of the House of Kalis stood atop a sheer cliff. I waited there quietly. I killed time, momentarily lost in idle thoughts. And then, at some point, KWAA. A massive explosion erupted. The beginning of battle. The Imperial Army had launched a preemptive strike. I slowly advanced toward the site. A family's castle, or main stronghold, is fundamentally a sturdy fortress. Tall ramparts and mana artillery, not to mention overlapping layers of defensive magic circles. Kalis, unaware of the exact identity of the attacker or the true cause, would naturally retaliate. Tutututu. Mana shells burst into flame from atop the walls. Having raised guns against the Imperial Army, the rebellion was now perfectly complete. As I walked through the darkness, I retraced the past. At one point, during the merit review, I had read the related report. Virus had reawakened those memories. The Kalis family rebellion incident, including the ringleader Yusuf von Kalis, for direct blood relatives attempted to escape to the coast via the underground moat of the main stronghold, but were killed at sea. The remaining relatives who tried to flee separately were discovered near the Meccan mountain range along the western border. The direct bloodline of Kalis would soon realize that the enemy they faced was none other than the imperial family. In desperation to preserve their lives, they would seek an escape route, a secret passage connecting the underground moat of the main stronghold to the coastal shore. However, that information had already been leaked. The sea was completely blockaded by the imperial fleet. Their future held only annihilation. Before regression, I had merely watched from a distance. After all, once the Empire had decided to kill, the difference in strength was near infinite. Not anymore. I had to earn merit. As a knight, I needed to rise to the highest place, to be acknowledged by Sebastian, and ultimately, by the Emperor himself. Of course, the bloodline of Kalis might not be Isenheim. Hup! I ran toward them. I concentrated mana in my legs. At each stride, at the moment of kicking off the ground, I exploded mana. My form split through the undergrowth at a speed faster than a warhorse. Ta-da-da-da. Before I knew it, I reached the fortress wall. Gunfire rained from above. The fortress' magical defense system was holding off the Imperial bombardment. Without slowing, I unraveled the bandages from my longsword. For a moment, the moonlight reflected off the blade. Ebenholt's first movement, flow. Sagagagakak. The silver sword aura unleashed by the longsword extended in a flash. A bright white arc engulfed the wall and the troops upon it. Cracks spread like spiderwebs, ripping apart stone, steel, flesh, and bone alike. I retrieved my sword and straightened my stance. A portion of the wall crumbled like a sandcastle. I slipped past the momentarily stunned Imperial troops and entered the fortress. Thump. Thump. From somewhere, I felt the presence of an Eisenheim. Hidden among these Imperial forces, they lurked. But that could wait. They could be dealt with at any time. My top priority right now was solely the achievement that would serve the Empire. The Imperial army entered beyond the collapsed castle wall. I became their spearhead, cutting a path through, and the private soldiers of the Kalis family were quickly broken. Screams, gunfire, and the sound of magic exploding echoed from all directions. I struck my sword at the soldiers guarding the inner castle's entrance. Their bodies were torn along with the door. Quadragigic. I broke through inside and ran. Not for a single moment did I stop moving. Like a tank, I pushed forward and reached the center. The Imperial army scattered in all directions of the inner castle, but I descended alone. There must be a secret moat under this castle. A passage that leads to the outer coast. The records from before the regression clearly stated so. I ran down the stairs and reached the deepest basement. However, in the dark depths, there wasn't even a trace of water, let alone a moat. Most of it was a common space used as storage. Still, it must be here somewhere. I focused mana into my optic nerves. My retina turned blue. Suddenly, I caught sight of a particular candlestick on the wall. There were many candlesticks, but only this one was subtly twisted, and there was a circulation of mana around the candle wax. I grabbed it tightly. Pazik. Sparks flew. My palm was badly burned. It seemed there was rather strict magical security placed on it. But it didn't matter. I just had to cut it down. I swung my sword. Siajak. Part of the wall split open, revealing a hidden passage. It was a staircase leading even deeper. I stomped down hard. At some point, damp air rushed in. There was the smell of water. Then, an open space was revealed. An artificial waterway where a small boat was docked, and the people standing there. I discovered 4 direct members of the Kalis family. They turned to look at me as well. I quietly met their gaze and spoke a single sentence. By His Majesty the Emperor's command. There was no reply. In the silence, the sound of the flowing waterway echoed. Suddenly, I felt a bitter sense about this entire situation. At the same time, I was doubtful. The decapitation operation had already been carried out. If so, the coastline would naturally have been the first thing to be sealed. And yet, they were choosing the most obvious escape route. Are they foolish? Is it because this is the only path left? Or, Srong, the old guard knight of the Kalis family, drew his sword. He was a strong man, but his body was already covered in wounds. He was heavily bleeding from gunshot wounds in the shoulder and leg. A knight who handles defensive energy can, with enough mana, remain relatively unaffected by gunshot wounds. In other words, his mana had run dry. Even so, he was standing in my way. We never plotted treason or anything of the sort. Yusuf von Kalis, head of the Kalis family, said so. His calm voice carried a tinge of sorrow. I looked at him. Yusuf, the current head of the Kalis family, his wife, eldest son, and eldest daughter. 4 people in total. Yes. However, this is the irresistible flow of history. Even if I were to let them go here, they would be caught soon after and all killed. I know. At my reply, they let out deep breaths. Your name? Yusuf asked for my name. Maximilian Albrecht von Ebenholtz. Their expressions suddenly calmed. I maintained courtesy toward them. I did not recklessly thrust my sword, nor did I show aggressive behavior. They were nobles worthy of sufficient respect. Ebenholtz. Yusuf gave a faint smile. What kind of heart accepts death? To me, it seemed they believed in an afterlife. For some reason, they appeared to be expecting some kind of next. Next? Suddenly, a brief thought crossed my mind. The words of Sebastian from the past came to me. It couldn't be helped. That youngest son of theirs seemed quite capable, though. The youngest son of the Kalis family. I counted the members of the household. 4. There were 5 direct members of the Kalis family. In the records from before the regression, the direct line of the Kalis family was clearly annihilated. But they were not all killed together in the same place. Therefore, the conclusion is this. The four in front of me now had volunteered to be bait, to draw the attention of the Imperial army onto themselves, and to protect the last hope of their family at the cost of their own lives. They held the belief that if that boy survived, the bloodline of their house could continue. There had been far too many who perished this way in the Empire. They all died trying to protect their own convictions, and the values they tried to preserve were stolen by the wicked. One is missing. At my words, Yusuf's expression turned cold. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of Imperial soldiers running from above could be faintly heard in the distance. It seemed they had discovered the secret passage I had opened. Young Knight of Ebenholz, the most venerable classical family of the Empire, who stood at the beginning of the Empire's founding. Yusuf spoke in a low and gentle voice. Would you allow me to make just one wish at the cost of our entire household's lives? I had a sense of what he was going to ask. There was no need for words. I simply gave a faint smile and nodded. They, too, understood my intent. Not only Yusuf, but the faces of his family members also brightened for a moment. The old knight, too, lowered his sword diagonally. To them, who gladly sought to accept death, I drew up my mana. I raised my longsword. They were people I did not wish to kill, because they were righteous nobles. But the world is like this. We are short on time. In the torrent of history, I too am swimming desperately, just like them. My condolences. It was the final farewell, if possible without pain, so that none would see each other's death. In that instant, my sword struck forward. A silver flash split through the darkness. It was silent. Truly, there was no sound at all. I naturally cut them down, and they lay down like grass. Here. Looks like a secret place. From behind, an officer and soldiers of the Imperial army rushed in. I turned to face them, wiping the blood off my sword. The situation is already resolved. Collect the bodies. Ah, yes. Loyalty. I passed by the saluting Imperial soldiers. A once upright family had been ruined by the greed of villains. I was not particularly pleased. Above all, I still had something left to do. After the decapitation operation ended, a drinking party broke out in the inner castle of Kalis. It was a celebration of the mission's success. On the expensive carpets, bloodstains and liquor bottles were strewn together, and lewd laughter echoed from the portraits hanging on the walls. Ha 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 ha. Faces already flushed red, they drank down the finest wine that Yusuf had collected straight from the bottle. Some secretly pocketed ornaments. I slowly descended to that place. The soldiers, drunk and distracted by spoils of war, didn't notice me. I stood still and looked over the scene. I observed the dozens of soldiers moving about in this chaos. Thump. With sunken eyes, I searched for the one my heart was pointing to. Somewhere here, that race was present. Thump. Soon, my gaze fixed in place. I began walking across the hall. Thunk. A soldier, stumbling from drunkenness. I deliberately bumped shoulders with him. The wine glass filled with red wine floated into the air and fell. Drops splashed onto my night uniform. Shit, who the? The soldier turned around. His eyes widened, and he hurriedly bowed and apologized. Knight sir, I'm sorry. I silently wiped the wine drops from my chest. A few nearby soldiers took notice, but the party continued. Screeches of laughter were loud. I'm sorry. I've committed a grave offense. His words of apology slurred and wavered. I was curious. Is this an act? Does alcohol affect them the same way it does us? I still didn't know. Because they were not human. No. Instead of getting angry, I merely gave a faint smile. It's fine. There was no need to be angry in the first place. Sorry. Please enjoy your rest. The Imperial Army soldier no. The Eisenheim smiled obsequiously and turned around. At that moment, I gripped my sword. There was no sound at all. The soldier's body and neck simply separated. The Eisenheim's face flew through the air. Pusuk. Blood surged from the headless corpse. It spurted like rain, filling the soldiers' cups. The soldiers, late to grasp the situation, hurriedly stood up. Knight sir? Loyalty. 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 Everyone snapped to attention. Their drunkenness seemed to vanish instantly, and their faces turned pale. I spoke to them. We still missed one of the direct line. Therefore, This should still be considered wartime, no? Indeed, the battlefield is quite a convenient place. A knight, as the final overseer, has the authority to execute soldiers, and in such wartime, there are more than enough excuses to kill whomever you want to kill. Who gave any of you permission to laugh and feast while coveting the possessions of imperial nobles here? The reason for the execution was clear. Violation of military discipline. Plundering of noble property. Damage to knight uniform. The laughter stopped. The screeches that rang in my ears vanished as well. Only still silence remained. The soldiers had already formed a line. One man chattered his teeth in fear. Military order had been established. Receiving the soldiers' stares, I exited the inner castle. Fortunately, among the imperial army stationed here, the only Isenheim was the one I had just killed. You didn't have to go that far. Someone approached from the darkness. I looked at him. It was Regressed Kalis, the one who had orchestrated this beheading. It's an honor, knight sir. I am Regressed Kalis. You needn't worry, I'll soon remove that disgraceful surname. He smiled faintly as he brushed back his long hair. You could have let them keep the loot. I was planning to permit it. He already acts as though he owns the Kalis name. I said to him. I couldn't bear to watch mere commoner soldiers covet the belongings of nobles. Indeed. First, allow me to express my respect and gratitude, knight sir. Regressed bowed his head. To think you discovered a secret passage even I didn't know about. However, as you know, there is still one left. Regressed's expression turned cold. Regressed Kalis. The youngest son, 16 years old. These lowly traders were especially fond of him. There are people who hate seeing harmonious families. There are those who want to destroy them. Either truly evil, or driven by something even deeper and darker. I knew of the passage's existence, but not its location. But it was obvious the passage would lead to the coast. And yet, the reason these traders deliberately chose to use the secret passage was likely to buy time for this Regressed to escape. He's the type who's needlessly good at reading others. One of the sycophants who would cling to the emperor and become a schemer. A man I definitely want to kill someday. No, a man I must kill. Yes, I understand. Today was the first time I saw Yusuf Kalis. Before the regression, even his corpse had been horribly defiled. But in this life, we made a silent promise. The Kalis family staked their lives on it. They willingly offered their heads. Solely to save the last child. Fortunately, I know the evacuation route Regressed took. Including the ringleader Yusuf von Kalis, for direct blood relatives attempted to escape through the underground moat of the main castle toward the coastline, but were killed at sea, and the remaining blood relative, who attempted a separate escape, was discovered near the Meccan mountain range on the western border. His corpse was found near the ridgeline. Western border, Meccan mountain range. I'll take the Meccan mountain range route. At that, Regressed's face lit up brightly. I mounted my warhorse and moved toward the western border. The Meccan mountain range was the largest boundary that separated the Western Kingdom from the Empire. Crossing that range would bring one directly to the border. There were several meaningful escape routes out of the Empire, but this one also had the lowest chance of success. Meccan. The Meccan mountain range is an extremely dangerous area infested with monsters. Even I have to be quite cautious there. The expansion of the Empire didn't stop at Meccan without reason. Monsters, abominations, and beings that defy human comprehension lurk there. Precisely because it is such a difficult path, it becomes the desperate and extreme choice of humans. And precisely because it is such an extreme path, he failed to survive before regression. Swa. Cold wind rustled the fallen leaves. The mountain air was already chilly. Suddenly, my warhorse came to a stop. I dismounted and quietly looked at the sky in the distance. Today, I killed one bloodline. But this is only the beginning. From now on, I will kill countless people. I must become someone who does so. Under the cause of humanity's survival, individual sacrifice is inevitable. Yes, it is inevitable. I repeated the words that Sebastian often said. It couldn't be helped. Sir Knight. The cavalry in charge of the pursuit soon caught up. It seems we'll have to climb the mountain range directly. There are no traces on foot. At this rate, they would discover Regressed before long. In the past, Regressed had failed to cross this mountain range. Whether he was killed by the pursuing squad or by a monster, no one knew for sure. His body was eventually discovered. Continue the search. I handed a crystal orb to the man who appeared to be the leader of the pursuit unit. It was a magical communication tool often used in remote areas like this. Contact me immediately if the target is spotted. Yes, sir. Ah, Sir Knight. The man holding my warhorse's reins turned to me again. A sharp, greedy glint filled his eyes, and a smirk spread across his face. I am Major Hans Kalis. Just in case you're worried, I'll let you know that like Lord Jeckard, I too plan to cast off this filthy family soon, so you don't need to be too concerned. Hans Kalis. Jeckard had sent his trusted subordinate. It seemed he was half sure that Ackard's escape route would be through here. This is why a fucking bastard being smart is a real nuisance. Very well. I must thoroughly conceal my true intentions. As Edmund said, I must be cautious of not only Agenthes, but also all the eyes and ears of the Empire. I still lack power, and the Imperial Court is swarming with sycophants who covet authority. A mask that covered his face and a robe that concealed his body. Ackard Kalis, with his entire body wrapped tightly, crawled up the rough mountain range. When he closed his eyes, the burning image of his family's estate still flickered in his mind. Behind his back, they were still dying even now. Because of this absurd conspiracy, because of the betrayal of the beasts he had trusted as family. Even so, Ackard did not look back. Swallowing his rage, he pushed forward. He must survive no matter what. For the family that sacrificed everything for him alone, he must. The roads were already blocked by Imperial forces, and so were the other routes. That was why he chose Meccan, the westernmost border. It was the hardest and most dangerous path, but he had to escape the Empire somehow. To evade the pursuit unit, he ran without a moment's rest. Day turned to night, and then night deepened again. Ackard hid himself briefly between the rocks. He took out a biscuit from a pocket inside his robe and bit into it. Sob. Tears streamed down, soaking the biscuit. The last words his father said to him as he handed over this food echoed in his ears. Ackard, you must survive. Our will, the secret technique to complete our family, lies with you. Do not cry. Just embody us. You, the vessel, will reflect all of us. Ackard willingly accepted that weight, though it was far beyond what he deserved. FSSSD. In an instant, there was a stir in the nearby bushes. Ackard quickly hid himself. However, the footsteps of the other person came to an unnaturally abrupt halt. Ackard was rather quick-witted. He had been discovered. He made a swift decision. Drawing his sword, he rushed toward the figure in the darkness. He thrust the blade toward the figure's heart. Ugh. The blade pierced cleanly through the solar plexus, but it was already too late. From somewhere, countless cavalry shouted as they surged in. Thud-a-thud. Thud-a-thud. The sound of horse hooves thundered like drums, and Ackard was surrounded in an instant. He raised his sword, keeping watch in all directions. Good to see you, Ackard. Whoosh. A torch lit up the darkness, revealing a man's figure. It was his father's youngest brother, Hans Kalis. Ackard's brow twitched. You too. You betrayed father as well? A bitter laugh escaped him. From the dust-caked eyelids, streaks of blood trickled down. No, not quite. I never. Hans shook his head with a wistful expression. I was never once on the side of your pathetic father. Words insulting his father. It felt like his head was about to split. Ackard staggered, glancing around at the cavalry. Dozens of them. He was alone. Still, he must survive. To keep his promise. Therefore, battle was unavoidable. Ackard drew mana into his sword. Seeing the blue glow forming around the blade, the aura, Hans sneered. Your moron father claimed you were the family's talent. And now I see it. Aura at just 16. Hans drew his sword. That was the signal. The cavalry charged in at once. Ackard swung his sword. He cut down 2 cavalrymen and unleashed a sword gust that knocked over several horses. But they fought guerrilla style. They didn't approach easily, merely deflecting or dodging his strikes, wearing down his stamina. From time to time, they threw flying daggers. Cling, cling. Compared to the mana he enveloped on his sword, the strength of his body's aura was still lacking. Small wounds were etched all over his body. Hiya. In the end, Ackard couldn't hold back. He charged at Hans, but the cavalry skillfully avoided him. Instead, they drew back and drove him deeper into the mountain. It was the cavalry's characteristic rabbit hunt. Hans grinned slyly. But your mind is far too rigid for your talent. Just like your father, who lost his head down in that castle. Ackerd felt fury boil in his core. His mana wavered on the blade. With blood flowing from small wounds, his stamina was draining fast. That was when it happened. In the deep darkness of the forest, Ackerd's eyes caught sight of a certain presence. How could one describe its form? First of all, it was grotesque. Antler-like horns resembling withered branches sprouted from its head, and on its owl-like face, dozens of red eyes gleamed. You stupid fool. Hans scoffed. It seemed funny to him that Ackerd was distracted by the abomination. Looking at that now won't dash. Screw you, Ag. Hans's words were drowned in a horrifying scream. It was moving. The creature reached out with a massive arm and grabbed the cavalry like toys. With one hand, it crushed a man's head, and with the other, it swallowed an entire horse. Wah, what is that? Nehai. The remaining horses panicked and went wild. Rearing up, they threw their riders off and fled. The monster continued its feast. Crunch, crack, screaf. The gruesome sound of flesh being torn, bones being ripped apart, the human body being dismantled, a dreadful cacophony. The cavalry, caught in the grotesque assault, were torn like paper without even having time to scream. Ch. Before he knew it, Hans, split in half, died while staring at Ackerd. In his hand, he clutched a small orb. The end. In the moment when the grotesque creature raised its massive arm toward the last one standing, Ackerd. Moonlight shone down upon this place. At least, that was how it felt. A flash of silver light arrived silently, without sound or presence. That silvery current sliced through the creature's arm. The thing let out a howl of agony, and Ackerd's eyes turned toward it. A man was standing there. Though the mountain range was shrouded in darkness, faint moonlight shimmered from the long sword in his hand. His figure appeared faintly lit. A sentinel uniform, a knight of the Empire. The knight stood with dignity, facing the monster. The creature, clutching its torn-off arm, glared at the knight. The knight did not avert his gaze from the creature's murderous stare. Rather, he took a step forward. The monster, as if afraid, backed away. As the creature turned to flee, the knight swung his sword once again. Moonlight raced forward. As if alive and moving, pure white mana surged forth, swallowing the monster. The creature's body, engulfed in mana, began to burn. It was sliced at the particle level, melting away, white, utterly white. Ackerd stared blankly at him. The silver glow flowing from his sword was blinding. But he was not an ally. Ackerd Kalis. At last, the knight called out his name. I am Maximilian of Ebenholz. The knight who beheaded your father and mother, your older brothers and sisters. Ackerd's eyes flew wide open. His teeth chattered with a clicking sound. However, his body would not move. It was as if his feet had frozen to the ground. He was an opponent far more terrifying than the monster just now. If I take even a single step toward him, I will die. Just as Ackerd, gasping for breath, was about to turn and flee. Will you run from your enemy? Maximilian asked. Ackerd closed his mouth. His heart sank heavily. Scratch. His soul scraped against the ground. Tight. He gripped his sword. He must not take a step back here. He must not run. Whether he died showing his back or died kneeling, if the end was death all the same. If my failure, the annihilation of my family, is a predetermined future. Ackerd raised his trembling sword and aimed it at the knight. His heart pounded like mad, but the knight only looked at him calmly. I can't win. There's absolutely no way I can win. The aura emanating from him was of a kind Ackerd had never experienced in his life. Steady your breathing. The knight spoke clearly. If your mind falters before your body does, you'll die in that moment. At his words, the trembling blade stilled, as if by magic. Have you resolved yourself to die? The knight was judging him now. Eyes of deep, unfathomable gold, beyond what he could dare to comprehend, were measuring his soul. I came this far to avoid death. Ackerd adjusted his grip on the sword. He drew out the last of his remaining mana. The secret technique passed down through the Kalis family for generations. He looked at the knight of Ebenholz. The man still stood unmoving, watching him. Rather than waiting for death on his knees, He would aim for the moment of carelessness, cling to hope. Akkard lunged at him with his sword. KOing. A sharp sound, as if to tear through the eardrums, echoed through the mountain range. The blue sword aura unleashed from Akkard's blade surged toward the knight of Ebenholz. Whoosh! The knight met his charge and swept his sword. Qua! Swords clashed, mana exploded. A flood of blue and white. However, his blueness was overwhelmed by the knight's light. His mana shattered, and his sword aura broke apart. Even so, the knight remained standing in the same place. Akkard had thrown everything he had into that strike, but the knight had not been pushed back even a single step. Resonance. Maximilian spoke softly as he ran his finger along his cheek. A small drop of blood was wiped away on the tip of his index finger. A sword that resembles the sea. Akkard looked at the knight. He did not avert his gaze. If death was inevitable, he would face it with eyes wide open. The knight gazed down at the boy for a long time. He looked into the boy's strength. A child so utterly unlike his own past fragile self. This boy had something he himself never possessed. It was a talent too precious to let fade away. Hone and polish it. The knight turned away. So that one day, you may reclaim what was lost. Leaving behind those words, the knight slowly walked away, and Akkard silently watched his retreating figure. When he had completely disappeared, the boy fell to his knees. At the same time that his tension released, his legs gave out. Ha ha. With ragged breaths that seemed to empty him out, he realized he had survived. Whether it was the knight's whim, or for some other reason, he couldn't possibly know. But Akkard rose to his feet again. A mountain range full of abominations. A place now littered with the corpses of cavalrymen and Hans. There was still a path he had to take. The sun had risen. I looked up at the sky and unsheathed the longsword of Ebenholz. The blade, edge, and hilt were all worn, yet it was strangely sharp. Its material was also so deep I could not identify it. It was a fine sword that not only elevated a swordsman's skill by 2 or 3 levels, but was particularly effective against monsters. The sword Akkard had clashed with it using was also a fine sword. Whether Akkard survived Meccan or not, I did not know. But any further concern was not mine to bear. From now on, it was his task to prove his talent through survival. I looked at the sunlight breaking through. The once dark mountain range was now bathed in bright light. Sir Maximilian, may I ask you to explain the situation? Jeckard returned with the private soldiers. I spoke to him. The bodies of the pursuit team, including Hans, have been discovered. I do not know if they ever caught sight of Akkard, but it seems they were all killed by the monsters of Meccan. Was Akkard's body confirmed? He seemed to show no concern whatsoever for the death of his younger brother, Hans. No. However, it must be confirmed. Jeckard furrowed his brow. He even cut me off mid-sentence. I looked at him. My gaze cooled. Jeckard. Calling his name, I stepped forward. Akkard Kalis is merely a boy. A small child from the west who has not even been knighted. I placed a hand on his disheveled collar. Jeckard flinched and trembled. There's no way such a child could survive in Meccan, and even if by some miracle he did survive. I dusted off the dirt that had clung to him, likely from rushing here, and gave a faint smile. For a promising man like you to be frightened by such a child, does that make any sense? You are a noble of the Empire. You are the villain who beheaded your brother and stole everything. So stop being a nuisance and take responsibility for a mere child. You fucking moron. Yes, you are right. Jeckard gave a servile smile. He did not say anything more. Instead, he offered me a box containing some treasure as a gift. Please distribute it among the soldiers who went through more hardship than I. Rejecting him, I departed from Meccan as it was. A small riverbank reached after crossing the Meccan mountain range. The boy looked toward the other side of the river, where the border of the Western Kingdom shimmered faintly beyond the mist. The cold wind blew the torn hem of his robe. Gentle sunlight reflected off his tears. Akkard had survived. It was something he had every right to rejoice over. His life to live in this world. The most precious achievement he had attained in his life. Father. He had kept his promise. The one promise he had made and shared with his entire family, he had finally fulfilled it. There was no one left to take pride in this accomplishment, no one to gently pat his head and praise him. I survived. The boy knelt. Clutching the damp mountain soil, he cried out in a choked voice. The last images of his family, the blazing flames, and his own helplessness all surged through him at once, tearing into his heart. Hone yourself. At that moment, there was still a voice ringing clearly in his ears. The Knight of Ebenholz. He was the very one who had beheaded his family. But at the same time, he was also the one who had saved him from death. The man who killed his family had saved him. Ackard felt a strange confusion. At the same time, he recalled the knights back. So that one day, you may recover what you have lost. A knight is one who enforces the will of the empire, and this purge had originated from Jeckard's scheme. Even so, the knight had not killed him, a blood relative of Kalis. Instead, he had given him a costly lesson. Why had he done so? Was it mere whim, or was it also part of a deception? Ackard still did not know. What I have lost. However, there was a path he had to take. That path lay on the knight's contradictory back. There were things he absolutely had to return and reclaim. The tears streaming down his cheeks were no longer just from sorrow. After the beheading operation, the military tallied the merits. Though the word tally might sound rather comical, it is a very important process whether one is a soldier or a knight. Some stake their lives on it, and others form grudges and seek revenge over it. However, today, at least for this operation, there would be no objections from anyone. Congratulations, Knight Maximilian. At the Imperial Army Headquarters, main conference hall, I stepped up onto the platform laid with red carpet and received my medal. But because the essence of this operation had not been putting down a rebellion, but rather a purge, there would be no large-scale publicity or media announcements. Just one more third-class medal, and it'll be a second-class gold lion medal. That's a very rapid pace for your age. Thank you. The Empire's medal system was as strict as it was intuitive. Receive the third-class gold lion medal 3 times, and you move up to second class. Roughly speaking, if you achieve merit worthy of receiving the second-class medal about 9 times, you can receive the first class. The glorious name of that medal is Empire Hero Golden Lion Medal. Congratulations, Knight Maximilian. As I came down from the platform, the officers approached and offered handshakes. I did not go out of my way to refuse their goodwill. Click. As the commemorative photos were taken once more, I looked around at the figures filling the room. Click. Suddenly, I recalled the Emperor's closest aide that Edmund had mentioned, Agenthes. Click. A madman born with the most perfect legitimacy in the Empire's history, who deludes himself into thinking he is a god. He must be watching over this entire system. Eyes watching me must exist somewhere, even at this very moment. Knight Maximilian. At that moment, a soldier in uniform approached. A balding man nearing 60, a brigadier general with 1 star. Jens, the former superior officer of Major Hahn. I received the gift well. I immediately understood what he meant. Even if he looked like a greedy man, a general has his own kind of ability. Being old in the military meant surviving, and surviving meant being strong in a different sense. Young officers like Major Hahn, or rather, people as honest as he was, could never reach that level. I heard Major Hahn recently moved. I searched my memory of this man named Jens. He was quite a well-known politician. Passive in all the military's actions, and always left himself an escape route. A fox-like man. Because of that, even after the revolutionary forces gained power, he survived and maintained his wealth. Could he become my ally? Could this man be trusted? However, for Major Hahn to rise high within the Imperial Guard, this man was absolutely necessary. Moreover, he was as skilled in maneuvering as he was in politics. Being skilled in maneuvering means knowing exactly when to step down. Brigadier General Jens, I'll be counting on your guidance going forward. Mutual trust is unnecessary. This is merely a transaction. Jens would pretend not to know the relationship between Major Hahn and me and lend his aid, and once Major Hahn was on the right track, he would gladly step aside. I wanted it that way, too. All the gifts I would pay him from now on were nothing more than tuition fees. Yes, of course. Leave it to me. Ha ha ha. A man who knows how to lower himself endlessly, the bald fox Jens. I smiled faintly and shook hands with him. Supreme Commander of the Empire's office. After the tallying of merits ended, I stood before the plaque marking the deepest door of headquarters. As a knight who had participated in the beheading operation, I now had to report directly to the Supreme Commander. Who? My heart pounded. It doesn't mean that my father is of the Isenheim race. Even now, at this point, the man named Sebastian still makes me nervous. I'm coming in. I opened the door. Beyond it, with sunlight streaming through the open window, was Sebastian. A towering figure over 2 meters tall. Even outside his thick military uniform, his body was perfectly sculpted. As a noble, he always kept his beard neatly trimmed and his hair slicked back without a single strand out of place. I approached him. Come to think of it, since my regression, this was the first time I'd faced him at such close distance. Sebastian looked toward me. He said nothing. Even so, the sheer majesty that emanated from him was overwhelming. It was the reason even the most renowned generals of the military shrank in his presence. I gave him a nod. But the first move wasn't mine to make. Sebastian also acted as if he hadn't seen me. The military staff approached him first and handed over the documents. Sebastian read through them. Apart from that, not a single sound was heard. A heavy silence dominated the entire space. An absolute hierarchy and order pressed down on everything inside. The already small-framed officers looked even more withered in comparison to Sebastian. The longer time passed, the more they seemed to crumple. Crumpled and crumpled again, until only Sebastian remained visible. The commander signed the last page of the documents with a swift stroke. Loyalty. As soon as they received his approval, the others fled the commander's office like they were escaping. But I remained there. As both a knight who participated in the beheading operation and as its assigned observer, the final report had to be delivered verbally, in person. We have secured the heads of 4 direct blood relatives, including the family head Yusuf von Kalis, who planned the treason, and have annihilated all resisting collateral relatives and private soldiers. However, we failed to locate the body of the youngest son among the direct line. You let that one escape? It is not yet certain. I asked what you think. If he is never found, then it means he chose to ascend Meccan. And if he chose to ascend Meccan, he will either live or die depending on his own ability. Sebastian looked at me. Knight Maximilian. I met Sebastian's gaze. A man who never felt like a father, still even now, not a father, but a monster. I did not avoid those eyes. Suddenly, his face before the regression overlapped in my mind. Back then, when I had accomplished nothing, he had said this to me. But why did you even go there? It was a duty that I, as a knight, was duty-bound to complete. Nothing more, nothing less. That future had changed. It wasn't scorn or contempt, but it wasn't praise either. It was just a statement that I had done what was expected. A conversation between father and son, yet not truly a conversation, dry and emotionless. And yet, even a moment like this was a first for me. Yes, I saluted as a knight and stepped outside. Thud. Thud. I walked down the long corridor in front of the commander's office. Thud. Thud. Suddenly, unable to bear it anymore, I sat down on the empty landing. I raised a hand to cover my face. Emotion surged from within my chest. Tingle. Tingle. A tingling sensation from my toes rippled all the way to the top of my head. It was a feeling I had never experienced in my life, a foreign sensation. Perhaps it was joy. Just from the fact that I had changed even one word from him, I was overwhelmed with a strange sense of elation. Laughter I couldn't hold back spilled from me like a hiccup. It was ironic. The person who had made me genuinely laugh for the first time since returning to this goddamn world was none other than Sebastian, the man I had feared so deeply. The man I had hated so much was you. And here I am, still bound by you. Listman was a noble family of the Empire. Over centuries, they had pursued magic, building deep ties with magic towers and academic institutions, and in recent years, they had laid the foundation worthy of being called a prestigious house. The study of researching, analyzing, and applying mana in real life, Magitech. The current head of the family, Valerius Listman, was a renowned Magitech scholar. He was also the inventor who brought forth the revolutionary invention of the mana coil. However, that glory was built upon the blood and tears of the one who had once been his teacher. The family's power was cemented through betrayal, and false claims shook the world. The splendor that was once thought to be eternal had recently begun to falter, and poor performance was now holding him back. As time passed, the mana coil had become an ordinary technology. Listman failed to create a new technology that would bring in profits beyond that. Countless ideas remained mere ideas. This was true not only for Valerius, but also for the researchers under him. Valerius eventually had no choice but to admit it, that he needed an even more special mind. This was the reason he had persistently tracked down his former teacher for years. "You were in such a shabby place, master." At last, Valerius discovered his old teacher's mana shop. Lorenzo glared at this man, breathing heavily. "Why the hell did you come looking for me? Huh?" "Such harsh words, master." Valerius brushed his blonde hair back and smiled. "It's simple. I'm extending a proposal, a business partnership, hoping your talent hasn't rusted away yet." "Huh. So the company's in trouble, huh?" "No dash. Of course. You never had consistency. You couldn't endure. Magitech is a discipline. There's no shortcut in scholarship. The one who wins is the one who plants himself down and walks the righteous path. There's no scholar who became great just to shine at a party." A vein popped on Valerius's temple. "Seems you still don't understand, master. You are now a wanted criminal recognized by the Empire. A shameless thief who dared to steal my original theory and run." Lorenzo let out a hollow laugh. This twisted disciple, who came all the way here just to say such things, was astonishing. Valerius tore a check and tossed it onto the table. "This is my offer." The amount was an ambiguous $23,000. Was he trying to save the $2,000 and cut 10%? "I'll grant you a pardon for your crimes and pay this amount monthly. It's an annual salary that even most researchers would struggle to receive. The deadline for your answer is..." He glanced at his wristwatch and raised an eyebrow. "By 8 p.m. next week." "How ridiculous. Don't even think about running. My employees will monitor you 24/7. Snap. This man snapped his fingers. At that moment, thugs stormed into the shop from inside and out. Whack. Bang. Crash. They swung iron pipes. The mana tools and display shelves Lorenzo had carefully maintained were smashed to pieces. Watching his inventions being destroyed, Lorenzo's face trembled violently. Bang. Crash. Smash dash. Amid the flying debris, the old man stood alone. His disciple, who had taken everything from him. Now again, he silently glared at the man who coveted his knowledge. Beast-like breaths seeped through his teeth. "What are you staring at like that? Things need to be broken in order to leave anyway. I merely spared you the trouble." Valerius met his gaze and smiled sweetly. "Then I look forward to your wise decision." Leaving behind the chaotic wreckage, Valerius departed. The thugs also receded like the ebbing tide. Tap, tap. Armin came up from the basement. Boss." The close-cropped boy looked at him with worried eyes. "Go back inside." "Ah, okay." Lorenzo could say nothing else. That was all he could manage. An old man, faded and feeble, unable to resist even slightly. I returned to the night order. While I had been away, a mountain of tasks had piled up. However, most of them were related to active mana residue, so they were not difficult to handle. My virus visually shows the flow of mana. Therefore, when I analyze active residue, I occasionally feel a sensation like my eyes opening. It's as if the flow of mana is being interpreted on its own. Knock knock. At that moment, the administrative officer knocked. "Sir Knight, a message has arrived. From Mr. Lorenzo Carrion, saying the items you ordered are ready dash." "I'll go right away." "Yes. I'll prepare the vehicle." The administrative officer went ahead first. After changing into civilian clothes, I came down and he was already in the driver's seat. "Departing now." The administrative officer is passionate about everything. I suppose this is what happens when you pay someone well. Lorenzo Carrion. I arrived once again at the mana shop in Zestfall. However, the shop was completely different from my previous visit. It was in a dreadful state. The glass windows were shattered here and there, and all the mana tools had been completely destroyed. As I stood silently in front of the counter, Lorenzo approached, leaning on his cane. He handed me a box containing the items. "These are the items you ordered. Books on theories of famous scholars on mana, specialized texts on ancient mana symbols, runes, and a few other rare materials. They must have been difficult to acquire. Have you considered my proposal?" To my question, Lorenzo gave a bitter smile. "You're telling me to borrow the power of a noble to strike down another noble. That's the kind of world we live in. I cannot trust nobles. Then will you just run away like this?" I gestured with my eyes toward Armin, who was peeking his head out from the basement. The boy's eyes were full of fear. Lorenzo glanced at Armin, then turned back to me. Please take Armin with you. It's meaningless. A disciple without a master cannot grow alone. Lorenzo let out a deep sigh. However, I am currently a wanted man. I'll only bring harm to Armin and to you, Sir Knight. In fact, Giorgio Chirico had disappeared after ignoring the court's compensation ruling. It would be more accurate to say he couldn't pay because he didn't have the money. It's fine. Knights oversee everything within the Empire. Therefore, even requesting a retrial on a case that has already been ruled on is within a knight's authority. If one pulls out an old case file and stamps it for re-examination, all investigations begin again from the start. Not all knights can do this. However, for an Ebenholz knight, reclaiming the truth is something that simple. Even so, Lorenzo hesitated. From the outside, it looked like a rather foolish hesitation. You're an old man who has difficulty moving. Not just your body, but your heart too. I handed him a blank sheet of paper and a pen. Write down the names of people who can prove your innocence. They all betrayed me long ago. They stood with Listman and branded me a thief. There's no way they'll reverse their testimonies now. Lorenzo is a good person. He believes that good people should only persuade others through good means. I am not. It's fine. I have my own methods. Then Lorenzo, as if understanding what I meant, gave a bitter smile and shook his head, saying this. My revenge will only spark another revenge. I want to stop that chain of hatred now. Mr. Lorenzo, this is not some petty revenge. It is simply correcting what has been wronged. The head of the Listman family had swept all the awards this year: Businessman of the Year, Inventor of the Year, Scholar of the Year. All of it was glory that should have belonged to Lorenzo. This is about reclaiming everything that was stolen from you. Listman wields great power in the Magitech world. But power is relative. Strength and wealth limited to a mere industry cannot reach Ebenholz. Of course, this is not without cost. In return, Mr. Lorenzo, you must become my strength. Lorenzo looked at me. His eyes were trembling. You must know it too. Goodness is nothing more than an illusion created by the weak to protect themselves. Evil is the same. But power knows no distinction between good and evil. The strong simply reign, and the weak choose between good and evil in order to survive. For the empire to become evil is the same as saying the empire has grown weak. A strong empire must blur the line between good and evil. That ambiguity creates the gap through which the world can be saved. I will become strong for the empire. And for me, no. For the empire, someone like Giorgio Chirico is far more necessary than a thief like Listman. Lorenzo's fingertips trembled. His jaw clenched tightly. A long silence followed, as if countless thoughts and emotions were crossing within him. Now, make your decision. Finally, Lorenzo picked up the pen. He wrote down the names of the colleagues who had betrayed him on the blank sheet of paper. A bright and sunny afternoon. I headed to the Sentio Magic Tower area. It was because Azel had summoned me. Since morning, she had been frantically contacting me, saying today was the only possible day. Do you have any idea how hard I had to persuade her? She was in a typical wizard's robe, with dark circles drooping all the way down to her chin. Looking at your face, I'd say it must have been hard. Anyway, thanks to Azel, the meeting with Pexi was arranged. It's paper review season, so I haven't slept in a week. Which means today is the only time I have. And yet you talk like that, I really want to smack you. That's why I made the reservation somewhere nice. One of the top luxury restaurants in the capital, Delman Arcadia. Outside the window, the Arcadia River rippled like a painting, and a soft string quartet played inside. A single meal for two easily cost tens of thousands of dollars. I had heard same-day reservations were nearly impossible, but it was accepted as soon as I gave my name. It was even in a private room. Knock knock. With a knock, the waiter opened the door to the room. This way. Yes. It was Pexi von Arzen. Unlike Azel in her sloppy robe, she had clearly put effort into her appearance. I stood up from my seat and extended my hand. Nice to meet you, fifth-tier wizard Pexi. She hesitated for a moment, then took my hand. Nice to meet you, Sir Maximilian. Azel smiled in satisfaction, looking back and forth between us. As soon as Pexi sat down, Azel got to the point. The reason I set up this meeting is because, Max, you're handling the Brain Eater case, right? Not just the Brain Eater. Recently, crimes involving magic have been increasing. And trying to track cases alone as a knight has its limits. Especially in analyzing magical traces, the help of a wizard is essential. Pexi gave a bitter smile. My specialty isn't analysis or tracking. Of course, I can assist, but I'm not sure I'm the right person for the job. Thump. The virus stirred. This woman was almost certainly an Isenheim, the brain eater. The problem was, there was no physical evidence. Of course, I could kill her even without proof. I could abduct her and cut her throat, problem solved. But she had June Candel backing her, was a friend of Azel, and held the rank of 5th-tier wizard at Sentio Magic Tower. She wasn't someone who could be randomly killed and silenced like a common foot soldier during wartime. Here is your appetizer. Right on time, the appetizer soup was served. The chef came personally to explain something, but it didn't really register. It's good. There's no shrimp in it, but it tastes like shrimp. Azel took a spoonful and started guessing the ingredients. Did they grind top-grade crystal shrimp? Really? I took a spoonful too. Maybe. I can taste white wine as well. Pexi also took a bite. Her eyes widened. It's delicious. Unlike you two, I'm from a small family in the East, so I'm not good at describing taste. Come on, but you always come in first place in magic theory. First place. I deliberately showed interest. Azel nodded. There was a seriously tough magic analysis this time, you know? 10 wizards worked on it, and she was the one in charge. Anyone else would have been annoyed, but she never showed it even once. Azel led the conversation. The atmosphere was warm and friendly. Pexi genuinely seemed like a person. Suddenly, I understood how the revolutionary forces and the new cabinet had been deceived by them. A shell that looked too human, actions that were too human. But there are enemies. A race from another world that must be killed, without exception. The food's especially good today. Wizard Pexi, aren't you glad you came? Yes, I am. From the appetizer to the main dish, the dinner course was nearly finished. I wiped my lips with a napkin and got to the point. Wizard Pexi, I still haven't heard your answer to my proposal. I'd really like to make a decision right now too, but for any outside activities, I need my advisor's permission. Your advisor is? It's Professor June Candel. June Candel. A damnably familiar name. Tomorrow? No, I'll ask him later today and get back to you. Pexi held out her terminal. Azel quickly turned her head to the side, stifling a laugh, and I pretended my hand was shaking as I took her terminal. We exchanged numbers. Worked out well, didn't it? You even exchanged numbers. On the way back after leaving the restaurant, the night market glittered along the night street. At Azel's words, I shrugged my shoulders. What's good? It's just getting started. Come on. That brain eater thing, you were faking it, weren't you? It's real. I really took the case. Azel walked with quick little steps and pulled up the hood of her robe. She vanished somewhere in a flash, then reappeared with a fruit skewer that looked like candy in one hand. And still, you're more interested in the chaff than the incident? Well, yeah. Crunch. Azel bit into the fruit. The fruit made a candy-cracking sound. She chewed like a squirrel, and then covered her mouth and chuckled softly. So, am I supposed to keep playing along? I flinched at her words. What are you talking about? Hey, you think I don't know you? I'm asking what you're talking about. Crack. Crack. Crick crack. The candy shattered in Azel's mouth. She waved the now empty skewer and said, Max, when you like someone, or when you're happy or excited, you don't shake your hands or anything like that. On the contrary, you become calm on the outside. But instead, you can't hear what people are saying. Guess your ears shut off while you're trying to cool down the heat inside. My steps halted. Azel twirled around one step ahead of me. For me, it was just ridiculous. So you knew all along? Knew what? That I liked you. I'd have to be an idiot not to know. Not like it matters now anyway. More importantly, Azel asked, why are you getting close to Pexi? Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. I hesitated, but I felt like I could tell her my true intentions. I'm suspicious. Of that person. As the brain eater? Yeah. Azel went silent for a moment. Arms crossed, she fell into deep thought. She never jumps to conclusions. That's just her nature. She doesn't say it's not true, and she doesn't say it is either. Do you have a reason? I don't get it at all. A hunch. Excuse me. Azel narrowed her eyes. I let out a soft laugh. Pexi von Arsen first came to the center 3 years ago. Coincidentally, that's when the killings started. That's it? Could be a coincidence. The murder method was extremely unusual. At those words, Azel nodded quietly. The heads were abnormally severed, so there's a high chance it was a wizard. And since there are few wizards, it's relatively easy to narrow down suspects. Yeah, could have been a swordsman, a mercenary, or a vagabond who learned mana on their own. Especially swordsmen, if they use something like sword aura, that level of cut dash. I'm a knight. The traces of sword aura are distinct from magic or mana, so they're easy to identify. And it's not a vagabond either. From the first murder to the most recent, the condition of the corpse cross-sections has changed. The cross-sections? At first, it looked messy like an animal had torn it up, but recently, it's become as sharp as if sliced with a razor blade. They leveled up while committing murder. Yeah, vagabonds who learn mana in the underground cities struggle to grow. Their mana properties remain fixed. If it were one of those vagabonds, it would have actually been easier to identify them. You can't hide for 3 years. True. We resumed walking down the street. And there's no noble family named Arsen in the east. Huh? Are you sure? There was, but they all died. Of course, on paper, Pexi von Arsen is listed as the only bloodline of the Arsen family, and her parents' birth and death dates match perfectly. But that much can easily be forged. After all, everyone who could verify her identity is dead, right? Azel rubbed her chin and muttered. Honestly, I can't believe it. Of course not. She must be completely different from the Pexi you know. No dash. Azel furrowed her brows. Who said I don't believe that? I'm talking about the evidence. Evidence? Does it make sense that not a single piece of evidence came out after killing 9 people? There must have been something. Even the tiniest clue would have been left behind. It's just that the regular investigators or knights didn't catch it. Then suddenly, she opened her palm toward me. Share it. The case files. You're always saying you're too busy with your thesis. Friends should help each other out at least this much. Friends. At the word friend, suddenly, I find myself doubting you. If we become people who help each other and share case information like this, wouldn't you try to use that information to benefit the revolutionary forces? If Pexi the Wizard really is a serial killer. There are those in this world who, while enduring the pressure of the Empire, have forged even stronger convictions. There are those who have risen up for a greater cause, like Julian, Edmund, and Azel. If not for the Isenheim race, they would have been long remembered as pioneers and heroes of history. Because she's someone who shouldn't be in the magic tower. I nodded. I'll send it to you. Come by my office later. Okay. I'll have my secretary dash. Come in person. Azel looked at me quietly. At some point, the wind that had begun to blow pulled back her robe's hood. Her black hair, tinged with blue, fluttered. In a scene that looked strangely like a painting, she raised her middle finger. I smiled. I'll break that finger. Come on, I really am busy with my thesis. Why should I come in person? Do you still like me? Got it, now fuck off. Just in time, we had reached the front of the Sentio magic tower. As Azel turned away, light and cheerful, I asked her. But, are you gonna be okay? About what? I'm almost certain about her. You might be heartbroken. Azel looked at me with clear eyes, then slowly tilted her head. Why would I be heartbroken if Pexi the Wizard turned out to be a murderer? Weren't you too close? Come on. I only knew her for 6 months, how close could we be? It's just... Azel gave a bitter smile. Just pretending to be close. Well, she's not ordinary either. If she were, she wouldn't have been born into the great Runcelot family and dreamed of revolution. Right. We all live pretending. I'm off. I turned away, waving my hand. Max. Azel called after me. But you're different. With you, I'm really friends. As she said that and smiled brightly, I smiled back at her, gladly, and raised my middle finger. Azel's face instantly turned snarky. I'll break that finger. I quickly turned away from her, who looked like she might actually fire off a spell. Even as I walked away in a rush, I couldn't stop laughing. Today, I learned one more thing from Azel. Never judge a person too easily. Even if that person is Azel, I must always be suspicious. Never let my guard down. Because we're walking different paths. Ding. Right then, a message came from Shots. It was in code. Successfully rescued Lorenzo. Fleeing south. How dare they? What kind of fucking bastards? Valerius of Listman received an urgent message while on a business trip. Lorenzo had escaped. We're pursuing him with everything we've got, but the mercenaries we hired are all. The mercenaries had been taken down and rendered unable to fight. It had been executed with remarkable precision. That vermin bastard. Daring to lay a hand on Listman. He stood up, feeling as though the blood in his whole body was boiling with rage. Send a message to Icarius. Icarius. A mercenary group that operates not only within the Empire, but across the entire continent. Why yes. And the mission details. Bring him in alive, 1 million. He didn't know what confidence that old husband had gained, but it was a foolish choice. This is why when you coddle them, they think you're a tree and climb up. He should have crushed him from the start. He should have kept him imprisoned and only made him research. Tell them he doesn't need to be in one piece. Yes. Understood. He must have gotten too merciful as he aged recently. There was no need to respect him this much. Valerius pulled out a cigar and bit it to cool the rising heat within him. Suddenly, he noticed a crumpled photo in his drawer. It was a picture taken during his days as a researcher, together with his thesis advisor, Giorgio Chirico. No. Valerius stared at it for a long moment, then changed his mind. Tell them both arms and one leg must be intact. If the body's in pain, the brain might get dull too. Before I began the reinvestigation of the Giorgio Chirico case, I first summoned witnesses from the past. The first was Jerome, a wizard who had once been Lorenzo's colleague. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jerome. Yes. Hello. He was living a prosperous life in a rather fine mansion in the 4th district of the capital. Though he had left the magic tower, he seemed to have acquired the wealth and fame he wanted as the head of a successful magical business. What brings you here, Sir Knight? It's nothing much. Nothing much. At least, not yet. Do you remember the name Giorgio Chirico from 15 years ago? At that moment, Jerome's expression hardened. I handed him a document containing Giorgio Chirico's brief biography. He was likely your classmate during your time at the Magic Tower. Yes. Of course, I remember. But that guy. Jerome gave a bitter smile. He was dishonorably dismissed after trying to steal the theory of a magi scholar under his command. I have no idea what he's doing or where he is now. I haven't heard from him even once since then. It seemed he was under the impression that I was chasing Lorenzo. No. I'm not interested in Giorgio Chirico's whereabouts. I intend to reinvestigate the entire case. Reinvestigate, you say? Yes. Upon close examination, the contents of the testimony at the time and the internal records of the Magic Tower do not align at all. Jerome's eyes blinked. He looked quite flustered. There are records showing that Giorgio had been researching and experimenting with the theory of mana electromagnetic induction, which connects directly to the mana coil, long before Valerius Listman ever published it. Well, those are records that could easily be fabricated? Fabricated. He's brazenly lying right in front of me, but this was already expected. I placed a file folder on the table. Thud. I pushed the thick stack of documents toward him. What is this? Jerome SSI. You've recently done a bit of money laundering. Excuse me. His face turned stone cold and black. My officer, Dieter, was a master at tracking money. Just by looking at the documents, those flows visualized and diagrammed themselves in his head, it seemed. Well now, I guess selling out your old colleague has improved your household finances? As selling out? I simply testified to the truth. You were a little jealous too, weren't you? That a mere commoner was always above you. I leaned back in my chair and gestured at the documents. Go ahead and read them. Jerome didn't move. He just sat there, frozen like a snowman. My brows furrowed. I said read it. Only then did he reach out and take the documents. The Empire was obsessed with securing tax revenue, and money laundering was one of the most dangerous crimes in times like these. You set up a paper company and diverted funds by pretending to purchase artworks abroad. A classic method. But if even one of the many firms involved in this money laundering has the slightest connection to a subversive group, money laundering is a complex process. Not even the person who ordered the laundering knows exactly which companies are involved or what path the money takes. You just keep digging until something comes up. That's why the Imperial Guard had a favorite tactic. For example, if your money passed through a company that supports the revolutionary forces behind the scenes. Jerome's face turned pale as a ghost. It must have felt good to sell out a colleague. Must have been satisfying to take the payout. Felt righteous, even, thinking that a lowly commoner had finally been put in his place. I swear on the name of Ebenholz. I said to him, you won't go to prison. You'll quietly disappear from this world. Now, it's time to repay the debt. Thunk, thunk, thunk. In the southern Hermes province, in a factory where machines refining mana stones rumbled dully, Dieter guided Lorenzo and Armin inside as he asked, by any chance, do you see a way to further improve the efficiency of this refining process? Lorenzo closely examined the structure of the machinery, while Armin, visibly excited, darted around from place to place. The current method is focused solely on increasing mana purity. If we apply the phase conversion catalyst theory, we could reduce mana loss by over 30% while doubling production speed. Of course, further detailed research would still be necessary. Yes. I'll report it to the president exactly as you said. Ding, deriring. Just then, a call came from Maximilian. Yes. Yes, understood. After exchanging a few words with him, Dieter handed the terminal to Lorenzo. Lorenzo cleared his throat nervously, his expression tense. Yes, this is Lorenzo speaking. How's the factory? Do you see potential for advancement? I still need to examine it more thoroughly, but do whatever you want freely. There are no restrictions. Whether it's millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, use as much as you like. At Maximilian Ebenholz's words, casually mentioning hundreds of millions, Lorenzo's mind briefly went blank. Wow. Whoa. Armin's gasp of amazement snapped Lorenzo out of it. He still didn't understand why that little kid liked machines so much. Oh right, and there was something you said before, Sir Knight. Armin's invention, the mana stone water wheel. It looks like it could be usable to some extent in the mines here, but would it potentially violate any laws? A soft chuckle came in response. No, it shouldn't violate any laws. Research and install it as much as you like. I'll also have a workshop built for you both in no time. Acarius was a mercenary corps based in the Kenilon Independent State, where magic engineering was particularly advanced, even among the western regions of the continent. 1 million Empire dollars. The leader, Rin, was a pure Aaron from the Empire. Most of their regular sponsors were also Empire-born, but precisely because of that, they had coiled themselves into an independent island nation separate from the Empire. $1 million just to find one old man. She had become the head of a mercenary corps at the young age of 23, making her a somewhat self-made figure in this field. He even has 2 names, seriously. She quietly muttered the names written on the request form, Giorgio Chirico, Lorenzo Carrione. Shall we take the job? The secretary asked. Wait a bit. Acarius always conducted thorough prior investigation before taking on any job. The Empire's nobles treated mercenaries like disposable goods, but to her, every member, each costing millions to raise, was a valuable resource. A lot of the members want to take the job. Some have already wandered off to the Empire. I got it, so shut up. She scratched her red hair roughly and picked up the request form. The fact that one old man ran away alone and that this stingy bastard is offering $1 million for it. Something smells. Any other information? The location has already been pinpointed. It's in the south, Hermes province. Hermes? That's a backwater southern place. No other news from there. Just a moment. Secretary Jekin manipulated the computer. In Kenilon, the independent nation where magic and magitech were highly developed, every movement of the Empire was monitored closely, and news from there was always distributed through their network. Found something. A mana stone explosion happened in the Lomelton Mountain range of Hermes province. A mana stone explosion? Yes. They say it's a jackpot. Fucking jealous. Who was it? That hasn't been disclosed, but right. Some of our members who already went to the Empire managed to get the ledger from the mana shop related to the target. Let me see. Here it is. Jekin handed over a printed photo of the ledger. Ren scanned through the records and sales. Anyone who could help an old man with 2 names must be a sponsor. So, focusing on the large recent transactions, one person caught mercenary leader Ren's eye. Maximilian. She didn't know exactly who it was. There were many people with the same name in the Empire, and Maximilian was a fairly common name. However, there were only a few who could spend this amount in one go. Ebenholz. Maybe not, but if it was Ebenholz, things would go to shit the moment she stepped in. Of course, she had a naturally twisted, rebellious personality, so she did feel like stirring things up. Especially if the opponent was Sebastian. However, the time was not right yet. We're pulling out for now. Tell the ones already there to come back unless they want to get slashed. The logic of the strong is the logic of power. The strong oppress the weak. Because they are strong, they can dominate the weak. However, this cannot be applied selectively. Those who conquer the weak by strength must also acknowledge the possibility that they themselves can be crushed by someone even stronger at any time. If they cannot do that, it is not logic, but sophistry. Yet most strong individuals cannot accept becoming the target themselves when that moment comes. Instead, they cry foul and complain of injustice. It's laughable. A young knight of Ebenholz officially ordered a retrial of the past Giorgio Chirico incident. The circumstances of the case, buried in dusty archives for over 10 years, resurfaced once more, and the Central Court of the Empire set an unusually swift date for the retrial. And from the moment that news spread, the collapse of Listman Company began. It seems we can no longer proceed with this transaction, Chairman. The president of Terra Metals, a key supplier of Listman's core components, informed them of the deal's termination. The usual flattery in his tone had vanished, replaced with a far more businesslike demeanor. President Gunter, we're sorry, but there's nothing we can do either. Oh, and regarding the promissory note you issued last time, we ask that you pay in cash as soon as possible. The deadline was supposed to be 6 months later, wasn't it? Are you messing with me? Messing? The original deadline was next month. Gunter let out a short laugh. A scoff, as if he found it ridiculous. Blood vessels burst in Valerius's eyes. Chairman, there are some rather nasty rumors going around these days. They say you tried to put in some strange request with a mercenary corps, and it blew up on you. A longtime business partner was now belittling him. A mere commoner with some money dared to look down on me. If I were you, I'd try to let go of greed. President Gunter chuckled as he stood up from his seat. Well then, I'll be counting on you for that promissory note. Left alone, Valerius clenched his glass tightly. Over 10 years ago, the judge who handled the Giorgio case and ruled in favor of Valerius, along with some of the police officers and prosecutors who had been in charge of the investigation, resigned. As if prearranged, all cited personal reasons. The bureaucrats who had once granted favors to the Listman family turned their backs in an instant, and Valerius received a court delivery. It was an official summons, requiring his presence as a witness in the upcoming retrial. At the same time, his arms and legs began to be cut off one by one. Loan extensions from banks were blocked. Multiple deals were canceled. Partner families cut off contact. Even the regular restaurants, social clubs, and golf courses he frequented refused his reservations. Rumors spread that the Empire's tax department had launched a special investigation targeting the Listman Company. Now, no one dared to associate with him. Valerius Listman was isolated in an instant. All because of a single document sent by a knight of Ebenholz. Valerius gave everything up. In the end, he went to find Knight Maximilian himself. At the very least, to understand what it was that the man wanted from him. Sir Maximilian. Without preamble, Valerius entered his office. Under the sunlight filtering through the window, Maximilian was calmly pouring tea with a serene expression. Excuse me, sir, this isn't right. Unauthorized entry into a knight's office is. An official rushed over to stop Valerius, but Maximilian waved his hand lightly, signaling it was fine. The official stepped back cautiously. Maximilian spoke. Please have a seat. His tone was flat and even. Valerius hesitantly took a seat, adjusting his clothes and trying to steady his breath. Would you care for a cup of tea? Tea, my ass. Valerius asked Maximilian. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Maximilian quietly drank his tea. Even in that simple gesture, a senseless sense of dignity exuded from him. Valerius observed for a moment, then spoke again. Giorgio Chirico is nothing more than a bitter past for me. So why, Sir Knight, are you taking that old man's side? The reason is... Maximilian cut him off. Because I feel like it. A reason without reason. That one sentence silenced Valerius. Is that a problem? Valerius felt as though a blade had been driven into the crown of his head. His brain buzzed and trembled. A family capable of pressuring and crushing the Listmans simply because it displeased them. And yet someone who could look down on him so calmly, from a distance so far above that it felt detached from his own withering reality. Of course, this retrial will add to my accomplishments. Worth a point. Maybe two, tops. Valerius felt the presence of a massive wall. One that could not be touched, reached, or even clearly seen. Compared to the theory you stole from Giorgio Chirico, it falls far short. Tap. Maximilian set down his teacup. Mr. Valerius. I despise those who lie. Valerius's body flinched. So I'll ask you. Did you really not steal Giorgio Chirico's theory? Valerius couldn't bring himself to speak. Maximilian waited for a long time. That? A great many words gathered in his mouth. Worries about the future, shame toward himself, anger at others, regrets like snowflakes piling up, but they failed to take on any coherent form. Maximilian looked at him and twisted his lips. I hope you'll be able to speak in court. Before he knew it, a court officer had approached and helped Valerius to his feet. Escort him out politely. Yes, sir. Valerius, supported by the officer, left the office. Thud. As the door closed behind him, he felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath his feet. Suddenly, a thought came to him. Was this how his old teacher had felt? The retrial was held. The participants were the defense attorney, the prosecutor, the judge, Lorenzo, and numerous other witnesses. I attended the trial in plain clothes. I even wore a hat and mask to avoid being recognized. From a corner seat in the gallery, I intended to quietly observe how the trial would unfold. We will now begin the retrial hearing at the Imperial Central Court for case number 3 R 1317/4103, defendant Giorgio Chirico. The judge declared the opening of court. Lorenzo's lawyer first argued for the defendant's innocence in the past, attempted thesis theft and abuse of a pupil case, and requested new witnesses. The judge, of course, accepted the request. Over 10 years ago, I gave false testimony in this court. Many figures from the past took the witness stand. They were the colleagues who had previously testified against Lorenzo. They testified, ready to face perjury charges, that the theory claimed by Valerius was, in fact, the original work of Giorgio Chirico. They also confessed that Giorgio had never abused a student and, on the contrary, had used part of his salary to support them like a scholarship. Your Honor, as physical evidence, I submit peer review records from colleagues. The decisive piece of evidence was the peer review records. In the Magic Tower, there was a custom of discussing new theories with fellow scholars before publishing them. Giorgio, who enjoyed exchanging ideas with colleagues, had sent the draft of his theory to one of them for review even before Valerius had entered the Magic Tower. One of those witnesses stood at the stand with the original documents he had kept all this time. I watched them from the audience. In the front row was a familiar face. Why is she here? Azelle. Wearing round glasses, she appeared to be meticulously documenting the trial in her notebook. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Giorgio. This time, the witness was Jerome. He repeatedly bowed his head to Lorenzo at the defendant's seat and sobbed. Back then, I was truly blind. Consumed by envy and jealousy. And afraid. His apology wasn't only directed at Lorenzo. It was a desperate plea to save his own life. Lorenzo looked on in silence, watching his former colleague's disgraceful display with a hardened face. Then, we'll proceed with the second hearing after the break. A short recess was declared. I stepped out to the rear of the courthouse. Tap, tap. Lorenzo also approached, leaning on his cane. Valerius Listman will be here soon. At my words, Lorenzo gave a bitter smile. Valerius was to appear as a witness in this trial. He'll come and say something, whatever it is. Sir Knight, the new workshop you built for me is far better than the lab I used to use at the Magic Tower. Just how much did you pour into it? Not much. Time has simply passed. Equipment from 15 years ago is now nothing more than junk. It was satisfying. In truth, I had spent a lot. I built the entire facility with the best equipment possible. Lorenzo and Armin were talents worthy of that investment. Thank you, Sir Maximilian. His gratitude was sincere. With this, I feel I've already been compensated enough. I looked at Lorenzo. The fall of Listman had been inevitable. Mana coils had already become commonplace technology, and their petty patent royalties would soon come to an end. On top of that, they would have to pay Lorenzo astronomical damages, something that couldn't be repaid even if the family were sold off. I understand your intentions, Sir Knight. The strong submit to the stronger, and power is broken by greater power. Lorenzo gave a gentle smile. Beneath the sunlight, leaf-like wrinkles formed deeply at the corners of his eyes. But I am nothing more than an old scholar raising a single student, and Valerius was once my pupil as well. He looked like a kind grandfather. The sort of man who, if met in the neighborhood someday, would offer a cookie and a cup of milk to a hungry child, to a runaway like me before regression. So I wish for nothing more than this. I smiled faintly and nodded. Yes. If one wishes to escape the cycle of hatred, then only when they themselves have become the strong can they choose to break it. Convey your will in court. Many people, intoxicated by the fruit of revenge, fail to summon that kind of courage. But good people always strive to find a better way. We will now resume the retrial of the defendant, Giorgio Chirico. The trial resumed after a recess. However, the prosecutor seemed to have no intention to rebut, and the defense attorney rose first. I request Valerius Listman, current head of the Listman family and chairman of the Listman Company, as a witness. All eyes turned to the place the defense attorney indicated. As the courtroom doors opened, Valerius Listman appeared. He looked haggard. In just a few weeks, the noble's characteristic glamorous aura had vanished, and his complexion was deeply tinted with despair. He took a seat at the witness stand. Before questioning the witness, I will present the submitted evidence. The defense attorney began presenting pieces of evidence one by one to prove Lorenzo's innocence. What do you think about this evidence, witness? Valerius closed his eyes. He said nothing. Speak. You're the one who orchestrated all of this. Suddenly, Jerome stood up and pointed at Valerius. Speak. I said speak dash. After shouting for a while, he was dragged out of the courtroom. Money laundering is indeed a dangerous crime. Many more heads are likely to roll in the future. Taxes must be paid. Order. Please maintain order. After calming the disruption, the judge looked toward Lorenzo at the defendant's bench. For now, Listman was a witness, but if the verdict was overturned in this retrial, his status would change to that of a criminal. Does the defendant, Giorgio Chirico, have anything to say to the witness? At the judge's question, Lorenzo nodded politely. He slowly stood up, supporting himself with a cane. Your Honor. Looking toward Valerius at the witness stand, he continued softly. Giorgio Chirico died long ago. On the day he was betrayed not only by his student, but also by the magic tower he dedicated his life to, and his colleagues. Those attending as witnesses bowed their heads. Lorenzo looked around at each of them. You're only now telling me the truth. I don't know if your feelings are genuine, but regardless, I thank you. Lorenzo let out a bitter smile. Perhaps the Giorgio Chirico of the past was arrogant. He may have been proud and conceited about his talent. He might have said things that hurt his student. However, he never, not once, felt jealous or envious of his student, nor tried to steal their achievements. Suddenly, Valerius's shoulders trembled slightly. Valen. Lorenzo called out his former student's name. In the magic tower, where even nominally, status is not spoken of, everyone is called by name or nickname. I've thought that the harsh words I spoke might have hurt you. But I watched the two of them from one corner of the courtroom. Not once did I ever think your talent was lacking. This was a story between two scholars that I didn't fully know. I just wanted you to spend more time in a dark laboratory than at a glittering party. I hoped you'd wear your research robe more often than expensive suits. Valerius lowered his gaze. I truly believed that you could become a better scholar than me. That's why I took you as my student and entrusted my theory to you. His face fell. The head of a noble family bowed his head. That is all I have to say to the witness. Lorenzo concluded his words. Now, the choice was Valerius's. Witness, do you have any final words? I looked at Valerius. A voice as if his vocal cords were scraped. His cracked lips trembled. He spoke as if vomiting blood, as if coughing up his organs. I stole your theory. He said only one sentence. The entire courtroom was engulfed in silence. Valerius bowed his head like a criminal, and Lorenzo closed his eyes. I quietly stood up and left the courthouse. Though the trial wasn't officially over yet, his confession had effectively brought the retrial to an end. Where are you going? I was about to return to the night order when someone stopped me. It was Azel. The retrial isn't over yet. As expected, sharp as ever. I had deliberately kept my disguise a bit sloppy, but still. We've been seeing each other often these days. Yeah. Here, take this. Azel tore out a page from her notebook and handed it to me. The logic of the strong is the logic of power. The strong oppress the weak. Because they are strong, they can dominate the weak. But that logic must not be applied selectively. Those who have subjugated the weak as the strong must also accept that they can be crushed by those even stronger. If they cannot, then it is not logic, but mere sophistry. What is this? Hee. I'm a reporter for the Tower's internal paper. Planning to publish this case in the next issue. Azel took off her glasses. The dark circles under her eyes were still deep. I wonder if her dream is to become a panda, but considering all the things she has to do, it's understandable. You knew Giorgio too? Giorgio Chirico and the Mana Coil, pretty well-known story. Max, you did a good thing. For some reason, the word good felt unnecessarily heavy. I was just doing my job. Still, it's surprising. To forgive that man. Who knows? Haha, you're caught. This was all a sympathy-inducing tactic to draw out your confession. Azel narrowed her eyes. I cleared my throat. Can't take a joke? In this bleak world, humor is essential. Anyway, Lorenzo would drop the civil suit regarding the Mana Coil and make the patent publicly available for free. Although it was an outdated technology with not much royalty period left, it was still a decision close to sainthood. And Max? I found evidence. Azel's words sharpened my gaze. Pexi? Yeah, at least proof that there's a connection. Look. She handed over a document. Magic leaves behind unique traces, like fingerprints. It's called residue. To fully understand this residue, you'd have to start with the definition of magic, but let's skip the details. Do you see this mark here? At the first murder scene, there was a tire-like pattern in the alley. Why would there be tire marks in an alley? Magic residue? Exactly. Once it's there, it's hard to erase. I guess they didn't have enough time during the first killing. Thanks to that, we can confirm the killer is a wizard. And I happened to see Pexi the wizard's magic from a distance before. The residue looks similar? Yeah. I'm not certain though. But more importantly, why did this brain eater specifically cut off people's heads? Did they really eat them? I don't know. Come to think of it, I hadn't really considered the motive behind the brain eater's murders. I just assumed they killed because they were Isenheim. But the Isenheim were actually more focused on hiding their identity. The type to sacrifice individuals for the sake of their people and purpose. So why commit a conspicuous act like serial murder? Azel. Suddenly, a theory came to mind. Is there any magic that requires eating people to maintain itself? What are you talking about? I mean, a condition for maintaining magic, like cannibalism or something like that. Come on. What are you dash? Azel's expression suddenly froze. Her pupils rolled as if rummaging through her mind, then, clap. She clapped lightly once. I've seen it. Chaos magic. The condition is extremely rare, like 1 in 10,000, but still. What is it? Wait, I need to go first. What do you mean? I'll call you once I figure it out. Tell me before you find out before I smack it out of you. Max, you've got a sharp instinct. You've got talent. Keep digging. Azel chattered as she ran off. I watched her nimble figure disappear and let out a bitter smile. Unbelievable. Deputy Chief of Staff Jens's office. He stared at the golden apple placed by the window, lost in thought. Shiny. Sparkling. The way it reflected sunlight made it look truly appetizing. But fruits like this cause trouble if eaten too soon. They must be ripened as much as possible and eaten when they are at their tastiest and healthiest. Knock knock. His secretary opened the door. You're here. The guest, Major Kaihan, stood at attention and saluted with a disciplined posture. Take a seat. Yes, sir. He sat across from Jens. Have you heard the news? The Lieutenant Kaihan had recommended, Lorenz Tillman, had been promoted to captain in this round of personnel appointments and assigned as the commander of the From Company in the Magic Division. It was a rather prestigious post. Of course. So, this is just a small token of our appreciation. Major Han handed over a small box. Jens opened the lid in front of him, making a show of it. It appeared to be a luxurious fountain pen, but in truth, the entire object was carved from top-grade mana stone. Mana stones were even easier to liquidate than gold. Any magic tower in the world, any wizard, would buy them in unlimited quantity, and once used, they disappeared. Haha. My. You've been very considerate. And also. Jens smiled in satisfaction and took something out of his drawer. It was a thick notebook, hundreds of pages long, almost like a professional reference book. Take this. It's my return gift. Sir. Major Han looked puzzled. Take it. In Jens's assessment, Kai Han was a talented commoner. But commoners could only rise so far. Not merely because of their status, but because they didn't understand the complexity and subtle nuances of noble society and, by not knowing, were bad at navigating relationships. It's my personal notebook, where I've organized the names and relationships among military officers up to now. However, it was precisely because of this that Kai Han had caught Maximilian's attention. An honest, sincere, and upright commoner who would never betray. If trained properly, he could be used as a hand or foot within the Imperial Guard, and if things went south, he was a disposable soldier who wouldn't cause trouble. Major Han. The Empire's military is divided into 3 major forces. Do you know them? Yes. The regular army, the Imperial Guard, and the Royal Guard. The regular army was the traditional and orthodox military of the Empire. The Imperial Guard was a newly cultivated force, personally empowered by the current emperor. And the Royal Guard was the shadow that had protected the royal family for generations. And the Knight Order is an independent organization that oversees them all. You're well informed. However, war is coming. Whether large or small, internal or external. But you don't even know exactly what kind of train you've boarded. You're just fumbling in the dark. I understand. It's because you weren't taught. Jens tapped the notebook with his fingers. Major Han gazed at it steadily. You'll start learning now. But you can't afford to stay stupid any longer. To survive, you must lower your head, but to rise, you must stand and grab the rope. But the real beginning is from the moment you grab that rope. The brilliant name of Ebenholz, an opportunity far too grand for a commoner to grasp. A commoner gets no second chances. It's always a tightrope walk. The better the rope, the higher it is, and the higher you are, the more fatal the fall. And the rope that has come down to you. Jens's gaze calmed quietly. Might be the one closest to the sky in this empire, no, on this continent. Major Han nodded with a firm expression. Memorize the notebook completely. Not a single word missing. There will be names of people already discharged or deceased, but memorize their relationships too. The next lesson can only proceed after you've memorized all of it. Yes. Understood. He tucked the encyclopedia-like notebook under his arm. As he got up to leave, he hesitated, turned back, and saluted Jens once more. Loyalty. I apologize. I understand. I led you to it that way. Jens smiled to himself without realizing it. Surely, Kai Han must have thought of him as a foolish or greedy old man. There was no need to apologize for such inner thoughts. Go on. Yes, sir. And so, after Major Han left, the office was left in silence. Maximilian. Jens thought about Maximilian Ebenholz. He had already assessed him. If there had been no reaction after receiving the gift from Major Han, he would have judged Jens as just another mediocre general, not worth further attention, treating him as a mere puppet. But if there was a reaction, he would continue the transaction, considering him a partner worth conversing with. However, he did not convey any of this intention to Major Han. Until Major Han actually presented the gift, he had interpreted Maximilian's intent as a simple request for favoritism, but in truth, it was a sophisticated test Maximilian used to probe Jens's own intentions. A commander gives an order to a subordinate excluding the most critical part of the instruction. Only then will the subordinate walk into the jaws of death without suspicion. So, he's starting to bare his claws. What are the military rumors about Maximilian? Extremely strict, cold, and ruthless. During the Kalis Purge, he personally beheaded an imperial soldier. The official reason was breach of military discipline, but according to witnesses, it was ultimately because the soldier spilled wine on his knight's uniform. Even that was probably false. Maximilian conceals his true intentions while crafting an image of fear around himself. For someone who can kill a soldier like a pig or dog, The Maximilian that Jens had met in person was intelligent. Despite being visited without any prior notice, he wasn't flustered. In fact, he acted as though he had expected it. He even seemed a bit pleased that Jens had come to him, allowing him to observe the military more closely. That same Maximilian had once been considered weak during his cadet days. So it was all a deception. Acting naive makes it easier to learn what lies in others' hearts. Nobles who wouldn't reveal themselves in front of a great house like Ebenholz would open up more readily to a seemingly feeble child. Huh. A dry chuckle escaped him. This central power is bursting at the seams with just one monster. Now, the young offspring of that monster had begun eyeing the empty seat. Jens felt a strong urge to retire, but he was already halfway hooked. Thankfully, it wasn't all bad. Kaihan was smart. A soldier too valuable to be wasted just for being a commoner. If raised properly and placed on the right path, Jens could retire with more in his savings than he had ever managed to accumulate. Lately, I have been thinking about the future. The future will not be the same as before the regression. No, it must not be the same. I have to make it that way. The only variable in the catastrophe leading to destruction is me. However, history is a great torrent. It will not be easy to twist it on my own. It will not change in an instant. Therefore, from now on, I must open the stream of change. Currently, the Empire and the military are not thinking deeply about war. More precisely, there are not many generals who hold concrete suspicions. The Empire's stance on war has always been the same. If we perfectly control the internal situation, the external will surely submit. In that case, did the Empire perish because it failed to control its internal affairs? That can't be. There were more complex factors. To begin with, the Eastern Union of the continent was by no means a force to be taken lightly. Actually, I don't know the details either. Just because I'm a regressor doesn't mean I suddenly become smart. Of course, I will make efforts in my own way, but there was a book written by a scholar far smarter than me in the future. Several years after the Empire fell. A publication by a very prominent historian, Reasons for the Empire's Downfall. At the time, the book gained immense popularity and was widely distributed in all kinds of bookstores and magazines, so even I, who was a fugitive, could easily obtain and read it. Let me recall it. I placed my hand on my collarbone. I demanded memory from the virus. That record I had once read. Reasons for the Empire's Downfall. This paper defines the collapse of the empire not as the result of a single event, but as an inevitable downfall caused by contradictions within a complex structure reaching a critical point, and aims to analyze the core reasons for it. 1. The emperor's incompetence, the unchecked expansion of the imperial guard, and the fragmentation of the military. The last emperor of the empire recklessly expanded the imperial guard to strengthen his own power. The imperial guard, which stood above the law, committed all sorts of corruption and atrocities throughout the empire, causing severe conflict with the traditional military and dividing the empire from within. 2. The illusion of purebloodism, the myth of the Aaron, and the failure to recruit talent. In the late empire, the purebloodism that dominated society was a noose the empire placed around its own neck. The empire referred to themselves as a sacred Aaron bloodline, rejecting and oppressing numerous competent talents of other ethnic groups. This gnawed away at the nation's own potential. 3. Technological stagnation and economic rigidity. The empire was once a leader in magical engineering technology, but by the end had fallen into severe technological stagnation. The high nobility, who held monopolies over key technologies like mana stone mines, labeled new innovative technologies as blasphemous acts against the laws of nature to protect their vested interests and suppressed them. They confiscated the assets of promising companies and buried technologies. 4. Knight order, the failure of asymmetric power. Knights were the sword of the empire. Human weapons born from the consumption of virtually infinite resources, trained only by the empire. In contrast, the Eastern Union and Western countries developed more advanced, mass, single-target lethal weapons like tanks and guided missiles. Knights could respond almost invincibly against rifle units, but against tank bombardments and anti-personnel guided missiles. Knights are not invincible. Neither are wizards. Since the invention of the crude weapon known as the mana firearm, battlefields have begun to shift. A strong knight can cut down hundreds of soldiers alone. But in war, no soldier stands alone. Mana can easily deflect the physical force of bullets. However, tank shells and missiles must be avoided. That is because tank shells and missiles, much larger than bullets, contain a significant amount of mana stones. The elements that claimed the most knights in the war against the East were tanks, anti-personnel guided missiles, and suicide bombings. Even so, the Empire focused only on nurturing the elite. So did Sebastian. My father was a man noble to his very bones, too old to chase the progress of the times, and blindly believed in such a philosophy of the iron will. And yet, he was also the monster who single-handedly destroyed hundreds of tanks. Thus, the reason the Empire collapsed was not only because of rebellion. Fundamentally, it was due to its own corruption, defeated from within by the revolutionary forces and from without by the alliance of the East and West. The Empire thus became a loser. Sitting in the study, I murmured to myself, and suddenly, a strange question arose. How did the new cabinet come to power in the place where the Empire perished? The moment the Empire collapsed, the forcibly annexed nations and various autonomous regions declared independence, but the core territory of the Empire immediately came under the control of the new cabinet, to which Edmund belonged. It was an eerily peaceful and orderly transfer of power. But let's think about it. If I had been the leader of the Eastern Union, would I have simply allowed a new cabinet to rise in the place of the fallen empire, which had sacrificed tens of millions of lives? At the very least, I would have tried to seize territory under the pretext of reparations, or more seriously, sought to fragment the cabinet. That's the natural logic of power between nations. Even so, they stepped back far too peacefully. Why? Why on earth? How was Edmund able to become Prime Minister of the new cabinet, and how could he so precisely and amicably root out only the war criminals of the Empire? What if? This might be a hasty assumption of mine. But for me, who has directly seen the future of destruction, it is a possibility that cannot be overlooked. The head of the East. I thought about the leader of the Eastern Union, Varmel Rexton. If it's Isenheim. One fact that is all too obvious. Isenheim is not exclusive to the Empire. War is inevitable. That was the conclusion that formed in my mind. The next morning, a tank roared as it was delivered. Dieter had purchased the tank in just a single day and had it brought to our home. What is this? Freya, who had come for a lesson, looked flustered as she saw the steel monster in the middle of the yard. It's a tank. A state-of-the-art model made by Burton Industries in Zestfall. The Zestfall Autonomous Region. A very problematic area, but also the only place in the Empire capable of producing tanks. I said as I fiddled with the tank. This barrel is loaded with a 120mm magic shell mixed with high-concentration mana and armor-piercing shrapnel. It can blow away most castle walls in one shot. You've got money to burn. Why on earth did you buy this? Even the Knights of the Empire need to experience this weight at least once. Before that, I want to personally think through how to counter this tank with my own body. I'd like you to assist me as well, Master. You try it first. I stood about 200 meters away from the tank's barrel. Fire. No matter how long I waited, the shell wasn't fired. Yawn. Freya yawned. Fire. The tank's hatch opened, and the driver asked with a face on the verge of tears, "Are you sure I should really do this? If you do not, there will be a problem." He went back into the tank. Fire. Qua. The moment the barrel flashed. Tick. Even in the slowed time, the shell flew in like a bolt of light, and I released my long sword. SSSCH. I sliced through the trajectory of the warhead. The shell, cut clean in two, crashed into a corner of the yard. Oh, not bad. What do you think? Since I'm quite fast in movement, dodging it itself shouldn't be a problem. When mana is drawn out to the extreme, a knight's body can move at very high speed. But the duration is limited. Not every knight has the same ability as me, and even I can only use this technique a few times a day. If hit directly, it would be a serious injury or death. But damage from the explosion's shrapnel can be sufficiently blocked with a knight's aura protection. If the shell itself strikes a knight's body directly, the mana stone compressed inside the shell will shatter the aura protection and inflict fatal wounds. However, if it explodes after embedding into the ground, the shock and shrapnel can be endured. So the area of potential damage is narrow. The probability of a tank hitting a knight directly is low. But battles last long. Guided missiles aimed solely at knights will also be incoming. A knight is not a machine. The more exhausted, the slower they become, and the higher the probability of a direct hit. However, if a method is invented that can perfectly deflect even 2 or 3 direct hits from shells or missiles, knights could become irregulars on the battlefield once more. I think we just need to control aura protection more efficiently. How do you propose we control it? Aura protection usually clings to the skin like armor, right? What if we extend it outward, shaping it into a spherical wave form around the body? You're telling knights to cast magic now? Aura protection is manifested through the mana circuit. It can't be maintained if separated from the body. What Freya said was true. But I didn't think so. More precisely, the virus inside me had a counterargument. It might be possible. If we use high-purity mana stones as a medium. Freya gazed at me quietly. After staring into my eyes for a while, she asked a curious question. Just one thing. What's all this for? For the knights to face tanks. That's not what I mean. In the end, what is all of this for? I looked at Freya. She was asking about my principle. But there was only one answer to every action I took, one reason behind all of my resolve. Solely for the Empire. Deploying aura protection in a spherical form is entirely possible. Rather than logic, it was intuition. An instinctive knowing directly transmitted from the virus within me. But as Freya said, mana is manifested and controlled through the internal circuit. That is why defensive aura never separates from the outer layer of skin. If there is an external medium, the story changes. I placed a high-purity mana stone, about the size of a finger, worth a staggering $300,000 on my palm. If I infuse my mana into it using a specific form, its flow will resonate with the mana stone and form a spherical aura centered around the stone. For me, the process is as instinctive as breathing. The higher the purity of the mana stone, the purer and more solid the aura that will form. The problem is how to explain this principle of deploying aura protection through a mana stone to someone else. What I need is a mana formula to transmit the spherical aura protection. In order to first understand the intuition whispered by the virus and furthermore to convey it to other knights, I must use the language this world employs to explain mana. I picked up a technical book I had purchased from Lorenzo. Thankfully, I wasn't a complete amateur. Back at Empire Point, I had been practically forced to take lessons from a private tutor. Mana is expressed through a refined agreement called a formula. A knight calculates the amount, flow, and nature of mana needed to realize the phenomenon he wishes to implement. Then he completes that concept as a technique within his mana circuit, explosively enhancing his physical abilities or manifesting sword force and sword aura. All of the above process begins with the pen. First, I picked up the pen. Start from the draft. Even if it's incomplete, I need to at least put this idea on paper first. Introduction. Mana is a powerful force granted to mankind, and at the same time, a difficult tool to wield. The Empire's knights utilize aura protection, enveloping their bodies through long years of training and study, which has made them the masters of the battlefield. However, in the future battlefield that we will inevitably face one day, overwhelming firepower will emerge that cannot be blocked by current aura protection alone. Omitted. Thus, the author proposes a new method of mana utilization that expands and deploys traditional aura protection into a spherical defense shield form using mana stones as external mediums. Through this, the goal is to maximize the survivability of knights and secure the Empire's military superiority in the changing battlefield environment. Anyway, if I write it out roughly, Mr. Lorenzo will probably turn it into something proper. To be honest, I can't deny that's also how I feel. I studied mana. I reviewed everything I didn't know or had learned but forgotten. The mana curriculum at Empire Point followed the standard. All theoretical textbooks published by universities and private tutors were the same. But I was fundamentally estranged from all those standards. That was because the flow of mana transmitted from the virus was completely different from what was described in textbooks. Then, how do knights handle mana? Through formulas realized via mana circuits within the body. These formulas are entirely different from magic. Mana is the fundamental energy that composes the world. On the other hand, magic is a technique created by the fusion of human imagination and mana. Therefore, mana is nature that existed from the beginning, but magic is an invention created by humans. Because of that, formulas take on a much more primitive form compared to magic circles. A much more chaotic and disordered flow, with straight and curved lines tangled together in various ways. This flow of mana formed through internal circuits creates sword force, forms aura, and strengthens the knight's body. The most standardized medium that presents the process of constructing these formulas is the textbook. Textbooks always emphasize the standard, that is, the predetermined order and path. That's because it's easier to see, easier to follow, and safer. Not me. The virus inside me always searches for a different path. Even when looking at the example formulas in textbooks, it bends all the circuits to create the shortest route. Or it combines 4 or 5 circuits to open an entirely new path, directly connecting the beginning and end. Doing so eliminates unnecessary waste that occurs during mana circulation. Mana operation becomes much more efficient. Because of that, it becomes possible to imagine techniques that are hard to conceive using something like a textbook. For example, the idea that if you connect the internal circuits to a high-purity mana stone and release it while maintaining the formula, it creates a materialized type of aura that significantly enhances the knight's survivability. Scratch, scratch. I inscribe these new concepts onto paper, line by line. Scratch, scratch. I'm writing down formulas that have never existed in the world until now. I repeated commuting and studying for a week. Even while going to the night order, I studied mana in between, and after work, I spent the nights practically sleepless, writing my thesis. Progress wasn't easy, but I knew from the start that it would take a long time, so I wasn't impatient. Knock knock. In the meantime, Dieter came to visit. Sir Knight, this is the basic proposal for the new urban district in District 35, sir. District 35. On the deserted land that used to be military property, the only thing currently there is the company housing where Schatz stays. I'm planning to build a new city centered around that location. Something creative and full of vitality like Zestfall, but with much better planning and much more order. Are you feeling unwell, by any chance? Dieter asked while examining my complexion. I looked at myself in the mirror. My hair had grown shaggy, and stubble had begun to sprout on my chin. I've been staying up writing something lately, so... It was at that moment. Thud. Thud. Along with the sound of a cane, Lorenzo finally appeared. Mr. Lorenzo. I was glad to see him. I nearly hugged him without realizing it. Lorenzo seemed slightly taken aback by my intense reaction. Please come up to the study. While guiding him, I rambled about my ideas. Mr. Lorenzo, you've probably heard of aura. It's the knight's technique, right? I'm thinking of a way to materialize it. Oh, not in the sense of making it tangible, but literally as a sphere, like a globe. I flung open the door to the study. My handwritten materials were scattered all over the desk and floor. I picked up a sheet that organized the core idea. This is it. Yes. Lorenzo took the paper. At first, his expression was indifferent. That feeling of, I guess I'll humor him, even I could sense that attitude. Even though he had mellowed, he still clearly had strong pride as a scholar. However, before long, he was at a loss for words. The corners of Lorenzo's eyes, scanning the paper, trembled slightly. His expression gradually shifted into one of deep seriousness. Rustle, rustle. Lorenzo turned the pages and read for a while. I sat in the study chair and waited leisurely. Rustle, rustle. I watched him closely as he examined each line in detail. I couldn't help the satisfied smirk forming at the corners of my lips. At last. This. His eyes, fixed on the paper, moved to me. Did you really come up with this yourself, Sir Knight? Yes. It's still just a draft, though. Huh. Lorenzo let out a dry laugh. Admiration appeared on his face. Indeed, it's an idea completely different from us wizards or scholars. It looks like a pure mana technique that uses only mana itself. That was an accurate assessment. My virus deals with mana as mana itself. Yes. What do you think? Do you think it's feasible? A formula completed inside a knight's body, transplanted into an external mana stone and emitted. It's definitely worth refining. Lorenzo gave his confirmation. He was far more reliable than the vague intuition conveyed by the virus. Then, let's write it together. Together. To be honest, I'm getting a headache. I'm not a scholar and I don't have the time to dedicate myself to this paper alone. I have to write other papers too, like how to properly utilize knights or the upcoming structure of modern warfare. The important thing is time. For me, for us, for this world, time is limited. I held out my hand to Lorenzo. Mr. Lorenzo Carrione, why don't you become a co-author of my paper? As someone who isn't a scholar, I can't convey the intuition of my virus in proper language. But Lorenzo can. I still can't do anything on my own yet, but with my people, it's possible. I'm fine without being a co-author. Lorenzo gently smiled and shook his head. It already seems like a completed technique. I don't want to put my old name out front unnecessarily, but I will help refine it into proper language. He took my hand. Lately, Empire Point's budget had many problems. In truth, it wasn't just Empire Point's problem. The Empire's overall situation had worsened, tax revenue itself had declined, and with the Emperor's Imperial Guard growing bloated, funding was split into various directions. Because of all these factors, Empire Point became riddled with problems unworthy of its reputation as the Empire's premier military academy. If I got cancer or something, I could at least quit. Cadet Commander Dane was deeply mired in thoughts encompassing the entire situation. The part that gave him the most stress was pressure from above, specifically from Lieutenant General Litterman, the headmaster. To secure budget, they ultimately had to cut costs on the cadets, and at the same time, they had to make money using the cadets. The system of sending them on dangerous missions under the pretext of real combat experience, using them like mercenaries to generate operating funds, had been established 3 years ago. Since then, students in the elite division who aimed to become knights faced significant personal expenses. Although Empire Point provided tuition, lodging, meals, and medical expenses free of charge, they had to personally obtain weapons and equipment suited to their bodies. Because of this, commoner cadets in the elite division had to take out loans using their status as collateral, and the scholarship system, operated by donations from graduates, was practically useless. That was because most of the noble children took all the benefits for themselves. There was no such thing as noblesse oblige for those bastards. Knock knock. Then, on a day right before summer break, a knock was followed by the door opening. The visitor was Maximilian. Good to see you, Cadet Commander. Dane greeted him with a puzzled expression. What brings you here today? It's nothing much, but I believe this is simply the right thing to do as a graduate of Empire Point. Maximilian held out a check. A donation. Dane, before he even realized, checked the amount first. Struggling with the budget day after day had quietly turned him into a materialist. Dane closed his eyes and then opened them again. He rubbed his eyelids with both hands. The number written on the check hadn't changed. Looks like you miswrote a 0 or 2. No, it's correct. Maximilian smiled faintly. And, here it comes. He pointed toward the drill ground outside the window. Massive trucks rolled in, lined up in a row, unloading countless crates. These are goods directly imported from the Kenilon Independent State. The latest models of computers and terminals. Please use part of this donation to bring in specialized instructors who can operate those devices and to expand related facilities. Many knights are unfamiliar with computers. Following trends or scientific advancements is not always easy. The older they are, or the poorer they are, the harder it is. They needed to start learning as early as possible. This is a separate scholarship fund. He handed over a second check. Once again, the amount exceeded all common expectations. The scholarship criteria are academic performance. If performances are similar, give it to the one with the more difficult home situation, and please don't consider any other status factors. I hope it won't be used in the wrong places. Dane alternated his gaze between the two checks and Maximilian. Donations from graduates were usually made in good faith, but when a donation went beyond common sense, one couldn't help but question its motive. There are conditions to my support, of course. As expected. Go ahead. Normally, he would have rejected it, but with an amount like this, it was worth hearing him out. Empire Point is outdated. Some of its training facilities are 100 years old. In particular, the cafeteria and East Dormitory need a complete overhaul. Please use it for that. Empire Point, with its 300-year tradition, could also be described another way: ancient junk. Most of its textbooks and doctrines were also stuck in classics written decades ago. And I'm thinking of writing a new textbook. A textbook. Every time I attended classes at Empire Point, I thought about it. The Empire's strategy for utilizing knights is too old-fashioned. It's time for a change. It's not old-fashioned. It's tradition. That's what the headmaster, Lieutenant General Litterman, believes. I imagine your father, Sebastian, thinks the same. Are you saying they're wrong? Yes, they are. Dane blanked out for a moment at Maximilian saying his father was wrong. Well, he was young. This kind of boldness was only possible at that age. Regrettably, the education of cadets dash. That's what this donation is for. I promise you this. Over the next 3 years, I will donate 10 times this amount. 10 times. Yes. Compared to Ebenholt's wealth, of course, it was a mere drop in the bucket. But Sebastian would never approve of such spending. Had Maximilian started a separate business on his own? At that level, even Lieutenant General Litterman would grant approval. With that, he handed over 2 boxes containing fountain pens. Dane recognized them immediately. They were made with top-grade mana stones, roughly worth $500,000 each. It's really nothing much. I just want to propose a slight revision to the role of knights on future battlefields. What if I, and many of the instructors who read your proposal, don't want to accept it? Surely you wouldn't do that. Dane thought of the size of the donation. If it were 10 times this amount, it wasn't a joke anymore. They could completely overhaul every facility in Empire Point. I'll receive and look at the textbook. Thank you. Maximilian nodded and handed over another document. Please take a look when you have time. It's still a first draft, but I believe Brigadier General Dane will be able to grasp it. What now? You must be working on quite a few things. The future, after all, is drawn with a pen. Theory of Knight Formulas, Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere. Yes. It's something called the Aura Body, a further development of Aura. I've incorporated my thoughts on how knights should advance in modern, evolving warfare and how they should be utilized. Once the paper is finalized into a theoretical book, I'll donate the first copy to Empire Point. A theoretical book? All right. I'll read it when I find the time. Thank you. Maximilian rose from his seat. Well then, I'll be going. Go ahead. After giving a polite nod, Maximilian left the office. Dane absent-mindedly fiddled with the checks, then smiled contentedly. Belatedly, the paper Maximilian had left behind caught his eye. Aura Sphere. He was curious. It sounded absurd, like the kind of delusion one would have in their early 20s. The way he spoke of it as a theoretical book was, in a way, endearingly fitting for someone his age. Dane picked up the document. Russell. He opened a page. After reading the introduction, formulas related to mana followed. Just 5 pages in, he could already tell the framework of the paper was solid. After reading 10 more pages, his eyes opened without him realizing it. As more time passed, he found himself drawn in. The method of constructing the formula circuits was outstanding, and the structure connecting the formulas was elegant. The conclusion formed by carefully combining various mana equations, the concept of emitting the entire aura through a mana stone. This could work. Theoretically, it seemed so feasible that it actually felt unrealistic. There was the condition that it required prohibitively expensive, ultra-high-purity mana stones, but even so, it was hard not to be intrigued. There was no way to test it immediately since he didn't have a mana stone on hand. No, he did. Dane picked up the mana stone fountain pen that Maximilian had left as a gift for the headmaster. A grand jury was held for the knight Maximilian von Ebenholtz. It was a jury to determine whether his actions in the line of duty had been lawful. Before and after receiving his knighthood, Maximilian had killed a cadet from Empire Point and a noble murderer. Though the grand jury was convened quite some time after the incidents, even that had only been decided after being shuffled endlessly within the imperial court. Because no one dared to bring Ebenholtz before something like a grand jury. We will now proceed with the grand jury for Knight Maximilian. The judge spoke. The grand jury was, by principle, closed to the public. Around 20 citizen jurors representing various social classes, along with a knight to judge the circumstances and evidence, and a prosecutor, were in attendance. Apart from them, only the presiding judge and 2 or 3 journalists from specially designated media outlets were present. Journalist Alphonse observed the scene from the press seats. First items under review are the execution of the Empire Point cadet and the noble murderer. We will begin by hearing a statement from the knight himself. Maximilian von Ebenholtz. Blonde hair and golden eyes. A man who looked like a textbook example of a pure Aaron, as described by the Empire, stood up, even wearing the full Sentinel Knight uniform. At a glance, he looked like a living, breathing mannequin made for propaganda. Under Imperial law, one who kills a noble or who infiltrates Empire Point using forged identity is subject to immediate execution. Thus, I judged there was no need for a trial. Maximilian defended himself in that way. The grand jury itself did not take long. After a few formal questions and answers, the result was a unanimous decision of lawful. There was no one who could deliver a different judgment while looking at Maximilian's face, and journalist Alphonse, present as press, had no right to speak. Then, the grand jury is now concluded. Maximilian gave a light nod and exited the courtroom. Alphonse quickly chased after him. "Good afternoon." Click. He greeted loudly while taking a picture of his face with his camera. It was a deliberate provocation. "I'm Alphonse, a journalist from the Zenith Times." Maximilian slightly furrowed his brow, but soon gave a relaxed smile. "Yes, nice to meet you." He neither showed hostility nor responded irritably. Image management, perhaps. Would a brief interview be possible? About the Jacob Mack and Sanaa case. Sanaa. He tilted his head at the name Sanaa. So that noble killer I killed back then was named Sanaa. Alphonse gave a dry chuckle. Heh, Sir Knight, you don't even remember the name of the child you killed. Is there a reason I should? Journalist Alphonse's expression slightly hardened. Do you even know what that child, Sanaa, had gone through? Sanaa had killed a noble. But she had no choice but to do so. That old bastard was human trash unworthy of the noble title. According to the police investigation, numerous signs of abuse were found in the self-proclaimed victim's mansion, and even his own surviving family members tried to bury the case in shame. If you didn't know, see for yourself. Alphonse held out an envelope he had prepared. Maximilian willingly opened it. Inside were dozens of photographs. He was a pedophile. An incredibly vile one. Scenes so repulsive that they were barely fit to be described in words. Maximilian flipped through the photos one by one. Even after seeing this, do you still believe there's no room for leniency? Maximilian raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Yes, it was unavoidable. Unavoidable. Under imperial law, a commoner who kills a noble is subject to immediate judgment, regardless of the reason. Through a trial. Even if there had been a trial, the verdict would have been execution. On top of that, this child turned out to be a subspecies in the autopsy. Not even an imperial citizen. Not even an imperial citizen. Alphonse glared at Maximilian. Maximilian met his gaze without flinching and replied calmly. Journalist Alphonse. I know full well that this Eshton was human garbage. If he hadn't died. Maximilian took a step closer. I would have cut him down with my own hands. He looked down at Alphonse quietly. But the child killed the noble first, and after that, it was a legal ruling. So don't let your emotions get the better of you. Maximilian gave a soft smile and handed the envelope back. Otherwise, the world could come to ruin. Excuse me. A chill that he couldn't quite explain crawled down Alphonse's spine at those bottomless words. Then, if you will excuse me. Maximilian got into his car. Alphonse shouted at him as he was about to leave. What about the 2 immigrants who were sentenced to death under your pressure, sir? He hastily pulled out the article draft he had prepared for today. The paper mill incident. A mother and daughter who don't even speak the imperial language, who were used by revolutionary forces even though they weren't part of them, are about to be executed. Don't you realize that's exactly what those revolutionaries want dash? Vroom. Staring blankly at the back bumper of the car speeding away, Alphonse spat on the ground. Money, money, money. Money was multiplying. The new equipment, designed according to Lorenzo's theory, dramatically increased the efficiency of mana stone refinement, and Armand's water wheel prototype had been installed deep within the mine. To enable faster communication and transactions, they had imported a cutting-edge data processing system from the Canelon independent state. Mana fluid. Mana fluid has been discovered here too. Veins were being discovered one after another in nearby zones as well, and Dieter had pioneered new sales routes for mana stones across the Empire's magic towers and magi tech companies. Just like that, the company had rapidly stabilized. But mana stones were, by nature, vested power. Not just owning mana stones, but the right to sell them itself was a form of power. Magic towers and wizards always bought mana stones, but their prices were thoroughly fixed by collusion. Sooner or later, those so-called mining families would start interfering. Whether they would prevail or Ebenholz would, it remained to be seen. Sir Knight. Armin came running out from inside the mine, his face full of excitement. Look at this. What is it? Armin had a mask on his face. There originally hadn't been any child-sized safety masks, but since he practically lived in the mine, Lorenzo had made one specially for him. I found it. Tell me, what did you find? When we mine mana stones using the current method, they keep getting too damaged. You know this, right? They get damaged? Yes. The reason for the damage is because the circuit inside the mana stone gets torn apart. Mana stones are formed when mana permeates natural objects like ordinary rocks over a long period of time, forming something like a mana circuit inside. That's why when you mine them with pickaxes, the circuit inevitably gets torn. How do we prevent the damage? We need to change the pickaxe entirely. Change the pickaxe? Yep. Watch. The current pickaxes used in the mine were already special inventions designed to break rock using mana. The current pickaxes only focus on brute force to break the mana stones. Right. Armin brought out the pickaxe he had invented. This is it. I call it Kitten. It looked more like a club than a pickaxe. A large, blunt piece of high-purity mana stone had been specially affixed to the end. When you strike a mana vein with this, it resonates with the mana circuits inside the stone. That way, the vein doesn't get forcibly torn, it vibrates and shakes itself loose. Watch. Armin tapped on a rock embedded with a mana stone as a demonstration. Thud. 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 Please take over. After hitting it for a while, he must have gotten tired and suddenly handed it to me. I struck it with force. Thump. The mana resonated, and the rock shattered. Just as Armin had said, the mana stone appeared to be shaking off the surrounding rock by itself. It might take a bit more effort than the regular pickaxe, though. And the pickaxe itself will be a lot more expensive, right? Yes, that's true. Armin's expression drooped slightly. Does the purity absolutely need to be at this level? Yes. Otherwise, the resonance won't be strong enough. The problem was that every club would have to use an expensive, high-purity mana stone. One of these could easily go for $100,000, and if it broke? A nightmare. I stared silently at Armin. This kid is a genius. A genius who even enjoys it. A born scholar who loves invention itself. There was a reason Lorenzo took him in. The idea is good, but although he wasn't a pure Aaron, his identity fabrication was already proceeding smoothly. In just a few years, Armin would be, on paper, a perfect Aaron. Wait a second, Armin. You said it uses the resonance phenomenon, right? Yes. Then, how about this? What is it? I gripped the handle of the kitten. We embed mana stones in the handle as well and inscribe circuits into it. Even if the purity is lower, we can increase the amount and add a formula that amplifies the resonance. When it comes to mana, I'm an expert. Or at least, the virus inside me is. So, if I convey the virus's intuition to Armin like a hint. Oh. Whoa. I think it could work. I'll have to think about what kind of circuit to use, but I'll definitely think more about it. From here, it's Armin's turn. The kid ran off somewhere with a bright smile. I turned to Dieter beside me and said, Dieter. Just like Armin said, push forward with developing the new kitten club. Get it reviewed by Mr. Lorenzo. Yes, sir. Armin is still young. To realistically implement his genius, Lorenzo's help is essential. And we need to build an airport. I'll coordinate with Hermes Province and look into potential sites. Buy up as much land as you can. From now on, logistics are key. Planes, tanks. We'll spend as much as we earn right away. Yes, sir. The empire must become stronger. Much stronger than it is now. Strong enough to manage both the eastern and western fronts simultaneously, and even overwhelm them. I am thinking about new deployment methods for knights in the study. I am writing new doctrine myself to replace the old, outdated textbooks. Of course, I'm still just a pitiful knight in my first year, but it can't be helped. If not me, no one else will try to change it. Deploying knights on the ground is extremely inefficient. Concepts like advance or march are nothing more than outdated remnants from the days of horseback warfare. Fortunately, reasons for the empire's downfall laid out in detail the reasons knights failed. Knights were a long-standing tradition of the empire. Because of that, they always stood with honor at the very front lines of battle. It was incredibly inefficient. But once they're on the battlefield, they inevitably become direct targets of the enemy's guided missiles, artillery, snipers, and all manner of lethal weapons. Therefore, knights should stay just outside the front lines and instead, during engagement, drop in from the air to strike high-value targets directly. That is far more efficient. A knight is a human weapon in and of himself. Deployed into the heart of enemy lines, he would tear through their defenses. Dropped into the rear, he could wield the destructive power of an entire unit alone. The Empire failed to properly utilize the most powerful weapon at its disposal. As I write the new manual, that's what I think. I need to propose an airborne training course at Empire Point, and the Sentinel Knight Order must begin airborne training immediately. As for the cost, I'll cover it myself. I have money now. If we fail anyway, all of it will become worthless scraps of paper. So there's no reason to be stingy. And so, after scribbling away with my pen, morning came. And the administrative officer, arriving even earlier than yesterday, handed me the daily newspaper and pointed to a rather interesting passage. It was a small social affairs article tucked into the corner of page 2. Are we being toyed with by the ghosts of the revolutionary forces? By Alphonse von Stauffen. The death sentence has been finalized in the paper mill case. Daniel Mateo, who confessed to being a member of the revolutionary forces, and 2 immigrants, Fatima Muller and Maria Schultz, will all be executed. From the perspective of eliminating traitors who threaten the peace of the empire, this may appear to be a rightful verdict. But we must ask the question, is this ruling truly just? If it is not, then are we not merely being swayed by the ghost of the revolutionary forces? Among those who stood in the defendant's seat were a mother and daughter, immigrants, who could not even properly speak the language of the empire. Even at the moment their death sentence was handed down, they stared blankly at the courtroom, as if unable to understand what it meant. No evidence has been made public that proves the immigrants participated in the revolution. Whether it was never found or never revealed, we cannot know. What we do know is that the 2 immigrant women, used by a revolutionary member, are now facing not deportation, but the harshest punishment of all, execution. I smiled. Alphonse von Stauffen, a journalist who might just become a beacon in this dark world. He took a small bite at me. No, in fact, I let his media outlet bite me. I had expected this to some degree. While media companies sell pens and prose, the ever-so-noble Sebastian and Ebenholz have long held journalism in contempt, generation after generation. It seems the time has come to finally begin dealings with the press. Zenith Times headquarters. I scheduled a meeting with the editor-in-chief. It wasn't difficult. When the administrative officer contacted them, they said they would come to me as if they had been waiting, and I just said I would go instead. I'm sorry, sir. The editor-in-chief bowed his head to me. We didn't fully recognize that the person in charge of the case was Sir Maximilian. I quietly observed the editor-in-chief making a formal apology. Since the reporter is a member of the von Stauffen family, we had no choice but to offer some leniency until now. He talked too much, so it didn't all sink in, but roughly, it seemed that Alphonse had quite a bit of freedom from editorial censorship because he was a noble reporter. As you can see from the article, there wasn't a single direct mention of Sir Maximilian, so from our side. A typical tactic of the media. They follow conscience and money in appropriate measure. In other words, conscience becomes money. It's all right. I understand what reporter Alphonse was thinking. However, those illegal immigrants were indeed members of the revolutionary forces. So that's the conclusion. It's not a conclusion, it's the truth. Yes, we'll issue a correction article as soon as possible. And the editor-in-chief placed an old duffel bag on the table. Reporter Alphonse von Stauffen has parted ways with us as of now. It seemed to be Alphonse von Stauffenberg's belongings. I shook my head with a bitter smile. No, it's all right. No, Sir Knight. This is our oversight so naturally. No. I said it's all right. I raised my hand to cut off the editor-in-chief's words. My expression also hardened coldly. Alphonse was truly a good reporter. Reporter Alphonse is a noble. The von Stauffens are a good family that has devoted themselves to the empire for generations. So this much is something I can fully endure. The editor-in-chief stared at me silently for a moment, then nodded belatedly. It seemed he understood well enough. That's a relief. However, let's take a look at the articles reporter Alphonse wrote. Yes, they're all in that bag. I opened the duffel bag. Inside were piles of papers. There was also the photo of me he had taken during the grand jury. It seemed the bag had been taken from him almost by force. I skimmed through several of the articles Alphonse had written and frowned when I came across one unpublished article. Why wasn't this article published? Was Cain Rummel, a 14-year-old boy, really a murderer? Last month, in Shiltak, Altheo province in the west, a 14-year-old commoner boy named Cain was arrested as a suspect in a series of murders of young girls. He was quickly confirmed as the real culprit and is now awaiting sentencing. However, according to this paper's investigation, unidentified adult male footprints were discovered at the crime scene, and aside from the boy's confession, no physical evidence exists. The Cain Rummel case. The editor-in-chief replied quietly to my question. Most of it was speculative rather than factual, and due to the reporter's overly subjective belief that there was another true culprit, we put it on hold. I met the editor-in-chief's gaze. I could roughly guess. The real culprit was likely the child of an influential family, or someone rich, or had some connection with the media company's leadership. It's obvious. A predictable story. But it's precisely these predictable stories that pile up and cause the empire to creak and falter. Since when did you not publish such speculative pieces? If you ask me, this seems worthy of tomorrow's front page. The editor-in-chief looked at me with a strange expression. May I ask why? The reason is simple. The empire needs to be normalized. At the very least, the gears of this massive nation must perform their designated roles properly. Not necessarily good, but at least not evil. Only then can we win the coming war. Only then can we completely rid this land of the otherworldly Isenheim race. You should already know. Explaining all of that would be annoying. And I didn't want to waste time trying to persuade. There's a simpler way. If you made a mistake, you cover it up with a bigger story. That means pulling out a checkbook and scribbling dollars on it. Don't think too hard. This is just a process to see if we can be friends. The editor-in-chief stared intently at the amount written on the check. A slight crack appeared in the expression that had remained unchanged until now. Inside the Zenith Times headquarters, Alphonse was locked up in a small storage room at the main office. Open the door. I said open it. Hey man, just go home and rest already, will you? Go rest at your nice family estate. Open it. Department Chief Eddie sighed as he looked at the banging door. Then open the door first. I'll go. Just as the banging continued from inside, the editor-in-chief returned. Editor-in-chief. You're here. She snapped her fingers, pointing at the storage room. Let him out. Excuse me. The door. Open it. Yes. Eddie, though puzzled, opened the door. The moment it opened, Alphonse burst out and held out his hand toward the editor-in-chief. Well, hand over my bag, please, my bag. I've got to head out for reporting right away. The editor-in-chief returned the bag without saying much, and Eddie ran a hand through his hair. That punk, talking about reporting now. You're out as of today, man. Editor-in-chief, I'll start clearing out his desk right away. No, it's all right. Understow, huh? For now, run this article. Front page. Just below the headline. Was Cain Rummel, a 14-year-old boy, really a murderer? Last month, in Shiltak, Altheo province in the west, a 14-year-old commoner boy named Cain was arrested as a suspect in a series of murders of young girls. The editor-in-chief handed over the article written by Alphonse. Excuse me? This is Alphonse's article. What? My article. Alphonse, who had been about to leave, hurried back and snatched it. He skimmed through it and asked in shock. You're publishing this? The desk rejected it just yesterday. She's right. And the front page, no less. This guy's never had a single article on the front page. Alphonse and Department Chief Eddie were suddenly on the same side. The situation's changed, so if I say run it, don't question it. Yes. Alphonse. Now go do that reporting or whatever. Eddie, you get back to work too. The department chief, still puzzled, returned to his desk, and Alphonse stared blankly at the editor-in-chief before furrowing his brow. What? What did that Maximilian guy say to you? Don't tell me he insulted you or something. Is that why you finally came to your senses? It's the opposite. The opposite? What's the opposite? Ignoring Alphonse's bullshit, she entered the editor-in-chief's office. Huh. Editor-in-chief Céline Dubois pressed her temples and sat down in her chair. Today, she had faced Maximilian. A rare opportunity. That's why she tried, even in the short time, to understand what kind of person Maximilian was. She focused on reading his expressions and psychology, but couldn't extract any information. To bury an article about himself that barely made page 2, he sends out another noble's case to take the front page. Too calculated to be called obsessive-compulsive, and yet, he protects Alphonse, who attacked him directly, simply because he's a noble. Is he profoundly strategic, or just a strange person? Céline picked up the terminal. She immediately placed a call to someone. Lady Margaret. Yes. Speak. Margaret. She was the real owner of this news outlet. As editor-in-chief, Céline was just a proxy. A message from Sir Maximilian von Ebenholz. She conveyed everything that had happened today and Maximilian's proposal. I see. Margaret paused to consider. The Kane-Rummel case had another real culprit, and the suspected true culprit's parents were nobles with deep connections to both the media and legal circles. The reason the article had been cut at the desk level was due to that kind of external pressure. However, their opponent now was not just some newspaper. It was Ebenholz. From the perspective of Margaret, the owner of Zenith Times, judging the hierarchy among noble houses and the relative size of their patronage was a simple matter. Do as he says. Yes. With Margaret's order handed down, Céline put down the terminal. She picked up her fountain pen. Resting her chin on her hand, she contemplated, then placed the nib on a blank sheet of paper. Tap, tap, tap. She drew something, creating a code. This code, once complete, would become a secret message and be sent somewhere. To a place harboring an unshakable grand ambition. A group that dreams of revolution. Kane-Rummel was the subject of the case Alphonse had been pursuing for nearly a month. One day, the boy had suddenly become a murderer, and despite the presence of other circumstantial evidence suggesting he was not the culprit, the investigative authorities had completely ignored it all. But the moment the article hit the front page, the sky flipped upside down. Only 40 days after the incident had occurred and the local court had sentenced the boy to death, the verdict was overturned the very next day. Central police from the capital were dispatched in person. They recollected all the evidence that had previously been disregarded and quickly identified the real suspect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sir Reporter. The boy's parents, now freed, offered Alphonse their tearful gratitude. Uneducated and impoverished people. Alphonse shook his head. He firmly declined the gifts they offered. It's not over yet. Alphonse turned to the Central Police who had taken over the case. What was his name again? Anyway, he approached him and shrugged. This is what they call the power of the pen, right? The power of the pen? The mustached officer furrowed his brow, then gave a wry smile. Well, you're not wrong. But listen, reporter. This wasn't because of your pen. What? Then why are you people even here? It wasn't because of you, I said. Then what was it because of? If you're curious, read it for yourself. The officer tossed a piece of paper at him. Alphonse picked it up. On a half-blank document, a short statement was written. Official letter from the Sentinel Night Order. Sender, Sentinel Night Order. Recipient, Imperial Western Althio Provincial Court. Subject, immediate halt of the execution in the Kane-Rummel case and order for a fair reinvestigation. As a member of the Sentinel Night Order, we express deep concerns regarding the unusual speed and manner in which your court rendered a guilty verdict in the Kane-Rummel case. Accordingly, we strictly command that the execution of the accused be immediately suspended, and that all investigative procedures be reinitiated from the ground up under the supervision of the Imperial Central Police. This order is issued under the Knight's inherent authority to safeguard justice within the Empire, and be advised that any judicial or administrative responsibility resulting from noncompliance shall fall entirely upon the Western Althio Provincial Court. And, written at the very bottom, the signature. Maximilian Albrecht von Ebenholz. Maximilian. Well, Alphonse flinched and looked up. The officer twisted his lips into a smirk while stroking his mustache. The weight of that pen feels a little different, doesn't it? Real culprit behind girl murder case finally caught. By Alphonse von Stauffen. Thanks to the wise and swift order for reinvestigation issued by Sir Maximilian von Ebenholz of the Sentinel Knight Order, the Imperial Central Police re-examined the Cain-Rummel case from scratch. As a result, the true culprit was revealed to be the second son of House Baum, Marcus von Baum. If not for Sir Maximilian's sharp insight, the unjust death of a young boy could not have been prevented. The Western Court will now begin deliberations for compensation. One day, a new article took over the front page. Given how awkwardly the praises for Maximilian were inserted throughout, it appeared to have gone through special editorial scrutiny at the desk level. Good. It was a necessary move. Before the regression, the Isenheim race had exploited the gaps within the Empire's lower 97%, the commoners. They stirred the hearts of those who couldn't even live a life worthy of being called human. They swelled up the distrust and resentment toward the Empire, which was already near its breaking point, and from top to bottom, bottom to top, outside to inside, they overturned the Empire, its system, and its regime. Therefore, the Empire had to maintain at least a minimum degree of public trust. To that end, I plan to make full use of the Zenith Times. Most of Alphonse's articles will no longer be censored. The justice that Alphonse seeks will become both solace and propaganda for the Empire's commoners. Except, of course, for any articles that defame my honor. Naturally, Alphonse will try not to make an exception for the name Ebenholz, but control at the desk level would be enough. Alphonse von Stauffen. I remember his name. Then and now he criticized the Empire's corruption, and after the new cabinet came to power, he condemned their hypocrisy. It means he's not a member of the revolutionary forces. He's just a good man through and through who stands for the poor. Knock knock. The office door opened. It was Tiana. Max, you've been in the paper a lot lately. It's proof the press is functioning properly. Yeah, right? I set down the newspaper and asked, "Why are you here?" "We've got a joint operation scheduled." Joint operation? Just as I was about to ask what the hell that meant, from deep in my memory, a certain trauma surfaced to the top. The worst mission of my entire career as a knight, one that half broke the old me and still instilled a visceral fear in even the current me. I don't know what it is yet either. Come on. Sir Julian is calling us. Tiana gestured for me to follow and stepped out. I quieted the nightmare of the past and took a deep breath. My heart trembled greatly, but I smiled again. There's no need to be afraid. I am no longer who I used to be. So, in fact, this should be a good thing. It's a moment I should be glad for. Because now I've been given the chance to rewrite one of the most fuck-up parts of my past. It was around this time, when my Night Year Zero had already reached its midpoint, a joint night mission was assigned for the first time. Nice to meet you all. The person in charge was Julian. The participants were Tiana, Leon, and me. The goal of this mission is assassination. Julian continued speaking nonchalantly. The Empire's Intelligence Bureau has detected a high-ranking member of the armed group, Zentra, and uncovered their plans. Zentra, a faction derived from the revolutionary forces, but far more radical, focusing solely on crimes such as looting, robbery, and raids. As you know, they have assassinated numerous nobles of the Empire, and, 3 years ago, even attempted to kidnap a member of the royal family. As their record shows, even the revolutionary forces try to keep a distance from Zentra due to their extremism. They are closer to heretics than revolution. The target is a cadre named Emulen. The target was a mid-level executive of Zentra. For knights were more than sufficient. In fact, it was an overwhelming force. But we had failed. Because we failed to accurately grasp the enemy's strength. There was one more person there. Just that one was the problem. He couldn't be handled even by 4 knights, and we barely survived thanks to Julian. Their current location has been identified as the Kenilon Independent State. The Kenilon Independent State is a union of island nations established on the Kenilon archipelago. Though its area and population are just a handful compared to the Empire, its level of technology cannot be ignored. According to local intelligence, they are planning to seize weapons in Kenilon. If those fall into Zentra's hands, the entire Empire will fall within the reach of terrorism. We must stop it. Back then, I had run away. To be honest, even now, I still feel the urge to run away. I am still Maximilian. Even with regression, fear does not disappear. I simply know a greater fear now, the fear of destruction. We will first infiltrate disguised as mercenaries. The advanced team will be. Julian looked at me. Max, can you do it? This is a chance to change my past and temper myself. If I run again, there is no future. I will die a weak, cowardly moron. Yes. Anyway, there's a lot of business I need to handle in Canilon. If I use this mission as an excuse for travel, I can save time and kill two birds with one stone. Then, Julian handed me a document envelope. After you finish preparing, depart next week. Once you arrive in Canilon, arrange a hideout and make contact with our informant. Yes, understood. I stood up from my seat. Leon and Tiana looked puzzled that I volunteered for the advance team without protest. I'll head out first. As I stepped outside, I called Dieter. Dieter, I need you to prepare something. An ID to use in Canilon, and I relayed the business details to Dieter. Then went straight home to face Freya. This time it's an emergency tutoring session. It's 3 times the extra fee. Freya had clearly just woken up. Her hair was a complete mess. Yes, I'll pay whatever you ask. She raised her eyebrows and scanned me up and down. However, Maximilian, you've already fully mastered the Ebenholt's first movement. The flow is the foundation, the base, and the core of Ebenholt's, and at the same time, one of the most difficult sword techniques in the entire world. What you need now is not to learn something new, but internalization. In other words, a process of making it second nature. She meant, don't rush and be patient. I understand. But I want to learn how to counter punches. How to counter punches? Yes. Freya suddenly opened her palm wide to form a cloth sheet. My face immediately twisted. Why? Fuck. Freya couldn't hold back her laughter. Pfft. Just kidding. But it's not entirely a joke. Actually, scissors beat rock. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. There's someone I must kill no matter what. With such murderous intent, I absolutely cannot teach you. There's someone I want to overcome. I changed my words. Then Freya straightened her posture, leaning her back against a training ground tree. What kind of martial art was it? Show me. Like this. Bam. Bam. I stretched my arms out. Whoosh whoosh. Wham wham. It was something like this. Are you, by any chance, talking about when you fought with the neighborhood kids when you were like 13? No. It's just that. I searched my memory. It was the first punch I had ever seen in my life. A literal martial art of the fist. His entire body was so solid that even a sword strike wouldn't pierce it. Crimson-black mana emanated from his fist. And his body got tougher too. Freya snapped her fingers. You mean Iron Fist style? That's a tricky one. Very tricky. But if the opponent is someone from Ebenholt's, do I have the advantage in compatibility? No. Iron Fist style momentarily gains the upper hand against almost every type of swordsman. They deliberately initiate close-range fights unfamiliar to sword fighters. The moment you allow close contact, you lose. Because fists are far faster than swords. However, Ebenholt's is a sword style that, from the start, doesn't allow the enemy to approach. The noble sword. The flow that blooms from a stationary position draws an undeniable line between me and the enemy, elegantly, arrogantly. But simply blocking an approach won't decide the match. Should I just keep blocking until his stamina is drained? No. Ebenholt's isn't a sword that drags out fights. On the contrary, it ends the situation with a single draw of the sword. In that respect, you already have sufficient speed. Freya looked down at my legs. That's why, what matters most to you right now is the dynamic vision to detect the opening where you can unleash your speed. Freya took out a small sword from within her clothes. And the ability to move both your sword and body at the same time. With that, she took one step forward, and just as the scabbard gave a click, hush! She vanished like the wind. Sword drawing technique. Her voice came from behind me. I turned toward it. Freya was bathed in moonlight. A faint smile lingered at the corner of her lips. Her bluish figure suddenly seemed mystical. But before class starts, here's a question. Just now, what did I step on? What? The ground, I guess. Wrong. No lesson until you get the right answer. Figure it out yourself. She yawned and sat leaning against the base of the tree, while I fell into deep thought. 5 days later. After a long flight, I arrived at Canilon Airport. Without even a moment to rest from the travel fatigue, I immediately hailed a taxi. To the Canaan Stock Exchange, please. There was somewhere I needed to stop before meeting the informant. Sure thing. The taxi driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror and asked, "You must be from the Empire?" The Canelon independent state uses Aten, the Empire's common language. Most of its culture and lifestyle habits are also very similar to those of the Empire. After all, the country had originally been founded by people who fled from the Empire's oppression. Yes. Haha. I figured. Canelon has no class system. Instead, it's easier to understand it as a kind of corporate nation. A place that follows capitalism more strictly than any other country. In fact, several islands in the Canelon archipelago are operated by giant corporations. Even during the pre-regression World War, they firmly maintained neutrality and only participated after the foolish empire blockaded their territorial waters out of suspicion that Canelon was supplying materials to the Western Alliance. You look handsome, just like someone from the Empire. In any case, because of that, anti-empire sentiment here isn't that strong. If anything, compared to other countries in the West or East, they're more welcoming. At the very least, imperial citizens traveling here spend a lot of money. We've arrived. I gave the driver 3 times the fare. Definitely not because of the compliment about my looks. People in Canelon know how to make money. Canaan Stock Exchange KNSC. Canaan Stock Exchange. It was located at the center of the capital. The more money, the better, and Canelon was the country where I could use the information I had in the easiest, fastest, and safest way. This should be enough. I picked up the notebook. It was a list I wrote while recalling memories in detail together with the virus on the plane. Solaris Energy, 300% growth in 1 year. Argentum Bio, 250% growth in 3 months. Eshton Dynamics, 300% growth within 3 months. Novatech, 400% growth within 2 months. ExxonJake, 600% growth in 6 months. Even before the regression, Canelon was a good investment destination, and I used to read financial newspapers quite often back then. It was for survival. Because I knew Sebastian wouldn't leave me a single coin of inheritance. I entered the stock exchange. It was crowded inside. The price boards covering the walls and the constant beeping of terminals from all directions made it overwhelming. Hey, I told you not to touch that. Here we go again with this bullshit. What the hell did these bastards even do? Sir, please think about it one more time. If you can just hold out for today. Here. I should have an appointment. I handed the pre-prepared ID and documents to the front desk. They guided me very politely to the elevator. This way, please. The top floor of the stock exchange. A VVIP reception room. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Russell, the vice president of KNSC. A man with slicked back hair and a rather greasy-looking face greeted me. He offered me tea first, but I handed him the notebook with company names and a check instead. This is the first investment. The first? That's quite a large amount for a first round. And you've already selected all the investment targets. Then I'll take my leave. I stood up from my seat. He looked quite surprised by how quickly things were moving. You're leaving right away? My agent will come from next time. Yes. Understood. I had a packed schedule today. I headed straight to the rendezvous point. Any seat at the agreed outdoor cafe. I placed a chicken sandwich, a glass of lemonade, and some fries on the table, folded the weekly newspaper 3 times so that the back page advertisement showed, then quietly waited with it gripped in my hand. After about 5 minutes passed. You're a bit late. The informant, wearing a flat cap, sat across from me. There was another appointment. Yes, I understand. He laid a map on the table. This is the location. A point on the southern side of Kalen Island. The location was marked with a red circle. Next week, Eskel Company's weapons will be shipped to this area. Emulen and his lackeys will raid it to seize them. That's when you strike. There was one critical mistake in the informant's intelligence. It wasn't just Emulen and his lackeys. Among them was a monster, one of Zentra's core agents, named Duncan. Along with Icarius, other mercenary groups hired by Eskel will also be present. Unites will participate in the operation under the identity of the Embula mercenary group. Duncan. I quietly recalled him. KSSSKSSSK. Iron Fist style. A freak who emitted strange steam with his fists and body dyed in crimson black mana. A monster whose skin couldn't be pierced by a sword blade, not even scratched. With just his fists, he crushed all the swordsmen at that place. Back then, I barely survived thanks to Julian. No, honestly, maybe I had already died at that point. As a knight, my life had practically ended in year 0. Because ever since that guy, I became afraid of battlefields, fights, and duels. Acknowledged. I spoke to the informant. And one more thing. I'd like to request transport aircraft operation. As a knight, in this mission, I will personally enact the textbook I've written for myself through my body. This is also a process of proving myself. A transport aircraft? The cost is covered with this. I handed him a small pouch. Inside were high-purity mana stones. Since it's Kenilon, it should be easier to convert them to cash. Yes, I'll try to secure it. The next meeting will be in 36 hours, at the hamburger joint next door. Same method. Until then. I quietly watched the back of the informant as he walked away. Is he someone I can trust? He didn't know about the existence of Duncan, but every other piece of information aside from that was correct. One must doubt, but not to the point of excessive distrust. There were still many people in the Empire who could become my allies. A few days later, my companions arrived one by one. I guided them to the hideout I had secured in advance. This isn't even a house. What is this, like an imperial luxury mansion? The top floor of a very expensive residential building in Kenilon. Tiana and Leon looked confused, and Julian asked with his eyes. I purchased it a week ago under a borrowed name. Precisely because it's this expensive, the security should be thorough. Everyone looked a bit dazed. Right. No one would expect someone to use a place like this for just a few days and abandon it. Julian muttered as if dumbfounded. I'll begin the briefing. I explained the operation in the spacious living room. The informant suggested that we act as mercenaries escorting the shipment. When Zentra initiates the raid, we counterattack and take Emulen. Zentra's planned heist was intel the Imperial informant had extracted with difficulty. The company being raided is unaware of it, and so the port's security personnel are minimal. They shouldn't be too many either. In the end, our objective is not the weapons, but to capture Zentra's agents. I propose a different method. Julian tilted his head. An airdrop. Airdrop. Yes, an airborne assault. In any operation, you must assume the worst-case scenario. Which means there's a possibility that someone far stronger than Emulen may appear. That's why we'll observe the situation from above. If something happens, we perform a high-altitude drop and strike the enemy's core in an instant. What? Hey, are you insane? No. Max, hold on. This is literally the first time in my life I've even been on a plane. Tiana and Leon suddenly started freaking out. I frowned. What kind of knights are you so weak? Huh, says the guy. I mean, don't you think it's weirder to suddenly do something you've never done before in your life? Tiana gave a dry laugh. She wasn't wrong. Airdrops were certainly difficult. If you mishandle your body in midair, even a knight could die instantly. Before the regression, though mostly to escape, I'd done it quite a few times, and I practiced separately twice about a week ago. Sir Julian. Julian looked at me. I'll do it alone if I must. I needed a direct application of my textbook. I needed results so that Empire Point would trust my teachings, and this method was also optimal to cut down Duncan. Understood, Max. Julian nodded and stood up. Our destination is the port on Kalen Island. On the ground, I'll be with Tiana and Leon. From the sky, Max, you'll monitor the situation. Julian was an ideal superior. Even when hearing a rookie knight's unprecedented operation, he judged it on its logic and gave his trust like this. Yes. I just had to prove it to him. I'll show you. What Freya told me about countering the Iron Fist style was simple. A knight is dash. The weakness of rock is scissors. A blade that, for even a single moment, can be faster than a fist, is strongest when descending from the sky. A draw of the sword that strikes from above. With my sword, I will sever that bastard's head. PSSS Chh. The sound of the ocean waves faintly reverberated along the steel walls. Emulen, a mid-level executive of the armed organization Zentra, cautiously turned his head to look beside him. Are you ready? A giant man whose face could only be seen after raising one's gaze considerably. A man with abnormally massive build and muscles, the Iron Fist martial artist Duncan. He was one of Zentra's core combatants. He looked down at Emilienne without saying a word. The silence itself was oppressive. Emilienne swallowed dryly. Please rest a bit more comfortably. We'll be arriving soon. This dark and narrow place was the inside of a container on a ship heading to the port. Zentra's agents were now being delivered to their target location, disguised as cargo. There wasn't much time left until the operation began. Duncan was going to crush the hounds of the Empire. The third port on the southern side of Kalen Island. The salt-tinged wind whipped between cranes and containers in the afternoon. Tiana, Julian, and Leon first gathered in the control room. I will now explain the escort route. A company representative in a suit explained the escort route. The deployed escort personnel included 7 mercenary teams, including Icarius, and company security staff, totaling over 100 people. This cargo escort will continue for 3 weeks and, after the explanation ended, everyone took their assigned positions. Tiana stood atop a pile of containers and let out a faint chuckle as she looked down at the chaotic scene of the port. This place is the same, too. It was her impression of the Kenilon independent state. Only the official status was missing, but the invisible hierarchy was even more clear. The only standard was money. Those with money held more power than nobles. You could tell just by watching the behavior of the escort mercenaries. The members of Icarius, famous even in the Empire, stood tall like knights, while the rest watched them warily. Some even asked each other's salaries, and if someone earned less, they were treated as inferior. Tyrion, can you hear me? Leon's voice came through the earpiece. Yeah, what is it? Just checking if comms are working properly. According to the intel, Zentra's assault would happen either tonight or tomorrow night. Mr. Elator, what do you think? Max should be up there now. Codename Elator, Julian answered briefly. The sky is Max's concern. What matters to us is the ground. Julian quickly walked off somewhere. His movement was a constant patrol. Like a residential security guard, he'd circle back here in about 30 minutes. Tyrion, I'm curious though. How exactly does he plan to do the assault? I don't think we'll have to see it directly. Zentra was certainly a strong armed group, but the one we would face was mid-level officer grade. As Max said, even considering variables, with Julian here it was sufficient. You sure talk a lot. Out for a stroll. An annoying voice suddenly cut in. A mercenary in a Icarius uniform raised his eyebrows while looking at her. This line of work is small while you do if you slack off and can't get your next gig? Was this some typical mercenary show of dominance? Don't worry. I'll handle it myself. Tiana replied with a smile. Haha. Well, I'm sure you will. If you're okay with it, want to exchange numbers. Was this not a power game, but flirting? I'll see how well you do first. Haha. You're a fun one. The man swept his hair back smoothly with a greasy smile, and Tiana turned her focus back to perimeter surveillance. The boring wait continued. Yawn. A yawn escaped naturally. Even Julian in the distance was reading a book while on patrol. Should I have bought a book too? Tick. Tick. As night deepened and dawn approached, Tiana suddenly sensed the air change. She gripped her sword tightly in alertness, and Julian's 26th patrol had just begun. VRRR. In the distance, a cargo ship arrived at the port. A crane lifted a container from it and placed it down on the port. Thud thud. It was at the moment when she was carefully watching the scene, as if observing a claw machine. SCRRK. A faint reverberation spread out, as if something was being scraped or torn. Quang. An explosion erupted from one of the containers. Immediately afterward, other containers were torn open left and right as assailants poured out. Zentra's armed assault. All security personnel rushed to that location. Enemies. Tiana leapt across the containers and observed the battlefield first. The mercenaries were the first to engage them. The security captain's words, urging them into battle, were quite unusual. In case of early suppression, life hazard bonus included, you'll be paid triple. Escort bonus will go up to 10 times depending on enemy power. Perhaps thanks to the bonuses, the mercenaries fought quite well. The movements of the Zentra agents were organized, but the mercenaries' individual skills were no joke. A member of Icarius clearly stood out, the black-haired swordsman who had flirted with Tiana. He darted nimbly between the containers, killing enemies. Slash. Schlick. Cling. Bang. The sound of steel clashing, gunfire ripping through the air, and the reverberation of flesh being torn apart quickly filled the port. Tiana calmly analyzed the enemies. Even in the heat of battle, the objective was clear: the executive, Emulen. Tiana, look to your left. As she turned her head as Julian instructed, there was Emulen, a bald man with large prayer beads around his neck. Confirmed. Confirmed. All three had identified the target. Moving in. At Julian's signal, Tiana kicked off the container. She leapt high and charged toward Emulen, right at that moment. KWANG. A container was crushed as some massive figure revealed its presence. Tiana turned to look. The Icarius mercenary who had spoken to her earlier stood in front of a blood-red giant, exhaling visible breath. The mercenary swung his sword, but the giant caught it barehanded and grabbed the mercenary's face. The head was gripped like a piece of fruit in that large hand. Crunch! His face burst. The man who had asked, "Shall we exchange numbers if you're okay with it?" instantly became a corpse. The blood-soaked giant's eyes locked onto Tiana. Tiana rolled her body away. She exploded mana from the soles of her feet and forcibly altered her trajectory. At the spot where she had just been, the enemy appeared and slammed a fist down. The ground cracked like a spider web and shot upward. Crack! He was about to charge at her immediately, but Julian had already landed beside her. Julian extended his sword and blocked the giant's fist. Cling! A shockwave erupted where sword and fist collided. Julian's feet scraped against the ground. The enemy struck again with a straight punch, and Julian swung his sword. Cling! Cling, cling, cling. Sword and fist clashed repeatedly, sending off sparks. An exchange too fast to follow with the eye. It was a battle between masters. A faint smile formed at the giant's lips. You're strong. The enemy's footwork was unimaginably fast. He quickly adapted to Julian's swordsmanship, closed the distance, and drove a punch into his solar plexus. Julian, seizing the moment, stabbed the giant in the jaw. Guh! Julian was knocked back. This time, Tiana stepped in to block him. She aimed for the enemy's injured jaw, but FSSS. The wound healed instantly. As Tiana flinched in surprise, a fist came flying at her. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. 3 blows struck her sword in quick succession. The vibrations from the blade resonated through her body. The enemy exploited her disturbed posture and launched a 4th punch, this time aimed at her jaw. Tiana twisted her entire body. Guh! Her shoulder was smashed instead of her jaw, but she barely avoided a fatal blow. Tiana gasped and tried to catch her breath. No, what was strange was that she was allowed time to catch her breath. Looking back at the battlefield, Julian and Leon were there. Julian had returned at some point, and Leon had crossed over from the opposite side to face the enemy. Cling! Screech! Clutching her shoulder, Tiana assessed the situation. Zentra's mid-level executive Emulen had nearly overwhelmed the escort mercenaries, and the monstrous being that had suddenly appeared was a tough opponent even for Julian. Things were clearly not going well. That damn blood-red monster that popped out of nowhere was the problem. She brought her hand to her earpiece. Max, the ally who had ascended into the sky, taking into account possible enemy variables. Do something. The moment Tiana shouted, a pure white meteor appeared in the sky. A martial artist, you see, must always be at least half a step faster than a swordsman. Otherwise, fists have no meaning. In my ear, Freya's voice faintly lingered. They have the advantage of using their entire body as a weapon. A martial artist uses their fists. Therefore, the speed at which the brain's commands are executed is significantly faster than that of a swordsman. For that reason, they are always half a step faster, and they must be. If they aren't, the advantage of the fist disappears. In other words, you only need to be faster than him for just one moment. As dawn approached, at that exact time stored in my memory, I launched the transport aircraft. I wore a drogue suit that fit my body perfectly. It was far more suited for a night than an unstable parachute. KWANG. Right on cue, an explosion erupted among the stacked containers at the port. The flames lit up the night air. The battle had begun. I took a deep breath and stood from my seat. Opening the ramp. Creak. With a screech of metal, the rear ramp of the transport opened fully. Pitch-black darkness and a fierce wind roared into the cabin. I closed my eyes in silence. Max, now answer. What did I step on as I moved through midair? Freya's question. Her lesson replayed in my mind. Mana. She did not step on the ground. To be precise, she stepped on a layer of mana that she had spread thinly beneath her feet. Thus, the answer was mana. Correct. A knight steps on what cannot be stepped on. Stepping on mana. Using mana as a foothold, a knight gains propulsion once more in midair. And in that process, there is no unnecessary rupture or damage to the mana. The mana of Ebenholz is inherently calm and refined. To do that, you must be able to control your body perfectly in any situation. If you can control your body completely, if you can just stand properly on both legs, it doesn't matter where your body is thrown. I must be able to control my body in any situation. In other words, even from this dizzying altitude. Max. Tiana's voice rang out from the communication device in my ear. I opened my eyes. Do something. As the cold wind surged into my lungs, I lightly stamped my foot. Without hesitation, I threw my body into the sky. Tap. First, a strange sense of liberation, as though my consciousness had been freed. Then came the suffocating air resistance. It felt as though my very existence was being separated from the world. There was no need to fear. I released my mana. Silvery particles spread along my descent path. My body glowed coldly like a shooting star. FWWWWWWWWWWW. Time in the sky was strangely long. Terminal velocity was, instead, comforting. It allowed enough time for so many thoughts to pass. I tilted my body, measuring the angle and distance of the fall. From such a height, everything on the ground appeared as mere specks. But the body continued to fall endlessly, and the distance rapidly shortened soon. His form became clearly visible. The entire body dyed black. Eyes pitch black without whites. One of the many nightmares I remembered. Tick. Time slowed. At this moment where my descent stagnated, I adjusted my posture. I locked my eyes on the target. Leaning my upper body forward, stretching my legs straight, I gripped my sword. A stance for swordfall. And from that stance, I stepped on the mana I had spread across the air. Tap. It felt like stepping on transparent glass. The space beneath my feet shattered instantly, and the mana particles exploded in a chain reaction, propelling me forward. My body was fired once more toward the ground. KWAAAA. All the power built up from a high-altitude fall from several thousand meters, focused into a single point at the tip of my sword. Struck down. A sword path was carved into the night sky. Silver fragments scattered. The rupture slashed across the entire area, and I landed on the ground. Duncan's eyes were right in front of mine. As I stared into those eyes, I recalled my memories. Before the regression, the utterly pathetic version of myself used to look down on the mercenaries here. I used to elevate the pride and dignity of being a sentinel to the skies and thought they were pitiable. But when Duncan actually appeared, I was nothing more than a burden. The sword I swung once with a flicker of courage was effortlessly blocked by his fist, and a single returning punch shattered my ribs. That shock left me half crippled. I was paralyzed with fear and unable to move, and Julian risked his life to save mine. Even afterward, while bedridden and recovering, I was haunted by nightmares every night. Duncan of the Desert. Just hearing the name made me convulse. Eventually, I grew fearful of combat itself. I found excuses to back away from every battlefield. That's how flawed I was. Even calling me weak was not enough. I was a full-blown idiot. Not anymore. Now, I know of fear even greater. To prevent destruction, for the survival of myself and humanity, there is no time to be distracted by mere obstacles. Crack. My sword pierced into Duncan's neck. His eyes widened. Eyes without whites. The terrifying retina of that Azura I once feared endlessly now stared straight at me. This time, I didn't avoid that gaze. I met it directly and even smiled. I had every reason to be glad. Opportunities to sever one's nightmare with one's own hands are rare. Duncan reached out and grabbed my skull with his palm. Crunch. A skull-crushing pressure pressed down on me. But, SCRRK. My sword had already passed through his neck. A silver current swirled and mana surged violently. The wind that had followed me from several thousand meters in the sky descended to the ground. KWAAAA. At the place where the eye had descended, a small typhoon erupted. To Tiana, it felt like something had poured down from the sky. In the dim dawn, a silver meteor flashed for a moment and arrived on the ground with a tremendous gust of wind. Maximilian's aerial night assault. Descending from high altitude, he precisely severed Duncan's neck. Poosh! Steam escaped from the headless body. Like the air leaking from a large balloon, the bastard spewed mana for a while before going limp. A rare silence settled over the battlefield. From a distant height, a knight rushed in swinging his sword. A strike aimed at only a single target. As if a full moon had struck down on the enemy's neck, everyone blankly stared at Maximilian, engulfed in the silver shockwave. Move. Leon and Tiana belatedly snapped out of it at Julian's command. They dashed toward the next target. Emilian had a dazed expression. It seemed he couldn't believe the death of Duncan that had just happened before his eyes. An opponent who had lost focus on the battlefield was nothing more than prey. Leon and Tiana simultaneously slashed across his left and right sides. After that, they launched a counterattack with the mercenaries. The scattered remnants of Zentra, having lost their focal point, either fled or resisted and died, and before long the entire situation came to an end. I'm tired. As morning gradually dawned, Tiana rubbed her crushed shoulder and glanced around the area. The port was a mess. Countless containers were torn apart like taffy. Quite a few mercenary corpses were piled up among the cargo. Tiana looked at the body of the Icarius mercenary that remained. Clicking her tongue in bitterness for no real reason, she turned her gaze back to Max. He was leaning against a container. Aerial night assault. She muttered to herself. The movement from high altitude. The act of combining potential energy with mana to literally slam down with overwhelming force. The phrase, the most destructive application of a knight, felt not just idle talk, but rather quite persuasive. This entire battlefield had been resolved by that single variable alone. In the meantime, the post-operation cleanup team from Eskel arrived. Julian stood in front of them before the corpses of Emilian and Duncan. These two bodies will be recovered and taken in by us. Julian quietly handed over his knight identification card. They too seemed to grasp the situation appropriately and nodded. From their perspective, it wasn't a bad deal. Originally, everyone would have died and lost the cargo, but thanks to us, they at least salvaged the goods. Kadoo-doo-doo. At that moment, a helicopter landed with a roar. One person stepped out from inside, red hair tied high like a horse's tail, a black cape fluttering in the wind. Though she wore a neat Icarius uniform seemingly modeled after a knight order, it was the dusty old sneakers that stood out most. It was Ren, the leader of the Icarius Mercenary Corps. She stood before a member whose head had been blown off. Taking a small mana stone fragment shaped like a four-leaf clover from her chest, she tossed it onto the corpse and flicked her fingers. Whoosh! Blue flames erupted and turned the body to ash in an instant. What is that woman doing? At Tiana's whisper, Max replied. It's Icarius's rule. The Icarius Mercenary Corps never allows the transport of fallen members' bodies. The same applies to burial or autopsy. That's simply how the contract is written. Even the corpses of members ultimately belong to Icarius. Rin silently watched the member turn into a handful of ash, then turned and boarded the helicopter. Her face as she departed was obscured by her red hair. Move. We're leaving too. At Julian's words, everyone prepared. The valuable war trophies, Duncan's head and body, and Emilian's left and right halves were each packed into corpse preservation bags. We were awarded medals. It was in recognition of eliminating Emilian, a mid-level officer of Zentra, and the red-level wanted criminal Duncan. Tiana and Leon received the Golden Lion third-class medal for the first time, and I, combining the two previously received ones, was promoted to the second-class medal. Julian, as the operations commander, received a special bonus. On his chest already shone 2 second-class Golden Lion medals. You narrowly missed the youngest record. After the ceremony ended, Julian looked at me and said, What youngest record? The second-class medal. The youngest record must be Supreme Commander Sebastian. Sebastian was dispatched to the Western War immediately after being knighted. There, he achieved monstrous feats, and though he became entangled in a royal succession conflict afterward, he led that to victory as well. There was no defeat in his life. Sebastian was a noble who had never once failed. Max. You played the biggest role in this operation. I'll write it that way in the report to the higher-ups. At Julian's words, I nodded. Thank you. The aerial night assault was also effective enough. You should formally propose opening a program in the Night Order. Yes. I'll personally sponsor the related costs. Julian looked at me silently. The Night Order upper ranks will likely review it favorably. There's no need for you to spend your own money. I gave a bitter smile. Contrary to Julian's thinking, the Night Order is a rigid organization. And within the Night Order, there is no small number of factions that fear military enhancement. In other words, the increase in the Empire's war capabilities. Anton is that kind of person. They believe that war is a cruel waste that kills the next generation. It's a very noble idea. If not for the Eisenheim. No. The Night Order will only move if I do this. The upper ranks will certainly nitpick using budget as an excuse, and I have no intention of letting time be wasted. That may be true. Julian didn't try to persuade me a second time. Whether he gave up persuading or understood my meaning, I don't know. Julian had always been that kind of person. Well done. Yes. I came out to the parking lot. I got in the car and headed home. By the time I arrived, it had already turned to night. I took a quick shower and laid on the bed. I couldn't sleep. My eyes were wide open. For some reason, everything that had happened yesterday felt like a dream. I had severed that bastard's neck. No, did I really? It felt like the adrenaline from that moment had surged so much that even my memory had become jumbled. But one thing was clear. They weren't Eisenheim. Neither Duncan nor Emilen were Eisenheim. From now on, among the enemies I'll face, those who aren't Eisenheim will likely be far more common. To cleanse a single race, I'll have to tear through this entire world. War. Eventually, a massive war will break out, and the aerial night assault is merely a method of night deployment for victory in that war. To survive. To avoid annihilation, the Empire must kill countless people. Step by step. We're marching toward that future. When I cut down Duncan, I didn't close my eyes. Because now I know a fear far greater than that. Dieter secured an airdrop training ground and a transport aircraft. Even for Dieter, getting the aircraft was a struggle, but among the stocks I had invested in the Canelon Independent State, one happened to be an aircraft development company, and under the condition of additional investment, I obtained one latest model unit. I put up a poster I had prepared in advance next to the door of my office. Night Order Independent Research Group, Aerial Assault Training. Even if the Night Order accepts my proposal, it will take at least a few months to be included as an official curriculum. So before that, I plan to give the Knights a taste of skydiving. Some senior Knights may think of it as a mere hobby activity or the wasteful indulgence of a thoughtless noble, but soon, word about our mission will spread rapidly. Knights are a group bound together by ambition for growth. Only those kinds of people become Knights to begin with. If I wait just a little, they'll come looking for me on their own, pleading, please, could you get a plane in the air? That's when I'll start picking people carefully. My faction begins here. Looks good. I nodded in satisfaction, looking at the rather well-made training poster. Lately, officials of the Imperial Night Order have been called to the Imperial Palace day after day. It was a sign that the appointment of the new Knight Commander was imminent. They say it was brought up lightly in conversation. About Deputy Commander Anton. Chiron gathered opinions from the Knights. He reached out not only to those affiliated with the Sentinel and other Night Orders, but also to former Knights who had retired and opened private offices. Most of them answered honestly. He's an admirable man, but not fit to be commander. The noble Knights pretended to respect Anton on the surface, but clearly held underlying dissatisfaction. He was a fallen noble. No, even calling him that was a luxury. Not one, but 2 generations had passed since his family's downfall. His father never held a title. How could the son of a commoner be considered a fallen noble? He was essentially just a commoner. And this is what you mentioned last time. A subordinate knight handed over the mission report Julian had submitted to the upper ranks. Chiron skimmed through it. During the operation, an unexpected appearance of red-level wanted criminal Duncan put the mission in danger, but Knight Maximilian's proposed aerial assault strategy proved effective, enabling the mission's success. Duncan. Chiron knew the name too. Duncan, Zentra's core combatant and a vicious criminal wanted across the Empire. Duncan, taken down by Maximilian? Yes, that's what it says. The details are described further below. Chiron read the report again. Knight Maximilian performed a high-altitude drop and directly struck the target Duncan directly, beheading him in a single assault. Chiron fell into thought for a moment. A knight falls from the sky. From the perspective of a noble, it was complete nonsense. It was behavior that went against the dignity and decorum of a knight. However, the one who had done this was none other than Maximilian, one of the highest-ranking nobles in the empire. There's currently a poster in front of Maximilian's office. It says aerial assault training, and if you sign up, you get to board a transport aircraft. Then go ahead and sign up. Yes. None of Chiron's subordinates objected. Perhaps, deep down, they wanted to learn it too. That was likely. From the time of Empire Point, they had looked down endlessly on Maximilian, and now that he'd suddenly cut off a red-level criminal's head, they probably wanted in. Tiana stared at the crude poster stuck on the wall of Maximilian's office. Knight Order Independent Research Group, Aerial Assault. Falling from thousands of meters in the air was scary, but Max she'd seen at the harbor that day had been undeniably powerful. It was more than worth learning, and above all, she didn't want to fall behind Max. She picked up an application form placed on the table next to the poster. Oh? Tiana. Tiana turned. It was Leon. He already had a pen in hand, ready to fill out the application. You too. Leon wasn't alone. Behind him, 4 or 5 other knights crowded forward, trying to grab application forms. What? I came here first. Tiana, without a moment of hesitation, took the spot right at the front of Max's office door. Canelon Independent State. Rin, the commander of Icarius, had been replaying the port CCTV footage obtained this time over and over through the night. In her blue eyes, a silver flash descending from the sky was reflected. She had seen this glow of mana, like it carried the color of the moon, before. Sebastian. But there was no way he had come here. Click. At some point, she paused the CCTV. It was a moment when the knight who had fallen from the sky and cut down Duncan could be faintly seen from a certain angle. His hair was black, but that was clearly disguised dye. Ebenholz. No doubt, it was Sebastian's son, Maximilian. Knock knock. Rin turned off the CCTV footage. Morning had already broken outside the window. Come in. Deputy Commander Jezik entered. He was accompanied by some young guy. Commander. I brought someone pretty decent. Jezik had very high standards. Ridiculously high. His eyes were practically on top of his head. Decent? Yes. He's a kid who's been cleaning the mercenary toilets since a month ago, but when I tried about with him, he was surprisingly good with the sword. What's your name? At Ren's question, the boy replied. My name is Shane. Ren calmly stared at the boy with blue hair and blue eyes. The movement of the pupils. The subtle tremble of the skin. Just those alone are enough to distinguish truth from lies. Don't lie in front of me. Hey, get this kid out of here. My name is Ackard. Ackard. There must be a reason he deliberately hid his name. You want to be a mercenary? Yes. Why? I heard this is the best mercenary corps. I want to develop my skills here. And we're supposed to spend my money to train you, why? Yes. Ackard answered shamelessly. That shamelessness Rin secretly liked. I won't accept any payment for any missions I perform. The boy's eyes, subtly bold, appealed to Ren. Then tell me, completely honestly, why do you want to improve your skills? Ackard seemed to hesitate for a moment and took a deep breath. I'm a noble of the Empire. My family was framed for treason. I will return there one day and restore the honor of my house and my family. And then he conveyed his origin, very earnestly. Late at night. I am writing in the study. Strategic utilization methods for knights through aerial assault. 1. Concept and utility of aerial night assault. Aerial night assault is an operational concept in which a knight is transported by high-altitude aircraft to a point above the target location, then inserted directly into the enemy's core area or key figures via free fall. This can provide the following strategic advantages. 1. Overcoming temporal and spatial limitations. Regardless of the advanced speed of ground troops, a knight can appear on the battlefield anywhere within the Empire's territory within a matter of hours. This forces an unpredictable threat upon the enemy command. This is content worthy of becoming a textbook for Empire Point, written with a fountain pen. 2. Method of night assault. Aerial night assault must be applied flexibly. Having all knights drop in a single standardized method is as inefficient as swinging every kind of master sword like a hammer. The method of descent must be segmented and specialized according to each knight's disposition, talent, unique nature of mana, and the objective of the mission. There are various methods. Like me, one can slash down the enemy in a single moment of assault, or infiltrate silently and maneuver to disrupt the enemy's rear. To discover the optimal strategy suited to each knight's characteristics and execute it flawlessly in actual combat, a systematic training program over many years is essential. It is not simply about teaching how to jump. It must include mastery of mana and physical control in high-altitude environments, and specialized tactics tailored to each type. Usage reference: Beheading of Red-Level Wanted Criminal Duncan. I momentarily set down the pen and stretched. On one side of the desk, a stack of assault training applications had piled up. Most of the young knights with lower seniority had submitted their applications. Certainly, it seemed that this case had stirred a decent response. "You look tired, Sir Knight." From between the tall bookshelves of the study, Lorenzo appeared. Lorenzo also looked quite fatigued as he handed over a thick pile of papers. More paper. Paper, paper, paper. These days, my work is buried in paper all day long. The theoretical text on the aura sphere has been completed. I picked up Lorenzo's thesis. There are an enormous number of mana formulas. It was fascinating. Lorenzo had perfectly organized the mana flow of the aura sphere formed by the virus into precise mana formulas. "You've done a great job." It was no trouble. "I merely translated the concept you devised into the correct language, Sir Knight." Lorenzo offered a faint smile. To compose a single spell formula, hundreds or even thousands of mana formulas are required. They're the methodologies for drawing circuits. However, there are many knights who move mana instinctively without such logic. Like Sir Maximilian. I quietly listened to his words. We scholars call that intuition. I have written your intuition in a way that others can understand as easily as possible. Lorenzo adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Now then, Sir Maximilian. Shall we go outside and give it a test? Let's do that. I stepped outside. Late at night. Standing in the training yard, I gripped a mana stone and infused it with mana. At that moment, the mana stone emitted aura and formed a transparent sphere beside my body. According to the calculations, the sphere is determined not by the surface area of the human body, but by the purity of the mana stone and the knight's own mana capability. It meant that the taller and larger the knight, the bigger and more expensive the mana stone required. I nodded with satisfaction. Where should this thesis be submitted? If it's a spell to be used by knights, then the Imperial Central Mana Graduate School. The mana scholars will analyze the thesis. Imperial Central Mana Graduate School. At a glance, wizards and mana scholars may seem similar, but they are distinctly different. Magic is a technique in which a human interprets and transforms primordial mana through their internal mana circuit to produce phenomena. A wizard uses their mental power and imagination as catalysts to reconstruct the internal mana in accordance with specific formulas and magic circles. In short, magic is the fusion of mana and human psyche, an extremely personal and internal domain. That is why the Magic Tower deals only with magic. On the other hand, mana studies is a field that delves into the mechanism of mana itself. It explores only the principles of mana. That is why the virus inside me is closer to mana studies. It reacts only to mana itself and conveys to me only an intuition about the essence of mana as a pure energy. There are many scholars there who are nearly insane, having devoted their entire lives solely to theory. They are mana scholars in the truest sense. If they acknowledge the value, it can be officially published as a theoretical text. I see. Then. I handed Lorenzo a check. It's a bonus. It's fine. I have no more need for money now. Just allow me to build a small school in the city you're planning to establish. For the other children who have talent but no opportunity. Lorenzo seemed genuinely committed to nurturing future generations. Yes, I'll make that happen. Thank you. Lorenzo straightened himself using his cane. I stood beside him and looked up at the night sky. We quietly admired the scenery for a moment. Lorenzo SSI. The Empire is preparing for war. Suddenly, I wanted to say these words. I won't avoid that war either. Rather, I will cleanse an entire race. Lorenzo looked at me with startled eyes. I gave a bitter smile. As an intellectual, you may find that utterly unacceptable. Lorenzo fell silent for a while before asking, "Do you truly believe it's the right thing to do, Sir Maximilian?" The right thing. Any value becomes meaningless in the face of survival. A person who chooses death to uphold morality and ethics may be worthy of respect, but the stakes placed on the table, without us even realizing it, are not as trivial as the death of an individual. It is the extinction of humanity. Yes, it is right. It will always be right. Lorenzo looked at my conviction. In the eyes of the aged genius scholar, the stars still lingered. And yet, if someday, the scholar named Lorenzo can no longer justify the actions of the knight named Maximilian, if you find them completely intolerable, then please speak honestly to me at that time. I will tell you, without reservation, the foundation of my belief. In exchange, facing him, I continued softly. At that time, you must believe everything I say. Today, there was a special event. A charity event hosted by the Empire's nobles, but in truth, the charity was just a facade. It was a party where the upper classes, including nobles, knights, wizards, politicians, and military officers, gathered to build their social ties. I received an invitation and decided to attend, but my goal was not that kind of trivial socializing. Isenheim. I would root out those bastards who had infiltrated here. We've arrived, Sir Knight. I got out of the car in full knight uniform. The guards at the entrance didn't even bother to check my identification. At a glance of my face and uniform, they respectfully bowed and opened the way. In the vast garden of the mansion courtyard, various charity booths were set up. It was arranged to make it appear like an actual charity event. Booths with names like Wounded Veterans Support Foundation and Children's Rights Protection Group were lined up. I glanced over them briefly as I walked inside. "Max." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to me. It was Azelle. She came running over, holding some kind of cocktail in one hand. "You need to take care of your skin. Those dark circles dash." "Shut up, come here. I have something to tell you." Azelle pulled my arm toward a secluded corner of the garden, away from people. "I've secured a plausible hypothesis. About the Brain Eater. Then you should have contacted me earlier. It wasn't that easy. I've been in the magic tower the whole time, running experiments, you know? So I might have been discovered." "What are you talking about?" Azelle glanced around cautiously and whispered, "I mean, I might be under surveillance." I stopped for a moment too. Activating my aura perception, I swept a glance around the party. There still weren't many people. It wasn't yet peak time, not evening. For now, just listen like we're having a normal conversation. I nodded as I accepted Azelle's cocktail. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the Imperial Central Mana Graduate School, that entire floor, used as the theoretical thesis review room, was where a certain scholar had just finished analyzing one thesis. Tap, tap, after aligning the edges of the 100-page document neatly, he stood from his seat and moved to the classification bin. Top, high, upper, mid, lower, mid, low, bottom. Without hesitation, he dropped it into the bottom category. It meant, not even worth a reevaluation. Just as he brushed off his hands and turned to leave, a new submitted thesis. A new paper was delivered at perfect timing. It was a rare hardcover bound in fine cloth. The scholar asked, from an esteemed family? It was common for children of noble households to prefer such flashy packaging. In their youthful minds, everything had to look impressive. Those with innovative talents who devoted themselves solely to theory didn't bother with such exterior nonsense. Yes, it is from a noble family. Look at the name. The scholar checked the name. Maximilian von Ebenholz. Knight technique proposal by Maximilian Ebenholz, Aura Sphere. Knights are typically experts in mana manipulation, meaning they usually utilize the techniques and theories crafted by scholars. Of course, among them, there are some with a temperament more akin to a scholar. They should not be taken lightly. As a reviewer of theoretical papers, he was intrigued. It was because of the weight the name Ebenholz carried. The scholar opened the thesis. He didn't even bother returning to his desk. He began reading while still standing there. He thought it would be over quickly. Tick, tick, tick. The scholar flipped through one page, then another. Contrary to expectation, he wasn't reading quickly. Instead, he realized this was a thesis that required time and care. Tick, tick, tick. Many scholars and graduate students passed by him, but he remained rooted in place, his eyes fixed only on the thesis. Suddenly, he moved and headed for the copy room. He inserted the thesis into the copier and infused mana. The single copy quickly turned into dozens. The scholar was about to turn around immediately, but then stopped and counted the copies. 10, 20, 30. He was estimating demand. Though the graduate school housed hundreds of resident students, there were also scholars from other nations with access, and sometimes even wizards moved through as a transient population. He stepped back into the copy room. He made exactly 100 more copies of the thesis. With the stack in hand, he returned to his desk. In the open workspace filled with desks, other scholars were busy with their respective work. He piled the thesis copies into heaps at the front, back, and sides of his desk. Then he picked up the loudspeaker. Distributing the Knight Technique Thesis Aura Sphere submitted by first-year Knight Maximilian of the House of Ebenholz. Most scholars didn't seem interested. This is a technique theory involving the emission of a transparent sphere by transplanting a knight's aura into a mana stone. He had no desire to explain further. He didn't want to waste time. He sat back down immediately and began analyzing the thesis. The scholar's immersion focused solely on the circuits that composed the technique and the mana formulas that made up those circuits. 1 copy, please. Suddenly, another scholar approached. The name was unfamiliar, but the face looked known, with a rather bored expression. Was he here out of boredom, lacking any worthy thesis to analyze? Take 1. After that, he returned to his immersion in the Ebenholz thesis, scrawling across paper with his pen, following complex calculations in his mind. 1 copy. May I? A third scholar came to ask. Yes. Take 1. Just as he was about to return to his work, soon after. May I take 1? A fourth scholar disrupted his focus. With a frown, the scholar finally grabbed the loudspeaker again, announcing again. The Aura Sphere Thesis by Knight Maximilian, don't ask. Just take 1. Yes. Only then did the interruptions from the other scholars stop. He poured his full focus into Aura Sphere. It was well worth it. Tick, tick, tick. Had it been several minutes? Or had hours passed? He stood up from his seat. No matter how scholarly one may be, being human means that biological needs cannot be resisted. He rushed to the restroom to relieve himself. He returned quickly without even washing his hands, but a problem had occurred. His desk was completely empty. Someone had stolen the thesis he had been thoroughly analyzing. Rather than anger, the scholar felt dismay. He picked up the loudspeaker again. To the person who took the thesis from desk 108 without permission, please return it immediately. I repeat. I can provide as many copies as you need, so to the person who took the thesis from desk 108 without permission, please return it at once. If it is not returned, I will proceed in accordance with the internal procedures of the Mana Graduate School. The melody of a classical orchestra flowed, and the fountain sparkled and sprang up in the garden. Max, I kept thinking about what you said back then. Azel spoke. Behind her, roses were blooming like a backdrop. Do you think a magic could exist, one that only sustains itself by eating brains? I went through the entire Magic Tower library. I even went down to the underground city. Max, have you ever heard of a magic called Brain Chimera? No. It's a chaos magic that replicates a person's body by consuming their brain. My brow furrowed instinctively. The success rate is extremely low, the casting method itself is horrible, and even if successful, there are enormous side effects. But look at this. Azel handed over a piece of paper from her pocket. It was filled with complex formulas. I'm not a wizard. To explain it simply, because of the blood-brain barrier, the brain has a different mana composition than other parts of the body. Mana circulates within the body, but in the brain, a constant amount of inexplicable, unique mana always accumulates. Even modern magic studies haven't clarified it yet. Some scholars call it a part of the soul. This brain camera feeds on that energy. First, you strip off your entire outer skin, then consume the target's brain while standing on a magic circle. Strip off your own skin? Yes. You have to peel off even the skin of your face. Then the brain's energy transfers to your body and transforms it. But during that process, severe side effects occur. The only way to prevent them is to periodically consume fresh brains to replenish brain energy. Azel pointed to a certain part of the paper. This formula here, eta is proportional to sigma times L, means the rejection reduction rate is proportional to the total amount of mana contained in the consumed brain. Because of that, if the initial rejection value is too high, the magic won't even activate in the first place. So Pexi had a low initial rejection rate, which is why she was sacrificed? That's right. If Pexi's entire body had been imitated, it would make sense why the imposter had been able to perfectly pass as a noble until now. Isn't there a way to catch her? There is. According to my calculations, Pexi must consume the next brain within 50 days starting today. The margin of error is 10%. So, between 45 to 55 days. I looked at Azel. Azel met my gaze and asked, "Are you ready to go up against the Candel family?" The problem isn't the Candels, it's June. June Candel is Pexi's backer, an extremely loyal and powerful supporter. I asked Azel, "Any physical evidence on Pexi?" Unfortunately, right now it's very faint. Just the remnants of that tire mark-shaped spell I mentioned last time. Should we trail her for all 50 days? We might be able to catch her in the act. What if the crime is committed inside the magic tower? The tower is a lot wider and more secluded than it looks. Access is strictly controlled too. Can you continue tailing her even inside the tower? Then, we have a more lawful procedure than that. Azel pointed at my sentinel uniform. A knight's detention authority. You're a knight, so you know well, right? Knights have the authority to detain, without a warrant, individuals suspected of posing a threat to the Empire for up to 35 days. Only 35 days. What about the remaining time? I'll try to buy it. You think that's possible? You said you're being watched. Which is exactly why I can buy time. Azel is fearless. In a way, she's like a lunatic. Maybe she read my mind, because she smiled brightly. Max, are you sure about this? I am sure. Then I'll be just as sure as you are. Azel took a sip of her cocktail and backed away with light steps. Now go enjoy the party. Make some donations, too. It was already evening, and the charity event had become crowded. I was planning to donate anyway. Oh, really? Then hurry along. Azel waved at me. Be careful, Azel. You be careful, knight. I chuckled lightly and walked away. First, I focused on Virus's senses and entered the mansion. I strolled through the crowded banquet hall. Thump. My heart trembled. I looked in that direction. There was a lieutenant colonel from the Imperial Guard. Forn Sommer. I remembered his face and name. Thump. Next, a businessman I had never met before. Brilliant blonde hair and golden eyes, a perfect imperial appearance, but he was Eisenheim. I approached him as he conversed with others. Pleased to meet you. Sir Knight Maximilian. He recognized my face first. I offered a faint smile. May I ask your name? I'm Johann, Vice President of Golden Gate Trading. Johann from Golden Gate. I remembered him. Have a pleasant evening. As I surveyed the area, I added names to my kill list. Exactly 5 names were recorded. Now then we'll begin the auction of prized possessions. Meanwhile, the prized item auction, a regular feature of charity events, began. The first item is the Tear of Dawn necklace, donated by the Countess von Hausen. The full proceeds will be donated to an orphan support foundation. The Countess came up to the podium and explained the item, while those who called themselves social elites sat at their tables, smiling elegantly as they participated in the auction. I picked up one of the number paddles. All right. Number 58, $300,000. Oh, and right after, number 83 with $350,000. In that manner, the necklace was sold for $500,000 and... Next, we have an ancient artifact horn donated by Wizard Rendrai. The winning bid will be fully donated to the Novice Magic Towers Scholarship Fund. The horn donated by the magic professor sold for $400,000. Now, up next, Lieutenant General Ritterman, headmaster of Empire Point. Next was Lieutenant General Ritterman. I had heard in advance that he would be participating in this charity auction. As the headmaster of Empire Point, he was one of the reasons I had come all the way here. The prized item is a command sword personally used by the Lieutenant General during the Western War. The entire winning bid will be used to support wounded veterans. General, please come up and introduce it. Ritterman, seemingly unfamiliar with this kind of event, climbed onto the podium with a stiff expression. Yes, this command sword was used by me during the Battle of Rostalin Heights on the Western Front. The headmaster began recounting anecdotes related to his sword. But most people didn't seem interested and, in fact, didn't participate in the bidding. Some military officers raised their paddles out of consideration for Richerman's dignity, but the bids were significantly lower compared to the previous auctions. All right, $10,000. No one else? Lieutenant General Richerman's command sword. $15,000. Imperial nobles, successful businessmen, the bourgeoisie, wizards, and even knights, many of them subtly look down on the military. Some even outright dislike it. One of the biggest reasons for the rising central tax rate is defense spending, and the image of the Imperial Guard, a major branch of the military, has never been good, then or now. $15,000. No one else. This is the current state of the military. This subtle disdain and disregard may have been one of the reasons the Imperial Army later exploded with such intensity. Lieutenant General Richerman's command sword. No bids above $15,000? If there are none. As Richerman's face gradually turned red, I quietly raised my hand. A knight from the Sentinels. The announcer pointed toward me. I willingly called out the amount. $2 million. In that instant, all eyes turned to me. Richerman's pupils on the podium swelled like artillery shells. $2 million Imperial dollars. Is that correct? The announcer asked again, astonished. I nodded calmly. $2 million. Yes. That's correct. $2 million, $2 million. If there are no higher bids, it's sold. Tap, tap, tap. The auctioneer immediately struck the gavel, and I raised my champagne glass toward Lieutenant General Richerman on the stage. For the wounded veterans who served the Empire. Lieutenant General Richerman twitched his lips for a moment, then responded with the brightest smile. For the Empire. Applause erupted with a shout. All of it was directed at me. This is how it is. With money, you're treated well. With honor, you're respected. Someone who is both can become the main character in any room. Please come up and receive the prized item. I climbed onto the stage and received the command sword directly from Lieutenant General Richerman. A sword containing the hardship of the Western War. I will preserve it with respect. I put respect into my words. This kind of social grace had become easy by now, and Richerman replied with a very pleased expression. Thank you. Sir Maximilian, your contribution will help heal the bodies and hearts of our wounded veterans. Of course, I don't believe such bullshit. Richerman isn't a clean officer. He'll probably pocket half of it, scatter the rest as allowance among his subordinates, and only a few coins will actually reach the wounded veterans. I don't care. I came to see him for a favor anyway. After returning from the charity event, I was back in the Sentinel Knight Orders office. I quietly stared at a single sheet of paper placed on my desk. Emergency Detention Order. Subject: Pexi von Arzen, 5th Tier Wizard, affiliated with Sentio Magic Tower. Content: based on the special authority of a knight, the above individual is hereby ordered to be detained for a maximum of 35 days effective immediately. Executor: Maximilian von Ebenholz, Sentinel Knight Order. Among the powers I possess as a knight, this is the one that carries the greatest risk. If I execute this, how will June Candel respond? He is emotional and unpredictable. Better not to try to predict him at all. The problem is June's younger sibling, the true heir of the Candel family. Not yet, but one day, they will be. Not easy at all. There's no physical evidence on Pexi right now. But if I use this paper to prevent her from consuming a brain, then the evidence will surface. Her transformed state will revert, and that alone will serve as proof. Clicking my tongue, I rose from my seat. I was about to head to the underground training room for a workout when... Max. Someone called my name. It was Leon and Tiana. They were carrying large helmets and some kind of suits in their hands. When are you sending out another transport? The assault group had launched their first flight last week, and now the two of them had already bought gear with their own money. It seemed they were already hooked. Tomorrow night. It's a night flight. Be at the point by 2300 hours. Got it. 2300 hours. Tomorrow, 2300 hours. Tiana and Leon checked their schedule on their terminals and returned to their office. Thud. Ruimble. Empire Point, just before the start of the new semester, under heavy construction. Cadet Commander Dane had just received a thick stack of papers from Maximilian's adjutant. Due to concerns about leaks, the adjutant had delivered them in person. It was a draft of a new training manual. Dane let out a deep sigh. Empire Point's 300-year tradition is not something that can be changed easily, especially not military doctrine. It's something built up through countless wars and sacrifices, almost impossible for personal opinion to be reflected in. Aerial night assaults, seriously. Knights doing aerial operations? It might be fine for commoners. But how could you possibly teach airborne tactics to those haughty nobles who value tradition, honor, and elegance? Would they even be willing to learn? That was Dane's concern. Ruimble. Right now, Empire Point was using Maximilian's donation to renovate its aging facilities. But even so, this was never a place that could be swayed by an individual. Maximilian had respectfully asked him to hold the position until retirement, but if that was just a ploy to use him, then the premise was already flawed. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. At that moment, a loud roar surged from outside the window. What the dash? Dane rushed outside. A large transport aircraft was landing in the middle of the parade ground. What in the world is this? School staff hurried over. Dane placed his hand on the sword at his waist. From inside the transport aircraft, which had landed safely, Headmaster Ritterman emerged. Brigadier General Dane. Loyalty. Headmaster, what's going on? Take this. With a solemn expression, Ritterman handed over a sheet of paper. It was an official document. Official approval from Imperial Army Headquarters. Subject: formal adoption of the new manual strategic utilization methods for knights through aerial assault and implementation of related training programs. The above manual, authored by Knight Maximilian, is hereby adopted as the next-generation tactical doctrine of the Imperial Army, and Empire Point's elite course is ordered to incorporate the corresponding training programs as soon as possible. It was an order containing an agreement between Ritterman and the military to adopt and teach the new tactic. Dane felt a strange mix of confusion and futility. What he had always believed to be impossible, the old traditions of Empire Point he had given up on changing, the young knight of Ebenholz was now seeking to change them so easily. You and your staff are to manage this transport aircraft well. It's now official property of Empire Point. Dane silently looked at Ritterman. As if he understood Dane's bewilderment, Ritterman responded with a hearty laugh. Haha. It means this transport aircraft was donated. I heard he's covering maintenance costs for the next 10 years as well. Ritterman proudly stroked the hunk of metal. Dane blankly looked between the transport aircraft and Ritterman. Knight Maximilian is supporting this for the future of the Empire. I also heard he's establishing a foundation for wounded veterans, so you should make sure to express your gratitude at some point. Thanks to that, Dane was able to understand the cause of everything he was seeing. Even the same words carry different weight depending on the speaker. Even the same money has a different impact depending on how it's used. Maximilian had, before anyone else, become someone who understood that principle.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.